want to build 6 incredible apps like Facebook, blogging apps like Medium, real-time social media apps like WhatsApp and Instagram, or even search and media apps like Google and Hulu? Yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the Next.js crash course. Today, you're going to be building 6 incredible apps in 17 hours. We're going to be learning things like reactjs rendering techniques, such as how to build static site pages, server-side rendering, and the incredible technique known as incremental static regeneration. You're going to learn about state management techniques like recoil and redux, pagination, image uploading functionality. You're going to be able to build amazing responsive websites with Tailwind Css version 3.0. You're going to learn how to use styled components. I'm going to teach you how to use Firebase version 9. We're also going to cover several types of authentication: NextAuth, Facebook, and Firebase. I'm also going to go ahead and show you how to have several databases such as Firestore and Sanity CMS. With all of this data, we're going to have to query it, NoSQL, and query languages such as Grok. And to top it all off, you're going to learn how to deploy these incredible apps on platforms such as Vercel. And if that wasn't enough, guys, your boy is dropping Typescript into the mix as well. Bam! So guys, we spent an incredible amount of time cleaning up these videos. We've timestamped the entire video. If you're a beginner in React, then you can go ahead and check out my React Basics 101 course or my React Crash course, which is going to be popping up right now, which is going to show you how to build 4 amazing apps with React. Before we get started, I'm teaming up with our amazing friends over at Sanity CMS, and these guys are the leaders in the CMS space. It's one of the best backend solutions I've used. So here's just a couple of reasons why I personally recommend Sanity CMS. You can use Sanity wherever you need to, whether it's an app or a website. It can power your app from the back end. It provides a platform for easy structured content, and it allows non-developers to have access to the website. So it means that if anyone wants to actually update the data on your website, they can do so in real time and publish the changes. They also have an amazing set of collaborative features. So if me and Jay need to work on the website together, I can actually go ahead and see Jay editing the site in real time and publishing the changes. We can even roll back changes and inspect the differences that each other have made. It's a really, really nice touch that the team have made. There are tons of APIs to interact with your content, and do not worry, for beginners, they've actually made it very simple to go ahead and pick up. The customer service is incredible, and if you want to go ahead and actually get into their community, then you can go ahead and actually check out their Slack channel at slack.sanity.io. So getting started is actually really simple, guys. Your boy's gone ahead and hooked you up with a double boosted plan. This means that whatever free plan they actually have, we've gone ahead and doubled the quota. So if you want to get the most out of your next project, then make sure you go ahead and power it up with Sanity CMS. First link in the description. You're not going to regret it. Trust me. Without further ado, let's jump into our first app. Speaking of Sanity CMS, we're going to actually be showing you how to build a blogging site such as Medium. Enjoy the first build. Let's jump into it. Welcome to the Medium 2.0 Next.js with Typescript build. Medium 2.0 powered by Sanity CMS. We've got all of our blog posts over here looking sick. We've got a fully responsive app right now. Check this out. I know you guys have been asking for Medium, so check this out, guys. Fully responsive build, CSS grid, Flexbox, all that good stuff we're going to be learning. And it's using something called incremental static regeneration. If you didn't know what that is, oh, you guys are in for a treat. This is like the best way you want to be loading your pages up. And I'm going to teach you how to use this incredible tech in Next.js. It's like the creme de la creme in Next.js. And go ahead and level up your apps and have static pages which can serve dynamic like pages, like content, right? So it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. So if I click into a post right now, you guys will see it will go ahead, go to the following page where it has post / and there's a custom slug for each article. You're going to see your article. So here we've got a nice dummy article presented to us, and you can see this goes out. I've got some lorem ipsum going on, and then we also have the ability to leave a comment. Now this is no ordinary comment. So after I fill this form out and I click submit, let's go ahead and do it right now. Let's go ahead and say Sunny at bob.com, and let's go and say, yo Papa Fam, smash the like button if you're excited for this one. I'm going to click submit. Now check this out. It goes ahead, thank you for submitting your comment. Once it's been approved, it will appear below. So as I mentioned multiple times, this build is powered by the guys over at Sanity CMS. Sanity CMS is one of the craziest things that I'm about to introduce you to. Check this out. It's a managed backend basically, which is going to allow non-developers to go ahead and manage your data on your platform. So this is the Sanity backend, which we're going to go ahead and set up. It's called the Sanity Studio, and this can even be deployed as well. So it's freaking amazing how powerful this can get. Right? So if I go ahead and go to a comment right now, I just went ahead and made a comment. So I actually think it was this one right now. Yo, Papa Fam, smash the like button. And now I'm going to go ahead and improve this, right? I'm going to approve it. I'm going to publish the changes. And as you can see, it's linked to a post. Let's go back to our post and let's go ahead and refresh. Now the next person that comes on is gone ahead and refreshed. Yo, Papa Fam, smash the like button. As you can see, that's a static page which is being dynamically updated every 60 seconds and then recached and served in an optimized, efficient, dynamic way with using Next.js. So much stuff to look forward to. I'm gonna go ahead and break down this build right now. So in today's build, we have the following. We have Next.js coming in hot, right? So if you guys have done this, as I do this, go ahead and make some noise and let me know which one you're most excited for. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and type in, okay, it's not type in, Next.js. All right, we've got Next.js, we've got React. So if you want to learn any of these things, then you're in the right place. We've got Tailwind Css, and we're actually going to be using version 3.0. So we are going to be using the new colored, right? It's the new colored shadows and those kind of cool features which are released as part of Tailwind 3.0. Let's go ahead and learn Sanity CMS as well. Right, and we've got Typescript. So you guys are, I know that you guys have been waiting for me to drop this. I've been waiting for the right build. Today's the day. All right, we've got Typescript and we're going to be learning Grok. Right, so Grok is very similar to what we're used to with GraphQL. Honestly, it'll be very similar sort of acquaintance to that. Right now, one thing I do want to mention, we are going to be covering a backend portion in today's build as well. So using Next.js, I'm going to introduce you to the API side of things. So if you want a full stack developer experience, this is the video for you. So smash the like button. Okay, we're going to jump into this build right now. Let's do this, guys. Let's get into focus mode. This is time to get into this. So we're going to go ahead and open up. We're going to actually be using Next.js today. So I like to show the whole process, even if you're experienced, even if you know this stuff. We're going to be doing everything over at Next.js. So you can use this guide if you ever get stuck. The documentation's here. I'm going to show you a shortcut and get started straight away. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get kickstarted off, opening up our terminal. And on the terminal, I'm going to go into my documents, right, and go into my builds folder. Now, you don't have to have it in documents builds. You can put it wherever you want. I'd recommend you keep it neat. Okay, now at this point, I'm going to show you a little trick. If you do Control R, you get something called Recursive Search. So this is how I find my old commands. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and type in Typescript. So no, not Typescript, sorry, Tailwind, right? So the command that you want for today is going to be this one here. So npx create next app -- example with Tailwind CSS, right? And what we're going to be doing is I'm going to call it Sanity YouTube build. Right, so you guys just need to write this out. npx is the tool we're going to be using today. Create next app goes ahead and sets up a dummy application for us using Next.js, and we're going to combine it or bootstrap it with Tailwind CSS, whatever it is, with the example, right, the template. Think of it like that, and it goes ahead and adds Tailwind CSS inside of our project, and we're going to call it Sanity YouTube build. So hitting the enter key on that will go ahead and spin this up. This will go ahead and get things set up for us. Right. So while this is happening, we're going to go ahead and introduce you to Sanity. So sanity.io, make sure you use that first link in the description to get the sign up bonus. We're going to go ahead and click login. Right, logging in is simple on Sanity. You can use Gmail, any kind of simple login. I've actually logged in with my Gmail account, so I've got a couple of examples in here right now. They have some awesome examples that you can actually go ahead and clone as well. So I did that with the blog example. Great exercise to do. We're going to go ahead and click on create a new project. Right? And as you can see, we have to go ahead and do this command. Now, don't do this, right? Do not do this to begin with. Don't do that command. Do this one instead, right? So this is the one I want you to do. npm install -g sanity CLI. So I want you to start off with this command, and this will allow you to have CLI tools, which means I can run stuff inside the terminal. Okay, so once we've done that, I will then go ahead and do this inside. So I'm going to show you where to run the second command after you've done it. So cd sanity build. So now I'm going into my build folder, and now I'm inside my build folder. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and type in code dot, and this will open my VS Code editor with this directory open. So that's a nice little shortcut. If you didn't know that shortcut, Command Shift P and go ahead and type in shell, right? And this is the one that you're going to see install. You'll see install code command in path. Mine's code insiders command because I've got the beta version. Okay. So once we've done this, I'll go ahead and make this a little bit bigger for you to all to see. me go ahead and make this a bit nicer so that way you guys can actually see what the hell I'm typing right now. Okay, so let's do this. And now what you want to do is this is going to be your starting point for Next.js. Okay, so quick little pause here, Command J to pull up a terminal inside of here. I'm going to close my old terminal, get rid of that. And as you can see, I'm in the Sanity YouTube build folder and I am using ZSH. Okay, so in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and grab this command, sanity init with the coupon code. So now I'm going to go ahead and init. And what I'm doing here is I'm initializing the Sanity Studio inside of this directory. Now you can have it as a separate one, but I think it's going to help you to have it in here. Now, as you can see, you're setting up a new project. Make sure you have an account with Sanity, And by the way, if you do get an error at this point, try running Sanity login beforehand, and then it will go ahead and ask you to log in. So you may need to do sanity login first as a command, and then you can do the init code, right? The coupon code one. In this case, we're going to click on, I've actually gone ahead and we're going to create a new project. All right, now let's name the project. We're going to call it Sanity. Let's just call it, Sanity YouTube. Okay, call it Sanity YouTube, enter. And as you can see, it's going to go ahead and prompt us with the second thing. Now, what do you want to name your data set basically? Use the default data set configuration. I'm going to type in Y and hit enter. And that means yes. And basically that just means a production data set. Now, what's really cool is that as I showed you, they give us a backend, right? That backend obviously has some kind of data associated with it. So what we can actually do at this point is we can create different data sets. So you can have a production data set and you can have like a developer or a staging data set. Really handy once you're inside the production world in real life. You actually don't have one major data set. You have loads of ones that you can play with. So they support that out of the box. It really, really good stuff, guys. Right. So at this point, project output path, Sanity YouTube. Okay, that's cool. We're going to hit enter on that. And now it says select a project template. So we've got a couple of examples here, right? The one that I want you guys to go down to is called the blog schema. Okay, so I want you to go down to the blog schema. And now the reason why I want you to do this is going to help shortcut the process for today's build, right? And you can reverse engineer it, do whatever you feel like afterwards. But we're going to go down to this and hit enter. Right. Now, resolving latest module versions, going ahead and installing all the dependencies, looking good, right? So let this install. And while we're at this, we actually should see that if we go back over to our Sanity panel, so if I go and log in, what we should see now is a new project, Sanity YouTube. Awesome. I'm going to click that. And as you can see, we're going to have this set up on the side, right? We're going to come back to this in a bit. Right, this is basically going to be where we get our API key, where we mess around with things. Even the data sets that I mentioned before, you see one is production. And in this case, we actually get 2 out of the box. So we can do 1 of 2. And I think that's because of the quota. I'm not sure, right? The special bonus that we actually set up. But you can have a production and a staging, and then basically use your staging for when you're doing local dev work and production for when you're live, right? So very easy to do that stuff, right? And you've got access members. And what's really, really nice, guys, is that this right now, the Sanity Studio, where I manage all of the data, this is actually on my local host. But what is pretty damn cool is that this actual studio is built in JavaScript and React. So this studio that you're looking at right now is built with JavaScript and React. And what we can actually do is we can customize this to look however we want, which is insane, right? You can actually customize this entire thing to be whatever you want it to be. So that I thought was massive. And then once you're done with that, you can deploy it. So right now, this is a live URL, medium YouTube demo.sanity.studio. You have to go there and log in with the Sanity account that is authorized, so the one that I set it up with, and then I can access this from anywhere. So that is incredible. Another really cool thing about Sanity that I just want to show off quickly is imagine if I've got it open in 2 different places, right? So they're really awesome about collaboration as well. If I go to my post and I go to my first post, watch how the real-time functionality works. Not only is it showing me that Sunny is editing this, I can go ahead here and type in 1, 2, 3. And can you see how it's real-time updating? So if I type in 1, 2, 3, 4, and I go ahead and click publish, let's go and check out the website and see if it actually did anything. So I'm going to refresh. This is my first post, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's so incredibly simple to get working, right? Cyprian Greens from Canada. What's up? We've got Philippines in the house. What's up, Gungan? I think it is. Waving Cat. Good to see everyone. This is awesome. Only positive vibes here. Amazing stuff, guys. Right. So as we can see, we actually have this nice collaboration feature, which is real time. So if you're ever editing, you can actually go ahead and, work together in a team. Pretty simple. And it shows all your revised changes. So you can actually review all the changes that has done. So you can see here, Sunny made all these changes, me made all these changes. But if you had a big team, for example, Jay's on my team, he could be in here messing around with this stuff and I would see it. And I can actually quickly go ahead and make the changes and revert them. So I can actually revert and publish the older versions. Really cool stuff. And you're going to learn all of this today, right? And it's honestly, it's a bit of a game changer if you haven't used something like this before, right? So I like to introduce you guys to the things which I would use myself, hence why this is going to be something which you're going to love. Trust me, you're going to love it. Now, I want to bring your attention to this. So as you can see, we've got the left-hand sidebars. I'm going to go ahead and remove this. Now on the left-hand sidebar, you can go ahead and see we've got the Next.js files, which are built in for us. But this green one right here, Sanity YouTube, right? Now this Sanity YouTube is basically where the Sanity Studio will live. Okay, so as you can see, there is a separate package JSON here and there's a separate package JSON here. So if you're ever installing a dependency, please make sure you are in the correct folder. Okay, do not install it in the wrong folder. Otherwise, you're going to start experiencing a bunch of weird stuff going on, right? So just be careful with that. Also, guys, I want to mention that this actually handles image uploading, all that stuff for us. So it's super simple to go ahead and do that in this. Right. So what we're going to do now is go over to the pages and the index.tsx. So as you can see now, we have TypeScript out of the box with Create Next App. So it's perfect time to jump over. So you'll actually have a TypeScript file. Now, the only difference with TypeScript is it's just got a .tsx file. And now I can start writing TypeScript in here. Now, I want to go ahead and explain something to everyone. So TypeScript is not understood by the browser. JavaScript is. You can't give a browser raw TypeScript and it will show. It doesn't work that way. The way that we have to use TypeScript is TypeScript in itself basically is a superset. So imagine this is JavaScript. It basically wraps it and provides extra functionality in it. And the functionality that it does is called strongly type checking, right? So it becomes a strongly typed language essentially. This means that you will say that a string is a string. You will say that a number is a number and so forth. And that prevents a huge number of bugs from entering your app. Now, what's really cool about this is that basically the actual step to converting the TypeScript to JavaScript happens for us. So Create Next App actually does this behind the scenes. And this is called transpiling, right? So transpilation. And this is happening behind the scenes. When I save the file, this will get rendered all down to JavaScript, even if I've got TypeScript in here. So yeah, this is going to be super easy to go ahead and follow along. So no fancy stuff that you can do, that you have to do to set this up now. Is pretty much going to be working out of the box. So yeah, get ready to have some fun. Okay, at this point, we're going to go ahead and do Command J. And here I'm going to go ahead and do npm run dev, right? And this will go ahead and spin it up on our local 3000. So I've actually got it running on my local 3000. So I'm actually going to run it. Yeah, screw it. Let's do it. Let's run it on the 3001 so I can show you the old build as well. So at this point, I've got 3001 open as well. So localhost 3001. And yours is going to be 3000, right? So I've got this open now. So I'm going to push this on the left, push this on the right. Command B to hide the side, Command J to hide the bottom. And as you can see, I'm going to delete everything from the main downward to the footer, right? H1, I'm going to add in, say, this is medium 2.0. Oops, 2.0. As you can see, it's centered by default. This is because Tailwind's in play, right? So Tailwind, amazing utility classes that I love, and you will know me by now if you've seen any of the builds. I'm a big fan of them, right? We're going to go ahead and change the title of the page to medium blog, right? And hit save. And as you can see now at the top of the file, it says medium blog, right? So moving pretty good right now. I'm actually going to go ahead and get rid of all of this. So we actually have a clean slate to go ahead and start from. So I've got my reference over here, which is our home page. So we're going to go ahead and actually build this out piece by piece. Okay. We're going to go ahead and create our first component. We're going to go ahead and build this top section out right now. Okay. So what we're going to do is Command B, and I'm going to go ahead and actually create a components folder. So what I would like you to do is click package.json, click the new folder icons. That way you're in the right place. Components. Okay. Now for components, we're going to create a new file inside of here, and we're going to call it header.tsx. Okay. And now I've got React snippets installed. So if you haven't got them, make sure you have. Check out my top 10 VS Code extensions video, which just dropped. But this is the one that you need to have installed. And this allows you to write _RFCE to go ahead and have the nice sort of drop down that comes for us. Although it should have worked. I don't know why it's not working there. Interesting. Okay. RFCE. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. And then I just don't need the top bit. There you go. Cool. So at this point, I can go back to my code over here and I can just type in a H1, I am a header. Hit save. Go back to my index and I'm going to pull in my header through here. So I need to go ahead and type in header / for my component, and at the end of the word, control spacebar allows me to pull in my component really quick. So at this point, we're going to go over here and you can see I am a header. So now we know that that is actually pulling in the header. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to start building out the header component itself. And as you can see, it's no serious, like seriously fancy, weird stuff going on. It's literally just normal JavaScript that we can now start adding TypeScript to, okay? So I'm not going to introduce TypeScript just yet. We're going to build the header first. So first thing I want to do, change this to a header component, make it a little bit more syntactically friendly. And then we're going to go ahead and start things off. So on the left-hand side, I'm going to have a div with the medium logo with 3 bits of text, and on the right I'm going to have this. So that's 2 divs, and the way I like to think about this is imagine we have one div here and another div here, and then we've got flexbox which says hey, work out the space between this thing, right? Figure it out for me, I don't want to do it, right? So at this point what we can do is create 2 divs. So div times by 2 with Emmet, awesome stuff, right? And in the first div I'm going to go ahead and add in the link component. Now, this is actually a link component which we're using from Next.js. And the link component is actually pretty cool because what it does is if you use a link component inside of a page, the page that is actually linked to, it will pre-fetch that page by default, which means that the speed at which you'll go ahead and transition to that page, if the user clicks, it will be super fast because it's already fetched the page beforehand. If you didn't know, now you know, right? At this point, we've got a link. Now I'm going to go ahead and you have to give this a href. And as you can see, TypeScript does not let this go by. It says, whoa, you're missing a href. So we need to go ahead and say href. And this is going to go ahead and be a / because it's going to go to the home page. Okay. Now it's missing children inside of it. So we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to say image. And then inside the image, I'm going to go ahead and pop in an image which I've provided over here. Now you can make this Next.js image if you want. I'm going to leave that up to you guys. Okay, so we have the medium picture. Awesome. All right, so medium picture at the top. I'm going to go ahead and give this a bit of styling with some Tailwind CSS. So class name, we're going to go ahead. Now you know. That's a good meme actually. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That's actually from some other furniture dude. But anyway, if you know him, now you know, right? Object contain. And as you can see, it's gone ahead. Object contain will make us keep the aspect ratio, right? So it doesn't kind of stretch out and all sorts of stuff. And I want this to have a cursor pointer, right? When I hover over it. So I'm going to go ahead and type in cursor pointer. Nice. Now when I hover over this, you can see, look, I get a nice little cursor pointer. Looks pretty sick, right? So we've got that done. Now, as you can see, if I click this, if I was on a different page, it would take me to that page, okay? So if I was to type in /post, and I went ahead and clicked it, you can see it took me to /post, which we don't have, hence the 404, right? So I'm gonna go back now and make this a /, right? So now we're gonna go back to the second set of divs. Actually, we're gonna do the underneath it first. I'm gonna have a div inside of here and I'm gonna have 3 h3 tags, right? So actually I'm gonna say h3 times by 3. So Emmet, this is, by the way, in case anyone's wondering, h3 times 3, bam. I get the 3, right? First one is about, second one is contact, and the final one is follow. Awesome stuff. Okay. Now in the first one, I'm going to go ahead and actually I'm going to leave the first one. I'm just going to style them all. So at the top of the div, I'm going to say that I actually want to go ahead and hide these bits of text when it's on a small screen. So those 3 links, I'm going to hide them. And then what you could do is then go ahead and actually, so as you can see, when it gets smaller, these 3 disappear. So the way that we do that is we use breakpoints. CSS make this incredibly easy to do, right? Everything starts with the first mobile rule, and then it basically scales up. So anything I write without a breakpoint like MD, LG, or something like that for large screens and so forth is applied to mobile. Then you basically apply rules at the bigger screen you get. This is called a mobile first design. So how do we do this? Well, what we do is we first say it should be hidden on the phone. Cool. Now, when I go into a medium screen, I want to go ahead and do an inline flex. Okay. Now that means that on a medium screen, it will now pop into the screen and I can see it. And then I'm going to go ahead and center the items and all that stuff. So as you can see here, it's there, but on a small screen, it's not there. All right. So on the medium screens onwards, it pops in. Next thing, we're going to do items center. And then I'm going to go ahead and say the space between them should be at least about 5. So space between the things on the x-axis, bam, we've got 5, right? As you can see, this is not looking correct at the moment. The reason being is the div that is surrounding the two hasn't got a flex rule applied. So if I do flex now, it goes ahead and centers it, or goes ahead and puts it in a line by default. Items center will center them on the y-axis, and then we're going to go ahead and say space x of 5 between this first child and this second container. That's why it's now spread out. Awesome stuff, looking pretty good. The final one, the follow button, I want to go ahead and give it this nice follow green. Okay, so to start this one, I'm going to go ahead and say class name equals text white. And before I save it, because I'm not going to see it, we've got BG green 600. Hit save, bam, it's looking good already, right? And then we're going to go ahead and say px4. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and say padding on the x-axis of 4, padding on the y-axis of 1, and I want to make it rounded, so rounded 4, right? And if you haven't got these sort of pop-ups that you're seeing here, it's because you need the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense autocomplete tools. So this one right here, okay? Make sure you got that if you haven't got it. Okay, so at this point, we're looking pretty good, right? I'm going to go ahead and show you guys where we're at. We've got this. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the sign in and get started. Now this is non-functional sign in and so forth. It's purely aesthetic. We've done tons of builds where we've got the sign in features. So you guys will get to know that if you want to do it. So second div, we're going to go ahead and have a H3. We're actually going to have 2 H3s. First one, I want to go ahead and say, right, sign in. And the second one, I'm going to say get started like that. Nice. Looks good. Now the first div I'm going to say flexbox, items in the center. Cool. Now it's on the central axis and we're looking at these two right now, okay? So the chat's popping off. I can just see it in the corner of my eye. That's it. I'll make this a little bit bigger. I mean, that's a bit too big. I think in the current clarity, you can see this quite good. I'm going to go make that a bit smaller. There we go. I'll keep it there for now. Screw it. That's cool. All right. So at this one, we're going to go ahead and say items center space X of 5. All right, now the text for these ones I want to be green 6, right? So I'm going to say green or text green 600. All right, so down to 6. I like this because you can see the colors as well, so it actually adds it, makes it pretty easy. All right, okay, cool, looking pretty good. Now I'm going to go ahead and make our life a bit simple. I'm going to move this over here so I've got a reference that I can just swipe between. Right, that's better. All right, so as you can see, we've got the green buttons and this one's got a little outlined border. So I'll go to my second sort of H3 tag, and I'm going to say border, so give it a border, and then, I don't know, it sounded Australian when I said border px4, py of 1, rounded 4, okay? So looking pretty clean, nice. And then I'm actually going to go ahead and say the border should be a green color of 600, bam, looks sick. Now there's only one thing missing right now. This isn't looking right. This needs to be like kind of spaced out between itself. So what we need to do is go to the overall header and give this a class. And I'm going to say this is flexed. So now it's automatically flex, puts things in a line, right? Unless you're on React Native, in which is a column, but I'm not getting into that. We're going to say justify between. Now Bean says make a blog app. This is a blog app. Justify between will space the 2 children between each other, right? So justify between, padding of 5 will give it a bit of padding so it's not cooped up in the corners. And then the final sort of magic is the max width, right? So as you can see, it uses the maximum until I get to the max width constraint. So what I want to do here is I want to say max width 7XL, and then to center it. So if I do that by itself now, you see it used the max width, but it didn't center itself. I want it to center itself like this. So the way we do that is we go here and we simply go ahead and say MX auto, save. Nice, looks pretty sick, all right? And I like that. All right, let's go ahead and hit refresh. If you're reading the chat right now, it's so fun, right? Now, as you can see, MX auto means margin on the x-axis of auto. So auto apply margin here, auto apply here, in which case you center your object, okay? So at this point, we're gonna go ahead and probably, let's actually have a think. Let's move around and see what we're doing. So I'm gonna go ahead and actually add in this main bit now, right? So we're done with the header. Header is finished. right? I want to now go ahead and you see the responsiveness. It looks pretty cool, right? So we're going to go ahead and actually add in the header part now. And that is also responsive. Notice the M, look at the big M, bam, goes smaller and then eventually disappears, right? And this is used as a new sort of decorator underneath. We're going to show you how to do that as well. So we're going to go back to our index.tsx. Now at the index level, you can componentize the banner part if you want. I'm not going to do all of that in today's build because I want to focus more on the actual sort of ISR and all those kind of concepts that you're going to be learning today, which I feel you'll benefit a lot more from, right? So we've got this now. Now inside of here, we've got two divs, right? So let's visualize this. On the left-hand side, we've actually got a div over here, right? And then we've also got another div over here, right? So we've got another div over here. So two children, 1, 2. And then that way we can go ahead and position them accordingly. So that's how you should see everything when you're coding like this. First one is the div, right? And we've got another div that I mentioned. So two divs. And then the first one, I'm going to say H1. And this is going to start having the thing. It's going to say medium is a place to write, read, and connect, right? Read and connect. Cool. Hit save, bam. So as you can see, this is the same thing we have here. And then the other H2 has actually got another bit of text, which I'm just going to paste in over here. I'm going to say that's a H2. This is a subheading and bam. Okay. Now for this H1, I'm actually going to go ahead and style it in a different way. I'm going to go ahead and say text 6XL to make it a little bit bigger. So as you can see, it starts looking a lot nicer, right? Then we're going to say max width of extra large. So it has a constraint that it can't go past that size. And I also want the font to change. I want it to be font serif, right? Because the Medium articles have this kind of, you know, retro kind of old school feel to it, right? So that's how we get this nice little effect in. Right, the next thing, the H2, I'm going to go ahead and actually we're going to leave the H2. Looks pretty good actually the way it is. And what I'm actually going to do is the medium. So this bit, I only want to style that medium part, right? We're going to take the medium and we're going to put it inside of a span tag. So this is the purpose for span tags. So basically if you want to span a style in something like a H1, it's awesome to do so. So we've got our class name here. Then here I'm going to go ahead and say it should be underlined. So as you can see now, bam, we start getting style around just the medium part. Underline, and I'm going to say the decoration should be black. But I also, the reason why I put this in is because you can now do like red 500 and so forth. But in this case, I want to do black. That's fine. And then I'm going to do decoration should be a width of 4. Right, so I want to make it a bit smaller. Now you can actually have different zigzaggy ones and all sorts of stuff now. That's a new feature as part of Tailwind CSS version 3. So yeah, really cool. At this point, we've got the div that surrounds everything. So I'm going to go ahead and say this div should have a padding on the x-axis of 10 because right now it's touching the side too much. And then I'm going to give it a space between the y components. So in this case, it's the heading and the subheading of, let's say 5, right? So now we've got a nice bit of spacing. Awesome, looking pretty good, right? So with that in place, now what I'm going to do is add in the second thing. So outside of here, as we only have a picture, we don't actually need to wrap it in a div, right? We need to go ahead and just go and say something like this, image, right? Jay cracks me out. All right, so at this point, I'm trying to read something. Okay, so at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and pop in a picture. Now this is just a Medium logo. You can feel free to copy the one I've got here, right? You can pause it, copy that. I didn't actually shorten that one. I apologize. I usually shorten them, but yeah, we're gonna save, and that's the Medium logo that we're gonna be using. Now, to style this, I'm gonna do class name. Now remember, mobile first, utility classes. So the first thing I write for Tailwind CSS is going to be applied to the mobile, and then I'm going to use breakpoints to target the bigger sizes. So in this case, hidden, I'm going to say medium. So all medium screens, then it should appear. I want the height to be 32, and I want to do on the large screens, the height should be full. So use up as much space as you can on the large. So phone, it's hidden. On the next screen, it's a medium size. On the next screen, it's a bigger size. Cool, looking pretty good. Right, so it's already getting a bit responsive. Now the final key to this is the surrounding div, which has the 2 children in, which is this one and this image, right? So we've got 2 children inside of here. So over here, I'm going to say flex. And in fact, I'm going to do half and half so you can see it, right? So flex, and I'm going to say justify the space between. Okay, so that way it's going to push it to the side. Items should be centered. So that way it does exactly what we said there. So centering, as soon as I hit save, bam, centers it. The background should be a yellow of 400, which is a shade that I found suited medium, right? So yellow 400, border Y, so border Y, we're going to go ahead and say, yeah, border on just the y-axis, so top and bottom. And I want that border to be black. Okay. And as you can see, bam, we get this. Now, as you can tell, there's too much padding. There's not enough padding, sorry. So the padding should be by default 10 on phones. And when I get to a bigger screen, I want to remove that padding, okay? So on the bigger screens, I want to remove the padding. So padding of 0. So if we go into a bigger screen now, I remove it. And the reason why I remove it is because the image is actually bigger, so it takes up more room. Hence, we don't need the extra padding, right? There you go, it looks sick, right? Only thing we're missing here is a max width constraint. So what I'm going to do here, I mean, you could keep it like that. It looks pretty cool because it spans across, right? But what I want to do is go to the top class name, and I'm going to go ahead and say that this one should have an overall max width constraint of 7XL, and I want it to be MX Auto. Right now, as you can see, bam, we get this lovely centered display, which goes ahead and looks awesome on a phone, but on a desktop, it centers. The reason why you don't want it to span across is because imagine they're on a 4K screen. It just looks awful, right? It can't see anything. Okay, so we've got this done. So now I'm gonna start marking things out. So underneath this banner, right, which again, you can componentize, it's up to you. Underneath here, I'm gonna go ahead and have the posts. And then, yeah, so that would basically be where the post would be seen. So these posts, right? These will be fetched from Sanity CMS. So we're going to go ahead and set that up in a bit as well. Okay. So at this point, we need to do that. We're going to do that in just a sec. And I'm going to show you now, the first thing that we should possibly do is we could do it on this screen, to be fair, first. Okay, let's actually do it on this screen first, right? So what I want to do now is I'm going to start the interaction with Sanity. So heading over to our Sanity code base, let's go over to Sanity YouTube. Now, what you want to do is we're going to come back to this in a sec for the settings portion, where I'm going to need the API settings and the keys. I'm going to create a token over here in a bit as well when we go ahead and add mutations. But what I want to do is I'm actually going to spin up the Sanity server. Okay, so I'm going to cut my old Sanity server that I had running elsewhere. And to basically run the Sanity Studio, I'm going to create a new window, new terminal window, and I'm going to type in. So I need to go ahead, and if I type in ls, it shows all the files that I have around me, right? So as you can see, Sanity YouTube is one of those files around me, right? So make sure you go into Sanity YouTube. So Sanity YouTube is the one, so you'll probably have to do CD if you're using OnMySSH, you don't have to. So now I'm inside of Sanity YouTube, and as you can see, inside of Sanity YouTube, we have our own package JSON. So it says like its own mini project inside, right? So we're going for a mono repo structure, right? So at this point, to start things off, you would have done Sanity login by now, but if you haven't, make sure you have. We've already done Sanity init to set the things up. So now what we want to do is Sanity start. This will spin up the Sanity Studio. So at this point, we need to go ahead and do Sanity start. This runs up our local studio. So at this point, we have two apps running. We have our Next.js app, which is running the front end, and then we have the Sanity Studio, which is our back end. Okay. So once you understand this, it should be pretty simple to get into. Go to localhost 3000. So I'm going to go ahead and click into this. And as you can see, it says connecting to Sanity, please log in. So what we need to do is log into the same account. I'm going to use my Google login. So at this point, I'm going to quickly log into my Google account. Make sure it's the same account right now. So that way you can go ahead and do access the details. Otherwise, it actually locks you out. All right, so it's actually pretty secure like that. All right, so at this point, what am I doing? All right. So as you can see, boom. All right. So here we can see we've got Sanity YouTube. So this is the introduction to the studio. As you can see, we already have some data types or schema sort of components inside of it. And what we can see is it's important to understand this bit. So on the left hand side, inside of schemas, you can see we have a few here. We have post, we have author, and we have category. Now, if I was just to look at post, for example, you can see this is basically like a blueprint, right? It's got the name, which is the post. That's the type here. The actual title that is represented on the screen, capital P post. The type is document. Now, I'm not going to go too far into the actual documentation of how this works, but I'm going to show you how to use it. The Sanity docs are pretty awesome, but once you use it, it will make a lot of sense, right? It's always funner to just use it and show. Now, if I see fields, you can see what does a post consist of. So if I was to create a new post, you will now see, and I can actually make these bigger and smaller and so forth. We can see a title, which is a string value. We have a slug, which is basically going to be the URL that goes ahead of our, when we're inside of, on the website. So in this case, if I go /post, You can see it's /post/ this is my first post, is the slug, right? We have the author. Now the author is of type author, so it references another schema which basically defines a author, right? So we're going to basically connect to that afterwards. And as you can see, it goes on. So we've got the image, we've got categories, we've got published at, block content. Block content we've actually defined, and this allows us to have basically rich text. And then we've got this preview down here, okay? I'm not going to get into the preview bit, but here we've got the main bits that we need to kind of focus on. So I'm going to go ahead and create my first post. So let's go ahead and say my first post. Right, and before we do that, let's actually create an author, right? You can actually do it here as well, so we can do that. I'm going to click generate, and it creates my first post. So if I haven't already created an author, which I could have done in the separate tab, I can click create new here, and it just goes ahead and embeds it and does it for us here. So it's really clean how we can do this. So at this point, I'll say Sunny Sanga, generate, and let's generate a slug for us. Drop an image. I'm going to quickly go ahead and find an image of myself right now. In fact, I'm going to do Elon Musk, right? So I'm going to go ahead and change the name to Elon Musk. So Elon Musk, generate. Okay. So at this point, bam, I've gone ahead and selected an image. We've got Elon. Now, bio, you can say I'm Elon. Oops, what's happened there? So we can say I'm Elon. Okay, exclamation mark. There you go. Right. And you can make it bold. You can do whatever you want. And also, so this is going to be that bio. You can pull this information. Now, this is in the draft state. So this is in a draft state right now. So I'm going to publish this change that we have. And as you can see now, I can use the author and I can go ahead and close that tab. So we've got the author, and I can reuse that in several future posts. Now for the image, let's go ahead and attach an image to our first post. So I'm going to go ahead and click upload. And for this one, I'm going to go ahead and try and find a, let's just go ahead and use one of my thumbnails, right? So I'm going to go ahead and use the medium clone thumbnail in this case, right? So I'm going to go ahead and pull in the medium clone thumbnail. So I just selected the medium clone thumbnail. It should come in soon. There we go. So you can see this is what we're building today. And you can see I've not done any extra logic to make, you know, the actual sort of uploading features and all that stuff. It just works really nicely by using these schemas, right? Categories you can add. I'm not going to cover categories too much today. Publish, that works. And then here for the body. This is the first post on the Medium build. Bam. Right. And then just to say, boom. Okay. And we can have an image in there as well. So I'll go ahead and pop an image in here in this article. Let's go ahead and insert an image. I'm going to go ahead and pop an image in. Pulls up a nice little kind of thing. And I'm going to go ahead and pop in the same image over here. So we've got this image as well inside, right? And then what you can actually do is you can click edit details. And what's really cool about this is you can actually hot zone it, right? So in this case, on a smaller screen, it'll look like that. But you can actually go ahead and say what it will zoom into. So let's make the full width the entire picture, right? So I can actually change this to, oops, where's it gone? Where's my circle gone? Let's go ahead and make this, yeah, the full thing, the entire picture. But the actual hot zone, you can actually change. So that way, when it zooms into the picture, it will go ahead and actually show only the face, right? So you see this, it looks pretty cool, right? But that's kind of a cool little extra feature. But in this case, I can go ahead and click publish. Okay. So that is it. That was literally got a post up and running, right? So in this case, we've got our first post. It's got an actual relational connection to an author. So if we look at the author, he's actually got his own post, and we can start doing queries based off of this information. Okay, so we've got the first post here. So I've actually published this now. So we now need to go ahead and pull this into our app. Okay, now I want to show you guys something. They have something called the vision tab, right? And this vision tab is really handy for going ahead and selecting certain things. So in this case, I've got a dummy thing that I was using over here, but I'm going to go ahead and simplify this and go ahead and show you how this works, right? So if I go ahead and just select, let's go ahead and say select all of the types. Basically, this is the grok syntax. So don't be afraid when you see this. When I first saw it, I was like, whoa, what is that? But then I tried it out, I got used to it, and it's actually really simple once you get the hang of it, okay? So check this out. So if we're gonna go ahead and say anything with the underscore is basically like a built-in attribute that is given by the guys over at Sanity when you create something. So the type is for the post, which is a schema type. You also have underscore ID, which is the ID which is assigned to that document and so forth. And anything that we have is basically just going to be like title, for example. Okay, so in this case, I'm checking for all the types where it's type post. Okay, I'm going to pull the ID. So I'm going to go ahead and select all the posts. So if I click fetch, we can now see it fetches me this. So the ID came back. But what if I want more information, right? So I can actually start just pulling things out. So if I want the title to come back as well, I can do Command Enter to go ahead and do a quick search. There you go, the title comes back. If I want to get the description, right, which we don't actually have at the moment, so I'll show you how to add a description. But if I want to get the slug as well, bam, just like that, I get the slug, I get the ID, and I get the title, right? Really nice, and it's super easy to query, right? So I'll show you how you can go ahead and do this. So what we need to now do is basically run this query from our front end and pull in the information. Now, remember I said it was connected to an author? So if we run this by itself, what if I want the author's details? Well, an author is pretty cool, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and show you how it looks when we have the actual sort of data structure and how we sort of reference it and pull information from it. So if I go over to the desk, which is where we have our authors, and I can see right here's the author. If I go to my post, you can see the structure was this. It was ID, title, slug. So title, slug, author. How do I pull this information, right? So in this case, all I need to do is type in author, and then I do this arrow. Okay, and this arrow is basically the syntax to then go ahead and pull the information out. So in this case, an author has a name and an author has an image. I hit enter, bam, just like that now, I have the name and I have the image. And this is of type asset, which we can go ahead and use a special function to go ahead and pull this information from. Okay, so looking pretty neat right now. Okay, so you guys can take your time with this. Go ahead and do this when you feel ready, and do not feel freaked out, right? This is naturally where I'm going to see people freak out and be like, oh my God, I don't know what's going on, right? So at this point, this is how we basically go ahead and query. So now I need to go ahead and basically make a connection to the Sanity client. So what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and do Command B, and I need to go to my upper level. So I like to click this button to go ahead and shut everything off, package.json, and I'm going to go ahead and create a Sanity file to go ahead and connect to everything from. Okay, so this Sanity file is going to be here, much like we do Firebase.js. I'm going to do Sanity.js. Okay, now here I've got some sort of code that I've got from a demo or sort of an example on the Sanity website, but I'll explain it. But honestly, I'm not going to go line for line because you can grab this online as well, right? I'm going to show you how to get it as well. So in this case, I need to install something called Next Sanity, right? So Command J. So you can see I've got my two apps running right now, Sanity Studio, Next.js. I'm going to pull up a third, right? Well, in this case, it's pulled it in the middle. And I'm going to go ahead and say npm install Next Sanity, right? So I'm going to go ahead and make sure you can see that npm install Next Sanity. And as you can see, so Next Sanity installed. Nice. So now I can go ahead and pull in some useful functions from this. This is going to be like our configuration file. Okay. So first thing I want to do is create something called a config. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and show you what the config looks like and then explain it line by line. Okay, so this is our config. It's literally an object which starts here, ends here, and it's got 4 things inside of it. It's just got some comments in, right? So we can find our project ID and our data set inside of sanity.json. Now, where do we find this? Basically, if I do Command B, and I go into my Sanity folder that was created, and I go down to sanity.json, I can see my project name is here, and my project ID is here, and the data set is here, right? Now I'm gonna go ahead and actually add these to my environment variables, okay? So Command B, I'm gonna go close everything off, go to my package.json level, do .env.local. And this is basically where you store your environment variables, such as your IDs, okay? So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and pop this underneath. So I'll split the terminal. And what I want to do is I basically want to have my, where's it gone? I'm going to go to my Sanity YouTube, Sanity JSON, pull it up here. So I'm going to get my project ID and my data set. So I need 2 things. The first one I'm going to do is call it next_public Sanity dataset, right? This one, I'll explain the next public part in a second, but the dataset is going to be called production, right? So in this case, you don't need the quotes. You can just do production. And then the next one I'm going to do is Sanity project ID. And this is going to be this one right here. Okay. So I've got these 2 environment variables set up. Now, what we're doing here is if we just had the variable name without next public, it's going to be visible only on the API for Next.js, right? So we're only for the API routes. This means your credential will never get leaked to the client. So if they were to inspect and try and console log it out, it would be undefined, right? So this is what they do to protect you out of the box. For the data set and project ID, it's not sensitive information. So I want this to be on the client as well because I do some querying with it. Hence why if you add in next public before the variable name in your environment variable, it allows it on the client and the API. Okay, so let's jump into this. So that's the two things we need. Now there is going to be a final one that we're going to use for, which is called Sanity API token. But this one, I'm going to go ahead and give you the value of this afterwards. Okay. So we're going to save that file, close it, Command J, and I need to restart my Next.js server. Right. So go down here and I need to restart this npm run dev. Anytime you change your environment variables, you need to go ahead and do this. Right. So we've got Sanity JSON over here. I'm going to close this off. Command J. And now what you can see is we've got our data set, which is basically going to try and use the one that we have, which is production. Otherwise, it will default to production. It uses our project ID over here and then the API version. This is the default one that we have at the moment. Okay. Use CDN is basically going to be, if it's in production mode, then it will use the CDN. Otherwise, it won't use a CDN. Now, CDN is basically a way of caching your website on local edge servers. I'm not going to go too far into it, but it's called a content distribution network. It means that your pages or your apps get served really fast from, imagine if your server was in America and they had a CDN server over in Europe. When somebody visits from Europe, it's going to cache in Europe, that edge server, and then it gets delivered from that network. That's how Netflix, that's how all these guys do it. They use CDNs, right? So at this point, we've hit save. We've got our config looking pretty decent, right? So we've got that config object. Now I'm going to go ahead and actually improve this. I need some functions that are going to use all this stuff. So the one that I need is firstly the most important. I need something called Sanity client. So what I'm going to do is export const Sanity client equals create client, which we imported over here. And I'm going to pass in the config. Okay. Now this is going to basically be what we use to fetch information, make queries, all this kind of stuff. But Sanity client, so you need that to go ahead and make a query to our Sanity CMS backend. Okay. So that's the one that's going to be probably the most important. Now there's also another thing. So remember I showed you guys that you can get the image. So for example, when I pulled Elon Musk as an author, came back with some weird data type, which was the image. So I'm going to show you a helper function, which is going to go ahead and extract the URL from the image, right? This one is going to be this function over here. Now these are in the documents, right? But this is basically the one that you need. So it's an arrow function and it's called URL4. It takes source as an argument and we use this function that we pulled in at the top, pass in the config, and basically you execute a function called image and pass the source through. So basically, long story short, I'll use this, I'll pass in the source that we get back from that query, and then it will give me an image URL, okay? Trust me, it's pretty simple once we use it, okay? There is another final one, which we're not gonna use right now, but it's probably pretty handy just to show you. Use current user. We're not using that today, but it's another helper function which I recommend, okay? So that is the config done. So with the config done now, I need to basically use that Sanity client to make a fetch from our local, right? So basically I need to go ahead and fetch from our Sanity CMS. So how the hell do I do this, right? So I'm going to show you two things today, right? On the home page, I'm going to show you something called a server-side render. This means anytime somebody comes to the home page, it's going to go ahead and render per request, right? So I'm going to explain Next.js in a nutshell, and this should be something which should help a lot of people out with their understanding with Next.js. I'm going to go ahead and do what I like to do. I like to have an empty terminal and kind of just draw on the screen. So with Next.js, right, typically we have React, right? So in this case, typically we have, let me go ahead and do this. Typically we have a React app, right? Now in a normal React app, we might have something like this, right? This is our window, and then the user comes to our website, right? Now, typically the entire bundle gets delivered to the user. The problem with traditional React without Next.js is that bundle can get pretty heavy, which means every single picture, every single page, every single thing that you need is inside of that one bundle. The bundle gets heavy. That's not good for when you start growing your app, right? So this is why Next.js is such a big deal, right? The reason being is because the user now, basically, think of it this way, passes through a middle server, okay? So let's think of this middle server as Next.js, okay? Now this Next.js server is basically just part of the interaction for the user, but they just don't know, right? So this is our user over here. Imagine they come to our website. Now, instead of getting an entire massive bundle delivered to them, instead now it will only give them the page, right? So it page splits. So this is why you'll notice that whenever we have our folder structure in here, everything's inside of pages, because if it's index.tsx, it's the home page. If it's search.tsx, it'll be /search and so forth. It makes it really, really simple to have pages. And we call this page splitting. So instead of delivering this massive bundle, we just give the page. So now if the user wants to go to /post, it will basically only go ahead and give that page. Now, there's different ways in which we can go ahead and render these pages, right? So initially, if we don't do anything, so if I leave my site right now like this, right, we call this static rendering. And what happens with static rendering is everything is essentially done on the, basically this page is pre-built at build time. So whenever we build and deploy the site, all the pages get pre-built. And this means that we can still have JavaScript running on the client, but that's kind of slow, right? That means that you're typically going to see some spinning indicator or some loader and all that kind of crap. And we don't like that spinning indicator, right? We want things to be fast, super efficient and so forth, right? So there's a few ways to eradicate this issue. One of them is to introduce something called server-side rendering. So we call this SSR, right? And what this does is, let's imagine the /post comes in, it comes through, hits the server. Now the server renders per request when we use SSR, right? So if we use SSR, this means it's going to render this out per request, right? So every single request that anyone makes, it builds the page on the server and then delivers the entire page over to the user, right? So it builds it on the client, which means that the user no longer sees this kind of like spinning indicator. It's just bam, they come into your site, the page was already built on the server and it just got delivered to you, right? So this is already pretty sick. And I'm going to show you this one first, then I'll show you the next level up, which is static pages, which can actually update every sort of 60 seconds, for example, and keep up with dynamic data. So pretty cool, right? So in this case, we're going to do our first SSR. Now to make SSR work inside of Next.js, it's actually pretty damn simple. You can go to the bottom or you can do it at the top. It's up to you. But basically, we just have to use a special function called get server side props. Export const, and we're going to call it, we have to say get server side props. Okay. Now here we go ahead and say asynchronous function, right? And what's pretty cool with this is basically where the server pre-builds the page. So this runs every request now. So this will basically make that route. So in this case, the /, this is the home page. This will change the home page route into a server-side rendered page route, right? So now every time somebody comes on, it gets built on the server first, then it gets delivered. So this is what's happening right now. And we're going to go ahead and create a query. Okay. Now the query that we're going to create is going to be one, which is going to be for fetching the information from Sanity. Okay, so let's head over to Sanity, and the query that I want to do is, I've already prepared this for us, is this one. So we're going to fetch all of the posts, hence this one here, all of the posts, right? All basically an array of posts. And I want the ID, title, author, blah, 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 and description, main image, and slug. Now description we didn't have before, right? So I'm going to go ahead and show you how we can upgrade our post to have a description now as well. So first thing we're going to do is over here, we don't have a description, yeah? So I'm going to show you Command B. Let's head over to our schema. Let's head over to our post, and over in our schema for the post, what I can now do is I can literally add in another field. Right? And it's pretty simple. All I do is basically do the same thing I've got here, and I can go ahead and say description. Oops, description, spell it right, like me. Capital D for the title, and then I can say string. Cool. And then what I can actually do is I can even upgrade the title and basically have something like a description for the title saying, keep the title short, man. So now if I hit save, watch how it rebuilds this, shows me a thing, and as you can see now, the title has keep title short, and we can have a description for that post. So this is the first ever post on YouTube build, on the YouTube build. Nice. right? And then you can see we're in draft state. So as you can see, it's always saving. So it's always actually real-time saving, but we actually want to publish this change. And now this change is made appropriate, right? So it's actually live. So at this point, we've got our schema, which has been updated, right? And I'm going to show you how to even add a new schema as well, right, in a bit. So this query right now, okay? So I showed you the query earlier, and let's go ahead and test it. So if I go ahead and paste this in, oops, not that one. I'm going to go ahead and get my original query, which was this right here, okay? So I've now got all of this information in. Let's go ahead and query. I can see I've got this. I've got the description now, the main image, the slug, the title, sick, right? I've got everything in. This is pretty good. So I'm going to copy this so we can test it here. And then I'm going to go over here to my query. I'm going to use backticks now, okay? So backticks is what I need to do, right? Backticks, pop it in. And then I'm going to go ahead and put a colon after this. Now this is basically going to allow us to have this query be executed. Now you can do clever things. You can go ahead and move the queries to another file, all that stuff, but I'm going to go ahead and keep it quite simple now. Then I'm going to say const posts equals await. And here I'm going to use the Sanity client. So I'm going to say Sanity client, right? And I need to go ahead and import the Sanity client. So let's just double check if we have actually got the Sanity client available to us. So Sanity, we've got our Sanity client over here. Yeah, we have. So I need to go ahead and import it. Sanity.js. Okay, I've done it in JavaScript. That's fine. Yeah, you don't have to have it all in TypeScript. That's fine. We can have a combination of the two. It's fine. Sanity client. I need to import this. So what I want to do is import the URL as well function, because I'm going to use that later as well. So import it from Sanity. It's one folder up, so I do 2 dots. Cool. And now we've got our Sanity client. Then I'm going to go ahead and say Sanity client dot fetch, right? And then I'm going to pass the query in. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to pass the query in. Now, how do I get the server-side rendered data back into the component? Well, it all works through props. So it's actually very simple to get working once we actually mess around with this. So what I now do is on the server-side render, remember this is happening at that server rendering step. So the user comes in, this is at this step where we have the server-side rendering portion, right? And then once it's done, the data, how do we get this over here? Well, we pass it through the props inside of React. So it's actually kind of simple if you know what props are. We say return. And if you don't, there's tons of videos on my channel about it. We return some props, and the props are actually going to be the posts that we just rendered. Okay. So with this done, what we can now do is go ahead and pull our props in through the top. So this is where the props come in, right? And as you can see, we get this new error, and it says parameter props implicitly has an any type. So as you can see, this is where TypeScript's saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. You can't just go gung-ho and start typing stuff in. You have to tell me what a post looks like, right? Because otherwise you're going to run into a bug at one point, and I'm not going to deal with that shit. So this is how you basically fix it, right? So at this point, what we do is we have to define what the props look like, right? So we can go ahead and say props. Now I'm going to show you how to go ahead and define a type. So in this case, we can call it a type, or I'm going to show you interfaces. Now, interfaces are better than types because you can do something called extending. Basically, you can inherit types from other types. I'm not going to get too far into it, but we're going to use interface. And we're going to say define basically what do the props look like? Well, in this case, we've got posts that come in. So these posts, and this is going to be an array of type post, and we haven't actually got the post already. You know, you can write it like this, or you can actually write it like this. Oops. Or you can write it like this, post array. Both work the same way, but I kind of like it like this. Now I'm going to go ahead and create this type, but I'm not going to create it in here because I'm going to need this actually shared amongst different files, right? So I'm going to go back to my top level where I've got sanity.js, create a new file, and I'm going to call this one typings.d.ts. Right, and what this means is it's a definition TypeScript file. Okay, so this definition file basically is how we go ahead and store our type definitions in an external file. So here I can say export const, and I can export interface, and I can go ahead and define what a post is here. Right, so in this case, I've actually gone ahead and defined it. So the first 3 things that we have are the ID, the created at, and the title. Right, and I found all of these things over here, right? So you can actually see where we get these from. We can actually see it if we go into post over here, and I go into inspect, right? You can actually get all of the data fields over here. So this is actually how you check it, right? So I'm basically going to, and you can add in the additional ones like rev and all those things as well, type even if you want. I've only added in a couple, right? Even for the author, where we had a nested structure, right? This one you can go ahead and add in something like the name, which is a string. And we can also have the image, which is a string as well, and so forth. And basically you can keep on defining your structure, right? In this case, I'm going to go ahead and push these in here, right? So we've got the description, the main image, asset, which has a URL inside of it, slug, which has a current string inside of it. And this just means it's an object with a current inside of it. And then the final one, body. Body is just an array of objects. So we're going to keep it super sweet and simple, right? And again, you can take your time, research TypeScript if you don't understand this, but this is just defining what a post looks like. And you'll see why this is really good in a second, right? So if I go back to index.tsx and I import this now from typings, you can see it stop complaining, right? Now what's cool, if I type in props dot, you can see I got posts and it knows that it's an array. So I get all the array functions, right? Because we've said it's an array of posts over here, okay? So what I can actually do here is I can destructure and I can get the posts out. So we already get this and we can have destructuring with TypeScript. So it's really looking really good now. Now our code is extremely robust, right? This means that we're less likely to make errors in our code, which are going to show up in production. So we have the post looking pretty good here. Now, what I'm going to do is just test that I get anything back. So I'm going to do console log posts and I'm going to check the output and see if we're actually getting anything, right? So as you can see, if I do F12, so I inspect, and I go ahead and do a refresh. Let's go ahead and see, do we get anything back? Aha, so our server-side render worked. The information came back. And as you can see here, we've got the first thing, but all of the information that I actually queried back. So we got the main image, the author, so forth. And this is all correct. This is everything we needed, right? So I'm going to use this post now, or this array of posts, to render out the posts that we see on the home page. So all of this stuff, right? So all of this stuff I'm going to go ahead and build now, even with a nice little hover effect. Okay. And we're even going to have the author's picture on there as well, right? So it's going to be pretty cool. So over here, we're going to go ahead and close this and I'm going to go ahead and build. Ooh, okay. Come on, B. So I've got my posts. Posts are good, right? Now, what's really nice about Tailwind, about TypeScript, is that it actually allows you to code more efficiently once you have your types done. So now that I've done my types, I can safely access the posts and know what I'm dealing with. So it actually allows me to code pretty fast. So here I'm going to have a div with all the posts in. I'm going to map through all the posts. So I'm going to say post.map, basically goes through every post, and every single post, I'm going to go ahead and return some JSX, right? Now in this case, I'm going to have each of the posts is actually going to be a link. So I'm going to import the link component from Next.js. And that link component is going to have a key. And the key is going to be post dot. And as you can see, I get my autocomplete because I have the TypeScript definitions in, right? So TypeScript is so sick like that because it allows us to have all this handy stuff. So you can see I can already code pretty fast and be sure that it's correct, right? Now we need the href. Now the href here is going to be post dot. And in fact, what I'm actually going to do here, I'm going to do backticks. And the reason why is I'm going to go to the /post/ whatever slug is associated with that post. So I'm going to say post dot, and then we've got the slug. And then here is slug.current, right? So as you can see, looking pretty good at this point, right? And it's already kind of working. If I do a div inside of here, and inside this div, I'm just going to do h1, I am a post. I just want to check something. And you can see I'm a post shows up. And it's actually a link that went through to my first post. So it actually is working at the moment. We just need to make it look better, right? So first thing I want to do is put the image out. So for the image, I'm going to pop out the image and I'm going to use that handy function that I created earlier, the URL for function, okay? I'm going to do URL for, right? And as you can see, we imported that earlier from our earlier Sanity helper. I'm going to go ahead and push in a file here. So I'm going to say post.mainImage. Okay, and I'm gonna do dot afterwards and say get me the URL. Okay, so this source right here is basically gonna go ahead and the reason why this is complaining is because it's saying it could be a string or it could be no. So I'm gonna basically ensure that it's not no by adding a exclamation mark over here, right? And you could even protect this another way, and you can say only render this block if there is a post.mainImage. This is another way of rendering a protected block. So you could even do it this way, right? But in this case, I just want to be a bit gung-ho with it. So if I click save now, let's see, bam! That's coming straight from Sanity CMS, guys, and it's a clickable link. That is sick. It's working, right? It's working pretty good. right? And you can see we didn't even do much to get the crazy functionality that we have so far. So sick, right? So inside of here, I've got another div, and over here, I'm gonna have a few things. So now I wanna basically go ahead and build this bit out. So I'm gonna have the title and so forth with the author's picture. So inside this div, I'm gonna have a div with 3 p tags inside of it. So p times 3. And the first one is going to have the post title. Well, it's actually going to have 2 divs inside of it, right? The first one's going to be post.title. The second one is going to be post.description. Actually, it's going to be the post.description by the post.title. So it's going to be like, you know, this is an awesome thing, blah, 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 by the author's name. Right, so you can see it's looking pretty good, right? So in this case, look, my first post looks sick. Okay, cool. So outside this div now, I'm going to create another image tag, and this is going to have the author's image inside of it. So here I'm going to have the URL for function that we had, post.author.image is the source, and I'm going to say get me the URL. So you can see how like a little bit of help from these functions actually goes a long way. The exclamation marks to ensure that it's not going to be a or no value. Okay, look at that. So we've got the big picture. So we've got the main picture plus this one. So now what I'm going to go ahead and do is size it up so it all looks better. So I'm going to give this a class name of height of 12, width of 12. Hit save. Bam, that's looking better. Rounded full to give it a circular look. Looking pretty nice, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and for the outside div with the p tags inside, I'm going to go ahead and leave that one. It's this one I'm interested in. I'm going to say flex. So now it's gone in line. Justify between to give it space between the two. I'm going to actually give it a padding of 5, and I want the background here to be white. I'm going to force it to be white, right? And just to see it, if I did red 500, you'd see that's the one. So I'm forcing this to be white. Okay. Now for the image, I'll give it the effect afterwards, but let's think about this. I've got my div over here. I'm going to style this out pretty sick. So we're going to go ahead and say for this one, on the small screens, right? Okay, so this is actually a bit of a bigger sort of overall picture. So let's start off with the outside. The reason why this is a bit more sort of nice or complex is because on the small screens, I want a grid column of 1. So it's 1 column. And then on the medium screens, I get a column of 2. And on the large screens, I get a column of 3. Okay, so I'll show you how to do that. And as you can see, everything kind of resizes accordingly and does its thing, right? So at this point, what I'm going to do is make this a grid. So it's a CSS grid. By default, as I mentioned, it's 1 column grid. Okay. Now, as we get onto the small screens, it's going to become a grid with 2 columns, right? So grid with 2 columns, right? As it gets onto the large screen, it's going to become a grid with 3 columns. It's so easy to use this with Tailwind CSS, right? Now I'm going to increase the gap between all the children of 3. So this gap right here is 3. And then I'm going to give it a padding. On the larger screens, I'm going to go ahead and actually, on the large screen, I'm going to say on the medium screens and above, the gap should increase to 6. And I'm going to give it a padding of 5, or in this case, padding of 2, right? Padding of 2. So that way it gets a little bit of padding on the external sides. And on the larger screen, a padding of 6. So you can see how I'm applying all these styles. Very easy, right? Extremely easy to do this. And it's not really kind of like throwing me off or anything like that. But as you can see, if I increase the size, automatically we go to the 3 segment, right? And here in a second, I go to the 2 column. So this is 2 column. This is a 3 column. And in the smaller size, it's a 1 column, right? So already looking pretty nice. And look at that. And it keeps the sort of nice constraints in place. Everything looks awesome. So we've got our grid in place. Let's go to this div. Let's go ahead and style this div out. Now, this picture right here, I want to have it, the width should be 4, right? It should be object cover. And the reason being is because I want to kind of scale in and scale out and do that kind of cool stuff with it. Actually, no, this is actually for the images. This one I'll leave for a sec. I want to style the image first, right? So I'm going to say it's a height of 60. But you see how that changed it, right? What I need to do is height of 60, but a width of 4. And that keeps it there. Now, for this one, I want to do object cover, right? Which means that it's going to basically scale in to the sort of the article. The reason why is because it's kind of a cool way of displaying it, right? You can do however you want it, right? But that's kind of how I'm going to do it right here, right? So in this case, we have this object cover. I'm going to say when I hover over any of this, I want it to scale in. So not just the image, but when I hover over any of it, see how the image scales in only. So the way I do that is I set the entire div to a group. And I say when I'm hovering on the group, so group hover, then I can apply the styles. So in this case, I'm going to apply a scale of 105% when I hover over any of this group. So if I save it now, you see, look at that. When I hover over it, it's getting 105%, just the image when I hover over the entire group. So that's how we do it. And then what I'm going to say is I want that to be smooth. So I'm going to do transition, transform. So any transforming, and it's the one that we just did. Duration 200, cool. And I'm going to say ease in, ease out, which basically means it's going to ease in and out. There we go. Looks pretty nice, right? And then final little creme de la creme piece to this is I'm going to make it have a cursor pointer over the entire div. So this one is going to be cursor pointer. And as you can see, as I highlight over it, looks pretty nice now, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and actually make this a bit more sort of visible. So in this case, we've got this nice little border as well, right? So the border here, I'm going to go ahead and apply with the following. I'm going to say border, rounded should be large, hit save. Now we've got a nice little border in there. And yeah, I think that's good for now. I think that's pretty good for now. Yeah, looks pretty nice. Right, so we pretty much have the exact same over here. Nice, looking good, right? The only thing is that image, right? So that image, I need to go ahead and say that that also has a border. In fact, you see there's overflow here. So if I don't want this to come out of the picture like it's doing, right? All I need to do is go ahead and go to my div and say overflow hidden. So overflow hidden, and now you can see it crops it inwards. So that's how you keep that retention, and looks pretty nice. We just need to change the text, and then we're almost there for the home page, right? So here I'm going to say text should be large, cool, and I'm going to say the font should be bold. All right, looking nice. And then the p tag over here, I'm going to make the text extra small. Right, nice. All right, look at that. Who's liking that so far? I think that's pretty damn good. Right, nice. And look at that. Looks exactly the same. Bam, works. Right, looks really good. Now, the next bit we're going to do is probably the really kind of awesome feature about Next.js, which isn't taught much as it should be. ISR, right? Basically, this stands for Incremental Static Regeneration. By the end of this video, you should know what it means. You should know how to use it. Basically, the goal is this picture right here, right? This kind of, article. When I click it right now, I get a 404. Right. So what I want to do is make dynamic pages, which basically are determined by the slugs. So it's going to say /post/ a dynamic slug. So this slug over here was determined by, that's the actual main medium. It was determined by, if I go to my post, it was determined by this value over here. Right. So depending on what the post slugs are, I basically want to pre-build all of these pages, right? So what do I mean when I say pre-build? Well, I want to basically have it so that when I deploy my app, all of the pages which basically belong to a post should be pre-built. I want them pre-built. I want to cache them. And this means that if anyone comes to my site, it's immediate. That blog is going to be up and it's there. Now, if you have dynamic data, you get into a sticky situation here, because what can happen is when it's built at build time, that page was fresh for when it was built, but about 10 minutes later, something could have changed. Now you have a stale or old cached page on your website. That's a problem. So you can fix this by using server-side rendering, but it means that every time somebody renders in, or every time somebody makes a request into your app, it's going to go ahead and render that page. That's a bit of a problem. So I'm going to show you how we can have static pages which are cached, and then combine that with the magic of basically refreshing that page every 60 seconds. So the cache is never going to be stale for longer than the period that you define it as. That's how you get the best of both worlds. And it is a game changer once you get it working. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and go back to our code, and I'm going to create a page which is going to basically represent /post/ any page which lives at that root. Okay, so what I do here is that inside of the index.tsx, I'm going to go ahead and create a folder and this folder is going to be called post. Okay, and this is basically because that's our root, right? Inside the post, I'm going to have this special syntax, which is going to have square brackets. I'm going to say slug.tsx, right? Now, this probably looks a bit weird, but what this does is it's inside the pages folder. So this actually corresponds to /post / a dynamic value, and the variable name is going to be slug. So we can tap into that variable name. So _rfc to make our component quickly. I don't know why that's playing up right now, but okay. And the only thing we need to change is this bit. So I would call this post, get rid of this. And now we can go ahead and start building out this dynamic page. Okay, so what we're going to be doing, and also I forgot to mention, we are going to be using React hook form today. I'm going to go ahead and show you how to use a React hook form, which we used in the Gmail clone to actually help us go ahead and do validation on forms. Okay, so at this point, we're going to go ahead and actually have the post itself. We're going to do some server-side rendering, or not even server-side rendering. We're going to actually prefetch all the data. So two things we need to do, right? Two things we need to do is basically we need to go ahead and tell Next.js how it knows which posts exist, right? How does it know which page to go ahead and pre-build these pages for, right? We can't just magically guess that it's going to know it. And I don't want to do it server-side rendered way. So how do I go ahead and do this? Well, we have to use a special function called getStaticPaths. This is going to allow Next.js to know which routes it should pre-build in advance. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this one done. So first thing we're going to do is create a function called getStaticPaths. And the way we do that is we say export const getStaticPaths. And this is basically the function which will go ahead and tell Next.js how to figure out which paths to pre-render. Okay, so first thing we need to do is import Sanity client from our code base. So we're going to go ahead and say import Sanity and the URL for which we're going to use. I've got the post itself, right? So I'm going to go ahead and change this to a main. I'm actually going to go ahead and put in, oops, what is that, main? I'm going to put my header in here. Right, so I'm going to reuse my header component. Just so it shows something, but the static paths, going back to static paths and getting caught off guard. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is inside of getStaticPaths, I need to pre-fetch all the routes. Okay, so the way I do this is I basically say const query, and I'm going to use a query inside of Sanity CMS, which is basically going to go ahead and find all the routes for me. Right, not find all the routes, but find all the posts for me. So I'm going to go ahead and use this query. So all I need is all the posts, and I need the ID and the slugs, right? So if I fetch this now, you can see I get the ID of all the posts and I get the slugs. Now what I'm going to do to make life a bit simpler is add a second post. So I'm going to create a second post here saying my second post description, another post, which is cool, right? Which is cool. Slug, let's generate the slug. My second post. The author of this one is Elon Musk. We're going to upload a picture. So as you can see here, I've got let's go ahead and do a Tesla thumbnail, right? Which is what I did before. So we've got a Tesla thumbnail and say, I just bought a Tesla to celebrate 100,000 subscribers, right? And if you haven't seen that video, check it out, right? Check it out. It's a lot of fun. So in this case, boom, I've got this. I'm going to publish. And now when I do this query, I'm going to go ahead and I should see that inside the results. So if I go to Vision now and I do this, bam, I get 2 items. Nice. I get the first post, the second post. I see my first post, my second post, and I get the IDs correlating to them. So I can use this information in this query to now go ahead and tell Next.js which routes to go ahead and pre-prepare for. So what I'm going to do now, backticks, boom, save. I've got the query over here. And then I'm going to go ahead and query it for it, right? So const posts equals, I'm going to go ahead and say await sanity client dot fetch the query. Okay. And this is going to be plural because we've got all the posts. Now, what I want to do here is I need to go ahead and figure out the paths, right? So the way that we need to provide the paths over to Next.js is we need to provide it with an array whereby each object has a key called params, and then it's going to have the actual path inside of it, right? So in our case, the param should have a key called slug inside of it. So I'm going to show you how this works. We're going to say const paths equals posts dot map, and for every single post, I basically want to go ahead and return an object. So I'm going to return parentheses, with brackets inside of it, right? And this means I'm going to return, directly return an object, right? And then inside of here, the first thing is going to be params. And the second one is going to be the param that matches up to this name. So the slug in this case, and I can actually go ahead and use our type definitions here. I can say this is going to be of type post. And now I can know that if I do post dot and I get all this, cool. So we know our slug dot current, awesome stuff, right? So what this is doing now is this will create a list of paths for me. And these paths will basically have the folder structure where it'll be kind of like this, an array of something here where it says params, and it will say slug post one, and then so forth, right? So it'll be this kind of structure, right? And it'll be an array of this, right? And it'll be my post second, my post third, my post fourth, and that's the structure that Next.js expects it in, right? So we're going to say return. I'm going to return the paths, and then I'm also going to pass something in here called fallback. And what I'm going to do here is use something called blocking. And I will explain this one in a bit when we use ISR properly. But this is basically going to block the page from showing, or it will show a 404 page if it doesn't exist. Okay, so just bear with me on that one. And you can read up on ISR if you're stuck, right? So at this point, we've got our pages being prepared for us, right? So the next step is you cannot just use get static paths alone, right? We've told Next.js which pages to go ahead and prepare, but now we need to go ahead and tell Next.js when it tries to prepare that page, how does it use that like slug or that ID to actually fetch that post's information? So I need to go through to each page and do something called get static props. You have to use get static paths with get static props, okay? So this is the next one. So we say export const get static props, okay? And this one is going to be, we're going to pass in something called get static props from TypeScript. So I'm going to do an import, and this pulls in the types from TypeScript. So this actually just imported get static props from TypeScript, which gives us all the type definitions. And this is an asynchronous function, yeah, which we're going to go ahead, and this is something called the context here, right? And we're destructuring it to get something called the params out, right? Now, get static props doesn't return anything yet, hence why it's freaking out. So at this point, I now need to have a pretty cool sort of, that was actually the one that I had, and knows that because I've got the code. But I'm going to go ahead and show you the query that we now need to do in order to get this working. So this one is a bit bigger, but basically this is the query that we're going to need. And I'll explain it. Don't freak out. It's going to be good. It's going to be fine. Okay. Don't get scared at this point. But what we're now going to do is we're going to go ahead and we've got underscore type equals post. And then we're going to say, and also where slug.current equals, and this is called a query, basically placeholder. So what this would actually represent is it will get converted to something like this, my first post, right? And what this does is it returns an array back to us, right? So what I'm doing is I'm just getting the first value back. Now, if I do this, I'm basically querying for the slug.current, my first post, and I'm getting back the first value, and then I'm pulling all these fields from it, right? Now, the one which we don't need just yet is this comments. We're going to do that later, but we got the ID created at title, author, description main, blah, blah, blah. And if I do this, I should get one. Aha, you see, I get the information back, right? So this gives me the information. If I don't do the 0, you can see I get an array of result, right? So we actually need to query for the 0, and that gives us back the actual, the object back, okay? So at this point, I'm going to use this. I'm going to use that placeholder syntax that I showed you, and I'll show you how to replace that value with a dynamic value, okay? So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say const query equals, and I'm going to use my backticks and paste it in. Now, slug, you can see, is in this kind of syntax. You're like, oh, I never noticed that one. Why isn't he doing the normal backtick syntax? Well, what you can do is you can say const post equals await sanity client dot fetch. Now, when I pass in the query, I can basically pass in values which will replace that, right? And it will make sure that it doesn't mess up the syntax. So I'm going to pass in something which will replace, and we actually need to pass in an object here. I'm going to pass in the slug value, which is this one. And what value do I want to give it? Well, I actually want to give it params dot slug, okay? And you can see here we have object is possibly undefined, right? So in this case, I can say, we know it's undefined, so it's okay, right? So you can say, if you know it's undefined, you want to be optional, you can do this. If you want to be sure that it's there, you can do this. The safer one to do is this one, all right? This will gracefully handle it, right? So at this point, we have all the post information for each page. So you can see what we've done here, right? This gives back an array of paths, which gives us all the slugs that we're going to need back. And this one actually uses those slugs to then fetch the information for each page, right? Now at this point, what we need to do is we're basically going to I guess we're going to protect ourselves, right? We're going to say if there was no post that came back, right? Then I'm going to do something called, I'm going to return a object called not found, right? And if you return an object called not found in Next.js when you're using fallback blocking as a type, this can be true or false or blocking. When you do this, it will return a 404 page. So we're kind of forcing it into that state. Otherwise, if it found the page, I'm going to do return the props, and the props are going to have the post, and that's going to be inside now as an argument, right? So to ensure that this all worked, right, my props come through here. I'm going to destructure it. And I'm actually going to say, or actually I'm going to show you a simple breakdown here. We need to define our prop types, right? So here I'm going to say interface, props, and at the top of the file, I'm now going to have the post as part of that, right? So it's going to be post, and this is going to be a single post object. Now, inside of props, I can see I have my post. So I can now destructure this and say, get the post out. Okay. And if I console log the post now, what we should see, right, if we've done it all correctly now, is we should be able to go to our website, and we should be able to go to /post/my first post, and hey, we don't get the 404 anymore. If I do an inspect, you can see I get an object back, which is all the information for that page. Now, this is the magic part where I need you to focus and give me some feedback if this made sense, right? We've got my first post, my second post, and that gave me back the second post information. And if I try and do my third post, which doesn't exist, it's going to say that there was no post found, which returns the not found object, and we should get a 404. So here is proof that it will literally only go ahead and pre-build the pages which exist. So it will only use the pages which exist. And the reason how it did that is it did that by basically first finding the pages which exist with get static paths. So it used this to basically find the paths or the pages which exist, and then it used get static props was the next function that runs, which basically populates the information for the page. So in this case, the second post works, right? That is damn powerful when you understand how that works, right? And if that did make like whoa kind of sense to you, smash the thumbs up button, because it is really powerful in what we're doing here. I'm going to explain the final part here, which is ISR, right? So if we just did that, well, it will pre-build the pages, but we've still got the problem where it's going to pre-build it. But let's imagine 60 seconds later, somebody comes onto the site. Well, now it's going to be, and let's say they changed the blog, right? Well, it's going to be the old cached version that got built and shown on the screen, which means that any updates from that moment forward won't be represented on the page. So how do we now make it so that if the user comes in after 60 seconds or another user comes in after 60 seconds, it goes ahead and actually re-updates the cache and basically generates a new page? Well, I got your back, right? Check this out. So if here underneath the, here where we have the props being returned, all you have to do to add in this incredible functionality, which will literally keep updating the cache after these times, is add in something called revalidate. And this is what enables ISR, right? If we put in revalidate 60, this means after 60 seconds, right? After 60 seconds, it will update the old cache. Now, what will happen is, imagine if, the old cache version. Now, what will happen is imagine I'm the 59th second user and I just came in at the last second, I'd get the old page. Now imagine Jay comes in off like about 5 seconds afterwards. Well, I've got the type on fallback blocking. So it will literally have a blocking, like it will just be a little bit of a delay. You can actually have a loading spinner if you want at that point, but only for that person who comes in, it will show a sort of a loading state, or it'll just show like a kind of wait a little bit longer, but it will server side render that page after 60 seconds and then cache it. And then that one gets served for the next 60 seconds in a static fashion. And then after 60 seconds, it'll server side render the next page, cache it, and then that one gets rendered for the next 60 seconds in static fashion, right? So if you really want, 60 seconds is quite aggressive. You can have it as like a day or an hour, or like optimizing powerful stuff, right? Now that we've done that, we can accelerate, right? We can go really fast with the next bit. So now what we can do is build out the page, right? So I'm gonna now go ahead and build out this page over here. So Command B, so I'm gonna build this page now. So if I go to my first page over here, boom, I can see this. This is my first post, first of a kind article, and so forth. I'm now gonna have this on the screen, right? So I'm gonna build this out. So we're gonna get rid of our console log post. And because we already have this on a type, we can actually safely run now at this point and start coding things, right? Knowing that we have correct definitions and so forth. I have an image here. This image is gonna go ahead and have that handy function that we used earlier. So URL 4, let's go ahead and get the music up and get the energy back up, right? So URL 4, and I'm gonna say post.mainImage, okay? .url. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and ensure that it's there. So do the bang, bang, comes in, nice. And what I'm gonna do here is for the image, I'm gonna say class name equals width of full, height of 40, and object cover, so it doesn't stretch. Nice. And this is going to be like one of those banner style of things, right? So on the small screen, it kind of shows. You can mess around with it and kind of see as you want it, but I'm going to do this one, right? So this is going to be like the banner. So you can see at the top, we've got this banner as well. I'm going to do this one for this. And then I'm going to have for the main, that's good. Yeah. Right. Now we're going to have the article sort of syntax, which is pretty cool if you've never seen it. Here we're going to have a H1 with a post.title. Right, and then I'm going to have class name equals text for Excel, and I'm going to have a margin top of 10, margin bottom of 3, margin bottom of 3. Nice. Right, article over here, class name is going to be max width 3XL. I want to kind of limit the width. So as you see on this page, it's limiting the width. Right, and then I'm going to go and say MX auto to center it, so that way it's centered now. So if I go ahead and make this, oh god, if I go ahead and make this center, you see how it's centering that bit. And then we're also going to go ahead and give it a padding of 5, so it's not so close to the side. Okay. Now, next thing we're going to do, we'll do H2 post description. So here I'll do post.description and class name. And we were actually shouted out on a pretty sick video the other day, which was for the YouTube rewind, which was sick. I like that. All right, thank you for that guy who shouted out. I think it was William Candelian or something. It was a sick video, right? Text XL, font light, and I'm going to do text gray of 500, margin bottom of 2, right? And Abbas, we don't actually do state management. We don't need state management in this. It does it all with the server rendering techniques we use, right? Looks sick, right? Looks really, really good so far. Another post, which is cool. Nice. Now we're going to have the, underneath this, we're going to have the div. This has got the author block in. So this one here, okay? Now I'm going to say image, and then the source here, I'm going to go ahead and say URL 4, and I'm going to say that we have the post.author.image, right? And then here I'll say .url, right? So basically what I'm doing is I'm using our helper function again. I'm going to ensure that we have the string, so it's not undefined, and that will give us Elon, the author, okay? So we've got the class name. We're going to style this out a little bit. For this picture, I want to basically give it a smaller height and width of 10. So height and width of 10. And then I'm going to give it a rounded full look. So that will give it a much smaller sort of footprint on it, right? And then what we're going to do is have a p tag underneath, right? Font extra light, right? So this one's going to be super light. It's actually going to be the extra light that you're seeing here, right? So extra light, and I want this to be text small, right? Text extra small, actually. Small is good. And here I'll say blog post by, right? And I'm going to have a space, and here I'm going to say by post.author.name. So you can say blog post by Elon Musk. Okay, I'm going to zoom into this. And then after that, I'm going to say dash published at, here we're going to pass the date. So we can't obviously show the date, right? Instead, we can use next images if you want, right? So at this point, we're going to pass the date. So post.created at is the date. So here I say new date. I pass in the post.created at. So post._created at. And then what I do is I do .to locale. I'm not going to do date string. Locale string is the one that I want. Okay. And now what this does is it passes it as a string, which is pretty nice. It has the date, it has the time, looks pretty cool, and it's on your locale. Okay, so this looks pretty nice, guys. Right, next thing I want to do is style the div so it kind of comes a bit more in. So flex it so it comes together. Item center will center it on the y-axis, and then space it between it, space x of 2, and bam, we've done that. Right, next thing I want to do is where it says Elon Musk, I want to have that medium green. Right, so as you guessed it, or if you haven't guessed it already, I'm going to put a span tag here. So span tag, I'm going to grab the author name, cut it, pop it inside of my span tag, and then I'm going to span a class name style here. I'm going to say the text here should be green 600. Boom, we get Elon Musk in green. I love Tailwind CSS, right? Igaga says, what is ISR? Incremental static regeneration. A very powerful technique in Next.js. It's just game-changing stuff. If you want to know more, really take your time with this build and build it out and get ISR working. But if you want to know more, I teach it in depth in 0 to Full Stack Hero at papareact.com. Link is in the description below. Okay. So underneath the div, we have got the next step. So we've actually got this, another post which is cool. So now what I need to do is render out all this text. Right, so this text was actually presented inside of something called a rich text block. So if you remember, if I go over to the post and I go to my first post, here you're going to see over here at the body, how the hell do I put this on the page, right? Well, we're actually going to use something called React Portable Text, right? So I'm going to install this dependency, and this is one which has been built to work with Sanity CMS. And I'm even going to show you how their TypeScript definitions are outdated and how you can fix it and contribute to an open source project, right? Because they need to fix something, right? And I fixed it, but let's go here. And here I can do npm install React Portable Text. So let's go ahead and pop this in. While that's installing, we can go up to our top of our file, pop it in, import portable text, blah, blah, blah. All right, so at this point, Command J. Now, if I go under here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this new portable text. I'm going to have it inside of a div, and inside this div, I'm going to have portable text. So portable text, and this portable text has a bunch of things associated inside of it. Okay, so the first one is data set and project ID, and I'm going to use our environment variables to populate this. Now, as you can see, we get errors here, and it's saying it because it doesn't have data set or project ID inside of its TypeScript definition. So the way you fix this, which is a bit annoying, is you click into portable text, and as you can see here, what we have is some TypeScript definitions. They don't have data set and they don't have project ID, which they have in their documentation. So in a situation like this, which happens a lot of the time, trust me, I had it with Stripe as well, and I actually contributed to the source code. So you'll see me as a contributor to Stripe. Pretty fun. But what you can do here is basically add it in. So you can say data set. I mean, I wouldn't really, this isn't the best way to add it in, but you can add it in here. But if you update your node dependencies, it's going to change. But what I would recommend is make a pull request to their documentation, to their modules, and then basically get this fixed for the good. Someone can do it, right? And then who knows, maybe when you're watching this, it's fixed. I'm going to add it in here. And then I'm also going to change this to say const as well. Okay. And now, as you can see, we've added in the 2 values. And now if I go back to my TypeScript definitions, it will no longer complain about it because it has those definitions in there. We instead are missing a few other things. So in this case, what we're missing now is the content, which is the post body. So content equals the post body. And you guys can check out portable text, their documentation. It's pretty cool how they have it. We've got an empty class name, which we're going to have. And also something called serializers. Now, for serializers, you guys can pretty much feel free to copy me for what I have here. But what we basically have here is serializers are essentially how it basically takes an item when it goes across that array of objects, right? So that basically that rich text is an array of objects. It could be an image, it could be text. What does it do when it comes across a H1, for example? What does it do when it comes across a link, for example? Some of them, like images, already done, but here you can actually predefine some. So I've got a few examples here where we have an object, H1. We basically go ahead and render it out as a 2XL, H2 as an XL list, and so forth. So you guys can feel free to copy that as you wish. And for links, it's going to highlight them blue, right? So you can feel free to copy that. And then if you want to know more information, go to the React Portable Text documentation, right? But at this point, let's go ahead and check out what happened. So, I just bought a Tesla to celebrate 100,000 subs. Let's go back to our first post, right? And you should be able to see that it's working now. If I go back to the first post, bam, it's come up with the picture as well. So this is literally what we have here, right? This is the same thing that we have here. The post content, this and everything looking pretty nice. Or instead, we're missing one thing. Right now, it's too close to the top. So I'm gonna give it a margin top of 10 and that will space it away. So now we have the same spacing applied between the body text and this. We still got to do the comments, but overall, guys, we actually have the article in there and I promise you that's legit. So if I go here and I want to go ahead and basically copy some of my other text. So what I'm actually going to do here is go ahead and do something pretty cool. I'm going to take my text that I had at the other one. I'm going to copy it here. So that way you guys can see the first actual thing. So I'm copying that over. Did it work? No? Okay. I'm going to copy this stuff and see if it works. Paste. Okay. I guess we can't do that. That's fine. So I'm going to copy some of this over, some of this text over, for example, all of this text, and paste it in over here. There we go. That looks pretty cool. Publish it. Now we should have a bit more information on our article. Okay. And as I mentioned before, ISR, and because we're in dev mode, it would actually show us the non-cached version. But as you can see, that looks a bit more like an article now. Okay. So my first post, lorem ipsum, why do we use it? Boom. And then we've got the bottom bit, right? And what we now are going to do is have something called a mutation. Okay, so mutation is, and I kind of want to do something, it's pet peeving me a bit. I'm going to upload a better picture for that top title or for that top bit. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to something like the 0 to full stack hero. There we go. I'm going to publish a new banner and publish it. And now what we should see if I refresh now, sorry. Refresh again. Right, I need to, it's cached it, so it's going to wait 60 seconds. Maybe I haven't published this one, the change. Yeah, I didn't publish the change. There we go. All right, so if we refresh now, I should get a new picture. There we go. This one's nicer. There we go. Nice banner. Okay, cool. So it's pretty cool. Mohammed says, I enjoy it. It's the way you teach is cool and relaxing. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Almost at 1,200 likes. This is what we want to do. So this is looking pretty sick, right? So we've read the information from here. We're using ISR. We have a responsive build already, which is looking pretty damn sick. Like, look at that, right? That is nice for a blog, right? And then we're going to now add in the final part, which is an API interaction, whereby we are going to go ahead and use React Hook form to implement this form. And then we're going to go ahead and basically have validation. So that way we have to go ahead and do it. And then we're actually going to have the ability to push this information to the database and then render it over here. Let's get this comment section built out. Okay. I think we're doing awesome on time as well. All right. How are we looking, Jay? Right. Is it worth learning TypeScript? Hell yeah, it's worth learning TypeScript. Right. So at this point, at the bottom, I'm going to now have I'm going to firstly have a horizontal line after this. I'm going to have a horizontal line after my article. And this horizontal line is going to go ahead and say max width. I'm going to just show you guys what I put in. Basically, I'm going to go ahead and pop in this class name, boom. Max width, large, margin Y of 5. Oops. And MX auto border yellow 500. There we go. So now I've got this nice little line at the bottom, right? And then I'm also going to go ahead now and have a form. Okay. So for this form, I'm going to go ahead and say, get rid of the action. But this form is going to go ahead and have labels, span, and input. And it's going to repeat this a couple of times, right? So a label is going to have a span and an input. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. So span and an input. There we go. And an example of what the hell this is basically the first one will say name, and that'll be the label, sorry. And then the placeholder here will say something like name, or John Appleseed, right? So John Appleseed. Right, so we can hit save. Now you can see I've got a name at the bottom, right? So what I'm now going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to copy this a few times. Bam, bam, bam. So we're going to have this instead now for the name, the email, the comment. And then I'm also going to have just those three things. Name, name, email, and comment, right? So name, email, and comment. And this final one is going to be not type text. It's going to be actually long text, I believe it was, or what was it? It's going to be text area, not input. It's going to be text area, right? And it's not going to have this. So you see Typescript's picking up on errors. We're going to say rows of the text is going to be 8 rows that you can type in. It's going to be like a bigger block of text. Now that looks awful, right? What we have right here. I want to make this look a bit nicer. So what I'm going to do now is, firstly, for the form, I'm going to style it a little bit. And this form, I'm going to go ahead and say that it's a flex column. So now everything should go in a sort of, in a row in that sense. We should say padding of 10, margin y-axis of 10. So it's got some space to breathe. We're going to go ahead and give it, padding of 5. Let's go ahead and padding of 5 in this one. Max width, I'm going to give this a max width of 2XL. Center it with MX Auto, and then I'm going to give it a margin bottom of 10. So that way it should be a bit more spaced out. Okay. So now we've got the comment, the name, and so forth, right? We're going to get this looking like this, right? So, yeah, pretty sick. Okay. Let's carry on. So we're going to go ahead. So everyone's asking how important is TypeScript? TypeScript is important because it's a way of writing robust code. That's important, guys. Don't underestimate robust code. Okay. I'm going to add some headers in underneath the form title, so you guys can feel free to pop these in. This just says enjoyed the article, leave a comment below, and a horizontal line. Okay, so now you can see we're starting to get to this level. Okay, you see end of the article, we got a line, leave a comment below, and then we just need to make it look like this. Okay, so for this one, the labels, right? Now you can go ahead and do what I've done in the past and actually go ahead and make a utility class, a custom one, but I'm not going to do it in this one because I've done it so many times before. But I'm going to use this nice little cursor trick where I hold Option and click several places, and I get this multi-cursor. In this case, Command D does the same trick if you highlight on something. And I'm going to do margin bottom of 5. So I've typed in 3 places. You can see we've got a bit of spacing between the components now. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and style the span tags. So these are all going to be gray pieces of text. So I want these to all be gray. So span are going to be class name text gray, and I'm going to make it a 700, so a dark tone. All right, and a slightly gray. Let's see if we do 100. Yeah, so it's definitely gray. So inputs, and the text area. So inputs and text area, I'm going to give a class name, and I'm going to start styling these up. Now, each one actually has the same styling. So again, you can do the same thing. You can make custom utility classes, but I'm going to show you how I do it now. So I'm going to do shadow, which we've got a nice little shadow. I'm going to give it a border. They're going to be rounded. I'm going to give it a padding Y of 2, padding X of 3. And this is going to be a form input field. So we're actually overriding the form input styles. This is something in Tailwind CSS version 3. Margin top 1. We're going to give it a block style. So boom, already looking pretty nice. So that way it'll take up its own width. Block elements basically take up their own width. We give it a full width. I'm going to give it a ring yellow of 500. And then I'm also going to go ahead, and that's actually that done. So it looks pretty sick, right? I'm going to go ahead and just stop that. So we've got name, email, and so forth. Now I think the actual ring thing was, if I do this, yeah, there we go, ring, right? So you can do ring focused, I think it is. Is it focus? Ring, no, focus outline 0 sign. Anyway, we'll keep it as that for now. Yeah, but you can change the color of that if you really want to. Forgot it was off the top of my head. But this final one, I'm going to change as well. So this one's going to be, this input is going to be this one, sorry. We're going to go ahead and say that this has got a shadow, it's got a border, it's going to have a rounded, and then padding Y of 2, padding Y of 2, padding X of 3, so a bit more spacing. And then I'm going to give it a form text area. So this is actually a nice one that comes out of the box for Tailwind. Margin top of 1, hit save. And then block width full, and you'll see that this will take up a new line because it's a block element now. Very quick way of hacking that together. Ring yellow 500, ring yellow 500. Cool. All right. So looks pretty cool. And that immediately, look at the UI on that, right? Compared to the one that we had like before, massive difference, right? So what we can also do now is have it. So I think, you know what, that's bothering me, but let's do outline, none, ring. Okay, so now we can do focus ring. Is it focus ring? Boom, your boy always comes through with it. That's how you fix it, right? So you can add those in, right? And now you can actually make the ring even smaller. Ring 1, ring 0, is it ring 0? That's fine. That's fine, I'm happy with that. All right, so let's take this one and put these in there because that was bothering me. I was thinking, what is that? Outline none. There you go. So now we get this nice little yellow effect. So bow, right? The theming is looking pretty cool, right? So at this point, how do I, in the most optimal way, hook up a form and do stuff with it, right? So I'm going to show you how to do this. So we're going to use something called a React hook form. So React hook form. I use this in the Gmail build as well. So you can go ahead and check out reacthookform.com to go ahead and get more information on this. But I'm going to show you pretty much how to use it. That's going to be the much more fun way of doing it. It's a lot more efficient when you're using this. Click get started, and you just have to install npm React hook form to get started with this. So Command J, npm install React hook form. While that's installing, I'm going to pull in my dependencies from the top. So we actually need the following from the top: use form and submit handler, right? So use form, use and submit handler is the ones we want. And what I need to do here is actually have a special register sort of a function, right? So use form. So in this case, I go here and I'm going to go ahead and say const, and I'm going to destructure. There we go. That's the one I needed. I actually need the register. I need the handle submit, and I need something called form state, which has the errors inside of it, right? Now, as you can see, let's go over here. This is basically going to give us, this is basically how we connect our form to do some cool shit with it, right? So I'm going to show you how we actually do that in a second. But firstly, we actually have to define the form fields in TypeScript, right? And I'll show you why. And this is basically going to level up our code as well. So I'm going to say interface. I'm going to say the iForm input. So you can call this whatever you want. Basically, it's just input form input or iForm. I don't know what it is, but as that was the name given to me. So we're going to give it an ID of string, and I'll show you where this is as well, right? It's going to be a hidden field. I'm going to say the name is going to be a string. And then we've also got a few more fields. We've got the email and we've got the comment, right? So these ones. So ID, name, email, and comment. And then this input field type, what we do is we use it as a template here. So now our form knows that it can only have these types. And by the way, if you ever want an optional type, you can do something like this. You can have name ? Which basically says the name isn't required. It can be also blank. In this case, we require all these fields. Now, the ID is the interesting one. You're probably wondering, well, Sonny, you don't have an ID field in your form. Well, what we're actually going to do is where we have the form, I'm going to have an invisible ID which embeds some information inside of it. So the one that I'm interested in doing that for is actually this one here. This one here. So I'm going to say input type hidden, the name is _ID, and the value of that field is going to be the post that got passed into this component. It's going to be that ID. So it's the page that you're on, it's going to be that ID. Okay. So this is where we use the magic register functions, right? Register functions. So you basically, this is the syntax we're going to do. It spreads out the register. It basically enhances our input field so it can do the connection to React hook form, which allows us to pull the data from the form in one clean sweep. In simple, all you need to do is go to all your input fields, bam, put it in and give this the correct names, right? Now this one's going to be name, but this is also a required field. So in this case, I add a second argument and say required true, and that's that done. I go to the second one, register, and this one's going to be email, and this is a required field, so required true. And then the final one is going to be this one, which is going to be for comment, and this is also a required field. Okay. Now what happens is if I try and submit this form and any of the required fields are left blank, what will happen is we will get a nice little validation fail or an error, right? And what this will come is it will come underneath here. So errors will return when the validation field, validation name fails basically. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a div, right? And inside this div, I'm going to have all the errors, right? So like you saw here, the name field is required, comment field is required. The way we do that is very simple actually. We just say errors.name. So that's for the first field, errors.name. And that comes in over here. So where we had the errors being pulled, that gets populated over there. So errors.name, if there's errors.name, then we just go ahead and render out something. So in this case, I can render out the following. Right, I'm actually going to do all three in one. So I'm going to go ahead and paste them in so it save a bit of time. Bam. Errors.name, pull this one out. Name field is required. Errors.comment, pull out the comment field is required. And the final one, the email field is required. Right. Each of these are going to be in a flex container where we do flex columns. So they're stacked up on top of each other. And I'm going to say padding of 5. Boom. Now, with that craziness done, if I go ahead and I need a submit button, how am I supposed to submit this field, right? So the final thing underneath that is going to be the input button for the submit. So input type is submit, and I'm going to have a class name. This one is going to be, let's put it afterwards actually. Looks weird there. So let's do class name. This is going to say, so BG yellow 500. And then I'm going to say when I hover over this button, yellow, sorry. When I hover over this button, I'm going to say BG yellow 400. Right. So already I've got a button here. Now when I hover over it, you see that the thing changes. I'm going to go ahead and say when I focus on it, the shadow should be an outline. So when I basically click it, and then I'm also going to do a few other things. I'm going to say that the focus should be shadow outline. And I'm also going to give the current focus, the ring, that little ugly ring, outline none. Right. Text should be white. I'm also going to say the font should be bold. So let's hit save on that. Already a few differences. We need the padding to change. Padding Y of 2, padding X of 4. Already looking a bit better. I want it to be rounded and I want the cursor to be a pointer. Bang. Right, and look at that, already looking sick. If I try and submit this, guys, it will, we haven't got the handle submit function hooked up yet, so that's why it's doing this. Pretty cool. We've got this. The next thing I need to do is React hook forms. Is basically we need to connect its way of submitting the form. So the way we do this is we go to our handle submit, which comes up here, and I'm going to create another additional thing called on submit. Right, so on submit, and what we do with the on submit function is basically where we would typically have a normal function, which is written something like this, on submit, something like this, right? What we're actually going to do here is use a special submit handler prop type, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say that this is of type submit handler, and we're going to pass in the input type that we've gone ahead and casted. So now it knows what to expect, right? And what we're going to do here is we're going to say async data. So inside of data now, it will know the data field. So if I do data dot, look at that. It knows exactly what fields are coming from my form. So this isn't from magic. This is from basically using their function and then wrapping it with our, casting it with our form input type. Okay. We're going to basically try and push the data to the backend. So in this, I just want to check something. I'll do data right now to see if it works. But if I try and submit now, oh, oops, I haven't hooked it up. I keep forgetting. So this on submit, we need to go ahead and go to our form down here. Where is it? Form here. And I want to do on submit. And I basically, I need to write it in the following way. I need to wrap their one. So handle submit and then pass mine in as an argument, right? So their function takes mine as an argument and mine is what handles the data. Now, as you can see, what's really cool about this is if I go down here, now, firstly, if I submit, boom, it actually starts reacting. So I can say sunny at gmail.com. And also, guys, make sure you have that as an email. I forgot to do that. This one is going to be type is email. There we go. So you have some validation there. And then comment is, yo, smash the like button and subscribe. There we go, subscribe. Nice. Okay, cool. Now if I click submit, boom, you see how it only submitted when all the fields were full, right? So now that data comes to me in a very clean function over here in the data. And as I mentioned before, if I do dot, all of these fields are perfect because of TypeScript. TypeScript just makes it so clean, right? It makes it super, super clean, right? So at this point, we're looking good. We're looking very good, right? So what I want to do is I want to push this now to the comments over on Sanity. So I want to push it as a data type with a schema. So on submit, what we're going to do now is I'm going to basically have the following. So I'm going to say await, and I'm going to have a fetch, right? And what I need to do is I need to make a fetch to a my API, which I haven't even created yet. And what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to create an endpoint called create comment, and I'm going to pass in the following. So it's going to be a method, which is a post request, and I'm going to pass up the body, and I'm going to stringify the data from the form. Okay. Now what this is basically going to do is I'm going to push this data from the form over to my API backend. And what this will do is do a post API request, a REST API we're doing, and they're going to pass the data. And what I want it to do on the back end is then go ahead and update the database and mutate it and push it in. Okay. So in that case, what we do now, Jay, we good? Yeah, I think we are. Yeah. So at this point now, what we're going to do is, there we go. Hey, from Lebanon. What's up, guys? I'm going to go ahead and say then, once it's finished, I just want to console log the data just to see that it all went through, all good. Okay, so, and then we're going to say, okay, then I'll show you how we do it afterwards, right? And I'm going to say catch afterwards if there was any errors. And just for now, I'm not going to go too far into it. I'm just going to say catch if there was any errors, console.log the error. Okay, and we can do some cool front end stuff afterwards. Now, next step is create the API endpoint. So in Next.js, because we have that intermediate server, we have a built-in API, and you can test that by looking at this hello.ts function, which gets built for us. What I'm going to do is create this create comment. So create comment.ts function, and I'm actually going to take this, right? And I'm going to go ahead and pass it over here like so, right? So it's literally going to be the similar kind of layout as to what I'm doing. But what I'm going to do here instead is I'm just going to call this function create comment, right? Or it could be handler, whatever the case. And then I don't need this data right now, right? But the request and response is perfect. That works for me, right? We get the request, response, and then what we do is we can do some stuff with it. And you can test this and prove that I'm not joking. By going to the localhost /API/hello, and you'll see that dummy request come back, the one that we see over here, right? So at this point, we can pretty much use this to go ahead and get things kickstarted off. Now, what I need to do is I need to have a config at the top of my file, which looks something like this, right? We have a config, we have the data set, the project ID, and then we have the Sanity API token, which I will give you in a second, right? I'll show you how to get it, All right, so we're going to go ahead and pull in our Sanity client, right? So you remember the one that I set up earlier, and we're going to pass it the config over here. Okay, so in fact, I think we don't actually need to pass in the Sanity client. I think we can actually just use the one that we had earlier and it would work. Although, no, I think we need the special one for this. All right, so in this case, what we're going to do is I'm going to install the Sanity client over here. So npm I Sanity client. And then I'm going to go ahead and import Sanity client here instead of using this one. I mean, you could probably try the other one, but this one works for me right now and I'm live. So I'm going to go with this Sanity client here, bang. And we've got our client config, cool. So we've got everything set up. I just need the Sanity API token. So what you want to do to get this magic token is go over to your Sanity dashboard, right? So this one, for example, go to your API tab over here, right? Go to tokens. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go add API token. And here I'm just going to type in YouTube, Sanity, and I want the editor token. This is the one which allows us to read and write access to all data sets with limited access to project settings. Okay. click save. Now I'm going to click save and then it will show me the token. So I'm literally clicking save now. It shows me the token. I am copying that token. Okay, so I have now copied the token and I am now basically leaving that. So now in my clipboard, I have my token. Okay, so the next thing that I want you to do is go back to your code, go over to Command B, go to your environment.local file, right? And what I want you to do is sanity.api token, so sanity_API token. Remember, it doesn't have next public, which means it's protected now. And I want you to paste in that code. So I'm going to hide it here. I'm pasting in that code, saving the file, and I'm closing the file. Okay, so I saved it. I put that code in, and then now what I'm doing is that variable, and I'm restarting my Next.js server because I changed the environment variables. So at this point, okay, we now have that code in play. We now have our API key up and running. And what we can do is we can start coding on the API. Now, the reason for that is that key allows us on our API, which is a protected zone, which is safe. It allows us to read and write to the database, which means that we can communicate with our API and then that will securely interact with the database. So what I can do here is now I'm going to go ahead and basically pull apart those 4 variables from the request body. Okay, so over here I'm going to go ahead and just I'm going to destructure. Let me go back here. There we go. Let's do something else. Yeah, I don't know if I like that old track, the one I just had. Right, so I've got the const ID, name, email, and comment. So JSON.parse request.body. So I'm basically destructuring those values from the form submission that I pushed through. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead, and I wonder if we can get to 1300 likes. Crazy, honestly. All right. And now I'm going to go ahead and just do a try block. And this is going to basically allow us to capture any issues that's going on. And then I'm going to say await, right? And here I'm going to do the following. So await export default. This needs to be an asynchronous function, right? I'm going to say await client.create. Okay. And inside this block, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in the following. So what I'm actually doing here is I'm creating a document in Sanity CMS, just like I was manually doing before. Right, so I was doing it here. I'm actually doing it in a programmatic fashion now. So I'm going to create a new type called comment, right, which we're going to have to create a schema for. So I'm going to go ahead and say comment, and then I'm going to say post is going to be of type reference. So this is a reference to another post, and what this means is it will actually go ahead and reference the entire object. So like a relational database in some sense. We've got a name, we've got an email, and we've got a comment. Okay. Nice, looking pretty good so far. All right, so we've got this in play, looking quite nice. And then I'm going to go ahead and say after this await, right? So outside the try catch block, no, outside the try catch, I'm going to catch the error if there was an error. And then I'm going to go ahead and say console log the error. Console log the error. And then I want to basically return a 500 status message with the error message inside of it, right? So I don't actually need to console log it, screw that, right? Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and return a message which basically says the following. It says 200, so all good, and it says comment submitted, okay? So hit save, and I'm actually going to go ahead and just add a little console log here so you can see it as well inside the, you'll see it in here. You'll see it when we actually do that now, okay? So at this point, our create comment endpoint is actually up and live, right? So this works, right? I mean, this hopefully works. Let's try it out. So what we're going to do now is pull open everything that we need. I'm also going to go over here and do this. Now, if we don't see an error message, we should be good, right? So I'm going to type in Sunny Sanga, sunny at apple.com. Yo, this is sick, right? Hit submit and boom. Okay. And you see in the server logs, comment submitted, right? Using Sanity without specifying an API. Okay, so we didn't specify API version. It's fine. We can do that here. But comment submitted. Okay. So where is my data then? So if I go to my document over here, my Sanity Studio, I can't seem to find my comment. This is because we need to update our schema so that way it knows to look for that. right? So this is actually pretty simple when we get this working. I'll show you how I do it. We go over here, we go to our schema, Sanity YouTube schema, and then I'm gonna go ahead and create a new schema. Now, what I'm gonna do here is I'll show you how to do this, and you guys can feel free to just copy it in, okay? So I'm gonna create a new file here called comment.js. And basically this is what you would have to put in. Now, basically the way I've done this is very simple, guys. All I've done is looked at a post and I've restructured it accordingly as I needed it. In this case, it's got a name, which is comment. The type is a document. The title is comment. The fields which exist inside of it, a name. Also this new approved, right? Which is basically means that people can comment, but until I, the moderator of my blog, approve their comment, it's not going to show on the site, because if it's a blog, I don't want harmful messages to be shown on the blog. So this is going to allow us to restrict that. Then we have email, comment, and post, which is a reference to the existing post. So if I do that and we refresh, we still aren't going to see our comment, right? We're going to see this and we're going to be like, oh, I thought I'd done everything. You know, why isn't it working? Well, we got one more update. We need to go to our schema. And as you can see here, what we actually need to do for the schema is we need to import our comment, right, as part of the additional thing. And then we just need to drop it in here. Now, when I hit save, rebuilding our Sanity Studio bundle, and we should see now comment, bam. And we should see the one that I added, and it should say, this is sick. Nice, right? So you see how that worked, right? So as you can see, it came through. So now we've got successful pushing that went through. That was a full stack kind of thing, right? Front end, we built the API, we communicated to our API, and then we went ahead and made a mutation to a Sanity CMS. So looking pretty sick right now, right? We did that. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna finish off the rendering part on the front end, right? But I also want some feedback, right? I also want some kind of message to show me if I actually had the submission go through or not. So what I'm going to do to make that happen in a nice way, I want it to say like, thank you for your submission, right? So in this, what we do is I'm going to create a piece of state which keeps track of. So I'm going to go here and create a piece of state. So submitted and set submitted. We're going to initialize the state with false. And what this is going to do is by default, it'll be false. But after you submit the form, what I want to do is I'm going to set submitted to true. Right? Otherwise, if there was an error, set it to false, right? So set submitted to false if there was an error, right? But what we can now do is rather than rendering the format or keeping it on the screen, I can go ahead and do the following. So this entire form, I can now do something like this. I can say, if submitted, right, then it should go ahead and render something else. It should render out the form. So I should grab this entire form, cut it, put it inside this block. And now we get a bunch of complaining because we don't have a submitted block here. So if I just put in H1, say submitted, right? And to test this is there, we can do A, let's do Andy B. Andy, there you go. Shout out to you, dude. .co, and we can say, yo, Papa Fam, and hit submit. And now we should see in a second, it says submitted. So now we can start styling this because we have hot reloading. So this is my kind of way of doing stuff, right? I like to just kind of mess around with it and build it as I see it. So in this case, I've got a div, and this will have a H3 inside of it and a P tag outside of that. Now the P tag here will say, or the H3 firstly says, thank you for submitting. And then we're also going to have, once it has been approved, it will appear below, right? So once it has been approved, it will appear below. So you can see this at the bottom, right? And then I'm also going to go ahead and style this so it looks a lot better than this. So flex column, very easy to go ahead and do that. Padding Y of 10, margin Y of 10. Okay, so it's gone ahead and pushed it down a bit. Background should be yellow, and I'm going to do 500. I'm going to do text should be white. I'm going to do max width 2XL. Right, and I'm going to say the margin X auto, so that way it centers itself. The H3 should be bigger, so it should be a text 3XL, and it should be bold, so font bold. Hit save, and bam, look at that. The difference is insane, right? Now, instead of padding, I'm just to make it all padding wise, so X and thing, there you go. Now look at that, thanks for submitting your comment. Once it's been approved, it will appear below, and if you come back to the screen fresh, it will no longer be, it would be false. You can actually add another one. So it'll stop you from like spamming the hell out of the thing, right? Now what I want to do is show underneath the comments, right? And I want to basically filter it based on the things which are going to be basically like approved only. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, do you remember that we previously had a query that we were using to go ahead and pull some information? So in this case, you can see the query that we had was this one, right? So what we can now do is enhance this query, introduce a new custom thing called comments, right? And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to introduce it here, and then I'm going to say this is going to be an array. Basically, I'm going to select things. So basically I'm doing like a subquery now. I'm going to select a few things, and what I want to do here is I want to make sure that I'm targeting everything which is of type comment, okay? And I'm going to make sure that the reference, the post reference, is equal to the ID of the thing which I am nested in. So in this case, the post reference, right, is going to be equal to so make sure that the post reference is equal to the like upper level ID. So basically this one, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and also ensure that approved is true, right? Ensure that the that the approved is true. So that means if I go ahead and check this now, oops, we've got an error here where I have the following. That's because I've not done. Let me just double check my syntax. Boom. There we go. Okay, so there we go. I just had a little typo. So now you can see there should be a comment on the first post. So you can see comments. Well, this one, did we comment on the first post? We actually did. So we're gonna have to see which one I actually added it to. Did I do it here? I don't know if I did do it here. Let's do abc.com, abc, submit. Cool. We got the feedback. Now if I do this again, we should be able to see a comment comes back with 0. Okay, interesting. So we need to have a look as to why this is happening, so we can figure it out. But in this case, post ref and ID. Let's have a look at the actual Sanity database and debug it. So if we look at our comment and we look at any of these, so if I look at this one, it is linked to the first post, right? In fact, I've probably just got a silly mistake here. So reference, it's because it's not approved, right? That's why. So I need to approve it, right? Good shout. So if I publish this one, so now it's going to come back in the visualization studio. So if I go here and I do it now, we go here and comments, there you go, it comes through. Now we're going to pull the comment in. I'm going to do one more so we can see, and I'll probably make this one a bit nicer so it's not spammy. Let's do this again. Let's go ahead and say Casper Birch, Birch.com. Thanks for the bug fix, dude. All right, there you go. Submit. Now Casper's made it in. Awesome stuff. And then I can go as a like moderator. I can come in, I can see Casper commented. Let me approve Casper. Oh, really awesome stuff. I can approve it. Go over here. And now if I refresh, we can see, if I go to my visualization tool and hit enter, I can see Casper's comment as well, right? So I'm going to copy this now. I'm going to enhance our code over here. So where I had previously done it, oh yeah, so I actually had it before. I forgot to take it out. So this is where we basically had it before. So what I'm actually going to do, oh no, I just did it now, of course, yeah. So we're basically going to keep it there, right? So this will pull the data in now as we've done it. So what I now need to do is enhance my post type definition, right? So if I go to my typings.d.ts, I now need to enhance this so that it knows what a comment is, right? So I'm going to go ahead and create a comment type. So down here, I've got the things which a comment has inside of it. Created at ID, rev type, updated, approved as a Boolean, and so forth. And then on my post, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say it also now has a comment, which is of comment array type, right? Now arrays, you can also do it like this, right? It really doesn't matter, right? But that's basically going to enhance it now. So now our code knows that it has comments. At this point, we have all of this pretty sick working, right? So what I can now do, just to prove, console log the post, go back to my build, command inspect, and I get the object, I get the comments come back. If I refresh, sorry, Let's refresh to see it one more time. And I see my comments now. Boom. I get the comments come through. So we can now go ahead and render it, right? So we can actually go ahead and render this out now and actually get this on the screen. So you can see where I'm going with this, right? It's moving pretty well. So at this point, what I'm going to do is underneath my code, underneath at the bottom next to my form. So underneath my form, I'm going to have the comments down here. Okay. So the comments, I'm going to have a div. Oops, a div. And inside I'm going to have a H3 and this will say comments. And then I'll have a horizontal row, like a line to separate, which will be like this, comments, and then I'll have all the comments listed out. Okay. So the way I can do it is I can say post dot comments. All right. So post dot comments. I want to show you guys how it works. Dot, and then you can see map because it knows about that what it is, right? So I can map through each comment and then I can go ahead and return the following. So not an object, sorry. I can return the following. And here I want to have a div with a p tag inside of it. And this will be the comment dot name. And it's going to have, comment dot name is going to say to the other person, or that the name is going to say the comment dot comment. There you go. And it knows that this is a comment because it was a comment type, right? So if I was to go ahead and do dot, it would have all the different comment sort of fields that we have, right? So it'd be Sunny said this or something like that, right? Now, if we hit save, we can see that Casper Birch, thanks for the bug fix. Yo, this is sick. Nice. We have the stuff coming up at the bottom, right? Casper says, thanks. Thank you, dude. Saved me a lot of headache with that one. It always comes in clutch when people do that, right? Yes, I really appreciate that. So comment dot ID, and you can see I can just comfortably code now knowing that these are correct, right? This is correct class names and it works. So if I do span here, by the way, I'm going to span around the name, and I also want to have this bit, and I'm going to go ahead and span some yellow text here. So I'm going to say text should be yellow 500, save. And now we're getting a little bit nicer. For the overall container around here, I'm going to firstly do, this should have a padding bottom of 2. This should have a text be for Excel. Hit save, boom, okay. And then the overall div, we're going to start to be flex column. And then I'm going to say padding of 10, margin Y of 10, so top and bottom. And then I'm going to show you guys a pretty cool Tailwind CSS 3.0 thing that they have. So max width to Excel and MX Auto to center it. But I'm going to show you the cool thing here, which is basically we can have a shadow, colored shadows now. So now you can have a yellow shadow if you want of 500. So in this case, if I do that and I add in the shallow, you can see that it's actually added that in. So if I do space Y of 2, right, I space the gaps, but you can see we've got a yellow shadow now. So if you want shadow, like colored shadows now, it's easy to do, guys. Really easy to do with this, right? So already looks pretty good, right? So look at that. Nice, works really wicked. And there's a little space there that's bothering me. There you go, bam. And yeah, get a nice little space. Cool, looks really good. I like it, right? So at this point, we have got validation. We've got comment features working. We've got the approval of comments. We've got a content management system managing the entire blog. We can literally click in. It's fully responsive. Everything works the way that it needs to work. And it has got this nice little effect over here. Damn powerful for what we have done in the amount of time we've done it. 2 hours 45 so far. This is crazy, guys. This is really the power of Sanity CMS combined with Next.js. It's a match made in heaven for something like a blog, for something like an e-commerce site. So I hope this is showing you what you can do with it. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you guys the steps of deployment. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is remember that I've got the Sanity Studio locally running on my local host 3333. Well, what I first want to do is I want to have a way to access the Sanity Studio anywhere that I am, right? So what I can do now is I can deploy my studio and it'll still be protected because I'd have to log into the correct account like Google and then I can get access to it. But what I'm going to do now is go ahead and where I've got Sanity Studio running, right, I'm going to keep that running over there for a sec, but I'm going to go ahead and actually CD into it. So in this case, if I do ls, you can see Sanity YouTube. So CD Sanity YouTube. And now I'm in the correct folder. Don't get that confused. And I'm going to type in here, Sanity deploy. And what this does, guys, is it takes the studio and it will go ahead and it will deploy it online. So you can see, enter a name for the thing that you want. So in this case, I can go ahead and say, let's give it a name. So let's just say Sanity YouTube, Sanity YT, right? Sanity YT. And here we can see, right? So here we can now see, let me just check something. Right, so it's building the output folder. Cool. And one second, my music's gone. Where is it? No, we're good. Okay, so it's building the output folder. Oh, sick. Jay's goes, you're killing it. Nice. All right, guys, we're literally finishing up. So it's awesome stuff. Stay with me for the deployment bit. Igaga says it's a very powerful stack. Yeah, dude, this is sick. This is really like a game changer stack, right? This is why I was excited for this one. But as we can see here, right, minifying JavaScript bundles, deploying to Sanity, and there we go, sanityyt.sanity.studio. It will pop up, connecting to Sanity, logging in. I was already logged into my Gmail, hence it allowed me through. And now, guys, this is literally my Sanity that I showed you guys before, with the same comments from Casper, for example, and we still have full control. And the amazing part about this is my local and my actual one that was up. So if I do 3333, you can see that these are literally still interconnected with that live feature that I told you. So if I do my second post, 1, or sort of 1, 2, 3, look how my local is connected to the deployed version. That's crazy, right? That is literally really powerful and really cool to see that. So now I have I've deployed my Sanity Studio, and the next thing to do is deploy my Next.js app. So 3 things we have to factor in. We have environment variables. So remember those 3, those yeah, let me find them. There was 3. There was, I've lost them. The Sanity dataset, Sanity project ID, and the API token. So I'm going to show you now how to go ahead and deploy this app, right? So first thing you want to do is go over to your GitHub, and you want to go ahead and set up a repo. So let me go to my GitHub repo. There we go. I'm going to create a new repo, and I'm going to go ahead and call this one something like, let's go ahead and say, we're going to call this one Sanity Demo YouTube, right? I'm going to get private create repo. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and remote add the origin. I should be all good for this one. So I'm going to use this middle terminal here. Boom, add remote origin. And then I'm going to go ahead and do git status. And as you can see, loads of untracked changes. I'm going to go ahead and do git add all. And oops, that's actually going to do something I didn't want it to do. So we need to be careful about this because my source control is including my other npm modules, which is not what we want. So here, inside of git ignore, we actually want to go ahead, and you could actually not deploy your Sanity YouTube if you don't want to. It doesn't have to be pushed up, but we are going to do that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go to my git ignore. And I'm going to add in the following. I'm going to say add in ignore anything from Sanity YouTube. Sanity YouTube. There we go. So cool. Anything from there, we're going to ignore. Actually, I only ignore the node modules, the distribution. Actually, we don't care about that. The config's fine. Plugins, statics, fine. Okay. Maybe let's just do that one for now and see how it goes, right? So I'm going to do git add all, and then git commit. And let's just call this one. You should give it a better name, but I'll just say finish the build. Finished the build. And now git push. Boom. Set upstream origin main. Push that. And we should see that I have my code be pushed over here. Okay, so I haven't actually added my... Oh, okay. I didn't do add origin. Sorry. Oh, okay. All right. So, it hasn't pushed yet. Okay. So let that push in. All right. Can you show me what you're doing? I'm new in the stream. Yeah, we're actually adding in, we're currently deploying a Sanity CMS backed Next.js app. So it's a blog app, and we're currently pushing it to our GitHub. All right. So that's just pushing over now. I think I pushed something which I shouldn't have, but who knows? It'll be interesting to see. npm ignore. Yeah, okay. Compiled Sanity Studio. Okay, I should have. Right, shit. All right, so what I should have done is actually ignored a few of these things as well. It's okay. It's fine. All right, so that will go ahead and do its thing, and it will push to our repo. So I'm going to go to Vercel. And then I'm going to go to my new project and import git repo. So Sanity demo YouTube. And this one, it needs to basically push before I can import it. So it's just being a bit slow on live stream now. Now I've done deployments a few times over, so I may not even deploy this one. I may just show you how it's working. But basically the way it would work is you deploy it, you update your environment variables. So those 3 variables that I showed you guys previously, you would have to go ahead and pop those in as well inside your Vercel, and then it will go ahead and deploy your Next.js application. Super easy to do that, honestly. It will pick up that it's Next.js automatically, and it will do the deployment. For some reason my GitHub's not pushing right now, which is a bit frustrating. Not sure why that is happening, but if I do get status, let's see what's racking me up. Okay, components page is Sanity.js. All right, anyway, so I'm not going to push yet. I'm not going to push it. I'm going to show you guys a run through of what we did in today's build, and I want to do it with my song. There we go. Nice. So let's run through what we did in today's build, right? So literally, if you want to know about deployments, you can literally do that in what I've done previously before, right? And it would deploy it. I'm going to try one more time. Git add all, git commit, finished build. Oh no, okay, I see. I've actually done it from the wrong directory. Oh, okay, shit. Right, git add all, there we go. Git commit, finished build, git push. Okay, so that was actually an issue. Yeah, let's try that now. Okay, I think I might have screwed that up because might have not done it here. Let's do a refresh. Okay, we're good. I'm going to show you the build. All right, I'm going to show you. All right, so we'll do this. And then I've got my environment variable ignored, correct. Go over to Vercel, and we are going to deploy. And now, just now, this one, import it. And you can see, let's go ahead and actually refresh. It should pick up that it's a Next.js build. There we go. Import Next.js. And we can go to environment variables. Now, this is the one where you got to be careful, guys. So I want you to go ahead, pop in your next public. That one I don't mind showing you. All right, this one here, and then I'm going to go ahead and pop this in as well. So I'll pop in the final ones, which were env local sanity project ID. So add, and this one here, and my project ID was this. Add, and then the final one is Sanity API token. So remember that editor token. You need to add that in, right? So I'm not going to show this one. You guys thought I was going to forget. I didn't forget, right? So I've done it, and now you've got this up, and I click deploy, right? So this is just to make it super. I want to do that entire build finish to finish, so we can do it, right? So this will go ahead and build it, and then we've got a little error here, which is package lock generated, build cache not found. Interesting. Okay, not sure what quite happened there, but let me try here. Go ahead and deploy this again. Let's give it a go again. If not, we're going to go ahead and do that another time because it does work. I've deployed this one before. Finish build. Let's go ahead and do build logs. Redeploy. Let's try it one more time. Redeploy with existing. No. Let's give it again. I think it could actually be because of the package lock as well. No build cache available. That should be going through now. Okay, if it doesn't, it's all good. Okay, there we go. We got through it. So you see what I did there? If you get an issue like that, go to your deployments, redeploy. All right, so interesting. We got this portable text. It says, oh, I see. Okay, so this is because of the TypeScript definition issue. All right, that's because we modified portable text. Interesting. So you can do a ESLint ignore for this one, and it will get past this. Which is super annoying. Okay, never mind. What I'll do is I'm going to update the code in the GitHub repo and it will work. Right, so don't feel stressed out if that doesn't deploy, but that's all it was. Remember when we added the React portable text custom type? TypeScript's basically freaking out, saying, oh, no, you can't do that. So in fact, what you can do at that point is, in this case, I mean, we could literally ignore it if you really wanted to, but I don't recommend doing that. Okay, but in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wrap up with a build, a demo, and just end it on a strong note. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and show you guys what we built. I'll use my initial build as a demonstration, but let's go ahead and pull this up now. 1 second. Let me go ahead and pop this in. All right, I'm going to pull it side to side so you guys can see everything. All right, where's it gone? All right, localhost 3000, bam. Okay, nice. So today, guys, we went ahead. Actually, I'm going to do it with my theme song. Where is it? No? There we go. If you know me, you know this is the theme song. So this was the build we did today. Absolutely massive, right? We can go ahead and see we've got the medium build right here, which is powered by Sanity CMS. Remember, we built an awesome build today. I actually had incremental static regeneration, which killed it, absolutely worked. And it did all of the sort of content management behind the scenes for us, allows us to maintain a blog like this with ease. We have our awesome static optimized dynamic capable pages using ISR, right? And you can see here we've got our blog content. We have the ability to leave a comment. We have form validation using React Hooks form. And yeah, guys, this was the entire build. What a build, guys. We just went ahead and built our first ever blogging site powered by Sanity CMS using Next.js's amazingly powerful incremental static regeneration. I hope this has taught you and shown you the power of Next.js and just how simple these amazing things can actually be implemented when using an awesome platform like Sanity CMS and Next.js. So moving over to our second app of the crash course, we're going to be building a Facebook clone. Yes, I said it, a Facebook clone. We're going to have a real-time feed. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. We're going to be learning React and Next.js. You're going to be leveling up your design game with Tailwind Css. You're also going to be tapping into Firebase storage. We're going to teach you how to have image uploading functionality so that way you can power that awesome feed that you see on Facebook. And to top things off, we're going to have an awesome Facebook login functionality that's going to be paired with NextAuth. That way it can go ahead and persist the user session and have a bunch of features that we need. Enjoy the video, guys. Smash the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe if you haven't already. Enjoy the second build. Let's jump into this. We are building today Facebook 2.0 with Next.js, with Tailwind, with Next Authentication, with Facebook login. Are you guys excited? Let's go, Papa Fam. Check this out, guys. We're going to be building this beautiful application, right? This is a fully responsive build today, right? We're going to have all the functionality that you're after. It's going to have a look at this nice little scroll, right? The top header is sticking to the page. Go ahead and smash the thumbs up if you're excited for this, guys. I know we faced loads of we fought a battle to get to this point, right? But we're going to win this battle. The Papa Fam never fails, okay? We're not going to stop for nothing today. All right, guys, check this out. So you can post a message over here. So let's go ahead and type in, what's up, Papa Fam? What's up, Papa Fam? And then you can go ahead and hit photo, video. And this is going to allow you to select any image that you want, okay? And then it's going to pop up here. As soon as I hit enter, boom, you'll get it come up into your feed, right? It's a real-time feed connected to Firestore. Right, you can see lazy loaded images, right? Everything is working as we expect it. Now let's go ahead and check out the responsive functionality, okay? Check this out, guys. If I go ahead and resize this, now pay close attention, all right? Watch as the different elements on the page start to respond to the screen slides, all right? Look at that. Look at the left side. Oh, that's just beautiful, right, guys? We don't let any of this, tech headaches stop us, but look how beautiful that is, right? So look, whether we're on desktop, whether you're on mobile, everything today is going to get built and covered, and I'm going to break it down for you so it's going to be super simple, right? This does have Facebook authentication behind it. Let's go ahead and log out. You can see when you reach sunnysanger.com, you're going to get to the Facebook login page. Once you click login with Facebook, I already have an account, but you guys can go ahead and check it out. As soon as I hit sign in with Facebook, it knows that I'm logged into Facebook and it's going to sign me in, and then you're going to see my details on the screen. Boom. It pulled my picture, pulled my name. Everything that we need is now available to use. Look at this, guys. We've even got animations over here. So this is incredibly incredible. This is crazy build, right? I had a lot of fun with this one. And so the first thing we want to do, head into your directory that you want to work in. So I like to use documents/builds. I recommend you keep your directory structure very clean. And then we're going to do npx create react. Oh, no, we're not doing React. We're doing create next app today, okay? And then what we're going to do is give it an appropriate name. So I'm going to say YouTube clone. Oh, no, sorry, it's not YouTube. It's Facebook clone. And I'm going to do -YouTube because it's for YouTube on my computer. So I'll make it very simple for you to find and locate, okay? That will go ahead and create a starter template for me. In the meantime, we're going to be using something called Tailwind CSS today. Now, this is very close to the CSS we know and love, okay guys? So this isn't gonna, this isn't like Bootstrap where yes, it makes a website responsive, but you kind of have to learn this whole new responsive way that Bootstrap works. Tailwind, on the other hand, if you already know a bit of CSS, you're gonna be best friends with Tailwind, okay? So they introduced something called utility classes, and I'm gonna be using that in today's build to make it as responsive as you just saw. Now, it's incredibly easy to set up. We're gonna go ahead and do it right now. Check this out, guys. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do cd Facebook clone -yt, and then we're going to do code dot, and this is going to pull up our code editor. So VS Code should get up and running in just a sec. While it's loading, guys, I'm going to go ahead and type in tailwind css.com/docs. Right, so here we go. Here's our lovely VS Code, our trusted tool. Right, so let's go ahead and click on pages, click on index.js, and then this is the home page. So whenever you're using Next.js, right, your website is going to be structured in a way so it correlates to the pages that your users see. So for example, the home page is called index.js, and then if we add /search, it would simply be search.js. Okay, so this is called file-based routing, right? So typically we use something called React Router, but now we're going to be using Next.js's inbuilt file-based routing. Okay, so this is our entry point for the application. So this is where we're going to typically go ahead and start off. So I'm going to do a bit of cleanup, but before we do that, I'm going to get set up with Tailwind CSS, right? So I'm going to go ahead and firstly run this application so you can see what you get in the template. And let's go ahead and change up the songs a bit. There we go. Nice. I like this song. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and do yarn run dev. Right, this will go ahead and spin up the template that we just started. All right, so this starts it up on localhost 3000. And what we should be able to see is it pop up in just a second over here, right? So Next.js, slightly different to what we used to with Create React app, but if you've done any of my Next.js builds previously, then you know how it is, guys. It's an extremely powerful tool. It allows you to do amazing, incredibly powerful things like server-side rendering, okay? And image optimization is gonna be your best friend if you wanna get high on those page rankings on YouTube, on Google, right? Because it boosts your SEO, right? So incredibly powerful stuff today, right? So you can see here, Next.js, our server's up and running. It's built our homepage, and we should be able to see this in just a second. So I'm gonna go ahead and do localhost 3000, and this is the template that you get when you start it off, okay? Right? So now I'm gonna go ahead, and you see here, it says create next app, right? So something I love about Next.js is it has this next head component, okay? Now this allows us to inject code into the head of the HTML document. So I'm going to delete this stuff for now, but the title is the interesting part, because here I can go ahead and say Facebook, and then if I go ahead and save, you're going to see over here that this will change in a sec to Facebook. That's awesome, right? That's very powerful. It allows us to inject our code into the head of the HTML document wherever we are, right? So as you can see, there's a bunch of styling here. I don't want any of it. I want a blank slate. So I'm going to grab everything from the main down, right, and the footer, and I'm going to delete it all, right? So I'm going to do H1, and you guys can see, let's build Facebook. Awesome. And this is going to be an H1 tag, right? Hit save, and then we should see this look extremely simple now, okay? The next thing I want to do is I want to get rid of the pre-default styling. So we're going to get rid of that. Going to get rid of this code and get rid of the image component, okay? Hit save. Nice. There we go. The final thing I want to do is you can see, look, the styles are starting to look a bit bare minimal, okay? I'm going to go over to my styles, okay? I'm going to click on home.module.css, and I'm going to click on move to trash. Okay, the next one is globals.css. So here I want to go ahead and do Command A, delete everything. I don't want anything in this project, okay? And this allows us to set things up quite easily with Tailwind. So now we have a nice starting point for introducing Tailwind. Let's click on Tailwind Start Learning. And then you see integration, guys. So you can see a bunch of stuff over here. Okay, so you can see Next.js, create React app, and all this goodness. I will zoom in just a sec, right? And then we're going to click on Next.js. Okay, now here it says setting up Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to go ahead and install the dependencies. Now I like to use yarn, so instead of using npm, I'm going to go ahead and use yarn today. Okay, so as you can see, I'm not sure what that's about, but let's go ahead and create a new terminal. And then here I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add, sorry. This, and it's going to be -d because it's a developer dependency. Okay, hit enter, and I'm going to go ahead and then delete my package lock because I'm using yarn. Okay, so if you're using npm, it's package lock. If you use yarn, it's yarn.lock. Okay, so something important to know about. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do the next step, which is create your configuration files. So once this is installed, the dependency, we can then proceed to carry on. Okay, right, so we just done it, right? We just got this up and running, and then we're going to do npx tailwind init tailwind css init-p. This will introduce 2 configuration files into the project. Okay, what we need to do, this will help basically Tailwind function inside of Next.js. The most important part here is telling Tailwind the important folders where it needs to do its cleanup. So where it needs to purge the unused CSS or basically check for the utility classes that we're going to end up using. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is go ahead and copy this and go over to my file directory tailwind.config.js, and I'm going to go ahead and paste it inside of this right here. Okay, and then the next step is we're going to use the latest and greatest, and it's basically called JIT, just-in-time compiler. Okay, so this is a really powerful feature of Tailwind that they've just released, which is extremely important, that I think you should be using, right? And it introduces a lot of power. I'm not going to go too far into what just-in-time compiler does, but if you check out their website, it explains it great in a really nice little video. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and close this, and then the next thing I want to do is that first terminal that I had open, because we've just gone ahead and changed a bunch of stuff, I now need to rerun my server. Okay, but before I do that, I need to go ahead and include Tailwind in my CSS. So I'm going to go over to my global. So where is it gone? Styles, globals.css, CSS, and then basically just paste it. There we go. Right, so here you can see we've got all of our sort of styles in place. Now what you're going to notice is I'm going to restart this server, right? And then what it will do is firstly we'll get a message about the just-in-time compiler. That's okay. Remember, it's a new feature, which means it's still in the experimental phase. It's all good, guys. The first time I used Firebase, it was in the experimental phase. Now look where we are. Okay, so it's a very powerful function feature, and here you can see you've enabled the JIT engine, which is currently in preview. That's all good, guys. Don't worry, we're gonna use it anyway. And then you're gonna see that this, where it says let's build Facebook, is gonna lose its styling in just a sec. Okay, it's about to lose its styling in just a second. And the reason being is because Tailwind starts off with a sort of blank canvas approach, because what they want is they want a blank canvas, so that way when you're coding, you decide, irrelevant of if you're using an H1, H2, H3, you're the one who decides how an element looks. And to me, that's actually pretty genius, right? I personally agree with this approach. I think you should always kind of, start from a blank slate and kind of progress further as you kind of get, as you kind of want to style your app. Otherwise, you're constantly fighting with some styles, okay? So let's go ahead and check out how we're going to build this. So the first thing I want to do, guys, is I actually want to go ahead and get this top portion built, right? So this is the header component, right? And then we essentially have all of the rest of the application. Okay, so this is basically the main portion of the build. So the header is the top part, and then we have these 3 sort of sub components underneath. This one right here is going to be the sidebar. This right here is the feed, and this right here is our widgets section, is what I'm calling it. Okay, right? And then we're going to go ahead and build this out. So what I like to do whenever I'm starting out a build, just so I know what I'm doing next, right, is do a little bit of marking. So here I'm going to mark out what I'm going to do. So I'm going to build a header first, and then I'm going to have the main section of the app, and inside the main section I'm going to have a sidebar, I'm going to have a feed, and I'm gonna have a widgets section. Okay, so this will be the overall structure of the application. Now I don't need the H1 which says I am Facebook, or let's build Facebook story. I just need to start building my header. So the first step that we're gonna do is we're gonna head over to our file directory, and instead of pages, I'm gonna go ahead and create a folder called components. Okay. Now this is where all the reusable components will sit. Remember, the pages are going to be the specific pages across our website. The components are the reusable components that we're going to be using. Okay, so here I'm going to go ahead and say header.js. Now we are using React snippets, so you need to install the ES7 React Redux extension, snippets extension, and it's incredible because it allows you to do really cool stuff like this, right? _RFCE, and that's a lovely little trick that you can do when you're using it. Now, let's go ahead and actually pull this in. So as we all know, when we're using React, you can pull in your components. So let's go ahead and pop this in here. So we got the header. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and import my header like such, right? So we can go ahead and remove my marker. Now, if I code inside of my header, so for example, if I was to say H1 header, we should be able to see this put on the page. Nice. Okay, so this is exactly what we're after right now. So we're going to build the header first. Now the header, how do I get this done? Let's go ahead and break this down and get this thing working the way we need to. Right, so the first thing in the header is we're going to have 3 sections inside of our header component, okay? So in fact, what I might actually do is, this seems to be completely slowing me out, but if the music kind of kills us, we might have to end the music. Right, but we're going to have 3 sections inside of our header, right? We've got the header left, we've got the header center, and then the header right. Okay, so we've got the header left, header center, header right. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is mark this out. Okay, so we're going to have our header left, and then we're going to have the center. Let's go ahead and say center, and then we're going to have the right. Okay, this looks good. Everything looks nice and clean. Right. So here we do this. We're going to go ahead and say for the left section, right, what do we have? We have this Facebook icon. Plus we have this over here. Now this is a custom input field, and we're using hero icons to get all of the icons in today's application. So we're gonna have a little icon here followed by an input field, and we're gonna style it with some Tailwind CSS. Okay, so I'm gonna move fairly quick now. I'm gonna go ahead and say we're gonna have a div, and inside of this div I'm gonna use something called an image component. Now this is not the normal IMG image component. This is a special next image component, and what this does, guys, is it actually optimizes the image so that it loads a lot quicker. It does lazy loading, which means if it's not on the screen, it will not be shown until it's scrolled upon. And it also delivers a WebP version, which is a highly compressed new format. So if you can use the image component from Next.js, 100% use it, okay? It's gonna make your app incredibly quick, right? And it's a very good thing to be doing, okay? Now, all the links that I'm using today, I've actually helped you out. I've made them shorter links, so you can pretty much go ahead and copy them a lot easier, guys. So this is gonna be the Facebook logo. You can go ahead and copy that if you would like to. And we're gonna set a width here of 40 and a height of 40, right? So we're gonna set a width of 40 and a height of 40 as well. Width and height of 40, nice. And then we're gonna go ahead and say the layout is fixed. Now these are just some predefined things that attributes which exist for the image component. Okay, nice, cool. Now we're gonna get an error when this happens, right? So I'm pretty sure now, wait for it. Some error is gonna come out and scream at us. And then what it's gonna say is the host name has not been added to the configured list of host names inside of next.config.js. Now what this means very simply is that in Next.js, if we're going to use the image component, we have to actually tell Next.js what sort of domains that we're allowing the images to come from. And that's just a security procedure, right? So it allows our app to be a bit more secure, and it allows Next.js to kind of optimize what it's doing. So what we're going to do is add a next config, and inside of our next config, all we're going to do is pop in the following, right? So I'm going to add a few domains in here, because what we're going to try and do here is actually whitelist a few different domains that we're going to get pictures from today. So some of them that we're going to use is links.popreact.com. This is actually the Facebook sort of where Facebook sort of store a lot of their pictures. So this is going to be one of the whitelisted areas. And then also Firebase storage. Okay, so we are going to be using Firebase storage today. right? So we are going to be covering, I didn't even mention, we're going to be covering Firebase Firestore, so real-time database functionality. And we're also going to be using the Firebase storage SDK, right? And the file picker API. So everything is going to be really, really powerful when we kind of combine it together. But we're going to whitelist all of these directories so that we can pull images from them in the future if we need to. Now, when you do change the configuration, you're going to see here, it's going to say found a change in next.config.js. Right, so when you get this error, I want you to go ahead and you got to shut the server down and restart it. It's as simple as that, right? All you have to do is shut it down, restart the server, and then you can go ahead and get it up and running. Okay. Nice. Right, so we can see that the server has now restarted and we see our beautiful Facebook image loaded onto the screen. Right, amazing stuff. This is lazy loaded, by the way, so it loads after the page actually pops onto the after the rest of the page is loaded. So what we're going to do now is we're simply going to go ahead and let's check out the header quickly. So inside of our header, what we're going to do is we're going to have the next section, which is the input. This is a custom input, right? So we're going to have inside of this, I'm going to have another div. And inside of this div, I'm going to have an icon and then an input field. Remember, so an icon and then an input field. So the input field, the input field is very simple, right? We can just simply do an input field. And we're going to have a placeholder, and this placeholder simply says search Facebook. Okay, so this will say search Facebook, right? All right, so we're going to go ahead. Now you can see we've got this nice little input field. Now I want to kind of combine this with an icon. So what we're going to be using today in today's build is actually called hero icons. So head over to heroicons.com and you're going to see this, right? Now this is actually built by the guys over at Tailwind Css. And if you need an icon, you just simply type it in and you can see you've got a solid variant or you've got the outline variant. So you can see here there's differences between the two. So we're going to go ahead and install this into the application. How we do that is simple. We go ahead and say npm install hero icons react, but in my case I'm using yarn. So what I'm going to do is do Command J and then I'm going to go ahead and pop open my second terminal and I'm simply going to do yarn add hero icons react. Right, I'm not even sure what that little error is, but let's ignore it. Right, Control C, let's cut this off and I'm going to go ahead and restart my server. Wait for this, wait for it. And where is it gone? I'm just going to do yarn run dev and hopefully we'll wait for that to kind of kickstart in a sec. Right, so while this is happening, let's go ahead and check how we use it. So all you need to do is simply import the icon and you can go ahead and pop it in. Now what's amazing is that the class names, you can pretty much use Tailwind CSS. These are utility classes that come from Tailwind CSS and they work perfectly well with this component. So it's a really nice fit, right? So what we're going to have inside of our header component is some of those icons, right? So I'm going to go ahead and pull in a bunch of icons right now. Right, so I'm going to pull in quite a few different icons and these are going to be used throughout the header themselves, right? So we're going to have some from the solid variant and some from the outline variant. Okay, let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in over here. Oh, there we go, paste. So you can see right now we've done a bunch of imports from the solid variant, bunch of imports from the outline variant as well, right? Included in that is the search icon. Okay, so while that's happening, what we're going to do is where we've got the left section over here, we're going to jump down into our left section. So we've got this here. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and pop in the search icon. Okay, so we're going to say search icon. All right, we're going to open this up. Now we've got our nice, beautiful page back. Now, if I go ahead and pop in a search icon and I go ahead and style this out, so I'm going to say class name. Right, now I'm going to say inside the class name, what do we want it to be? Is simply go ahead and say a height of 6. Right, so now what we should see is a lovely little search icon glass container pop up. So let's go ahead and check on our server right now. And we can see it's built the page out as we needed to. And there we go, right? So it's pretty big, right? So we need to make that a lot smaller right now in order to get this to work the way we want it. Right, so the first thing we actually need to do is where we have this surrounding div, I'm actually going to go ahead and apply some styles to this. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say that this is a flex, right? So it's going to be flexed out. And the reason why this is going to be flexed is because it's going to, I want it to be next to the input field. Okay, so I want these two things to be next to each other as opposed to one in front of the other, right? And then the surrounding container, we're going to go ahead and apply some styles here. I want this to be a flex box, and I want the items to be placed in the center. Now this is going to go ahead and apply some Tailwind rules into the mix. Okay, so we're going to have some nice little Tailwind rules being applied now. And let's just double check something right now, because we don't seem to be getting our height being applied here right now. So let's have a look what's going on. Okay, so everything seems to be okay on this end. Let's just double check. Let's do a little bit of a debug right now. So we've got the search icon, we've got a height. Let me just check this out. We've got a height and width. And let's just try and change even the text color, and let's see what's happening here, guys. Let's go ahead and say, oh, seems to be getting a bit slow. Valencia, let me go ahead and actually, I'm wondering if I can, okay, let's change this to a different set. There we go. Okay, cool. So it doesn't seem to be applying the styles. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be applying the styles that we're looking for. And what we need to actually get working in that case is, let me go ahead and hit Command J, and let's actually restart our server, right? So we are using the just-in-time compiler, which means that it should have been hitting even normal Tailwind. This should have been working. If we go ahead and hit refresh, we should see our server's dead. Okay, that's good. We want to restart the server from scratch and get it working nicely. Now, what we can do in the meantime is continue to build out the applications. We've got our image, nice. We've got Flexbox with the items central to each other. We're gonna have this one, which is flexed out. Now, what I can do is I don't want this to touch the image. So I can say margin left, and I can say 2, right? Now, this is really nice because you can just constantly apply these sort of utility classes here, and it goes ahead and stacks upon each other, okay? So we're gonna hit items center like so. Nice. And then here I'm going to say rounded full, because I want this to be a nice rounded div, right? So let's go ahead and check if this is nice and up and running. Okay, so it doesn't seem to be pulling in. Let's go ahead and debug this a little bit more, guys. So let's go ahead and check out our index.js, and this seems to be all good. Let's check out our app.js, and we seem to be pulling in the globals. And if we go to our globals.css, we seem to be pulling in our base utilities. Okay, so everything seems to be working. It's just a case of actually getting it to appear the way we want. So let's go into our header, and let's actually see if any of our Tailwind is being applied the way that we expected it to. All right, so here if we say class name, if I wanted to make this text a little bit bigger, let's go ahead and say text. Let's just say 6XL. Right, does this get applied? If it doesn't, then it means our Tailwind configuration is not correct. Okay, so the Tailwind config is not correct. Let's go ahead and debug that quickly, because we're going to need that to work perfectly before we can continue on. Right, let's go ahead and hit on install Tailwind, and let's double check what's going on here, guys. So we've got the purge correctly set up. We've got JIT, just-in-time compiler, everything working nicely. We have our post CSS configuration. Let's double check if we've got that. Nice. Everything seems to be good in that directory. We have installed everything, although what I will do is do another install just to be sure. Okay. So just to be on the safe side, just to make sure that we are not, we're not randomly doing a bunch of stuff without actually using it. Let's just make sure that we've successfully installed it into the correct directory. So here I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add, there we go. And let's do an install. And it could, oh, it looks like we didn't install it, guys. Right, so super interesting. So always double check your dependencies, okay? So always double check your dependencies. In this case, we just saved the correct dependencies back in, and now we should be good to go. Okay, so now let's go ahead and double check what's going on. And now we need to do yarn run dev. So that was most likely the issue. Happens to the best of us, guys. Ooh. Okay, there we go. Seems to be speeding up a little bit. Nice. So let's check out what's going on. Interesting enough, it's still not applying it. Oh, it's being stubborn, guys. Right, so we're in a Facebook clone, YouTube, everything seems to be fine. We've got the Tailwind configuration. Let's double check this out. We've got our purge correctly set up. Nice. Everything is working the way we want it. Now, interesting, when we ran yarn dev, we don't seem to be getting our Tailwind error message pop up. Okay, so this is not what we want. We do want that Tailwind error message to pop up. Right, so in this case, we have a slight error somewhere. So what we can do is let's go ahead and first double check our purge configuration. And what I'm actually going to do to make this a little bit easier is I'm going to copy in a configuration of my own. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and chuck this in like so. And we're not going to use this just yet. Okay, hit save. And then what I'm going to do is go over to my post CSS config. We're all good. Next config is looking good. And then we have inside of our globals, we import. Nice. Okay, so now let's do yarn run dev. Nice. You have enabled the JIT engine, which is currently in preview. Okay, awesome. So you see how before we did not see this error message. So most likely a typo, and hopefully we should be good to go once this page loads out. Wait for it, guys. There we go. Nice. Now we have our styles being applied. This is what I'm talking about, guys. So it's all worth it, right? It's worth pushing through sometimes, and we can get past those trouble points, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and get this working out, right? So let's go ahead and pick up the speed again. Right. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to change this to get rid of the header. We don't need that header anymore. We've got the image working the way we needed it to. And then I'm going to go ahead and get let me go ahead and pop open my header. We're going to go ahead and pop in the styling that we're after. Okay. So what I'm going to say is I want a background to be gray, right? So if I want the background to be gray, it's very easy in Tailwind CSS. We just say BG gray 100. Okay, and then I want to add a padding of 2 all around. As soon as I do that, check this out, right? So it's going to go ahead and pop in that style. Do you see how nice that is, guys? Right, and then what I can do is I can go ahead and apply a transparent background. So let's go ahead and go to our input, and here what I want to do is I want to style this a bit. So I'm going to say class name equals, and then I'm going to say we want this to be a flex. It's going to be a margin left of 2 because I don't want it to be touching the icon on the left, and I want this to be central, so everything's centered. And then I want it to be BG transparent, right? So this is going to be a transparent background. As soon as I hit save now, can you guys see how it's starting to look a bit nicer, right? It's starting to look a lot nicer now. It's starting to look a lot more like what we saw previously, right? Now you can change the placeholder text very simply. By doing so, all you need to do, and you can also see when I click this, right, I get this little square blue sort of outline. I don't want that, right? I really don't want that kind of, blue outline. So what I can do here is I can say outline none, placeholder gray 500, and then hit save on that, right? So let's go ahead and pop this in right here. Nice, hit save, and there you go. So now what we should see in just a sec is the outline disappeared. So that looks really nice. That actually looks very clean, right? Now what we want to do is if I want to apply the sort of same color trick to that search, right? So I want that search thing to look a bit gray, so it's kind of on this level, right? Then what we're going to do is I just simply need to go to my search icon class, and I just add in the text, and here I just say text gray 600. Remember I said it comes in shades, right? So here we have text gray 600, and notice how this shade will now switch to a gray. There we go. It was very subtle, but that is now a gray. We've got the top left section kind of handled now. So I want to handle this middle section. Okay. So for the middle section, it's actually pretty cool what we're going to do right now. So I'm going to go ahead and apply a div. So I'm going to chuck in a div, and then I'm going to have again another div inside of it. Now I'll explain what we're doing here afterwards, but the first div I'm going to apply a class, right? And the classes here is I want this to be a flexbox. I want to justify all the items in the center, right? Because I want all those different icons to be centrally aligned, and then I want this center part to grow. Okay, now what does that mean? It means that this center point this center sort of box should take up the most space, so it grows if it's able to, right? If there's extra space, I want it to grow, right? So we have this bit set up on the top left now. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to actually go ahead and style this inner div. Okay, so this inner div right here, what we're going to do, this one is actually, it's pretty cool what we're going to do here. Okay, so we're actually going to create a header icon component. So all of these individual ones are going to be reusable components. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say a header icon, and this one as a prop. So in React, we can pass a component props so that way we can reuse it. So I'm going to go ahead and pass in an actual icon to each of these, right? So remember, we've done a bunch of imports at the top before, right? So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm actually going to sort of pop in a bunch of icons. So the first one, I'm going to say home icon. Okay, and then let's go ahead and build this, and then we'll see how this looks. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and actually build out the header icon right now. So I'm going to open up components, header icon.js, hit save. This is looking good. Underscore RFCE to pull this in. Nice. Okay, now once this is up, I'm going to go ahead and say this took some props, right? The props come through in here in React, but we can do ES6 destructuring to pull out the icon. Okay, now with the icon, how do we go ahead and make this look like, for example, this icon right here? I want to get that finished, right? So how do I do that? Let me go ahead and firstly, I want to zoom out a bit because I think I'm way too zoomed in right now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, and for this icon, we're going to go ahead and render the icon out. Now, because it's capitalized, right, because I'm passing in an entire component, we can simply actually render the icon as such, right? But that's only because it's a capital letter, right? So if it's not, then you have to be a bit careful. The second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give it some class names, right? So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to make this text central. So I actually want to show you guys this in practice first. So let's actually render the icon out first. So I'm going to go ahead and actually import this right now. Okay, so our nice little trick's not working, which is fine. We have to sometimes do things manually. It's all good. It's all good, right? So I'm going to go to the top, and then I'm going to go into my header. And then here we're going to go ahead and guys, today we're at a little bit of a slower pace because the computer is battling. It's having a battle here, guys. But I think we're good with the pace. Okay, I think we can do this. So I'm going to go ahead and get the header icon and then save. Okay. Now what we should see here now is a header icon pop onto the screen. Okay, so if I go into my header icon over here, and then I go ahead and pop this in. Sudash, thank you so much. You missed my previous super chat. Please read that. I can't go back and read them, I'm afraid. So I'm really sorry about that, dude. But once it's gone, it's really hard for me to do it, especially in the middle of a build. All right, so I'm going to class name, and then I'm going to say H5 for height. So let's go ahead and pop that in. And we should see, there we go, guys. Look at that, the header. Awesome. All right, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this a bunch of times, right? But what I'm going to do instead is pass in a different, right? So I'm going to pass in a different header icon, icon prop, okay? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pass in the following. So we're going to have the header icons, and here we're going to have home, flag, play, shopping cart, and user group, okay? So I'm going to hit save on that, and then we can see all of them jump in here, okay? So now we're going to transform that. We're going to transform that into this. Okay, and you're probably wondering how the hell are we going to do that? And it's going to be fun, and I'm going to show you how we do it step by step. Okay, so in header icon over here, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say this should be, right? So firstly, the container. Let's sort out this container right here. This container right here is the one that's holding all of the elements, so it needs to be correct in how it does it, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm first going to say class name, and this class name is going to be flex. So it's going to be flex, and we're going to say, and I love this trick right now, guys. Check this out. As soon as I do flex, it will apply a flex box. So everything will go into a flex sort of a row. Okay, by default, that's how we know and love flex box. But what if I want a sort of space between each component? Then all I do is I do space -x. On the x-axis, I want a space of 6. And here you can see it renders out to this, right? So if I go ahead and do this, as soon as I hit save now, check out this little gap that it gives between those components. That's awesome, right? Really, really nice. Now what I can also do is I can say, okay, when we get a bit smaller on the smaller screens, I want to change that, right? So on the bigger screen, it's going to be a space of 6. And then when it hits the smaller screen, I'm going to do, no, so sorry, on the smallest screen, because it's mobile first, it's going to be a space of 6. And then as it kind of grows on, it's going to say space X of 2. Okay. And there's a reason why we do this. It will look really nice afterwards. Okay. So now we have this looking pretty nice. So what I'm going to do now is actually style out each individual header icon component themselves. Right. So once I'm inside of here, right. So we have this little header icon. So first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and chuck in, let's do class name. And then I'm going to say, I want this to be a cursor pointer right now. So when I hover over it right now, it's like a boring cursor, right? So here I want to say cursor pointer. So I'm going to say cursor dash pointer. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, I want this to be, we actually want to give this kind of a nice color behind the top, right? So right now, you know, when I hover over them, it gets a nice kind of background color, right? So the first thing is we need to give it some padding. Okay. So the padding I want to give it, I only want it to apply padding once we hit the medium breakpoint. So to do that, I just say MD, right? Because on small devices, I don't want this padding, right? So I'm going to do MD, and when I'm going to say pixel, like sort of padding on the x-axis of 10. Okay, so now we should be able to see a padding on 10 be applied to the x-axis. Okay, so let's go ahead and make this a bit bigger. There we go. All right, so now we've got the padding being applied. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say on the small devices, okay, I want to do a height of 14, right? So I'm going to kind of, you know, this is going to be responsive, remember. Right, so on the small devices, this is going to be a height of 14. Okay, so after the small, it's going to be a bit bigger. And I think right now that's a bit too big. Right now I've kind of messed that one up. So it should be a, let's have a look. All right. So first thing we do is I'm actually going to say flex. Let's go ahead and do, oh, sorry, I've done it wrong. This should be in the top. Right, this should be over here. My bad, guys. I'm going to do this. There we are. Nice. And then I'm going to say after small, I'm going to give it a height of 14. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is say we've got a cursor pointer. So now you can see a nice little hover over it. Now, when I hover over it, okay, when I hover, so you can use this hover active state. I only want to apply the hover state, by the way, on the medium. So on the small mobile devices, it doesn't make sense to have a hover state. I want to say apply a background gray, right? So BG gray 100. Now, if you check this out, right? So when I apply the hover now, can you see that? That looks really nice, right? So there's a little trick here. I want to center each of these elements. So what I do is I go to the parent, I say flex, and I say item center. And what this will do is it will flex and it will sort of centralize these icons inside of this container. So this is looking pretty good right now, right? Then what I'm going to say is I'm going to do rounded XL, because right now those borders were kind of, you know, they were kind of nasty, right? So now if you see, boom, we get these nice kind of rounded borders, right? So rounded XL. The next thing I want to do, right, is I want to have, when we click it, I want to give it a little bit of a background border. Okay, so you see when I click this, right, firstly, when I hover, the actual text changes to blue. Okay, and then when I click it, it gets a little underline. Right, so how do I get that happening? Right, so here what I do is I go ahead and say active, and I say active, oops, and I say border bottom, so border dash B of 2, okay, and then I'm going to say active border, oops, border blue 500. Nice. And now what this will do is when I click it, it will get a bit bigger. Now I'm going to make my sort of second screen a little bit bigger, so that way my eyes don't die of sort of looking too hard. Okay, so now if I check this out and if I click, you see that, guys? Nice. So when it's active, for example, when I click, right, check this out. Look, we get the little additional sort of feature at the bottom. So that looks really nice. When I hover over it, how do I get that to work, right? So when I hover over this, I want the inner element to change color. So the way I do that is I apply something called a group, right? So what I'm saying is this whole div is a group. And then when I sort of hover over, so let's go ahead and go into the inner component. I'm going to say, okay, when I hover over the entire group, right? So group hover, then what I want to do is change the text to be a blue and the shade is the 500 shade. Okay. Now look at this, guys. When I hover over it, wait for a sec. There you go. See how nice that is, right? So you can see how the blue kind of pops in really sleek, really clean, right? And we have the little clickable functionality as well. Okay, now the next thing I'm going to do is I just want to change a little bit of the styling here. Okay, so I'm going to apply a few things. I'm going to say text center. I'm going to give it a height of 7, which we've already done. So let's go ahead and do text center right now. So I'm going to say, wait for it, guys. Okay, so computer is so slow right now, it's painful. Text center, right? And then we're going to say on the small screens, I don't want it to be a height of 5. Sorry, by default on the smallest screen, a height of 5. Once we break the small breakpoint, then I want it to become a height of 7 because I want it to grow a little bit. Okay, I want MX auto, which means that it's going to go ahead and actually sort of space itself accordingly. Okay, and then I want to go ahead and say MY we can leave now. So now obviously this doesn't look right? This looks a bit weird right now. Okay, the way that we fix that is we go down and we check out what's happening over here. Now, if we have a look at this, right, you see this just doesn't look right. Okay, something's wrong here, isn't it? Right, something is definitely wrong. Now, if we check out the input, if we add in something called flex shrink, Danny James, thank you for the £5 donation. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Let's do flex shrink here. Okay, so flex shrink. There we go. Nice. Right, and there's going to be a reason for that in a sec. The flex shrink. It takes a while for the page to actually save and load and everything to change and kick in. So it's a little bit frustrating on that end, but let's keep on going, guys. Okay, so now with that said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and maybe it's my page over here. So what I'm going to do, guys, I'm actually going to go ahead and we've already seen this, right, and how it can be responsive. So what I might do for now is go ahead and actually create a little screenshot of that. And then what I'll do is I'll exit out of this for now. Okay, maybe just to save a little bit of space. There we go. That's a little bit less intensive on the computer. Okay, so oh no, it's gonna come up on my screen. That's fine. Okay, let's just carry on. Okay, so we've got the header that we're trying to fix, right? So in the middle, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and sort of organize this appropriately. Okay, so for the header, right, I actually want to just style this right now so we can save ourselves a little bit of headache. Okay, so at the top, I'm going to go to my div. Oops, I'm going to say class name equals, and I want this to be sticky. Remember how the header was sticky, right? Here, if I say sticky, and I want it to stick to the top, so we say top of 0, right? Then what I say is a Z of 50, because when it goes over other elements, I don't want it to kind of come under the elements as I scroll. Okay, we need to give it a background of white so that way it sticks, right? Otherwise you would see through it, right? Now the top element will be a flex element, and this will push everything into lines. Okay, there you go, you see. And then what we're going to say is items should be central. So let's go ahead and do item center. So items center, and I'm going to give it a padding of 2. And then I'm going to say on the larger screens. So once we hit the larger breakpoint, padding on the x-axis additional of 5. Okay. And then underneath all of this, the way that we give it a shadow is I simply say a shadow of MD. And watch this, guys. Shadow of MD gives it a beautiful looking under shadow. That's incredible, right? We just went from literally looking at something which wasn't that pretty to look at to a page which is actually pretty gorgeous, right? So what I'm going to do now is I want to pop this over. Now for the header icon, okay, what I want to do is I want to apply the text to be by default gray. Okay, so by default I want this to be gray, so I want to say text is going to be gray 500 by default. Okay, so you see now the text will go slightly gray. Okay, awesome stuff. Now look at that, that looks really clean, right? Now over here you can see it looks amazing, right? Now if I want this to be active, what I can do is I can pass a prop in called active. And what we can do is we can say, okay, if it's active, right? So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to do some string interpolation. So I'm going to introduce some backticks in the game. And now I'm going to say, okay, after all of this, right? If active is true, then I want to go ahead and introduce the class for text. Let's go ahead and check in text blue of 500. Okay. Now, obviously no class got passed, no prop got passed through with an active state. So I want to make the first one, the home one, with an active state of true. So this would mean that this one would then turn blue because we're going to be on the home page, which makes a lot of sense, right? So we're going to go ahead and chuck that to be the blue one. That's looking awesome, guys. So well done. We just done the left section, we did the center section, and now we're moving on to the right section of the header right now, okay? So the right hand side of the section, we're going to go ahead and introduce a div, okay? So we're going to introduce a div here, and I'm going to pop in an image tag, right? So this is going to be an image tag, and for this image tag, it's going to take a bunch of different props. Now, what we're going to do here is, firstly, this will be the user's picture. Okay, now we don't have the picture yet because we don't have the login page yet at all, right? So we're gonna do Facebook login today, like I mentioned, right? So we're actually gonna leave this picture up for now, right? So we are gonna have, let's just say the profile pic will go there, okay? Now the next thing I'm gonna do is have a p tag, right? So here I'm gonna go ahead and say, let's introduce a p tag, and this will have the user's name, okay? So right now we don't have the user's name, so I'm just gonna type in Sunny Sanga, but we will change this with the user's login details soon, okay? So once we have that details, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a class name, and this one will go ahead and I want this to be semi-bold. So I'm gonna say font is gonna be semi-bold, and I'm gonna give it a padding on the right of 3 because it's gonna be next to an element. And I don't want the, I don't want any wrapping to occur, right? So what I say is I say white space, no wrap, okay? Now, as soon as I hit save on this, we should be able to see now. Look at this. You see that, guys? It comes up on the right hand side. Now you can see, look what happens, right? It kind of, we get this weird kind of overflow issue going on. This is because it's not responsive yet, right? So obviously we've already made the middle bit a tiny bit responsive, but what about that input, right? We never made the input fully responsive. So what I'm going to say is for the input, I'm actually going to hide a few things here, right? So I'm going to hide the input when we are on a small screen. So by default, it's hidden. So because remember, it's mobile first, right? You apply your mobile styles first and then you go up. So we're going to do hidden. Then I'm going to do, when we break past the medium sort of screen size, I'm going to change it to an inline flex. Okay. So if I hit save now, look what happens, guys, right? So if you can see now, the minute we get small, look how the input changed, right? The input disappeared. Right, so that allows us a bit more breathing room to kind of work with, right? So that's looking pretty good already, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to style out the rest of the right hand side. So on the right hand side for this div, I'm going to go ahead and do class name, and then for this class name, it's going to be flex with item center. Yes, tab 9 actually came in clutch there, and I'm going to say, okay, by default, it won't have any spacing, but on the small screen, I do want it to have a space after, the small screen breakpoint hits. So on mobile, it won't have any spacing. As soon as it hits a small breakpoint, it's going to have a spacing of 2 on the x-axis, okay? And I do want to justify this to the end so that it sticks to the end, okay? Nice. So now that that's done, what we're going to do is we've already got the Sunny Sanga name tag. I'm going to go ahead and pop in a few different icons, okay? Now what I want to do, right, is I want to pop in these icons, and I want to kind of introduce some relatively complicated, longer class, utility class like combinations, but I don't want to have to kind of create another component for that, right? So what I can do is icon isn't actually a class name here, right? It doesn't actually apply to anything, right? So right now we don't actually see any of the icons, but that's because we haven't got this icon class, right? So what we can do is we can go over to our globals. And this is a pretty cool thing about Tailwind CSS, right? If you ever got a reusable sort of, let's say you like a long utility class, you want to fully customize it, right? You can do that by doing this. Like you go into styles, you go into globals, and then what you do is you basically add your own style. You add your own utility classes. So you go into the components layer, right? So you basically, we're going to inject kind of our own custom utility class. So the one I want to do is I'm going to create an icon class, right? That's how we do it. We're going to create a new little kind of, icon class. And then I'm going to say, okay, at apply. And then what I do here is I say at apply. And this at apply allows me to write Tailwind in the config, right? So Tailwind in the sort of global CSS file. So what I do here is I say hidden, right? So it should be hidden on small screens. And then only when I reach the extra large screen, right? So only when I kind of reach an extra large big screen, do I want the additional right-hand side features available. So this is a big screen. Watch when I get smaller, right? You see how the little icons on the right disappeared? That is because of this XL breakpoint. Okay, so here we say XL, and I'm going to say inline flex, right? So I want it to become inline flex when we hit that breakpoint. Okay, so inline flex like so. Now I want to give this a padding of 2. I want to give it a height of 10. I want to give it a width of 10. And let's hit save. Now this is a little bit tricky to go ahead and show you, because what we're going to have is you guys can see that these are the styles which make this happen. So you can see already we're getting quite a nice look and feel, right? So now what we're going to do is we've applied these, and to finish this off, I'm going to do a background gray. Let's do a BG gray of 200. I want this to be a rounded circle, so we're going to say rounded full. And then I'm going to say the actual icon itself should be a gray, but I want it to be a little bit darker, so we're going to say a 700 tone. I want it to have a cursor pointer when I hover over it, and you can see how crazy powerful this is, right? And then when I hover over the entire thing, I actually want the background to go to a slightly lighter kind of gray. Okay. Now, if I go ahead and make this full screen, check this out, guys. Look at that. Look how nice that is, right? So it's incredibly powerful what we can do with Tailwind CSS. So you can see the header is now done, right? The header is looking great, guys. So well done if you're following along so far. We actually have just completed the header portion of today's build. Right, so now we're in good speed to move towards the sidebar. Okay, so the sidebar is a very interesting dynamic sort of responsive component. You can see as the screen gets smaller, the sidebar does react in a very nice way. We lose the text, we get the rest of the stuff available. Okay, so how do we get this looking and doing what we need it to do? Right, so the first thing I want to do is, before I actually carry on with any of this, let's go ahead and handle the Facebook login portion of today's build. Okay, so in order to get Facebook login inside of your app, right, you have to do a few things. Right, the first thing we have to do is install something called NextAuth. Okay, so NextAuth is basically how we're going to handle authentication in today's application. So we're going to click on NextAuth.js. Right, and if you haven't used NextAuth, smash the thumbs up button, okay? Because I'm going to teach you how to use it today. And this allows you to actually get the session of the user on the server when you're doing a server render, which is incredibly powerful, okay? So how do we do this, and how do we even get this to work? So to add Next.js auth to a project, create a file called square bracket nextauth.js inside of pages API auth. Now, if you're not aware, when you're using Next.js, not only do you get a website, but remember, because everything is being served from a server, right? What we actually get is a built-in API. So this is actually like an express API right here, right? So if we check out hello, you can see now, if I actually go to, let's go ahead and say go to /API/hello, right? This is actually a fully functional API. So you can see this returns a response and everything. So this is actually a fully functional, like similar to how an Express server works, right? But what we're going to do is use it for authentication. Okay. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to go over to my NextAuth instructions. I'm going to create a auth sort of folder inside of here. Okay. So inside of here, I'm going to create an auth folder. Right. Now inside of this, I'm going to create a file called NextAuth with the 3 dots and the square brackets. Okay. Now once I'm inside of here, what we simply do is we go ahead and we simply add in, let me go ahead and grab it quickly. We add in the following block of code. Okay. So I'll explain this in just a sec. Right. So this is pretty much going to handle our Facebook login for us. Okay. So if I go ahead and hit save here, right, we can go ahead and we pull in from NextAuth, we pull in from NextAuth providers. So what I'm actually going to do is go ahead and install NextAuth into our project. So I'm going to go into my second thing, and was a yarn add NextAuth. Okay, this will go ahead and install Next Authentication into the application. Right. So here, what we're doing is you can actually add in several providers when you're doing this, right? So if you notice when we logged in the first time, go ahead and check this out. So this is actually a custom login page. It just has a simple button. But when we click login with Facebook, this is what NextAuth provides us. So it's doing a dark template here because I have a dark theme. If you had a light theme, it'll be light. But if I had multiple different providers here, for example, this is an array. I could simply pass in providers.google, pass the credentials in, and then it would say sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook, and you get multiple different providers when you're doing this, which is incredible. Okay, so that's actually very, very powerful when we're doing this, right? So now what we're going to do is we need these two things, a client ID and a client secret. Right, so these two things are incredibly important when we're building an application. Okay, so what we need to do now is go over to Facebook. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and type in Facebook, and I'm pretty sure it's developer. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. right? So you need to go over to developers.facebook.com/apps, right? There you'll find an option to create an application, right? So in this case, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and I've already actually created a clone, right? So I've created an app here called Papa Clone, right? So you're gonna go ahead and create an application. So in this case, it could be like Facebook clone or so forth. And then you'll reach this screen, right? Now, once you're on this screen, it's very important you follow these steps. You click on add products and you click on Facebook login. So when you click on add products, you're going to see the nice little page pop up. Wait for it, guys. You can see a nice little pop-up page come up. And then in here, where is it gone? Here you go. You're going to see this. Now there would be an option for a Facebook login. Once you do that, you'll get access to this panel over here. So if I click on settings, check this out, guys. We're going to get two things, right? We're going to get, where's it gone? Wait for it. I think it would be actually it's in settings over here, right? And then basic. We need the two things. We need an ID and a secret. There we go. Here it is, guys. We've got the ID and we've got a secret. Okay. So what you have to do here, right, is you go ahead and you do the following steps. So this bit is very important that you take note. So I'm going to show you how to use process environment variables as well. So what I need to do here is I need to open up my folder structure, go here, and I'm going to create a .env.local file. Okay. So .env.local. And this means that I have like a local environment file. And this is basically where you keep your safe, sort of secure environment variables. Okay. Now the structure that we want to have today is going to have three variables. Okay. So there's going to be three variables that we need to account for. Facebook client ID, where the client ID goes here. So this is going to be this app ID. Now this isn't really super secret, so I don't have to hide this one. So let me go ahead and pop this in there. The Facebook client secret, this one is incredibly sort of, you have to hide that one, right? Otherwise everyone's going to access it. So that's actually this one right here. And then you've got this over here, right? So HTTP, and then this is actually NextAuth. So this will be this when we're developing locally, and we have to change that to be our website URL, for example, sunnysanga.com, when we deploy, right? That allows Next Authentication to do its magic when we're authenticating a user. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and simply go ahead and replace this, but I'm not going to show you guys the secret key. Okay. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm actually going to go ahead and pop my beautiful face on. So now you guys are going to see this. I'm going to go ahead and add in my key. So I'm pretty much going to go ahead and grab a key from here, and then I'm going to go ahead and pop this into where it says the secure key, right? And I'm actually going to go ahead and quickly grab my key right now. And oh man, I think it's going to ask me something. Right, guys, give me 1 second. I just need to go ahead and quickly get this access to this this little bit of code right here. So let me go ahead and grab it. Right. In sec. And then once we get access to that, right, we can go ahead and get in to what we need to get, right? So bear with me 1 second, guys. We're almost there. Okay. Let me quickly grab this credential. Boom, boom. And now I've got it. Awesome. Right. Sorry for the delay, guys. Now I've gone ahead and popped it in there. Awesome stuff. Okay. So I just added in the Facebook client secret. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to go ahead and let me just see if it's still hidden. I think we're good. Okay, cool. So now I have the secret added to the directory. Okay. So we have in our environment file, we have all of our stuff set up. So if I go back to NextAuth.js, this will now pull from that environment file. So these are called environment variables. In order to get it to load the environment variables, I need to go ahead and restart my server. Okay. So I'm going to do yarn run dev and restart my development server. What we can do now is pretty much we can actually start using it, believe it or not, right? So they've made it incredibly easy and incredibly powerful to go ahead and do this. Okay. So now you can see host name, links to Papa React. What is that saying? Okay, anyway, all right, let's go back to our application. Let's do a refresh and see what's happening. Okay, there we go. It's still doing its thing and still loading. Honestly, I don't know if it's the comments or what it is today, but something is killing us, guys. All right, Okay, so once we're on this page, we need to go ahead and actually sort of update our application. So we need to go into the underscore app folder. Now this is where we basically go ahead and supercharge the app. So just like we use Redux and use other things, sometimes we have to go ahead and wrap our app, right? So to enhance its functionality. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm actually going to be wrapping the application in something called a provider, and this will allow us to have a sort of, a logged in state throughout our application, and it will allow us to use some of the features of NextAuth. So what we need to do here is go ahead and add in the following lines. Okay, so what this does is it allows us to persist a login state between pages on Next.js, right? So I'm going to go ahead and import provider from NextAuth client, right? Let's do this. And now we've got this page up and running. So the first thing we want to do is refresh, make sure everything is still working. Okay, so how do I get access to the user, right? Like, are they logged in? Are they not logged in? Are they not logged? Like, how does that even work, right? I don't even know where to begin with this, right? So what we can do is we can go over to our index, right? And what we can do inside of here is we can simply go ahead and pull the user, sort of their session is called, right? We can pull their session information, right? So what's really cool about this is we're going to introduce the concept of server-side rendering. Okay, now server-side rendering basically means that, but imagine Sunny goes to sunnysanga.com, right? It will hit the middle server first, and that's where we're basically hosting our Next.js app. From there, we can tell if the user's signed in or signed out based on the request that went to the server, and then it basically goes ahead and prepares the page and sends it back to the user. Okay, so this is really important because it prevents us from having that sort of, imagine when you go to a application, sometimes you're in a logged out state and then it snaps and you're logged in. We don't always want that, right? So we can fix that with server-side rendering. So how do we incorporate server-side rendering inside of a Next.js app? Well, it's actually pretty simple. All we need to go ahead and do is go ahead and say export. So here I can say export async. We can say function get server side props, and we're just by introducing this function tells Next.js that, okay, we're now going to have server side rendering for this page. Okay, so what we can do is this actually gets an argument called the context. Get server side props, this is the context. This is basically like it has the request information, the response, all that good stuff. So in order to get the user, what we have to do here is we go ahead and say const session. Okay, so const session equals, and then what I say is I say await, right? Because we are an async function, and I say get session. Now this is a handy little function provided by NextAuth library. Okay, so this one I can say get session. All it requires is the context. Okay, the context is the request that came through when the user tried to go to sunnysanga.com, right? So now I have the session. What I can do is I can return props, right? So I can return the props, and inside the props I can return a session. Now what the hell does that mean, right? So think of it this way, right? Sunny makes a request to go to sunnysanga.com, right? Or google.com, whatever your Next.js application is. Sunny makes the request, it hits the server, right? The server then just got the user's session, which means are they logged in, are they not? Right now the user is waiting at this point, right? So the server has that information. So what it does is it basically prepares the page, and then that session information, it passes it to the component as a prop. Okay, and then all of this information gets rendered on the user's browser, right? So it's an extremely efficient way of doing it. Okay, so what I can do here is where it says home, I'm going to go ahead and pass in the props, and the props we can destructure, and I'm going to get the session. Okay, now this is the cool part, right? Because now I can see if the user's logged in. So if there is no session, right, then what I want to do is I want to return a login component, right? So I just want to kind of return some kind of login page. Otherwise, I'll return the app itself, right? And now we don't have a login component, so let's go ahead and do this. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the login component now. So I'm going to go ahead and say login.js. Oops, let's go ahead and pop this in. So here I'll say login.js, right? Nice. So with the login, I can go ahead and basically do the following. So I'm going to go ahead and do underscore RFCE, okay? And then I'm going to go ahead and say, we're going to firstly have an image tag. So an image tag, like so. And inside of this image tag, I'm going to have a bunch of attributes, right? I'm going to have a picture. This is going to be the Facebook picture. So let's go ahead and pop this in here, right? So let's go ahead and chuck that in. This is a Facebook picture, height of 400, width of 400, and object fit contains, it keeps this aspect ratio, right? Now, if I go back to my header, if I go back to my index, where's it gone? Index, right? We haven't saved this file yet. I need to import my login. Okay, so the minute I hit save now, if the user is not logged in, we should see a login screen, okay, which is correct, right? I want to see a login screen right now. Okay, so let's hit save, and now we should see it does a server-side render, it gets the user's information, returns it as a prop. The user wouldn't have been logged in, right? So it takes them to the login component. Now we got an error, which is fine. Let's go ahead and debug it, right? The reason being is because we haven't imported our image component, okay? So all we need to do to get this working is actually go ahead and import the image component from Next.js image. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop this in here. So let's go ahead and pop this in like so. So let's go ahead and refresh. Okay, there we go. Ah, nice. That's what I'm looking for, guys. Facebook is here, okay? So here I'm gonna add an H1. Now this H1 is just simply gonna say login with Facebook, okay? Simply gonna have a login with Facebook and super simple, right? Now what I'm gonna do is to center these elements, right? You're gonna be amazed at how simple the authentication flow is after this, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and hit the div with class name, and I'm gonna say grid, and then I'm gonna say place items in the center. This is a little trick, by the way, right? And this will pop everything into the center of the page, right? Now to get that button looking a bit more juicy, because right now it looks like crap, right? I'm gonna say padding of 5, and I'm gonna give it a background blue of 500, right? Now you're gonna see this is gonna pull a little square around it, right? That's not really a Facebook kind of button. So I'm gonna say rounded full, right? To give it like a rounded look and feel. And I want the text to become white, okay? So the text will now become white, right? And then I want the text to be central as well. Okay, let's make the text central as well. So text central, or center, sorry, central, okay? No, nice, that looks pretty good, right? So this is looking quite nice at the moment. Right, so we've got this login state, right? And now obviously I want the cursor to be a pointer. So I'm gonna say cursor pointer, like so, right? And then hit save. And now you can see we've got this nice little button, right? So all I need to do now is when I click this button, I want it to basically go ahead and provide the login sort of situation, right? That login page that we saw. Now you're probably thinking there's so much to do around this, right? It's really crazy simple, right? Now, because we did that next authentication setup earlier with the credentials and keys, all I need to do now is go ahead and do a paste and do import sign in from NextAuth client, right? And then what I can do is I can go ahead and say on click, and I can just go ahead and say sign in, right? I'm not joking. It's crazy, right? It's crazy how easy this is, right? Watch this, right? So now if I go ahead and do this, now bear in mind, I have signed into Facebook on my computer, so it may not pop up the Facebook screen, but I'll show you in incognito browser as well. So if I click login with Facebook, boom, sign in with Facebook pops up. I click sign in with Facebook. It took me to Facebook, right? And then it's going to do a redirect in a second if I'm not logged in already. And let's see what's happening on Facebook. So it says invalid app ID. Oh, okay, the provided app ID does not look like a valid app ID. So I've actually provided an incorrect app ID, but you see, it's kind of getting us there, right? And this is actually, look at that, guys. I actually got so confused there for a second because this is actual Facebook, which is insane, right? So let's go ahead and actually double check our app ID. So I'm gonna quickly hide my screen for a sec, and I'm gonna go over to my configuration. Okay, so this is probably because of the development. So what I'm gonna do actually is go back to my application. So this will actually break the one that's probably live right now. Let me go back to my environment local files. So let me go back to my env file. Oh, I didn't actually add it, I don't think. Right, so where's my env file? Okay, guys, that's the issue. Right, so I didn't actually add in a env file, which is crazy. I thought I did. Okay, guess I did not. So I'm gonna go ahead and add in my environment file. So environment file. I'm going to go ahead and pop in my values as before, right? So this is the environment file that I should have added, which I didn't add, which is crazy. I don't know. I don't remember why that happened. I thought I did add it, right? And I'm going to go ahead and pop in the values, okay? So inside of here, right? We need the client ID and we need the client secret. So I'm going to go ahead and get that from Facebook. I'm just going to hide it quickly so it doesn't pop on the screen. Settings, base. I can't deal with another tech issue today. It's crazy, right? So the app ID, I'm going to go ahead and copy it. Simple. I've got the app ID now. I'm going to paste it onto the screen. Nice. And then I'm going to get the app secret. Okay. So the app secret I'm going to grab as well. And there we go. I'm going to pop that onto the screen as well. So all I did there was added in the values for the environment file. Okay. So what I can do now is I can go ahead and get rid of that. And then I can go ahead and go back into my index and make sure that we actually have the environment file. Okay, awesome stuff. Now I have an environment file. So my environment variables are in here. Okay, so weird. We didn't actually have that before. All right, then I'm going to go ahead and control, cut my server. I'm going to do yarn run dev. Okay, then I'm going to go over to my application. Right now here, I'm going to go back to my localhost 3000. Okay, so while this is loading, let's go ahead and continue on the coding. So we've got the login page. Oh, I guess we're done now. So let's go ahead and get that sorted. I love the fact that you guys see the problems that happen as well, because that's quite interesting, because you're going to fall into the problems as well. It makes it real. Let's click sign in with Facebook and fingers crossed. Let's see what happens. Right. If it says invalid app ID. Okay, URL blocked. That's fine. This is because we are not in test mode. Okay, so when you're developing, you actually want to have this in test mode. Okay, oh, I guess this app secrets out. Right, you're going to click on switch mode. Okay, and then I'm going to make this development mode only. Okay, so it's only going to work on localhost now. Okay, so here it should work now. Okay, so you need to make sure you switch that when you're testing it. Otherwise, if you're testing over HTTP connection, it will not work. Okay, so that's a very important little thing that you need to know about. So if I try it again, sign in with Facebook, let's see what happens. Okay, nice. Now it logged in and we have a session. There we go, guys. Look at that. Right, that's incredible, right? We have an actual session working. It's now logged in. We have the session. If you check in the server, it says JWT auto generated signing key. So it actually went ahead and created a key for us. It did it. Boom, that works. So now if I refresh the page, we are logged in, which means that we don't go to the login page, which is incredible. It works, right? So that's actually super powerful. So now what we can do is we can start to use that information in things like the picture, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my header. Right, so I'm going to go back to the header, and then I'm going to go ahead and style out the header. Right, so that's awesome, right? So a lot of people probably haven't used that, and now you're going to know how to use it, which is incredibly powerful. Okay, so here what I'm going to say now is I'm going to have an image, right? And this image I will explain right now. Okay, so this is where the profile picture was gonna go. I'm going to go ahead and pop it in here. So I'm going to have the image pop in here, and when we click it, I'm going to trigger the sign out. Okay, so I don't even need that. I'm just going to trigger a sign out, and I'll show you how we import this. I'm going to have a rounded image with a cursor pointer when I hover over it. And this is the interesting part, session.user.image, right? So Facebook, when we logged in, provided a bit of details. It provided a name, image, email. So we got the width of 40, height of 40, layout of fixed, so it means it won't change even if we shrink the page. But how do I get this session.user.image? How do I get that variable? Okay, so there's a really nice handy little hook that we can use to pull the session information from anywhere within the app now. So to get the user's authenticated sort of state, we can go ahead and pull the session, right? So what I need to do is I go ahead and import this hook, and this gives me the session, right? So now I actually have the user's information at hand. Okay, so which is incredibly powerful. So if I click save, we should see now the user's image pop up on the left here, right? So if all went well, okay, sign out is not defined. Okay, that's not too bad. The reason why that's happened is because sign out is a function that we need to import from NextAuth client. Okay, so we need to go here, sign out, and then we've also got use session, save, and then let's check this out and refresh. Check that out, guys. So now if I click that, it should sign me out, right? So if I click this, wait for it. If I click it, it will sign me out, which means I no longer have a session, which means it redirects me to the login component, right? That's incredible. Now, if I click login, if I click sign in, this will take me to Facebook. I'm already signed in on Facebook, hence it will log me in. Otherwise, you'll get a Facebook prompt. Boom, we have my login credentials. That's my picture on Facebook of me and my mum. Awesome stuff. Okay, so now we have the header component and the authentication portion done. That's really quite powerful, guys, already, right? So we're already touching base already. Right, so now I'm going to create this sidebar component. Okay, so I'm going to create the sidebar component. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit this, create a sidebar component. So let's go ahead and create the sidebar component. Sidebar.js. Now this is going to be a long build, guys. We've got a lot of stuff to do, so keep interested. Hit the thumbs up button, have a drink of water if you need it. Go back to header here. Instead of Sunny Sanga now, I'm going to make it session dot. Right, and here you're going to see, look, user. We get a user dot, and then we get the email name. Oh, God's sake, get out of the way. Where's it gone? Get out of the way. Get this out of the way. Thank you. Then we've got email, image, or name. So I'm going to use the name. So now you'll see I'll pull it from. This is actually now being pulled from Facebook. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the sidebar. Now for the sidebar, we are going to go ahead and pull in the session information because I'm going to need the session for the top image. So if you noticed, actually, let me quickly log into sunnysanga.com. 1 second, guys. Okay, so if you notice on the top left, we had the picture of me. So I want to have that right over here. So the way I do that is I go over to my application and I'm going to go ahead and say, oops, const session, and I need to pull in my use session hook. Okay, that's only working, remember, because we've wrapped, right? We've wrapped it in the beginning, _app.js in that provider. That's how we can use the session throughout different pages. That's why we do it. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say class name equals, and then here I'll say padding of 2, right? Because remember, we're creating the sidebar now, guys. Right, we're creating this right here. Okay, so I'm going to do padding of 2. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, and you see the top's not fully responsive yet. We're going to fix that. And I'm going to say padding of 2. I'm going to say margin top of 5. And then I'm going to give it some max width constraints. And now because we're using the just-in-time compiler, I can give these square bracket custom values here. If I wasn't using it, I couldn't do that. So on a mobile screen, I'm going to say 600 pixels is a max width. But when we hit the extra large screens, I'm going to say the min width should be at least 300 pixels. Okay. So I'm kind of, forcing it to be that size when we hit the bigger screen, right? And a lot of thought's gone into this when I was designing it. Okay, so trust me, it takes some time to build this out. So here I'm going to go ahead and say SidebarRow. Okay, so SidebarRow, and we're going to go ahead and have a reusable component for each one of these, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have this have a icon. So it's going to have an icon as one prop, and that's going to be like, a bunch of icons that we import. So we're going to import those right now, actually. So I'm going to go ahead and import all of the icons that I'm going to need. So let's go ahead and pop that in right now. Where's it gone? Here, come on, there we go. Let me actually turn off my flux. I use flux to save my eyesight, guys. You guys should do it too. It's very, very important. Okay, so but I need to stay awake right now. So we've got this open, and then I'm going to use the icon here to be, and this one's going to be users icon. So let's go ahead and say users icon, and then I'm going to have the title prop, and this one would say friends. Okay, so this one is basically going to represent this, right, where it says friends on the left. Here we're going to have the same thing, but it's going to be like so. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and actually repeat this a bunch of times at the top, right? And I'll show you how we do the one for the person afterwards as well. Okay, so we're gonna have the SidebarRow, which can accept an icon or title, and then we're gonna have a special one at the top, which is actually gonna go ahead and pass in a source instead of an icon. So if it passes in a source, I want to render out a picture. If it passes an icon, I want to render out an icon. Right, so we're gonna make a very nice reusable component. Okay, Hector, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. Right, so here, SidebarRow. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say SidebarRow.js. Okay, so there we go. I'm going to do _RFCE. Right, so then I'm going to go ahead and say for the SidebarRow. Right, so for the SidebarRow, I'm going to go ahead and pull in the props. Now the props that I'm using, I'm going to destructure them. I'm going to say source, icon, title. Okay, so there's a bunch of things I'm going to be using here. And let's go ahead and hide that so we have some space. And I'm going to say, okay, if they passed in a source, so that when I want to render the person's picture, then I will render a Next.js image, which means I do need to import Next.js image into my code. This is pop in the image, And I'm going to say it's a rounded image. The source, the width of 30, height of 30, layout fixed. Don't want to change its size. Okay. And then I'm going to say if there was an icon, right? So if somebody passed in an icon, then I want to render the icon out. Okay. So you see what we're doing here? We're doing a conditional render of JSX. Okay. Now this icon, I'm going to go ahead and pop in, and this icon is going to say it's going to be a height and width of 8, and it's going to have a text blue of 500, which means the icon itself will be blue. Okay, then we're going to have a p tag. Now the p tag is going to have the title inside of it, and it's going to have a class name, and the class name here is going to be hidden by default on mobile view. And then on the smaller screens and above, I'm going to say it's inline flex, and it's going to be a font medium. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and save this, and I'm going to import my SidebarRow in the sidebar component. Okay, so import SidebarRow. I think we're going at a good pace, guys. Let me know if this is a good pace for you guys. Right, so now if I go ahead and hit refresh, wait for it, we should see a bunch of change now. Oh no, nothing. Right, and the reason we don't see anything is because of okay, interesting. So we don't actually see the SidebarRow, and this is because, oh, okay, we don't actually have any sidebar being rendered. So we go back to index, and here the sidebar, oh, we do. Oh, I didn't save it. Okay, gotcha. This is why. So I need to go ahead and actually import the sidebar, and then I'm going to import sidebar like so, hit save, and now we should be able to see a sidebar. Boom. Okay, so obviously that's huge. So I mean, it's kind of there, but it's not, like, it's really not, right? So we need to kind of fix that. Right, so if I go to my SidebarRow, and then Australian here, nice, Iron Man Jarvis, what's up, dude? And then I'm gonna go into SidebarRow, and what's going on here? So SidebarRow, if we have the icon, needs to be a height and width of 8. Okay, but that's huge. Oh, the div, there we go. Right, the div is trying to use up a block, inline block, which means it's going to use up the entire space. We don't want it to be that. We want it to be a flex. I'm going to say items center, and then I'm going to say space x of 2. Okay, now you should be able to see a minimal change, I guess. P of 4. Let's double check this out 1 sec. Let me go back and do a P of 4. Right, now interestingly enough, our icon is freaking out with the size, right? So let's have a look why this is happening. Height and width of 8. Let's just go ahead and change this to a height of 8. Okay, interesting. These are huge. Holy crap. This is because we've got flex items and space x2. We've got P. Let's go ahead and just finish off the styling, and then we'll come back to the issue. We'll say hover. We'll say BG gray of 200. I want to do rounded corners when I kind of, you know, highlight over it, and I want it to be a cursor pointer. And now you can see, now we've got the sort of, you know, it will. We should have that. BG gray SidebarRow. Okay, let's just double check sidebar. And then here inside of sidebar now, let's just double check that we've actually set everything up correctly, because I think in sidebar we've messed it up. Right? It's either in here or it's to do with the actual, oh, okay, I got it. I know where it is. Right now, these are using up the entire width, which makes sense because if we go back to the index, right? What we actually need to do is if we go back to our index, index, right? What we need to do is in here, I need to say class name and apply a flex to all of the things inside that main block. Okay, so this will be a flex. Wait for it. Boom. Look at that. Clean as hell, right? Now that looks pretty nice to me. That looks pretty nice to me. We just need to make it, I mean, that's not really correct, is it? Right? Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to go over to the SidebarRow, and let's just debug it and get that looking perfect. Okay, so back over to SidebarRow. First time watching live, always used to watch replays, your videos out. Sam, what's up, dude? Good to see you here. Right, so here we've got small inline flex font medium. Okay, that's the p tag. And then for the div, we've got flex item center, we've got space x2, p4, hover BG gray, rounded XL, cursor point. Okay, cool, nice. But the interesting part is that why is this not growing? I think it might be due to my sidebar not using up its space like it should be. Right, so interesting. Okay, let's debug this. So we've got the sidebar, which has a P of 2, margin top of 5, max width 600, min width 300. Okay, and we've got the sidebar row, which is width of 8. But where is my right now I don't even see my title. Am I passing in the title? Yeah, I'm passing in the title. So I'm not seeing the title come through at all. Okay, so interesting. Let's just go ahead and do, I just want to see something for a sec. Let's do a H1 with the title coming through. Okay. Okay, so it's actually to do with my styling there. Okay, so we're saying it's hidden and then on the small inline flex. And if I was to just give this my flex, or to be honest, this could just be an inline. Okay, let's double check something. Right. Now I've made a silly mistake here. I just want to double check something. I want to kind of, okay. So everything is correct. Okay, so this is actually correct, guys. It would be to do with my higher component. So it would be to do with my, let's just double check the styling over here. Paste, okay, seems all good. Let's check out the, it's got upper level. So you know when you're debugging, that's all you're gonna do, right? You're gonna go upper level, see what that's about, and see what's happening over there. Okay, I think I see where the issue might be. Index.js, height of screen. Let's go ahead and change this to become, let's go ahead and give the background of the entire thing. We're going to give it a height of a screen. We're going to overflow hidden. That's for the little scroll trick. So when we want this little trick, right? And then background gray. So let's go ahead and apply that right now. Let's see what happens. Right, so that's okay, I guess. But right now we're still not doing what I'm looking for. Okay, so sidebar. Why is my sidebar acting out? Because right now it's on the sort of mobile view. It's stuck on the mobile view. So if you see this right here, stuck on this view. Okay, something super strange happening here. Okay, I'll tell you what, guys, let's go ahead and continue on with the build. Let's go to our index. Let's continue with the index, right? Let's build the feed, right? The feed and the widgets. So here I'm going to go ahead and say feed, and then I'm going to go ahead and create the feed, the rest of it. And then let's just see what's going on here. Feed.js. Subscribe if you're new, dude, because we pretty much keep these builds coming, right? So we're going to have the feed. Okay, now inside the feed, we're going to have a div, and this is where we have the individual points. So we're going to have the stories, the input box, and the posts. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to have is the stories. Okay, so here we'll have the stories, then we'll have the input box, input box, and then we'll have the posts. Okay, so we're going to have a bunch of stuff here. Let's keep on going, guys. All right, MC Fresh, what's up, guys? We've got stories. So here I'm going to say stories. And then I'm going to go ahead and do component. And this one's going to be stories.js. Now underscore RFCE, pop in our stories. And over here, what we're going to do is for the stories, I've actually simplified this for you quite a bit. Okay. So what I've done is I've actually introduced a data structure here. So you can go ahead and just copy the data structure. And what this is simply going to go ahead and have an array of a bunch of objects. You got name, source, profile. Okay, so this will have the names of each individual. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create a StoryCard component and map through it. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is for this stories, we're going to have some styling to it. So the class name here would be flex. I do want to justify them centrally. So the stories that we're talking about here are these. Okay, and then I'm going to say space x of 3. So space x of 3. And then we're going to say MX auto. Okay, MX auto, right? MX auto, there we go. Right, story, and then let's go ahead and render it out. So here I'm going to say, let's render out a StoryCard component. Okay, now from this, I'm going to go ahead and pass through some props. So the name, source, and profile I'm passing through, and these will be correlating to the name, source, and profile here. So the prop will be mapped like this, right? So it's basically going to be, the name will be story name like so, and this will correlate to that. Okay. So now the story card component, right? This is going to like basically represent this. Okay. So these story card components, let's go ahead and create. So StoryCard.js, and then I'm going to do underscore RFCE, right? The story card came through with some props, right? Name, source, and profile. Okay. So here I'm going to have, for the story card, I'm going to have two things. I'm going to have an image, which is going to represent this image. Then I'm going to have a little circle image at the top, and then I'm going to have a p tag. Okay. So three things to chuck in, right? I'm going to go ahead and import my image tag at the top, and I'll explain exactly where I'm getting this information from. All right. Okay. So you can see here, what we're doing is we need to make firstly the class name relative. That's just the first basic thing I need to do, relative. Okay. So I'm going to make the image here come through, right? Now this image right here is going to be absolute position, opacity of 0, unless we get onto a bigger screen. Now I'll show you what that means. It means that these little circles on the bigger screens are there, but on the smaller screens by default are opacity 0. So you see how the small little circle is not there? The bigger circle has become that shape, but the small circle is not there. Okay, so that's what we get. Rounded full Z of 50, so it comes on top of the image, and top 50, which means push it top down 50 points, right? And we've got this. Let's just go ahead and pop this on right now so we can actually see some stuff happening. Right, so story card, are we actually pulling this in? No, we're not. Let's go ahead and do that right now. So we've got stories. Right. So we're going to make this relative. And you can see right now, we've got some weird booky stuff happening right now, okay? So I'm going to say, we render that on the screen, and then I'm going to say a height and width of 14, okay? So each story card needs a set size. So I'm going to say height of 14, width of 14. Let's see. Are we seeing anything? Yep. No. Okay. Maybe. Yep. No. And this is because. Right. Let's double check. Feed. Okay. We're not actually pulling in the stories. Wow. Okay. This goes up levels. So I need to go ahead and import my stories. Right. So we're going to go ahead and do this and save. And now we should see the stories pop in. Wait for it. So we've got the stories here. We're mapping through the story, and then we see this kind of come through. Now, when we do this, we do need a key. In this case, I'm going to say story dot, this is a bad one, but story dot source. That's okay. Okay, we're still not seeing what we need to see. Story card. Okay, we've got the story source, name, everything here that we need. Let's see what's happening on the server. Okay, so everything seems to be okay on the server. So something strange is happening here, guys, with the actual component, the actual app itself. Okay, so right now we've got, let's have a look. Let's go into our stories here. And we've got justify center space X, okay, MX auto. And then if we go up to feed, on the feed, okay, this is where the issue was, right? My bad, right? So for the feed, we need to give it some sizing, okay? Otherwise, it's not gonna have no space to grow. So I'm gonna say flex grow. So use up as much space as you want in your flex container. Okay, that's the first point of rule. And then we're gonna say, give it the height of the screen. Okay, so I'm gonna stretch that down to the height of the screen. And this will go ahead and actually go, so we've got the feed. Okay, height of screen. PB of 44, padding bottom, padding top of 6. And let's just double check. Am I even seeing that? Let's just do hello. Okay, I'm actually going to restart the server because it looks like the app is bugging out big time, guys. All right, so let's go ahead and actually pull out my server, cut the server, and then let's go ahead and do yarn run dev one more time. Let's cut this off again properly till we get, there we go, nice. yarn run dev. We don't quit. And guys, what I want to show you, right, and I hope this is showing you something that like it doesn't always go smooth, right? Like no build ever goes smooth. Sure, I was coding in this like, and it was, you know, it wasn't so slow because we're live right now. It's a bit more trickier, but if you get stuck, don't let it knock you out. Don't think you're a crap developer and all that stuff, right? This happens, right? It happens. You have to debug. This is part of debugging, and this is why I love to do live videos, because you get to see something goes wrong. You get to see it, right? So that's why we're not going to quit. We're just going to keep on going, right? You're not going to see me kind of cry about this. We're just going to fix it, move forward, and get past it. Okay. So right now, localhost 3000. I mean, I would appreciate if that would just finally work, because that one is super annoying, right? So flex grow, index, let's have a look. We've got the index here. Now let's work from the top down, okay? So we've got the index here, we've got height screen, we've got BG gray. Now let me just refresh the page and see, are we actually getting what we're looking for? Because in this case, it says that we built it, but I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. If I was to log out, log in, sign in. Okay, so it is building our page out. That's fine. Okay. Strange. Honestly, crazy. Right. We got the header. Maybe it's the main. Maybe it's this, because I was using a div. No, but I don't think there should be any difference. No, there shouldn't be a difference. That's fine. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and do this. So let's go ahead and hit the sidebar again. Feed is not defined. Oh my God, are you kidding me? It wasn't even rent. Wow, that was. See, that's how you know the computer's bloody dying, guys. Damn. See, Damien says, we are all learning. Check the feed. I guess you forgot. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. You forgot the import. But I mean, oh yeah, okay. That's still pretty good. Right, so we got Elon. Right, I'm still happy to see something. Right, so we've got some Bill Gates in the house, right? So let's go ahead and check that out. So obviously the ideal scenario is to not be flooded with a face that big, right? So we're gonna go actually to the story card, and I'm gonna set loads of rules here, right? So I'm gonna say, okay, height and width of 14, fair enough. But when I hit the medium, sort of larger screens, I wanna change it to a height of 20, right? When I hit the medium screen, I'll change to a width of 20, right? When we have a large screen, I'm gonna change it again, so these get a little bit more of an upgrade. These are story card, yes. And then when it cursor pointer overflow on the x-axis, padding of 3, and then I'm gonna apply some nice little hover effects. So if I go ahead and pop these on right now, so let's go ahead and pop this in there, hit save. And the reason why this is most likely happening now is the container that it's in, okay? So this is most likely the container that we are surrounding it in, okay? So if we go to our stories now, okay? And then we're mapping through, we have the keys here, everything is being put in. Let's have a look at the stories. Flex, justify, center space, X more 3, okay, cool. And then we go back to the index. The height of screen, padding top, and then here we're gonna change the margin right. Okay, margin right needs to go to 4. On the extra large screens, it's gonna be a margin right of 40. And then I'm gonna do overflow Y auto, right? And I want it to be a scroll bar hide. So I will hide the scroll bar, I'll show you how to do that afterwards. And then for the div, which is holding everything, I'm gonna do the following, okay? So this is actually very important now. So for this one, this is gonna hold all the stories and all that stuff. I'm gonna say class name equals, I'm gonna say margin X auto, so it will center itself, max width MD, okay? So that's gonna do that for us. Now, oh, okay. I know why this is happening. All right, in stories, we've got the story card, but the story card is most likely not relative to its parent. So let's double check story card. We've got absolute opacity. Okay, so we've got the object cover, filter, brightness. Okay. And this will actually add in the sort of, you know, we should see an animate effect. Okay, so this is definitely like something strange is happening right now. So the whole, okay, I want to explain that one out, right? the whole issue there was honestly that the Tailwind wasn't kicking in, right? So we were doing so many, we were doing so many of the class names correct, but the damn Tailwind wasn't kicking in. God damn it, guys. But look, we made it. Good stuff. So now we go back to our stories and let's kill it. All right, let's just crush this now. All right, so in feed, we can go ahead and pop in the stories. Okay, we have our stories here. So this is looking amazing now. Okay, nice. Boom. Let's do this. Sidebar. Right. We've got our min max width. Okay, awesome. Let's just check the mobile response. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. But what was blowing my mind is that this wasn't breaking. Like crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Let's do this. Okay, so feed. Let's go to our index. Let's go to our feed and let's pop this in and wait for it. There we are. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Everything was working. Just crazy, isn't it? Let's go to stories and let's get rid of the H1. And now we should be able to see on a big screen. Look at that. On a big screen, it works, even with the animations. Amazing. All right. Aldo, what's up, dude? Aldo is one of our amazing members inside the Puppet Fam. So you guys can see this, right? Looking good. Okay, looking amazing. That was a crazy debugging session. Wow. All right. Holy crap. All right. So we got the story cards working, and the next section is the input box. Okay. The amount of things we've had to fight today is crazy. Right, input box. Let's do this. So you see how marking things out can help you? Input box. Right, now we're gonna ramp up the speed. It's because we the bloody Tailwind wasn't loading. But anyway, back to positive vibes. Let's go ahead and get this one. Let's go ahead and let's pick this out now. Right, so we've got the input box. Now we're going to do the input box here. Input box. And then we're going to hit save. Go to our input box. Nice. And inside of our input box, let's go ahead and build. Now the input box is actually a very interesting part, right? This is where Firebase kicks in. This is where we've got the real-time DB, all that good stuff. So for the input box, what we're going to do is we're going to have a... So the input box that we're building now, guys, is this one right here, right? So it says what's going on and all this information, right? So we're going to go ahead and build this one out. So first thing we need to do, right, is we need to build out the top half, right? So the top half is going to be its own little div, right? And this top half that I'm referring to is this half here, right? So the half at the top, so one with the image and the input field. Okay, now the image is going to pull in the image from the session user image. We know how we got that from NextAuth. Okay, so I'm going to come in here, pop this in like so. Let's go ahead and chuck this in. There we go, image. I go to the top, I chuck in, I import my next image as we need to. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. So we pop in our next image like so, hit save, and then we need to get the session. Now we don't have the session at the moment, so I need to go ahead and get my session. So session, I'm going to go ahead and say const session equals use session and go ahead and import like so. Okay, boom. Okay, now you can see the picture comes through. Nice. And that's actually the logged in session. So that's the logged in person session. Okay, so next what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we've got the image coming in. So we're going to go ahead and add in a form next. Okay, so the form is going to be very important because it's what's going to allow us to actually have the enter button and then, you know, submit the text to make a post and all that good stuff. Okay, so here I'm going to say form, and this is going to be class name, and this is going to be flex and flex1 because I want this to use up the majority of the room here like so. Okay, so what we do is inside there I'm going to have an input and a button. So the little trick here, so when you have the input field, this one's going to actually say, you know, like, what are you working on, or what is it? No, not what you're working on. It's going to say, what's on your mind, right? And it's going to have the person's name. So nice little sort of personal touch there, right? So here we'll say placeholder equals, and then we'll have our JSX, so backticks. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have what's on your mind. Okay, and then here I'm going to have session.user.name. hit save. Nice, cool. So this is looking good. And then obviously it doesn't look the greatest right now, but we'll get it to the point where it needs to get to. So this container out here, we're gonna go ahead and say, nothing is impossible with the problem. Exactly, and I want to honestly like really push that point, right? Because like, look how we can overcome all these crazy issues, right? Together as a team, it doesn't stop. That's what Zero to Full Stack Hero is all about, right? So we got flex, space 4, P4, item center. As soon as I hit save, you'll see this come into a line. Nice, looks a lot nicer with that. Then we're gonna style the input field. Okay, so the class name here, let's go ahead and say class name. How many likes are we at, guys? Let me know. Let's go ahead and say class name and say rounded full. Okay, rounded full, H12, BG gray, 100, flex grow, PX5, which means padding on the x-axis 5. And then when I click it, I don't want that outline ring, the blue outline ring. So I say outline none. Hit save, and boom, we get this. Okay, so that's looking a lot nicer. Now, how do we get the nice little ring around it? Okay, so the background sort of, you know, how do we get it to look like this, right? So that's actually the parent here. We're gonna say class name. Now what we're gonna do for the outside containers, say BG white, right? And I'll save it as we go, so that way you guys can see what's going on. BG white, padding of 2, so you can see, look, padding of 2, rounded 2XL. Right, rounded 2XL, shadow MD, text gray 500, oops, text gray 500, and then I'm gonna say font medium and margin top of 6, right? Look at that, look how nice that looks with the little drop shadow. Like immediately, look at this, we're starting to create a really nice app, right? And then we forgot one serious important point, question mark. Adds all this sort of dynamic to your app, right? Like what's on your mind, right? It makes a difference, right? So here we have got the input, and then we're gonna have a button, but the button here we're not actually gonna show, right? So I'm not actually gonna say we can say submit now, and you'll see a button come in, but I don't want to show that button, right? So here I'll say hidden, yeah, and an on click, right? So this is actually gonna be an on click, and when we do this, I'm gonna trigger off a function called send the post. Okay, so if you've got a form and then you have a button inside of it, right? If we do type submit, right? This will be basically when we hit the enter key, it will go ahead and actually submit the button, right? Which means it will click, right? So this will actually go ahead and we type in, hit enter, and then boom, it sends a post. So I'm gonna go ahead and create like a sort of empty function here called send post. And this will have an event attached to it. And basically when we hit enter, I'll show you what happens. Look at this. So if I go ahead and type in something and hit enter, enter, you see how it refreshed the page, right? So we don't want to do that, right? So the way we prevent that is we say e.prevent default behavior. So e.prevent default, like so, okay? All right, so now we've got this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and say, we got the button there. So the next thing to do now is I'm gonna go ahead and have the buttons underneath it. So these ones, live video, photo video, and filling activity. Guys, just to mention, I am gonna have image uploading on this build, okay? So we are gonna actually cover that as well. So yeah, honestly, it's a marathon. I'm telling you, it's a damn marathon, right? All right, so we're gonna need some icons. So I'm gonna go ahead and import them right now. We're gonna need 3, and I'm gonna go to the top, and I'm gonna chuck it over here. All right, so emoji, happy icon, camera icon, video camera icon, they're the things I need. And then I've got my closing div here. Inside of here, I'm actually gonna have 3 things, okay? So I'm gonna have 3 different parts. I'm gonna have live video, photo video, filling activity, okay? So inside of this div, I'm gonna have a div here, and I'm gonna have 3 divs, right? I'm gonna have a div for the first one, I'm gonna have a div for the second one, and then I'm gonna have a div for the third one, okay? And don't excuse my spacing, okay? All right, so now I'm gonna have we've got these sort of, you know, these divs inside of it, and each one is gonna have a paragraph text and the icon. Now I'm gonna go ahead and paste these in, and I'll explain the values, okay? So the first one, we're gonna see a video camera icon with a height of 7. The text is red 500. And then we've got a p tag with the text is extra small, so that correlates to font size. And then we're going to say after the small screen, so when it gets bigger screens, we're going to change it to a text of sort of small, which is actually pretty big. And then on the bigger screens, text base, which is actually a bigger than small size. Okay, so I'm going to do that passing through to the third one as well. And there's a reason why the middle one's a little bit more complicated, but I'll show you in a sec. Okay, so we're going to have the happy icon. Okay, so we've got the happy icon as well, and that one's going to be yellow. And so you see, like, we're basically building out these one. So the final one is actually going to be this one right here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop in this one here. Okay, so camera icon, text green, and it's the same principle. Okay, now how do I get this to look a bit more nicer? I'm going to basically go ahead and make this a flex box with justifying it evenly, so they get like an even spacing. Right, so justify evenly, give it a padding of 3 and a border top. Okay, and then let's go ahead and hit that. So wait for it. There we go, looking nice. Okay, and then what we want to do is for each of these classes, right? So each of these divs, I'm going to basically make a custom class, right? So I'm going to say, let's just call it input icon. Okay, so we're going to say input icon. Now for input icon, I want to make a custom sort of utility class. So I'm going to go to globals and I'm going to say dot input icon, right? And then to write some Tailwind, I need to say @apply. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm basically going to go ahead and start this out. So these icons are going to they're going to be flexed, right? So you guys are going to start seeing these things come into play. So it's going to be flexed, so it'll drop onto a line. We're going to center it. So item center. So item center, you'll see everything, the text come into the center. I want to space them. So space on the x-axis of 1. You'll see the text shift a little bit away from the icon. And then when I hover over them, I want the BG, so the background, to go to a gray of 100. I love saying that, BG. And then flex grow, I want them to each grow like if they have the space, so that way it will actually take up the entire container. I want to justify them so they're in the center of the element. Padding of 2, I want to make them a bit bigger, right? So if I don't have padding of 2, you see this like that. If I give it a padding of 2, it becomes that, right? Which is nicer, right? So padding of 2. And then we're going to go ahead and say rounded XL, and then we're going to say cursor pointer, and then now, bada bing, bada boom. Look at that. Awesome. Looks clean. So these 3 things. Now I want to have it so when you type in hello, enter, and then we send a message to Firebase. So at this point, let's set up Firebase. Okay. The firebase.google.com is where you want to go to next. Now we're going to set up Firebase. Firebase is a suite of tools provided by Google. They allow us to have a real-time DB and authentication and other stuff. But we're not using the authentication today. We're just using the DB. So I'm going to click go to console. All you need is a Gmail account. Okay. And then you're going to go to add project. Once you've done that, we're going to type in Facebook and I'm going to do YouTube. Okay. Then we're going to hit continue. I'm not going to enable Google Analytics, create project. All right, so we're going to go ahead and continue through. Now what we need is the configuration. Okay, so we're going to go to this little cog, project settings. I need to connect my Next.js app up to Firebase. So I'm going to click on this and type in Facebook to YouTube. Okay, and then we're not going to host it, so register the app. What extension do you use to inspect the Tailwind classes? That's actually a very good question. Just type in Tailwind CSS in the extensions and it will come up. It will be the first one that comes up. And dude, that is amazingly important to have. Okay, so very important to have that. It's actually this one right here. I'll show you. So it's actually, where is it going? Oh no. Okay, freeze. Tailwind CSS. You need that, honestly. It's a huge must if you're doing Tailwind CSS. Okay, so make sure you add that in. All right, so I'm going to grab the config, copy this, and now I'm going to go to my build, and then follow me now. Follow me, okay? We're going to go ahead and do Command J. I'm going to open up a second node sort of thing. So I'm going to say split ZSH. I don't know, that's a new sort of UI on... I'm using the beta version, so it's fine. But here, basically go ahead and say yarn add Firebase. Right now, while that's installing, I'm going to go ahead and go to my files, and I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to go to my next.config.js level, and I'm going to type in hit a new file and firebase.js. Okay. Now inside of here, I'm going to paste that config that I had earlier. I'm going to import Firebase from Firebase. Okay. And then what we also need to do is we will be using Firebase storage today, okay? So in order to use it, you do have to explicitly say that you're going to use it. So we're going to do that, right? It's what I've always needed. Might have to look at insiders. Terminal splitting you could do on the old one, Gabriel, as well. It's the little sort of window icon. You just click that and then it works. I literally always code like this with two terminals. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize my app. Okay. So I'm going to say const app equals, and this one's important, right? You need to check if you've already initialized it because we're doing server-side rendering, which means there could be edge cases where we've already rendered it on the server and then we try and render it again. So here we say if the number of apps initialized is like, you know, if there is none, because we've got the bang here, then we say firebase.initialize app. So firebase.initialize app, okay? And then what I do is I pass in the Firebase config, okay? Now, if it's not, then I say Firebase use the existing app. So firebase.app, okay? So that'll use the existing one that was initialized. Once you've done that, I'm going to get access to the real-time DB, okay? Well, we're going to be using Firestore, sorry. So I'm going to click on Firestore, and I'm going to quickly set up a Firestore database. Now, Firestore database is actually a NoSQL sort of supercharged DB, okay? So we're going to start in test mode, and then we're going to go ahead and click on enable, okay? Now, with that bit done, what we're going to do is we're going to do const db equals, oops, nope. Go back, come on. Right, const db equals app.firestore. Okay, now this will go ahead and actually set up the sort of our connection to Firestore. And then what we're going to say is const auth equals, oh no, we're not going to use authentication today. We're not going to use authentication. We're going to use a storage instead, sorry. We're going to use storage. We're already using NextAuth for authentication. We'll say firebase.storage. Okay, and then we'll do this. And then I'll say export auth db and storage. Okay, and we'll hit save. Okay, hit save. Cool. So now we've prepared everything, right? So the goal is that we have posts in here, and then these are going to resemble all the posts, and then each post will have the information inside of it that's going to basically that we're going to need. Now we are going to make use of storage, because what we're going to do is we're going to have functionality inside the app where you can go ahead and type in hello world, for example, click on photo and video, and then what we're going to do is if you click this, it will actually come up here as in we've actually attached a photo to the post, and then when you hit enter, it will go ahead and submit that, right? Now the reason why I'm not going to show that is because I have locked the database, otherwise the test one's going to get spammed. So if I try to submit that now, it wouldn't work. Otherwise sunnysanga.com will get all sorts of stuff all over it. Right, and that's not something we want. So I'll show you how to do it now. So what we're going to do is we're going to go inside of our app. Okay, we're going to pull up our sort of application so we can see it. Nice. And then we're going to go back to our input, right? So our input box. Now this is where a lot of the logic comes in. So if you're feeling tired, wake up, right? So now what we're going to do inside of our input box is go ahead and implement the functionality to go ahead and post something to the DB, okay? So first thing we need to do is I want to just post simple messages. That's the first part, right? What's up, Thomas Campos? Hey, everybody. Hey, Sunny. What's up, man? So first thing I need to do is I need to get the text from this field. How do I do that, right? So what I do is I use something called a reference. Now you can use state, but reference is more efficient. So we're going to say const input ref. And here I'll say use ref. And I'm going to initialize it with a value of no to begin with, okay? Now we do need to import use ref from, there we go, from React. And I'm going to go ahead and copy my input ref. This is going to reference, imagine like a big finger that's pointing towards the input reference, right? So I'm going to copy that, go to my input field where it says what's on your mind, and I'll type in ref and I attach it. So now I've got a reference to that input field if I ever need to get the value. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to first block someone. If so, we shouldn't allow someone to send a post if the value of the entry field is empty. So the way we do that, we say if the input ref dot current, wherever it's pointing at, dot value. So if the right now is empty, it will just return out of the send post. It won't do anything after that, right? But if we do have a value in there, it will continue on, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to get our DB object. So I'm going to pull that in from our local Firebase file. Then I'm going to say db.collection. And remember I said a collection of posts is where we're going to push the message to. Okay. So now I'm going to say add a message to that post. Okay. Simple, pretty simple, right? And then what I need to do is I need to push in a bunch of things. So firstly, I'm going to push a message in. This is going to be the input ref.current.value. Okay. So remember, this is going to be whatever the user's typed in here. All right. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say the name. So what is the name of the person? That's going to come from session.user.name. Okay, so we're going to get the name like that. Then we need the email because it's always handy to have. So session.user.email. Then we're going to have image, and that's going to be session.user.image. And then we're going to have timestamp. Okay, so timestamp. Now, timestamp is going to be an interesting one. So in order to get a timestamp, which means that my timestamp is the same as Damien's timestamp or is the same as Valencio's timestamp, right? So it doesn't matter where we are in the world, it's just the same timestamp. We're going to use the one that's where the database is actually located, right? So what we do is we say firebase.firestore.field value, right? Field value dot server timestamp, and this gives us the server's timestamp. Okay, so this means that it will go ahead and add in the post to the database, right, which is clean, right? It looks really nice. Okay, so when we do that now, right, if I was to go ahead and then after that say input current value empty, right, so we want to empty it out afterwards, so that way it kind of clears the input after we send it. Let's see if that works. Right, let's actually see if that works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my Firebase on the right hand side, right, and then I'm going to go ahead and sort of, you know, push the message in. So I'm going to say hello world, right? So I'm going to say hello world, and I'm going to hit enter, right? So it cleared. And if I go ahead and refresh Firestore, look at this, guys. Check this out. Look, it posts a message, right? Now check this out. If I say in what's up Papa Fam, what's up Papa Fam, enter, we should see some real-time functionality here. So let me go ahead and see if it's popped up. There we go. Look at that, guys. Popped in straight. What's up, Papa Fam? Nice. Right, we've got image upload functionality left. So as you can see, we've got some data being pushed into the database, right? So my proposition now is let's go ahead and implement the upload functionality, right? Then we can render out the message, the sort of, you know, the rest of the posts. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and implement that functionality. Okay, so the way that we do this now is a bit more interesting, right? So we need to go ahead and connect to our Firebases. We need to use the web file picker API, and we need to go ahead and push to a Firebase storage. How do we do that, right? So let's go ahead and break it down. So the way we do it is we simply go ahead and we need to go ahead and actually have a hidden input field. Right, so it's actually very clever how this works. So where we have the camera icon, so right here, what we do is we actually have an input field, but this one is hidden, right? So this is actually, the type of input is a file, so it's actually a file picker, but we hide it, okay? Now this has a few different functions. It has an on change, which means when you select a file, it's going to trigger off a function. So in this case, we're going to have some kind of function called add image to post, because whenever you select a file, like a picture, it should add it to your post, right? So we're going to go ahead and create a function for this, right? And then here I'm going to say const, and then we're going to go ahead and do this. Okay, nice. And then this will come with an event as well. Yep. Okay, nice. So here I'm going to go ahead and we've got add image to post connected. And I also need a reference which points to just like the input reference, I need a reference here, which will basically, we'll call it the file picker ref, right? And I need to create that reference over here, right? So const file picker, right? File picker ref, there we go. Okay, so now what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to have it so that when we add a image to the post, right? So there's a few things that we need to do right now, okay? So I need to have a bit of state inside of the application, right? I need to have a piece of state which retains that image, okay? So if I was to go ahead and pick an image, let's go ahead and say this one, for example. Let's quickly, I don't think I selected it properly. Let me go ahead and do this. I've caught an edge case, right? Let's go ahead and do refresh. Say I picked the Facebook image, there we go. Yeah. So I need a piece of state that will hold on to this, right? So how do I do that? So I say const, and in React we have state. So I'm going to go ahead and create a piece of state called, let's just call it image to post, right? This will be set image to post. And this one will be equals use state, right? And this one I'm going to initialize it with no, all right? Now, what I want to do is when we actually add an image to the post, right? So right now I've got it so that when we click on photo video, right? So where's my photo video button? Here, okay? So what I want to do is I want to actually have it so that, where is my photo video? So here, basically when I click that div, right? This one right here, I want to simulate a click on the button for the input, the hidden one, right? Which means it will open up a file picker, right? Which is actually pretty genius when you think about that, right? Because then it's actually a very nice approach to fixing this. So you say file picker ref.current.click, right? And what this will do is it will click the hidden button with the input that opens up, you know, the sort of file capture, right? So right now we've got use state is not defined. So we need to go ahead and import our use state. So here I can go ahead and pull in my use state like so. So I'll go ahead and do import. There we go. Awesome, right? And then now what we can do is if I click it, oh, boom, nice. Look at that, right? So if I go ahead and select something, okay, nothing happens, but we get the open, it picks it up, right? So I'm gonna click this. And now when we do that, it comes through this event here, right? So when I selected the file, it actually got read in there. Now, what I need to do here is actually cleverly, like smart, like there's a special API called file reader, okay? So what I need to do is I need to initialize something which can read that file. So I need to make something which can initialize that file. So it's called a file reader. And what we do is we say if, right, e.target.files. So if we selected a file, okay, so if the user selected a file, then what I say is I say reader dot. Here I say read as data URL. And then what I do is I pass in the file that the user selected, e.target.files, and then 0, okay? Right, so that's all good. Now what I can say is it's gonna read that file, right? And what it does is, because it's asynchronous, which means you don't know when it's gonna come back essentially, right? So what we do is we say reader on load, right? So when it loads, right, I'm gonna attach a function to it. Okay, so when it loads, and when that reader event comes back, right, I want to do something with it. And in this case, I'm going to update my state. So I'm going to say set image to post as reader event dot target dot result. So what we've actually done here is we've taken the option that the users clicked, so the file they've clicked, so e.target.file. We read that as a data URL. When it comes back, it'll come back as a result, which means it's basically like a base 64 encoding, right? So here, there we go, right? So if we go ahead and hit save now, what this will do is it'll actually load that into our sort of, you know, our store, right? So I'm going to make a little helper function here called remove, load that into our state. So I'm going to make a new one called remove image. And the whole job of remove image is it basically just sets that image state to null again, right? So I'm going to make a helper one. And then I'm going to say set image to post, no, okay? And then do this. So now what we're going to do is we've got the add image to post functionality down, right? Which means that now we technically can render this on the page somewhere, right? So where we have our submit button and where we have the form, next to it over here, I want to show a preview. We're going to say, okay, if there was an image to post, right? So if something was, you know, if something was added into our store, then I'm going to render out some UI, right? The UI I'm going to render out is a div, right? And then it's going to be an image. Now I'm going to render an image tag because it's going to be a hard-coded value, because it's going to be an actual base 64 image, not a URL. So we're not going to use next for that. So here I'll say image to post. And then I'm going to apply some styles to that one. So I'm going to actually go ahead and say, class name, and let's go ahead and do this. So for that image, I'm going to say it should be object contained with a height of 10. And then I'm going to say the div that we're actually going to show the image in, right? If you click it, right, I want to basically remove the image, right? So if you click that, I'm going to remove the image from the state. Otherwise, the sort of design behind it, I'm going to say it's a flex box, flex column, and this will make a lot of sense, right? And what are we flexing with? It's going to be a remove p tag. Okay, so it's just going to be a p tag that's underneath it as well. And this is going to be a small bit of red text, which is central, right? So flex column. And then here, what I'm going to say is keep with me, guys. We're so close, right? Flex column. here I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So when I kind of, hover over it, I want to have a filter that's applied. And here I'm going to say, okay, hover. I'm going to change the brightness to 110. Okay. Change the brightness to 110. And I'm going to apply a transition, and then make the duration 150. Okay. Transform it as well. So I'm going to also do a transform. So I'm going to increase the scale when we hover by 105. So scale 105. Okay. And then I'm going to make a cursor pointer, right? So cursor pointer. So you can see it is actually incredibly powerful, right? Like what you can do with this stuff. So if we've done all that correct, right, in the first time, then what we're going to do is we're going to test it, right? So now if I go ahead and select a file, I should see a little preview pop up on the right. So if I click on Facebook, whoa, look at that, guys. Now, I don't like one thing. I don't like that my cursor pointer. Oh, that's why, cursor pointer, right? And there you go. Nice. Look at that, guys. And if I click it, boom, removes the picture. That's incredible, right? That's incredible. And we're pretty much going good. All right. So we have the image in state. Okay. So the next step is how do we upload the image from state to the database, right? So what I want to do is I actually want to incorporate this step in after I've successfully posted the message. So after I post the message, okay, I will get the document back that we posted the message into, okay? Then I'm going to say, okay, if there was an image to post, so if the user had selected an image, then I'm going to do some funky upload stuff, right, for the image. Right, so some kind of funky upload image stuff for the image, okay? So here I'm going to say const upload task, and bear with me on this one, right? The way that this works is we basically go ahead and I'm going to use that storage, right? And this storage came from Firebase. So we initialize the value from here, right? So here we're going to say storage, right? And then I'm going to say dot reference. So basically what we're doing now is we're kind of putting our hand into the sort of the storage bucket, right? So on Firebase, on Firestore, like not on Firestore, sorry, in storage, we're basically going ahead and creating a folder here called posts, right? It's going to be posts, and then it's going to basically have a similar structure to what we had before. So it'll be posts, and then I want it to be the document ID, so doc.id, okay? And now with that said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the string. So this is actually a pretty cool thing what I'm doing here. So I'm going to put a string, and this is actually the image to post, right? So it may be confusing because you're saying it's a string, but it's an image. So this image is actually something called a base64 encoded image, which means it's literally a bunch of letters which actually build up the image, right? So what we're going to do is we also need to include something called data URL. And now think about what I've done here. I read it in as a data URL and I'm uploading it as a data URL. So you see how the two come in hand here. Upload task, let's keep going. Wow, upload task. So then we're going to say, okay, when the state changed, right? So this actually comes back from the API. So basically when the state changed in any, way, like what we can do is we can actually get the progress here, but we're not interested in the progress, and we'll say no. But if there was an error, I can do something with it. In this case, I'm just going to say console.log the error. So error console.error the error out. So I should be able to see it. And then the final argument is when the complete, right? So this is when it completes. Okay, so when, let's just say when the upload completes. There we go. Nice, save. All right, so now this is basically, we're going to start the upload here, and then we basically listen to the state change, and this is when the upload completes. So this is if an error happens, this is how we get the progress, but I don't want to do anything with it. And this is the complete state, okay? So what I'm going to do now is the final step is I basically go ahead and say storage dot, okay, reference. I go into the posts, right, that I previously did, but there's another way you can do it. You can either do it like this, right? So I'll show you two ways. You can either do it like this, or so you can have posts, for example, like this, or you can say dot child. Okay, so there's two ways you can do that, right? I'm gonna say doc.id, and then I'm gonna say .get download URL. So this will give me a URL that will basically be able to download the picture from. Okay, so think about it. We're gonna use that on the front end, and we're going to store that in the DB as part of the post. Okay. So the next step is I'm going to go ahead and access the, so we get the URL here, and then I'm going to go ahead and say db.collection of posts, right? So think about what I'm about to do here. We're going to go into the posts. I'm going to go into the document that we just uploaded. So just the one that the user just submitted, right? And then what I'm going to do is say set, okay, Then I'm going to pass in an object here, and I'm basically going to say the post image is set to the URL. So this will be a download URL. Now, whenever you use set, be so careful, okay? You have to include an additional option which says merge true. If you don't do that, it will literally replace it. So you'll lose all of this, like all of this stuff, and it will just say post image, right? You don't want that, right? So that's why you got to be very careful with this. Okay, so let's give this a try, right? I think we've actually pretty much done that, right? So with that said, now we should be able to upload an image. So if I go ahead and refresh, wait for it. If I go ahead and say hello world, right? And I go ahead and upload a photo video. Let's go ahead and do this, boom. And then let's go ahead and hit enter, boom, okay? So you see how it went ahead and sent the post, okay? So now if I go ahead and refresh my Firebase storage bucket, we should see it being uploaded to Firebase. So now it should be in our Firebase bucket. Let's go ahead and see. Oh, okay, hopefully. Oh no, okay, the reason being rules. Here we go, the rules. Right, so if I check F12, it would have said you're not allowed. There we go. See, user does not have permission to access that post. So in this case, for now, I'm not going to go through security rules. I'm just going to say allowed read writes. Right, so I'm going to publish those rules. So you're going to have to change your Firebase security rules in order to do this. And then I repeat the experiment. So let's go ahead and do a refresh. Now I'm going to type what's up, Papa Fam, what's up, Papa Fam. And I'm going to include a photo or video. And I'm going to go ahead and hit this, hit enter. And let's go ahead and refresh the Firebase storage. If we click into posts, now look at that, guys, post. And if you click this, boom, Facebook. There we go. Lovely, right? And now what's amazing about this is this will give us a download URL. So this one would have actually enhanced whatever we had inside of Firestore, right? So inside of our Firestore DB, there would be a picture, one of them, that post image. There we go. And there you go. That is literally an image of when I typed in what's up, Papa Fam, and there's the image. So now we build the UA, right? So now we can push, and you see how this is a component by itself that can do this, right? So what we're going to do next is we move back over to the feed, right? So the next bit is to go back to the feed. Right, so we go here and we go back to our feed component, okay? And then what we do is we say, right? We go ahead and we put in the posts. Okay, so now the next step is posts, right? Now posts, what we do is we're going to go ahead and create a functional component for this. We're going to say posts.js, right? And I'm going to do underscore RFCE. Oops, underscore RFCE. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and jump into my post. Okay, so I need to import this from here. Posts, there we go. And I'm going to jump into posts. Posts. Okay, so now what we're going to do, guys, is inside of posts, we're going to say, so firstly, I need to get that information that I pushed into Firebase, right? So in order to get the information in these posts, I could do the old way of doing stuff, you know what I mean? But there's a very nice hook for this, right? It's called React Firebase hooks. And this makes life so simple. Now, we've already done the Firebase config, which means I can use this library and it will have a stable connection to Firebase, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do yarn add React Firebase hooks. This will give me a very nice little library that I can use. So I'll say yarn add React Firebase hooks. Now this will give me an awesome library that I can use to go ahead and pull that information in a real-time fashion, right? So at the top here, if I go ahead and import use collection from React Firebase hooks, Firestore, then what I can do is before, when I render this, I can go ahead and say const, and I get three things back. I get the real-time posts, right? So real-time posts. I get the loading state, if it's ever loading, and I get an error state, okay? Then I'm going to go ahead and say use collection, right? So it's a nice little hook. And then what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to basically put in the directory location here, okay? So this is basically where, you know, where are we looking inside the DB? So we need to go inside our DB. So we need to pull in our Firebase DB object. I'm going to say inside the collection of posts, right? So this makes sense now, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to order by the timestamp. So remember, I ordered by the timestamp, and I want the most recent ones to come to the top. So I'm going to say timestamp descending, okay? Nice. Right, so anyone I can't find the URL. I'm not sure what you mean, dude. Too much challenge, duplicate a complete website, any easy. Nice, dude. So we're going to hit save. Okay, so this is going to be the real-time post now. Okay, so what we can do here, guys, is we can actually say, I'm going to basically go ahead and render out. So here I can say real-time post dot map. Okay, actually no, we're going to say real-time post dot docs. Right, so this gives me a list of docs, and then we map through and we say, okay, for every single post, I only want to render out what? A post, right? So I'm going to render out a post component. Now this post component I'm going to create. So I'm going to go into my components, create a post.js underscore RFCE. Wait for this. Eslam, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. And then we're going to pass in a bunch of props here. Okay. So this bit is the interesting part. So inside of posts, right, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to pass in all of the following values. Okay. So this is the key value pairings that you need to be considered with, right? So we've got the key, which is the post ID. And then for any of the data items inside, you have to access the data object and then the name, email, and so forth. And remember, this is what we pushed into Firebase not so long ago, right? So this is where this would be the post.data. So you'll be inside here and then you can get access to the information. Okay. So this will go ahead and do this. So what I'm going to do now, guys, is I don't actually need the loading and error state, so I can get rid of these for now. And then the interesting part is to actually go ahead and consume this now. Okay, so inside of the post, firstly, I'm going to import my post. There we go. And then inside of the actual post element itself, or component, sorry, I'm going to go ahead and consume all of those as props. Okay, so we've got the following props coming through on this side. All right, nice. Now I need to build out a post. Okay, so cannot read docs of undefined. This makes sense because there is a point in which this is actually loading, right? So it's not initially there. So we're going to do optional chaining and then we go ahead and do that. Okay. So now the posts are actually coming through. We're just not rendering anything. So if I do H1, just say a post, right? Watch this, guys. Wait for it. Hey, look at that. Smash the thumbs up button if that's pretty dope. Right, that's literally a real post, right? So that's actually a post that's coming up on the screen, right? So that's looking pretty good at this point. Okay, so what I'm going to do now for the post is get the surrounding container is actually going to be a flex box. So I'm going to say class name equals flex, and it's going to be a flex column, right? And then we've got the post inside, but that's not going to be what we're going to say. We're going to have another div, right? And inside of this one, I'm going to have the following. So we've got this top section over here, this top section, and then we've got this text over here, right? And then we've got the image, and then we've got this bottom banner section, okay? So a few things to consider with what we're about to do right now, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and say right now that the flex column, the div, yeah, we're going to have another div inside of here. And this div is going to have an image tag. And this image tag is going to have a source, which is going to be the image of the user. And the reason why I've done this is because we may want to go ahead and consider, like we might not always know where that image is coming from. And then height of 40, okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and say class name rounded full. To be honest, you could make that a Next.js image tag. It's not the worst thing in the world, actually. Rounded full. Hit save. Okay. And now you can see that the post image, so it was me who made these posts. So my face will come up. Nice. And then what we're going to say is we're going to have a div, and this div is going to represent this information. So Sunny and the timestamp. Okay. Please don't spam the chat, dude. I'm no longer, yeah, this is a Papa Fam now. We don't talk about any of that stuff. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and say, we're going to have a P tag. And then here we're going to have the name. Right, so we've got the name, and then we're also going to have the timestamp, right? So the timestamp here is interesting. So we're actually going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to say, we're going to have a P tag, and then this, I will explain this bit of code in a sec. You can see that we popped in the name and the date. Now this is probably a bit of code that you might have seen in another build, but basically what this says is it takes the timestamp that we get from Firebase, it converts it. So toDate is converting it in the Firebase fashion. And then we create a new date from it, and then we convert that date to a locale string. So it's basically going to be your locale, local to you. Okay. So looking pretty good. Okay. So looking pretty decent so far. Right. So I need to customize the name, and I'm going to say this is the class name, and this one's going to be a font medium. I don't want this to be, you know, boring and bold. So it's going to be a font medium. So a little bit more, you know, a little bit more size to it. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to get this div, and I'm going to go ahead, and not this one actually, we're going to go into the outside surrounding div. And this one is a flex box. So this one is going to say flex, and it's items center, and it's space x of 2. And now you'll be able to see, look, space x of 2 gave a little bit of distancing from each of the items, okay? Now the surrounding div, this one we need to obviously style it to be white, right? So it's going to be a padding of 5, and we're going to do BG white, right? Now BG white, this is obviously going to be the post itself, right? So that looks pretty good. And then the margin top of 5 to push it away from everything else. Okay, the next thing is to do is make it a little bit round, right? Are you live on Twitch too? No, you know what? I didn't actually double stream it because of the tech issues. So I left it because I was kind of nervous about how everything was happening. Shadow SM. I will jump on it if you guys want me to though. Right, so there you go. Look at that. We've got a very small shadow underneath there. It's very hard to see, but if I go ahead and make it a bit more drastic, like for example, if I do an Excel, you guys can see straight off the bat. There you go. Right, very drastic shadow. If I change it to SM, we want a very subtle. Sometimes the subtle stuff does the trick. Right, now we've got the top portion of the build. Right, so that bit. Right, so this is rounded top. So only the tops are rounded, not the bottom. Okay. So the second thing we want to do, right? We've done that first bit. So the second part is having the message. Okay, so we want the message underneath. So where we had the date, right? We're going to go outside that div, and then we're going to have the actual message. This is going to be in the form of a p tag. Okay, so it's going to be a p tag with the class. We're going to say padding top of 4 because we want to pad it out a bit. And this one's going to have the actual message contents. Hit save. And now we should be see, look, what's up, Pop Fam, hello world, and all this good stuff. And if I type in, yo. Oh, look at that, guys. Nice. Real time, right? So again, there, see how things just snap together, right? So we've got the P tag coming in, we've got the div. And then after that, I want to say, okay, only if there's a post image, right? Only if there's a post image am I going to show something like that, right? So I'm going to say, if there's a post image, I want a div, right? I want a div. I do want to use an image, right? So a special image, right? So Next.js style. And then what I'm going to do is import it from Next.js. And I'm going to say, okay, the source is actually going to be the post image, right? So this is going to be the post image like this. And then we're going to say, oops, what am I doing? Post image, yes. And then the object fit cover. So that way it doesn't kind of get distorted. Object fit is cover. Object, and then we're going to say layout fill, and this will basically fill itself relative to the parent. So if you don't make the parent relative, that is a dangerous property. Okay, so don't use that willy-nilly, right? You have to make the class name relative on the parent, otherwise it goes ahead and gets a bit crazy. Relative, and then you have to give it a height. Okay, so here I'm going to say height of 56, and then on the medium screens I want to kind of increase that height. I want to say 96 on the medium screens. Okay, I'm going to do BG of white. Okay, so now wait for it, guys. You're going to see it. Boom, look at that. That's, I mean, it's pretty damn impressive, right? Like here, if I was to go ahead and let's just refresh and just pop a picture in and see if like he's lying, man. This is fake, right? So let's go ahead and say yo Papa Fam, and let's go ahead and add a picture in, and let's add one from, like, let's just add one of me being super surprised, and then hit enter, right? Look how it's asynchronously gonna pop in. Wait for it, and this is lazy loaded in, right? So that's why it's not gonna be like super quick, because it's not gonna stall your app. And there you go. Nice, right? That's amazing, right? So now what we do is that will go ahead and post. So what we can do now is actually go ahead and set up the footer stuff, right? So the like, comment, share, right? So like, comment, share. I want to go ahead and set that up. Okay. So these are going to be some things underneath, right? So this is going to be the footer section of the post. So we can say footer of the post. And here we're going to have a div, and it's going to have 3 sections inside of it. Yeah. So here I'm going to go ahead and say div. We're going to have div 1, and this is going to be the first section, the div 2, and then we're going to have div 3. Okay. Nice. And then what we're going to do is inside of the sort of, let's go ahead and style the actual, the main component itself first. Here it's a flex. It's justified between. And then we're going to say item center. and then we're gonna say rounded bottom 2XL. Okay, background is white, and then we're gonna say shadow MD. Text gray, and this is setting ourselves up for what we're about to do. Text gray at 400, and I want the border top, right? I want a border at the top. Okay, and it's not going to show anything because we don't have any contents in the children. Okay, so I'm going to need 3 icons. So I'm going to do an import from hero icons. Let's go ahead and pop these in from hero icons. So like so. Yeah, so I'm popping this in on hero icons. Nice. Hit save. There we go. And then we're gonna go ahead and say, there we go, we got that. And got div. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go ahead and grab the following. So each of these divs is gonna have a similar structure, okay? They're gonna have, the first one is gonna have a thumbs up, and then it's gonna have a p tag which says like. It's gonna be a small bit of text which is a regular size. Okay, so you see, look, small, regular, like, okay? And then we're gonna have a similar thing with the chat alternating icon. So this is gonna be like a chat icon which says like comment, right? And then we're gonna have the similar thing for the final one, which is a share. And then let's go ahead and pop this in. Awesome stuff, guys. So now I'm gonna go ahead and pop in 3 different class names. So we're gonna say class name. So where is it gone? Class name. Okay, class name equals, and then here I'll say input icon. So we're actually using that custom, you know, the custom one that we did earlier, right? So if I go ahead and apply that, remember we created an input icon, which is our custom one that we did earlier, right? So that's actually going to be reused here. And then what we're going to say is that each one has rounded none, right? And I'll show you why we do this, right? We say rounded none. And then what this will do is we'll go ahead and actually, so wait a sec, let me go ahead and just double check what's happening here. We've actually set this one up already for us, so we don't actually need to do it the way I was thinking. But what I do want to do is I want to say rounded bottom left 2XL for this one, because then I want this corner to be rounded. And then for this one, I'll say rounded bottom right. And to be honest, I think I actually did it outside of it, but to be honest, it's fine. Let's just keep it in there for now. Safe proofing. Awesome stuff. Now look at that, guys. Boom. Looking clean, right? Fully bloody responsive as well, isn't it? Look how cool that is, man. Like, look how clean that looks, right? Say awesome. There we go. Boom. Nice. Okay. So the next step is to get the widgets done, right? So we're so close, guys. Widgets, right? This one's actually pretty simple, to be honest. Right, widgets. Let's go ahead and pop in the widgets, right? And if you're enjoying this, remember, smash the thumbs up button, sign up to that challenge, and subscribe if you're watching and you're not subscribed. Man, it's just like, you just give me a like, just give me a comment. That's what I'm asking for. Not comment, a subscribe, you know? Let's go ahead and pop in a widgets component. So we're going to create our widgets.js. And this now is responsible for this right-hand side. So we've got the contacts, where we've got Jeff, Elon, Bill, and the rest of the gang. And then that's going to be pretty much it, guys. We're almost there. And then we're going to do a little deployment, and then boom. All right. So widgets. So now what we're going to do is get this up and running. So for the widgets, we are going to have, where is it gone? Feed, there we go, and then up a level, so it's not in there, it's in index. There we go. Here we have server-side rendering, we have Tailwind, we have Next authentication, we have so much happening here. All right, widgets. Let's go back to widgets, and then let's go ahead and build out our widgets, guys. All right, so for the widgets, what are we gonna do, right? So we're gonna have a data set. So this is literally gonna be the contacts right now. Obviously, this can be pulled in from anywhere you want, right? So I'm just going to have a hard-coded data set. But the goal here, the reason why I've done this is that you can identify that it's actually pretty easy to replace that with a database, right? You can easily store that in a database and pull from the database and so forth, okay? We will be using Typescript in future builds, yes, right? So widget, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and have a div. So firstly, we're going to have a div for the contacts and then these 3 icons, right? So I'm going to go ahead and import those 3 icons firstly, because we're going to use them. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and import those 3 icons for the top. Well, we got the widgets, right? So now what we're going to do is, well, yes, the whole video will be uploaded afterwards, right? So I'm actually going to create a contact component for each one of these, right? But before we do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a div that has that contact information at the top. Okay. Yes, I'll show you, Elias, how to implement subscription or payments. You can actually check out the Netflix build for that one. But I'm going to go ahead and pop in this little snippet here. Okay. Now this is a H2, which says contacts. Okay. Now also we've got the scroll bar. I'll show you how to hide that. But here we've got contacts, and then we've got a flex box with a space of 2 between the elements, right? So you can see what we're going for here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say class name flex of the above container. So they should be next to each other. I want to do justify between. So let me go ahead and jump this in. Justify between. Justify between. Lazy loading is applied wherever we have the image tag. So the actual Next.js image tag, by default, it does it out of the box. It does lazy loading and it converts it to WebP format, which means it's super optimized and it's going to be incredibly efficient compared to a PNG or JPEG. All right, hit save on that. And there you go. Look at that. Look, it's already looking pretty clean. And then, okay, so we got that bit. That's cool. That's looking awesome. And then what we're going to do is outside on this div, I'm going to say, okay, it's going to be hidden. So class name is going to be hidden, and so we're going to hide it normally, right? But when we hit a large screen, then I want to kind of come in with a flex, right? So only on the large screen show that part, right? And then it should be a flex column, so a flex column, and I want it to be a width of 60 when it does come in, and I want it to be padded at 2 and a margin top of 5. Okay, so now if we see as it gets bigger, boom, contacts comes in. If it's not big enough, it won't be there. Okay, now I'm going to quickly show you guys how you can hide this little scroll bar. Okay, so there's a nice little plugin called it's actually called Tailwind Scroll Bar Hide. Okay, so all you need to do is go ahead and open up your terminal, do the following, type in yarn add Tailwind Scroll Bar Hide, hit enter on that, and then it will go ahead and add in the package. Now you go to your Tailwind config.js and you basically gonna go ahead and pop in the require field like so here, right? So you basically chuck it in like that. And then once you've done that, all we need to do now is where we want to hide that scroll bar, for example, inside the feed. Okay. I think it's inside the feed that we do the hiding of the scroll bar. Yeah. So it's here. All we do is we say scroll bar hide, and watch this. And just like that, boom, scroll bar's out of the way, but the functionality is still there, right? So this is looking pretty nice, guys, right? Pretty good. And then we're going to go ahead and you see when it gets smaller, it hides. Nice. And then we're going to just now need to add in the contacts. Okay. So we've got all these contacts. So how do I render out a contact? So I'm going to go here underneath the div and I'm going to say, okay, for the contacts, I'm going to map every single contact, right? So for every contact, all right, so we've got the contact here. Now for each one, I'm going to render out a contact component, which obviously we don't have. So I'm going to have to create that, right? So if I go to Widgets.js here, the goal now would be to render out this. So rather than having contact, I'm going to have contact with key, source, name. Okay. Now contact we need to create. So I'm going to go ahead and create the component here. So I'm going to say contact.js. And then inside of here, I'm going to say _RFCE. Okay, there we go. And then what you can do is you can go ahead and say, we need to style that one out. All right, and here we're going to have the source and the name. So source and the name, okay? And then once we've got that happening, what we're going to do is actually have an image tag. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in a image tag for the contact, right? So this is going to be the image tag. It's going to have a rounded circle with a cover, so it's not going to distort. It's just going to fit the image and but sort of spread out. The source is the source that we pass in, width and height 50, layout fixed, so it's not going to shrink. And then underneath that, I'm going to have a p tag with name inside of it. Okay. And then I'm going to show you how to add in a little dot. Okay. So for widgets, I'm going to come here and go back to our contact. And I'm going to import the contact, save, and wait for it. And there you go. Okay, so you look at that. Looks pretty good, but it doesn't look perfect yet. Okay, it looks kind of strange at the moment, and that's because we haven't set the sort of configuration correctly. So it should be a flex. It should be item center. Oops. Should be items in the center, and you can see I'll save it as we do it so you guys can see the difference. Item center, and then I want to do space x3, so it's going to space apart from this child. MB2, margin bottom 2, so it's pushed away from its other sort of siblings. And then we're going to say it's relative, and I'm going to show you why I say it's relative afterwards, because I'm adding a little green dot after, right? Now, when we hover over this, I'm going to say the BG gray of 200. So I want the background to change to 200. I want the cursor to become a pointer, padding of 2 to pad it out a bit. It looks a bit small. And I'm going to say rounded XL. Okay. XL. And then the final part here, right, is I want to add a little online dot, right? So I'll show you how to add a little online dot. Okay. So we're literally going to do it with a div. Okay. So this is an impressive one right now. I'm going to have a div. I'm going to say class name. And this one, I'm going to say absolute. Is everyone there? Everyone's gone quiet on the chat. Absolute. And I'm going to say bottom. There we go. I'll say bottom of 2. I'll say left of 7. Okay. And then I'll say I want to do a background green of 400. And then I want to do a height of 3, width of 3. And I want to do rounded 4. And this is literally going to go ahead. And if I don't do rounded 4, I'll show you what happens. That we literally add in a little box. Right, you see that little box, and if I do rounded 4, wait for it, boom, look at that. And if you really want to kind of mess around with it, you could do animate bounce. I'll show you this. Just to take the mic, you could do something crazy like this. Look at those little, look how it's jumping, guys. Look. Right, nice. Obviously, I'm not gonna add an animate bounce, but you could do that if you wanted to. Right. So then that's pretty good, right? Looks pretty damn solid. So right now, look at what we built, guys. Let's have a quick overview of everything that we built. So right now, this is actually pretty much at the endpoint. So we have our entire application working in the way that we expect, the way that we want, right? Lovely, beautiful design. We've got hero icons. We've got nice little kind of active states for everything. Nice hover effects with a little animate there. You can see we've got the complete responsive design. Right, so let's go ahead and make this a bit smaller. See how the page completely resizes and changes its styling as we go ahead and get smaller, and it's completely mobile friendly. Look how clean that looks, right? All from some lovely stuff, right? And my favorite part is the login system with NextAuth. Yeah, honestly, I really am glad everyone enjoyed that, because that was very powerful, right? And it just goes to show you how powerful this can honestly be. With you can add as many providers. If I had a Google one in, you would have Google, you'd have all of them pop up here, right? So it's incredibly easy amount of you can save yourself a huge amount of time. Now I will kind of save something to to sort of if you're interested, you guys can feel free to do it. But you see right here, right, right now, if we refresh, right, it loads up and the posts aren't immediately available. Right, you see how the posts weren't immediately available and then they become available. Whereas if you see on sunnysanger.com, on the actual production one, when we refresh, the posts are immediately available. Right, that's because I've actually added an additional server-side rendering step, right, on the finished one. Now, if you guys want me to show you that, I can show you that right now. Or you can feel free to grab the Papa GitHub repo for the extended little part that we need right there, right? So you can feel free to go ahead and jump in on that if you would like to. But that was an extended little bit of functionality with a server-side render, okay? So in fact, I mean, we could just do that. I mean, we could do that right now. We've been doing it for a while. Might as well just finish strong, right? So we've hit over 1,000 likes. Might as well keep on going. Go for it. Linzo said, go for it. Let's do it. We've got index, right? I'll show you how to do it. So where we've got the server-side render, what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to pre-fetch the posts on the server, right? So I'm going to say await db, and I'm going to do collection of posts, right? Dot order by, and then I'm going to say timestamp descending. Okay, so timestamp descending, And then I'm going to say .get. Okay, so it's not a real-time list now, right? It just gets. Okay, so it gets the information. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to transform this information. So when we get the information back from Firebase, it's kind of in this like Firebase format, right? Which isn't the best to kind of send over the internet, okay? So the way we got to do this, we need to do a map to transform this. So I say post.docs.map, and I'm going to reshape it, right? So I'm going to say map. I'm saying for every single post, I kind of want the new post to look something like this. So we do a parentheses, curly brackets, and then we do opens. That's a direct return. I want the ID to be the post ID. Okay. I want the ... post data. Okay. And then there's an interesting little hack here. Okay. So typically this would be enough, but you can't actually send the timestamp over without losing some critical information. So when we prefetch, we actually don't fetch the timestamp, right? There's a reason for that. I'm not going to go too far into it, but that's actually a quite an interesting one to go ahead and do, right? Here I'm going to pass it back through as props, right? So now we've got the post being prefetched on the server before it even reaches the browser, right? And then what I'm going to do now is, so notice right now it's still got the asynchronous. So wait for it. When this refreshes, watch how the posts aren't there, right? So wait until this refreshes. Oh, so sorry. This is DB. Then you need to do a little import. There we go. DB from the Firebase config. There we go. And then we do a refresh. Now wait for this. Okay, so you see how it's asynchronous. Look, it's wait, then it comes, right? But what if we could do it beforehand? So I've done a server-side render now where we've collected the data. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed it through. So from session, I'm going to get the posts as well, right? And I'm going to go ahead and pass in the posts here. So I'm going to say posts, right? Then I basically save the file. I go into my feed. I consume the posts, right? Post, okay, I get them from here. And then where we've got the posts, I'm actually going to pass in those as well. Okay, so posts. And now what I'm doing is, so I'm only doing 2-level prop drilling. If you want to kind of avoid that, you would push it into a store like Recoil or Redux and then handle it like so. But now what we do is we basically handle this in a very smart way. Okay, we now say, right? We now say, firstly, if we have real-time posts, right? So here I'll say, if we have real-time posts, right? Real-time posts, then we do this, okay? Then we kind of do all this stuff. Otherwise, right? So this is where the interesting part comes in. We say otherwise, right? We will render out the posts that we got server-side rendered. Okay, so what we do is instead of a normal one, what we do is we actually render out the server-side rendered post. Okay, so here I say post.map. Oops, sorry. I do post.map like so, okay? And what I've actually messed up here is I've got an extra one here and this one here. Oops, there we go. Okay, so now what I'm saying is, okay, show real-time, okay, so oops, messed that one up. So only show the real-time posts that we basically map to from Firebase if we have them, right? Otherwise, show the one that we prefetch. And now when I refresh, look at this, guys. There will be no waiting. Look at that, no waiting at all, but the date will pop in when it loads, okay? So rather than getting invalid data, if you want to kind of fix that, you can fix that with a very simple check, okay? So we can go ahead and go to our post, bracket hell dude. Yeah, I know, honestly, it gets better though, it gets better. So you can change that with where we've got the p tag here, okay? So where we've got the p tag here, which loads out the sort of timestamp, what we can do is we can actually say, okay, if there's a timestamp, then I will render out, you know, I want to render out this special, like, you know, p tag that we sort of configured here, right? Otherwise, I want to render out a simple p tag. We're going to say p tag with a class name of, let's just say text dash small, so extra small. And then we'll say, oops, okay, forget that. Let's just say text p tag. Oh, screw it, p tag. There we go. P tag. And we'll say here, just loading. So this is just going to be saying loading. And then here I'll say class name equals, and then I'll say text of extra small. And then check this out, text extra small. And then I'll say text gray of 400. Hit save. Okay. Now check this out. So rather than when we get the server-side render, so it will immediately be available because the server prefetched. So look at that. Now it says loading, boom. Now that's incredible, right? There is no waiting, there is no loading. Loading for the timestamp, sure, but the actual content is, and if you notice, the pictures down below will only render or only load when you scroll to that point. It won't just load up all the pictures for no reason. It's only gonna show that picture when I scroll down to that point, okay? So this is literally everything completely built, right? This is actually incredible. We did it, guys. So here is today's build. I'm gonna give you a complete run through of what we did today. We built a completely responsive Facebook 2.0 build, right? This has Firebase storage. It uses Firebase storage API. It uses Next.js. We use server-side rendering. We use Next authentication to power up a Facebook login, right? We literally have full responsiveness with Tailwind, right? It's incredibly powerful with what we've done in the short amount of time that we did it. So this is actually an incredible sort of achievement, right? This looks incredibly slick. Great stuff, right? Boom! Second app of the crash course done. Mark Zuckerberg would be proud at this point, guys. We're actually going to be jumping into the next app in their ecosystem, which is Instagram. And in this one, we're going to be learning again React Next.js, but we're going to be tapping to Firebase version 9. So a lot of you have had issues with the recent upgrade to Firebase version 9. So in this video, I've got you covered. You're going to learn how to go ahead, migrate to the new Firebase, and you'll see just why the new modular approach is way more optimized and efficient for writing cleaner code. You're also going to learn amazing state management tools such as Recoil, and we're going to be upping our skill with NextAuth. So all that practice is going to come in as the builds get stronger and stronger as we progress. Smash the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe. Let's jump into the Instagram build. We'll be building today, guys, Instagram 2.0 with likes, comments, everything. Check this out, guys. Welcome to today's build. Hey, look at Instagram 2.0. It is goddamn beautiful. I am just so proud of this build. Look at this, guys. We have an amazing UI to look at. This is all completely responsive. Let me know, you know, right? This is all responsive right now. And if you haven't already, you know how to do it. React 101 crash course in the description right now. Sign up, free Skillshare. You can see we've got likes. You can go ahead and click this right now. I've actually locked the database because I don't want people spamming it. All right, this is why I'm going to explain what this can do. Then I'll actually go ahead and build it to show you, right? But you hear we've got the like functionality. This is a real-time counter. If I go ahead and click it, you can see it pops down. And the reason why it did that is because it's locked, like I said. You can go ahead and add a comment. You see this is a scrollable list. Looks so nice. Looks so goddamn nice. And at the top right here, if we click plus, you can see I've actually added a picture already. You can go ahead and upload a photo right now. I'm going to make sure that nothing sensitive is in there. There we go. All right, and then you can go ahead and actually pick from a photo. So let's go ahead and do React Crash Course. And I'm going to say, what's up, Papa Fam? And then all you would do is smash that upload button and the actual picture with the caption will go onto the feed and it will be literally working as we expect it. As I mentioned, for anyone who's like, it doesn't work, it does work. I'm just locking it. Otherwise, you guys are going to go crazy on sunnysanga.com right now. You know how it is. You've done it before. But let's go ahead and demonstrate some of the capabilities of today's app. So you can see right here, we've got these beautiful components, this nice little modal that pops up. And this is fully responsive, guys. Check this out. Look how gorgeous that app is, right? Look, even in the mobile view, look at this. Like, that's so sick. The whole thing works in mobile view. Absolutely incredible stuff, right? The logos change. Everything just looks perfect. And as we expect it, oh, it's just, you know, this is what we do at the Pub Fam. We build real clones, not some crappy knockoffs. We build the real stuff over at the Pub Fam. Right now, check this out. We have full user authentication. So I'm going to go ahead and sign out right now. Notice how a few things happen right now. We didn't get the suggestions column. We didn't get the ability to like and comment because we're not logged in. Right? This is all stuff that we should have as a standard because you shouldn't be able to see things when you're not logged in. Okay. But you're going to notice something that I've done in this build, which I've never done before in any other build, which is actually to go ahead and customize the NextAuth authentication screen. So many of you have used NextAuth authentication and you've probably seen it as like, oh, it's so handy and so easy to set up. But the actual login page sucks. It looks like crap, right? So I'm going to teach you today how you can go ahead and customize it to look exactly as you want it, like this, for example. You can go ahead and sign in, get redirected. For example, we're going to sign in with Google account, and then just like that, boom, I am now logged in with my profile. You can see all my details get pulled in from Google, and I'm going to do a bunch of tips and tricks today that I haven't ever done before. Now, let's go over what we're going to be building in today's video. So I'm going to break down the tech stack, okay? So we're going to go ahead and actually list out what we have in today's build. So let me open up my screen brush. And if you're wondering what the hell I use to draw on the screen, that's what it is, it's screen brush. So I'm going to go ahead and pop it in right now, okay? So let's show you what we have in today's build. Okay, so today's build, we have Next.js, we have reactjs. And let me know as I'm writing this out, right, which one you're most hyped for. I know a lot of you have, you've learned React from me, but now you're going to be learning Tailwind. You're going to be learning all this good stuff from me. So the reason why it's completely responsive is we have Tailwind CSS in the building. So it works really, really nice, right? We have all that good stuff happening. We actually have Firebase version 9. I've read your comments. I've listened to you. I know there was a massive update with Firebase. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm about getting on top of this stuff, right? We're going to go ahead and show you how you can use all that great stuff in today's build so you don't, right? So I'm just writing custom NextAuth to save some space. Now, that actual component, I've actually got access to Tailwind UI. So if anyone's heard about Tailwind UI, go ahead and make some noise. I'm going to show you a sneak peek into that today. So pretty cool how things are working right now. Right? And we're also going to do something which I've never done before on the channel. I've only done it inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. We're going to be using Recoil for today's state management. Right, so we're going to have a global management sort of way of managing all the data inside the app. Usually we use something like Redux, but today I'm going to go ahead and level you up and show you about Recoil and why it's so goddamn simple to implement inside your app. Okay, so tons of stuff. Ryan says, I've never used Recoil, but it sounds pretty cool. You're going to see just how cool Recoil is with the simplicity behind it, my dude. All right, so we're going to have a versatile deployment, environment variables, a bunch of other cool stuff. We're going to be using Next.js today to go ahead and get this up. And if you haven't already checked it out, they have a massive conference starting very soon. So it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. So make sure you get your ticket for Next.js, right? So we're going to click on the documentation button. Or actually make it easy. Let's just click start learning. And then I'm going to go to To be honest, I always skip this crap. I always go to Next.js and let's just do create next app. There we go. Easy as, that's the one. There we go. Right, so you actually can go ahead and start it off with this, but I'm gonna start it off with the Tailwind, right? So Tailwind has a nice little starter template with Next.js, and the way you can get it is if you simply go to Google, type this in, Next.js create next app, just type in Tailwind as well. And I'm showing you this because you don't need to remember this, okay? You can forget about it. You don't have to remember all this stuff. It's all simple to go ahead and do this. Right? I don't remember this stuff off the top of my head all the time. You don't have to either. You don't have to be like a memory hog and just know all this stuff off the top of your head. It's all good, right? So this is where you can pretty much grab that code. npx create next app -e means like with the example or with the template, and the template is called with Tailwind CSS, and then we name it. Okay, so this is going to be put into our terminal, and it's going to be what allows us to start up our first Next.js app. Okay. We're going to open up the terminal. And if you don't want the Papa Fan playlist, hit that newsletter link in the description, right? Remember, the code is going to be alive on the GitHub repo, papareact.com. Oh, no, it'll be links.papareact.com/GitHub. Jay will pop in the chat as well. It's going to be in the description as well. After this session is over, you can actually get access to the code and all the other repos if you want by hitting up that link. Okay, so go ahead and check it out. Okay, so let's go ahead and kickstart this build today. So I'm going to go into my CD. I'm going to go into my builds folder, CD builds, and I'm going to go into documents. And then, okay, where the hell am I right now? Let's go ahead and check it out. So CD documents. What the hell is going on? Documents. There we go. Builds. There we go. Okay, I have no idea where I am on my computer. I'm going to go ahead and build it right here. Right, so we're going to go ahead and do npx create next app -e with Tailwind, and then inside over here I'm going to give it a name. Okay, so this one I'm going to call Insta to YouTube. Okay, I'm going to hit enter, and this will go ahead and create a next app template for us. Okay, so this will actually be the sort of starting point for our application, and it will go ahead and actually prepare Tailwind CSS for us. Now, if you've never used Tailwind CSS, get ready to love it. Tailwind CSS is basically a way to allow you to build your websites very fast with CSS utility classes. Now, if you haven't already, subscribe to those guys over at Tailwind on the YouTube channel. They are sick, right? The whole team is awesome at making videos. If they're watching this right now, you guys are sick. And all I want to say is, yeah, make sure you go ahead and give the Tailwind website a read. It literally gives you a nice animated explanation of what they do, but it's basically short little classes that we can use to style our app and make it fully responsive across the board. Okay, so we now have access to our app. So I'm going to go into CD Insta to YouTube. Now I'm inside my app. I'm going to do code dot to go ahead and pull up VS Code. Okay, let's go ahead and kill this, guys. So I trust myself. Yes. Okay. Now with this said and done, we are now in our next next project. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit bigger for you guys. With that said, we're going to go ahead and go into pages, and I'm going to quickly give you a breakdown. I'm going to assume you have no idea about Next.js because you know how we do it. I like to go ahead and start it off in a fresh way. So the way Next.js works is we have React. Now, React is built up on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's a library, right? It's a way that we use this tech or this sort of languages together to build these really powerful web apps. Then what we found is, okay, we need to kind of level up these React apps. So the team over at Versal introduced a React framework, right? So a way of using React, and they call this Next.js. Next.js allows us to do really cool things like server-side rendering and all this other powerful stuff. And it also allows us to have something called a built-in router, which means, you know, when we have a website, we have multiple pages across the website. Not only does Next.js allow us to make this incredibly easy, it actually allows us to have a folder structure which determines where the pages are inside of our app. So if I want a page called Contact Me, I just make a contactme.js file and it's already made. Right, and then the root is already there. If I go to /contact me, it's now there, right? And it does this in such a clever way, and it splits the code out based on pages. It's just so sick, right? It's so sick. If you want to learn more about that, join us at papareact.com, 0 to full stack hero. We explain this stuff to the T, and anyone from the Papa fam right now is going to go crazy. So we're going to go into index.js, and this is essentially where the app starts off. So you can see we have those utility classes from Tailwind CSS, which basically allow us to write our CSS without leaving the file. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and spin this app up right now. So the first thing that I want to do is actually kill my old app, which I already did, right? And then here you can see I've got my terminal and the output. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize the output. And then what I like to do is actually have two terminals, right? So this is how I like to set up my code base. I like to have one terminal on the left, one terminal on the right. Command B to hide the finder window. And here I'm going to go ahead and say yarn, or let's see what we're doing right now. We've got npm package lock. If you've got a yarn lock, you're using yarn. You can switch, right? But I'm not going to go over that. npm run dev. This is how we kickstart the app into development mode. Okay. So this is going to run it on localhost 3000. So give it a second. Right. So you can see we have compiled successfully, right? And you should see this. You have enabled the GIT engine, which is currently in preview, right? So that means that we're basically using the latest and greatest for Tailwind CSS, which is actually just in time mode, but we're not going to go over that either. All right, so now what I'm going to do is type in localhost 3000, and you should see your landing page. Okay, so I'm actually going to go ahead and make sure my view is at 100%. So actual size, block. There we go. Because I always zoom in for you guys. I forget where the hell I'm at. Right. Command J to hide your terminal. And what I want you guys to do here is prepare your page. Right. This is going to be our starting point for the build. And actually, I don't know why I've done it this way. I like to have my apps like this. And what I'm going to do is split this page. There we go. We've got 3/4 up. And we're going to grab everything from the main and go all the way down to the footer. Right, I'm going to delete. And the first thing I'm going to do is type in H1, and we're using Emmet today. And I'm going to type in, this is the Instagram 2.0 build. Hit save. And now you should see centered. This is the Instagram 2.0 build. Okay. Right, we're in a very good starting point right now. The new sort of component that you should know about when we're kind of messing around with Next.js is the head component. Now, anytime you need to kind of push some kind of information into the head, whether it be dynamically or statically, you can actually tap into this head component, and inside of it, the children, so the HTML elements, they're actually what we'd usually put inside the head element for a normal HTML document. So what the hell does all this mean, man? Let's explain it. So here you can see create next app is at the top, right? So if I want to change this to, let's just say Instagram 2.0 by, let's just say YouTube, right? I'm going to hit save. And now you can see it changed the title of the page to Instagram 2.0 YouTube. Now, why is that so damn powerful? Because we need to go ahead and understand that that's actually doing it at the component level. So if you want to go ahead and have dynamic information like state inside there, you can do it. right? I'm gonna go ahead and pop the actual build over here so we can kind of have a reference material. Aha, so this is the build. Some guy, just some douchebag posted his own stuff there. That's why I had to lock the database. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and carry on now. So okay, apologies for the cough in your ear. All right, so this is the Instagram 2.0 build. Let's go ahead and kick it. So I'm gonna go ahead and type in localhost 3000 like so. And we have the Instagram built up and running. Now, the reason why it's centered is because, as I mentioned before, I'm gonna actually make this a little bit smaller, there we go. And tell me if there's a problem with that. It says flex column, item center, justify center. That's why it's happening this way. And then the minimum height of the screen is being determined by this utility class with a padding YF2, right? So I'll explain all of this stuff as we go along, but right now, all you wanna do is clean out the app by getting rid of that. And then you see it gets stuck to the top left of the corner, okay? So the top left of the corner, and we see this is the Instagram 2.0 build. So the first thing we want to do is go ahead and actually kind of, draft out what the hell the app is going to do, right? So as I mentioned before, we've got a few parts of this build, and it's all going to be timestamped if you're watching this back. You're going to have things like the authentication. You're going to have things like, the different components like the header, the body, the feed, the mini profile, the suggestions, all this kind of other stuff. So we have loads of stuff to happen inside this build. But the way I like to do it, if you've seen any of my builds, is I kind of sketch it out, right? So let's just look at this and simplify everything for us. We have a header at the top. We then have a feed, right? So if I go ahead and literally start drawing this out, you can see over here at this point, we have a nice little header, right? So this is kind of a header component, and apologize for the beautiful, amazing artist drawing right now. But you can see we've got the feed down here, right? And then you've got, things like the modal as well. So the modal is going to be this, which kind of sits at the same level, right? So these are the three kind of highest level components that we need to kind of focus on. So to get ourselves started, go and type in header. This is where the header is going to be. Then we're going to have the feed. And we're also going to be putting in something called a modal here, right? And this is because what we're actually going to have is at the highest level, we're going to have the feed, we're going to have the header, and then we're actually going to have the modal. It's just that the modal isn't always shown, okay? We're going to build the header first, okay? So the header right now is where we have our folder structure. As I mentioned before, pages is where we actually put the pages that I mentioned before. So if I want to have a contact me page, then I can just make a contact.js, and it'll be like, let's just say sunnysanger.com/contact would relate to that page, okay? Okay, so we're going to make a folder now called components. And these components are going to be, oops, what the hell is that? Right, I didn't mean to do that. All right, we're going to make a folder called components. Now, all of our reusable components, for example, the header, the feed, all these kind of story elements. Oh, and I forgot to mention, all this data right here is being populated by something called faker.js. So you're going to learn about faker.js as well today, and how to kind of, generate fake user data, which is very good when you're mocking. Okay, so mocking means when you kind of fake the data. This is really good when you don't have a backend ready. But you kind of need something on the screen, right? So you can go ahead and fake the data and then go ahead and chuck it in. So let's continue on. So I'm going to go ahead and make this header component. So inside the components, I'm going to drop a file called header.js. Okay, and then here we're going to use our beautiful snippets _RFCE, and that creates a functional component in React. Now, if you haven't got that _RFCE functionality, then what you want to do is go over to your extensions, and you simply need the ES7 React Redux, basically that one. Type that in, install it, and now you have snippets, right? Snippets are game changer. You need them. They make your life so much easier. If you say you don't need them, then you can waste your time typing that in manually, but I don't want to do that. All right, so we have the functional component, which represents the header. So at this point, if I type in H1, I am a header, and we go ahead and hit save, and we go back to my index, I can now bring it in, right? So if I get rid of, this is the Instagram 2.0 build, and I simply go ahead and say header, like so, you can actually see, a lot of you always ask me this question, how do you do your auto import, man? If it doesn't pop up for you, then all you need to do is go to the end of the text, control spacebar, and then you can see the one that says the kind of file directory on the left of it. That's how you do it. And then if you enter, it goes ahead and pops it in. Now, if it doesn't do that, don't freak out. You can go ahead and do it manually as well. So if we hit save now, I am a header. Okay, so let's continue on. I've got the header over here. So the first thing I'm going to do right now is actually start building out the different areas. So the header has a left section, which represents the icon, right, or the logo. The middle represents this kind of custom, and look at that. Oh, have this nice little hover effect, right? So this represents the kind of search bar functionality, and this is a custom search bar, so I'm going to show you how to build that. And then on the right hand side we have all these nice juicy icons, right? So really nice icons, and this one, if you click it, you can sign out, and also if you click this one, you can sign out as well. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys how to do this. So we've got the header up here. So first thing I want to do, okay, is I actually want to go ahead and kind of separate the areas of the top of my screen. Okay, so what I'm actually going to need right now is a left hand side of the screen, which is going to be the image, and then I'm actually going to need the middle, which is going to be responsible for the search bar, and then we're going to need the right hand side. Okay, so right here I'm going to go ahead and say left, so this is going to be the left hand side of the header, the middle, and then the right hand side. Okay, and what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to wrap the entire thing in a special container which restricts the minimum width, right? So the maximum width, sorry. So that way it only ever grows to this amount. Can you see that, right? It doesn't ever grow. So at this point, it will go ahead and use its available space. But once it reaches a certain size, it's never going to get past that width because we don't want it to stretch out. It's going to be really kind of annoying to go ahead and check it out. I love that, Papa Beast. It's like Mr. Beast. Somebody asked for it a little bit bigger, you got it, dude. So we've got the left hand side. So first thing I want to do on the left hand side is actually go ahead and build out, add in the first image to our app. Okay, so in this side I'm actually going to add in a div which is going to enclose the image, and I'll show you why I'm doing that. So rather than using a normal image tag, we're going to use something from the Next.js sort of component library, which is called the image component. Now, this image component is pretty damn powerful if you've seen it in any of the builds. What this does is, after importing, so we're gonna have to go ahead and first import it at the top like so. What this does is it essentially allows us to go ahead and provide something like a source. So in this case, I'm gonna go ahead and pop in a source, and the source for this one I've got right here. So I've actually shortened all my URLs. So it should be easy for you guys to copy, right? So this is gonna be the first one that we care about. And this one right here is actually going to represent a picture of the Instagram logo. So if I go ahead and chuck that in, we should get an error right now, by the way, and I'll explain how we fix that. But basically what this does is we provide a source, and now because we're using Next.js, right? Now I've explained it in a lot of other videos, but the way Next.js works is typically when we have normal React by itself without Next.js, what happens is the user goes to the website. So let's say sunnysanga.com. They get the entire bundle delivered to the browser, right? Now that's pretty good in the beginning, but as you kind of get bigger and bigger sites, you want them to be really quick. And if they have to deliver all the entire app, it just doesn't seem logical, right? Whereas Next.js nicely kind of compiles and like just gets the code split up into the different pages that needs to be delivered. In order to do this, there's a middle server, right? So the user's over here, the website's over here, the request, think of it as it going through this middle server. Now, when it goes through that middle server, it can do really clever stuff. It can prepare pages, it can prepare images, and do all this other cool stuff. Part of that is actually going ahead and compressing the images, so that way you get this new format called WebP. WebP images are a lot smaller, yet they retain the same level of quality. So this means that your pages load a hell of a lot quicker, hence why we use the image component to do that. There we go. Nice, clean explanation. Okay, so with this bit done, all we need to do is provide two things. We can either provide a height and a width, right? And that will allow the image to come on the screen, or you can use something called layout fill. And I'll show you why I like layout fill, right? So if I type in layout fill, this will actually kind of, you know, take up the max amount of the screen that it possibly can, which is not good, but what you would want to do is wrap it in the div and then provide the div with some styling so it's kind of enclosed in a little container. And then what you're going to see here is this issue, right? So as I mentioned before, when it goes through that middle server, we need to tell it which domains that we actually allow. Otherwise, anyone can kind of throw their image in there and it just loads. We don't want that. So we have to kind of whitelist the domains that we actually want. Okay, so let's go ahead and check this out. So right now, what we're going to do is we need something called the next config. So you can see here it says you need to create a next config. So down here, I'm going to create a nextconfig.js file. Okay, now inside my nextconfig.js file, all I want to do is create a module exports like so, right? And this is essentially a configuration file for our next sort of, you know, our server that's running in that middle ground that I explained earlier. Okay, so at this point, we need to go ahead and define the images attribute. And all we're going to do here is we're going to actually put something in called the domains. Okay, now what this is pretty much as it sounds. These are the whitelisted domains. It's an array because we can actually go ahead and have more than one in there. So All my images today are coming from links.papareact.com. So I'm going to go ahead and whitelist that domain. So it should allow us to do it. Now, you're probably wondering, all right, but we saved it. You said you had to add it there. And why is it not working now? You're a liar. Well, no, when you change the Next.js config file, you have to restart your server because it's a config file. It needs it when it's configuring the server to set up. So on the left-hand server over here, I'm going to do Control-C to cut my server. I'm going to do npm run dev once again to go ahead and restart my server. So you just have to restart your server. Don't freak out and panic. Okay. Command J to hide the terminal. And as you can see, it takes up the full thing as I said it would, right? But the good news is it's on the screen at least. So the reason why it's doing this is because it's trying to fill the page, right? Now, the way we fix this issue is we simply make it fill the container that it's sitting inside of. Now, how the hell do we tell CSS that, right? What we do is it simply is already sitting inside a div. So what we need to do is we need to make that div something called relative. And when we make it relative, it means that any child inside of it is now sized according to the container that it sits in, right? So it's relative to its parent. So in this case, I can go to class name. And because we're using Tailwind, I can type in a relative. And you can see all the nice little pop-ups come up. So what I want you guys to do, if you haven't already, is download the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense package. Okay, so this is a must if we're using Tailwind. It's so much better than kind of messing around with it, okay? All right, so at this point, we've got the image up and it's relative. Now, it didn't really change much, right? And I know I said it would do it, but you have to actually tell that the parent container what the hell the size is right now, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that the actual image of the container should be a width of 24, okay? Let's do a width of 24, and let's go ahead and, oh God, what am I going? Go ahead and refresh. And right now, again, you can't see anything, right? Interesting. So now what we need to do is actually go ahead and prepare the outer container in order for it to happen. So I just want to check something firstly. Let's go ahead and, oh yeah, that's because we haven't got a parent container. So right now it's relative, but the parent is actually empty. So the way we need to do this now is we're going to make the parent container, oops. We're going to make the parent container, I'm actually going to prepare it earlier. So remember I said there was a max width container here. So we're going to contain all the left, middle, and right section inside this new div that I explained about. Okay, so we have it inside this new div, and I'm going to style this new div. So I'm going to say class name equals flex. There's a flex box, right? And then we're going to say justify in between, right? So justify between. This means that all the children should have equal spacing between them, automatically calculated for us. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that. And then I'm going to say the background of that container should be white. And you're probably seeing like nothing's changing here. It's because I didn't actually do anything much different. So if I do BG red 500, you should see in a second when I actually start giving it some dimensions that you'll start seeing that populate. Okay. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to say that the max width should be something called 6XL. And you can see what this correlates to is 72 rem or 1152 pixels. Okay. At this point, you can't see anything. So if you want to kind of, stay sane and not go crazy and like, what the hell, where's my stuff going? I don't know where it is. Just add a H1 saying hello world. And you should, then you can at least you can see something going on the screen. Right? It's only because right now we don't have anything else populating the screen, which is why it's kind of being a bit strange. Right? But if you do want to see it up there already, you can simply add in a height of 24 and you can see it like that. Okay. But there's a reason why I'm not doing that just yet. Okay. But if we did do this, what I could do is I can go to my image itself and type in object fit contain. And what this does is you see right now, the image is stretched out. If I add object fit contain, it will keep the aspect ratio of the image. So it never looks like stretched out. Okay. Always looks kind of clean. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and actually make this kind of responsive. So you can see in the actual final build, when we go ahead and make it smaller, on the smaller screens, it's a sort of a small Instagram icon, but on the bigger screen, it's the full Instagram icon. Now, how the hell do I do that? Right? I'll show you how we do that. So whenever we're writing our classes in Tailwind, everything is mobile first. Everything is mobile first, which means the styles that I write without any kind of, special MD, SM breakpoints, those are directed for the mobile. And then if we want to, adjust the styles as the screen grows, we add it with these things called breakpoints. Okay. So I'm going to explain all of this in a second. Now, by default, I want this Instagram logo to be hidden on a phone, and I only want to show it when it goes to a larger screen. Okay. So let's test this out right now. So I go over to my image and I'm going to say that it should be hidden by default on a mobile. Okay. And as you can see now, if I go to a bigger screen, it's not there. So how do I get it to show on the bigger screen? I say when we hit the large screen, so you can see this is actually something called a media query. It will go ahead and actually trigger only on, or only apply the style on a large screen. So we're going to do LG, and I'm going to say inline, and this one I'm going to say grid, right? This one's going to be grid, and we're going to mess around with this after, but right now you can change this one. I'll explain that in a sec. But now you can see when I hit the large screen, it falls in as an inline element. Okay, so only on the large screen is that one going to come in. So what we now do is we have another div, right? So let's go ahead and say div, and this will have another image inside of it. Now, can anyone guess where I'm going with this? This second one is going to have a slightly different picture in there called JJM. Now, this second picture, as you can see, it's got a layout fill, which means it's taking up the full room. So as I mentioned before, we're going to have to make this one relative as well. And then we have to give it some sizing parameters also. Now this picture is a little bit different of a size. So I'm going to say it should be a width of 10, and let's just give it a height of 10 for now. Okay, it's there. Now what we do here is we do the opposite of the previous picture. So we say on the mobile screen by default, it's there, right? But now what we're going to do is say on the larger screen, it becomes hidden. Okay, so you can see how we're doing the opposite of each, right? And what I actually want is to do flex shrink 0. So as the screen gets smaller, I never want to make this logo smaller. Okay, so that's kind of how we prevent that. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and check that this works. So on the small screen, remember mobile first, it's there. And then on the large breakpoint, this should go hidden and the other one should become seen. Aha, there we go. There you go. You can see it really nicely there, right? So if I zoom into this, you guys can see a bit better. But let's go ahead and check this out. Look. So you can see on the large breakpoint, we get the Instagram logo. On the small breakpoint, we get this icon. So it looks awesome, right? Now, when I hover over it, I want it to be a cursor. So all I need to do to get that working is say cursor pointer. And there you go. We have it, cursor pointer. All right. So that's kind of been your little introduction into how we get the kind of, breakpoints in. So now I'll be moving a bit faster when we use breakpoints in the sort of, throughout the build now. Okay, so that was kind of a nice intro into the breakpoint world. Now we're also going to go ahead and add in that middle icon, okay? So the middle section, which is for the search tab. So I'm going to go ahead and type in a div. And this one is going to represent the search. So this is going to be the search input field. It's kind of a custom one as well, okay? I'm going to go ahead and do that. So we've got the div, right? Now for this div, what I'm actually going to be doing is it's not as simple as just having an input field and then styling it up, right? What we're going to do here is we will have an input field, and I'll start from it and then I'll kind of build around it as we need to. So here I'm going to say placeholder equals search. Okay. And now you can see there it is, placeholder search. Okay. Oops. That's why I don't like using Safari too much. Now, if you're wondering, by the way, guys, Safari is not my development browser. I just want to throw that out there. I use Chrome, and I use Chrome religiously, right? The only reason why I use Safari is on my streams, Chrome just simply takes all my RAM, right? And I have a big, powerful, juicy laptop right now, and just Chrome destroys everything. So that's the reason why I don't use it. So Chrome dev team, fix your stuff, and maybe I'll be using it on my streams. Okay, so we've got the input over here. Now what I'm going to do is have a div. Now the reason why I have a div on top of it is it's going to be responsible for holding this little search icon next to my input. So if you actually see what's happening here is we actually have a div here, and we have a div here as well for the input. Right, so this is actually an input field or element, and then we have a div here, and then the entire thing itself is another div. Okay, a lot of people are saying use Brave. Yeah, I will actually mess around with that. I do it in the coaching calls as well. Right, now we need the icon, right? So I haven't actually showed you how to get these icons. Now, to get these icons, we're going to be using something called hero icons. So hero icons are an awesome package built by the guys over at Tailwind. So what we're going to do now is actually go into heroicons.com, click the documentation, and we're going to do a simple install. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do npm install hero icons / react. I love this kind of casual, relaxing vibe that I have going on sometimes. Right. Command J, and then this is why I have two open, right? So here you can see on my second terminal, I'm going to go ahead and say npm install hero icons react. Okay. Now while that's doing, I can kind of get everything else ready, right? So I'm going to go up to the top, and at the top of the file, I need to do a simple import for the icon. At this point, you can do two types of imports when you're importing from hero icons. Okay. You can either import from the outline variant or the solid variant. I sound like I'm talking about COVID right now, which is ironic with a cough, right? But here you can kind of search through all the icons, right? So if I ever need the outline variant, I simply import from the outline module. And if I ever need the solid variant, I simply import from the solid module. Okay. All right. So at this point, I'm going to do a bunch of imports for some outline icons that I'm going to need in a little bit. Okay. So these are the icons I'm going to be using from the outline. Now, if you want the solid variant, all you have to do is do solid, and then you can pull it from the solid variants. Okay. There's pretty much 2 versions of each. Okay. So I'm going to use that search icon right now over here. Okay. So the search icon, I'm going to go ahead and say search icon like so. Okay. Now these are built by the guys over at Tailwind, which means that we can actually use Tailwind's utility classes to style them out. So in this one, I'm going to make the height of 5. And if you're ever wondering what the hell does height 5 mean, you can actually check out the conversion value over here, or you can check it out by highlighting over it, and it converts to this CSS property over here. So 1.25 rem, which is equivalent to 20 pixels. Okay. So height of 5, and then we're going to also do a width of 5 as well. Okay, now we're going to go back, and you can see now I've got a beautiful little icon. Nice. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is a height and width of 5, and I'm going to say that this one should be text gray 400. Now, if you're wondering, that's not text, honey. What the hell are you styling it like that? Well, any icons are actually sort of similar to text elements, so you pretty much style it the same way. Okay, that's how we kind of do this, right? So now what we're going to do is style this up so that way it actually looks a bit more closer to our build over here, right? Because we're a little bit far off right now from what that looks like. Okay, so the search icon container, right? Now this container, I'm going to do a nice little trick here to kind of make this happen. So this is going to be sort of what a property, what we call inset, right? And this is going to, so what's actually happened here is this is absolute positioned, and it's kind of pushed to the left. And then this input field has padding to the left of it. I know it might sound weird, but it's a nice way of getting it from worked, right? Div class name. So here I'm going to go ahead and make this absolute, and I'll explain all of this in just a sec. This is going to be inset y of 0. And remember, you can always go ahead and Google this stuff as well. PL3, and I'm going to say flex container. And you can see now, look at the kind of stuff that's happening. It's absolute, which means it sits over the top of it. Kind of looks weird, right? When you do this. So flex, and now I'll say items center, and you can see it kind of moves into the center position. Oh, that's kind of flown off the screen now. It's gone over here, and don't worry, it will make sense in a second. Just bear with me. Right now is absolute to the entire screen. We need to fix that afterwards. Okay, so we're gonna make it item center, and I'm gonna make it pointer events none. And the reason why it's pointer events none is because if you notice here, when I hover over it, nothing happens with my pointer. That's what I want, right? So let's continue on. So the div outside is actually going to have a little bit of styling attached to it. Okay, so this one is going to have a margin top of 1. So you can see it's going to get pushed slightly down from the top when I did that. Okay, and then what I'm also going to do, and this is the key here. So right now, this element is absolutely positioned to the screen, right? So I'm actually going to go ahead and say relative. Now watch how the search icon flies back to the search thing. This is because now it's absolutely positioned in accordance to that container that it's in, right? So not the entire screen. Okay, so margin top of 1, and I'm actually going to go ahead and say a padding of 3. And you should be able to see a little bit more padding. All this kind of weird stuff's happening, right? And you're probably wondering, what the hell is he doing? Right, and we're going to give it a border around it, MD, and it will all come into play in just a second. Okay, bear with me. Right, so the way we get this sorted out now, and I'll explain what's happening here by giving it a simple background. Right, let's just do BG red 500, and you'll see what's kind of happening here. Okay, that's kind of what's going on here so far. Right, it just doesn't look right at this point in time, so we'll explain how it works. Right, firstly, we need to go back to the images and get rid of the heights, because I don't actually need them, because we actually have contents now. Okay, right, so let's go to input type. Let's go to the input field and go to class name, and this one I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to say BG gray 50. Okay, I want a subtle background to this right now, and you guys already see the background, so I don't need to emphasize it. Okay, now for this, if I go ahead and zoom in, you can see it has got a slight gray background to it. It's very hard to see because it's background. It's literally 50, right? Input should be under div, Sunny. No, not yet. Trust me, not yet, guys. Just trust me, okay? It's not what you think, right? So BG grade 50. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna style it up with a focus sort of thing. I'll do that afterwards, but right now, the block element, and I'm gonna make the width full, okay? Block element width full, and I'm actually gonna make the padding on the left 10. And you see what we're doing here. So as soon as I gave it padding left of 10, now my actual absolutely positioned element fits in really nicely, and it looks pretty damn smooth with that, right? So you see how it kind of clicks in, right? So we have that. Then what I want to do is I want to go ahead and say that on the small screens, it should be a text of small. So I want to get even extra smaller on the smaller screen. And I'm going to give the border a gray of 300. Okay. And right now you can see no styling has happened, and I'll explain why this is happening in just a sec. I'm going to say rounded MD. Okay. Now, it's very hard to see what the hell is happening here, right? But I'll promise you something is happening. If I go border red 300, it's because I haven't given it a border size yet. So we need to go back to gray, and I'm going to go ahead and put in the final things, which will say when you focus over it, the ring is going to be black. So that ring that you see over here is going to be black. And then we're also going to say when you focus over it, the border should be black as well. Focus, border, black. Okay. All right. So at this point, let's check this out. So I'm going to go ahead and see what we've sort of changed there. Okay. So the reason why this is happening right now is because when you're customizing any kind of form input or anything like that, you actually need to kind of bring in a kind of Tailwind extension or a kind of plugin. And what we call this is Tailwind CSS forms. Okay. So in this case, when we need to kind of override certain elements of the sort of UI, we need to kind of introduce something called Tailwind CSS forms. And what this does is it provides an easy way of overriding current elements, right? So you can see here, it allows you to override a lot of the form styles. So this means that you can have, you know, all the different input types. You can override the styles very easy. Okay. So at this point, what I'm going to do is do a npm install for Tailwind CSS forms. Command J. Install Tailwind CSS forms. And I need to plug this in now, right? Everyone's like, you're missing the border class, Sunny. What the hell are you doing? Just trust me. Trust me. All right. Just bear with me. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and we've installed it. And now I need to go to my Tailwind config. And you can see as part of the plugins, I'm going to simply plug in the CSS, Tailwind CSS forms. Okay. Nice. And now what we can do is you can see it automatically overrides those things quite easily. Right. So I just wanted to show you guys that. Right. I really want to show you guys that because I know a lot of you will like jump to the forms, but there is a benefit to using this because it actually overrides a lot of the base HTML elements, and you don't have to add in all this extra crap, right? You can kind of style it however the hell you want, and it plays nicely when you do that. So that's something which is probably new. Right now you can see this is kind of squared off. I don't like that. I'm going to make it rounded. So at this point, I'm going to go back to my sort of styling, and I'm going to say rounded MD, which means like a medium. Right? So you got all these different ones. You can even do top only. And now you got this. Okay, looks pretty nice. Only difference is my border looks a bit darker than the border that we're seeing here. So I need to do border gray 300. Oops, they didn't have a shade. There you go. Okay, now you can see when I focus, the border goes black. But where I just do it normally, so let me go ahead and show you this. Right. Check this out. So we've got border gray 300, but when I focus, it turns to a pure border black. Boom. All right. And when I focus, the ring goes black as well. Now ring, I won't explain too much. Just go to Tailwind and literally just go ahead and type in focus ring, and you'll see all that shit kind of pop up, right? At this point, we have the search looking pretty nice. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and pretty much storm through now with the right-hand side, which is the buttons. Okay. So for the buttons on this side, and what I'm actually going to do to finish this one off is I'm actually going to restrict this so it never actually grows over a certain amount. Now I want the max width to apply to the entire div at this point. So the way to do it is very simple. We just add a div, we encapsulate all of this, save, and now I just say class, and I just go ahead and say max width of extra small. And now, whenever this will grow, there's actually some hidden kind of styling happening here. You can inspect it if you want to, but you can go ahead and see that for yourself, right? Now, the right-hand side, this is going to be all the icons, all of this good stuff over here, okay? So all these icons right now on the right-hand side, I'm going to go ahead and pop in. Now, we did import them up above, so we got the home icon, which we actually need to import right now. So I'm going to import one solid icon as well. So remember, there's two variants, outline and solid. Home is going to be for this one, so you can see it's a solid variant and the rest are kind of outline variant. So we're going to say home icon, so I need to actually use it as a component. Okay, so let's go check this out. So I'm going to go down to the bottom, and this icon, let's style it up a bit. It's going to have its own kind of class name. So right now I just say height of 10 and width of 10, and I'll show you what we do with this. Okay. So can you see the way we've done it, because it was a flex box and we said justify between, it's now equally spacing things out. And if you notice, it's got a max width being applied, right? It's just not centered, right? So this is actually pretty good. Hammer says, you're most friendly guy ever. Thank you, dude. What's up, man? So you can see it looks pretty good, right, on the phone, but as you get to the bigger screen, because that max width kicks in, it just doesn't center it, right? So at this point, what we're going to do is we're actually going to center it before we carry on. Okay, so the way you center it is simply go to the outer div. Okay, so let's go to the top, and where we had that max width being applied, all I need to do here is I'm going to give it firstly a margin on the x-axis of 5, so that way it kind of, you know, doesn't touch the sides. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say on the extra large screens, sort of at the extra large breakpoint, I want to apply a margin X of auto. And this means the X-axis will be automatically sort of determined when we hit that breakpoint. So now, remember it was getting cut at that minimum sort of at that, once it gets that max width constraint applied, then it actually applies the sort of margin X, what's it called? It will automatically determine the x-axis margin. Okay, there we go. And it centers it as a result, because now it determines that it needs this much and needs this much on this side. Okay, I went blank for a second. Okay, and what we could do to make that a little bit nicer is probably do it on the large, because you see how it kind of didn't catch it at the right point. Now that does it perfectly. There you go. Look at that. Damn lovely. All right. So at this point, we're going to continue on that right-hand side, and I will make this a little bit smaller to go ahead and compensate for that. Okay. So these icons on the right hand side, we need a container around them all. Okay, so it's going to have a bunch of different containers around it. So what we're going to do firstly here is make this flex box. Okay, we're going to make this a flex box. Okay, this one's will be flex box, and you should see immediately no change, just because we only have one element inside of it. But I want to kind of highlight the effect that this does have. So if I was to have two elements, let's imagine the same thing, and I say items center, watch how it drops centrally to the sort of, you know, it jumped in the center. So if I got rid of that and I save it, it went back to the top. And keep an eye on that corner, and you say item center, centered. That's why we use Flexbox. It makes our life easy. And I want to justify it on the end. So justify end. And this means it kind of gets pushed all the way on the right hand side. So even if it has got all this room on the left hand side, it just gets pushed to the right, right? So it kind of looks a lot nicer. Let me do that. Okay, so justify end. At this point, I'm going to say space, and this is probably my favorite thing about Tailwind, right, is when you do space x4. Now all the children, so basically all of these things, right, so every kind of child component inside of the div, you can space them out. You can just go ahead and say space x of 4, right? And we've got the home icon, and here I'm going to say menu icon, right? So this one's going to be a menu icon instead. And now, as you can see, there's no menu icon here, but only when it goes ahead and drops to the mobile view do we get a menu icon, right? So we need to do some responsiveness stuff over here. Only when it gets to the bigger screen do we lose the menu icon. So I'm going to show you how to do that from before. Okay, so for this icon, I'm going to say by default it should be a height of 6, and it's going to be visible all the time. So on the mobile, remember it's mobile first, and on the medium screen and above, I'm going to hide it. Okay, so on the medium screen above, I'm going to hide it, and I want the cursor to be a pointer when I hover over it. So on a phone, we should see the menu icon. On the larger screen, we no longer see the menu icon. So now we've attached and sort of, you know, got over that hurdle. Okay, now the next thing that we need to do is go ahead and notice how we only have this stuff when we're logged in. Now, by default, when I'm styling it now, I'm actually just going to go ahead and throw it in there, and then we'll attach that, solve that issue later. But the first thing I need to do is have the paper airplane icon. So we've got the paper airplane icon next to it. So paper airplane icon. And this one is going to have the same thing. It's going to have some styling happening over here. So a height of 10, width of 10. Now there's a problem here. I don't know if you can tell already. I've got repeating code, right? So all of these buttons are going to have the same kind of styling, but it's going to be kind of annoying to constantly write H10, width 10, H10, width 10. It's crap, right? It's annoying when we have to do that. So I'm going to show you how you can create your own custom utility class that you can then kind of plug in wherever you need it to be. Okay, so to create your own custom classes in Tailwind, all you need to do is you kind of need to restructure your app a little bit. So underscore app.js is the starting point. Okay, and as you can see at the top, it imports all the Tailwind CSS stuff that we need. But what we're going to do is slightly change that now. Right, I'm going to create a folder outside called styles. Right, and inside here, I'm going to type a file called globals.css. And this is where I'm going to have all my kind of stuff live, my CSS kind of live, right? The kind of custom stuff, right? Let's check this out. So at this point, we're going to have inside of the globals, we're going to go ahead and put the following, right? Now, all of this is available on the Tailwind website, right? It's just two ways of setting up the sort of stuff. So at this point, we can go ahead and hit save, right? And inside of here now, instead of importing from Tailwind, instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to import from styles.global, right? So import from stylesglobal.css. It's going to be from that point that we do the import, right? And as you can see, everything still works, still looks pretty good. So you know nothing broke. Okay. So the next thing is to introduce a custom class. So firstly, I want you to refresh, just be sure that everything is still there. It still looks pretty good, right? That was just dynamically lazy loading in. Okay. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and kill it with a custom utility class. So the way we need to do that is we need to go ahead and type in let me have a check. I actually forgot. Yeah, it's gonna be at layer. So what we need to do is, this is basically pulling in all the Tailwind CSS utility classes. So the base classes, the component classes, and the extra utility classes themselves. Like, I guess that's how they name it, right? Who cares? It doesn't matter. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna inject a custom utility class into the component layer. I'm gonna say at the layer components, right? And then you just drop some curly braces like that. And then what you need to do is type in nav. This is where you can kind of introduce your custom class. So I'm going to create a custom class called a nav button. Okay. And this is basically where I have all the CSS that I want to kind of belong to this custom class. Now we can't just write in CSS Tailwind stuff here. You have to type in at apply, and then you can write whatever Tailwind CSS to your heart's content. So these buttons are going to be hidden by default on a mobile screen. Remember, mobile first design. So I'm going to make it hidden. All of them are going to have a height of 6. They're going to have an on the medium screen, they're going to drop into the screen as an inline flex element. Okay. Then what we're going to say is they should all have a cursor pointer. Okay. And then what I actually want to do is I want to have a transition, right? So I want to transition because when I go ahead and hover over it, I want it to kind of scale up and down. So if you noticed on the actual final build, there's like a nice kind of subtle transition here when I kind of hover over these things, right? Really kind of nice transition. So what I want to do here is I want to say, when I hover over it, I want to scale, and you can see you get different scales here. So I'm going to scale to 125, all right? Now I want all of the transitions here to take effect. So whatever I'm doing, resizing, whatever it is, I want all of them to have a transition to it. The duration of that transition should be 150 milliseconds. And then I want a sort of a transition between for the timing of that transition. Now, I won't go too far into it, but whenever you have these kind of hover over and they kind of get bigger, you want it to be snappy, right? So you want it to ease out. So when the user hovers over it, it's super quick and kind of, you know, scales up. And then when they kind of move the cursor away from it, it eases off like nicely, right? So the way we do it is we type in ease out, okay? And then we hit save. Now I can literally use this. I can honestly just use this right now and it will work inside my app. So if I go over, it'll be embarrassing if it doesn't, but I can go to my home icon and also the paper airplanes icon. And here I can just go ahead and type in nav button btn. And just like that, you can see those two buttons actually have that style already being applied. So you can see if we hover over it, we get a nice little scale effect. Awesome stuff. And you see how it eases off. Like it's very quick to when we hover over it, but it eases off nicely. Really, really good. You can see now we've got our mobile responsiveness. And by the way, this tutorial today is not going to cover the mobile pull-out menu. So you guys can feel free to extend on it and add that yourself. But it will cover all the functionality of these and like gorgeous looking buttons, okay? So let's continue cracking on with this. So at this point, we've got half the screen. It looks pretty good. Let's continue on. So now you've just introduced your first custom utility class, right? Looks really, really good. Okay, so I'm going to go over to my header again. And now I'm going to continue adding in my stuff. So I've got the paper airplane icon, and we'll focus on this little blinking light afterwards. I'll show you how we do that. But we've got the plus icon, the people icon, the heart icon, and the avatar. Okay. So after the paper airplane icon, it's going to be the plus circle icon, the plus circle icon. Type in class name, and then here I'm going to say height of 6 and cursor pointer. In fact, here I'm just going to use my nav button, because why the hell did we create it if we ain't going to use it? Let's go ahead and pop that in. There you go. See, look how that reusable styles with all the animations, with everything attached. You can type in user group icon, and then here I'll type in class name, nav button. And this is going to pop in the next one. See the people icon, and then the final one is the heart icon. So heart icon, nav button, like so. Okay, now we have all these beautiful things in play, where we have all of our nice little kind of things at the top. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go ahead and add in the final thing, which is the picture of the person. Okay, so at this point, we don't actually have a URL, so I'm actually going to find a picture and just throw it in there. But in this one, I'm going to use a normal image tag, right? And for the source, I'm going to go ahead and find a nice picture of me, your boy, right? So give me 1 second while I find a picture of myself on the internet, which is actually not it's pretty easy right now, which is a bit weird. I just go into Google, I type in Sunny, and I'm there. So I don't know who this guy is, but he's on Google right now. So I'm going to go ahead and grab his URL. So I'm going to say copy image address. And right now, what I'm actually going to do is prettify the URL, right? Because I'm only accepting URLs from my own place. In fact, you know what? I'm going to use a URL that I already have. God knows what this is. It's going to be a random picture of something, but we're going to use that for now. Okay. So it's HTTP. It's going to be this. It won't be a picture. It'll just be something else. Oh, sorry, wrong place. There we go. And alt can be, let's just call it profile pic. Okay. Now it's going to be Instagram logo. Okay, there you go. It's huge. Looks like trash, but we're going to make it look good anyway. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and type in I'm going to give it a class name, and this one's going to be a height of 10. Right, so height of 10, and I'm actually going to say that it's rounded full. Right, and now you should be able to see in a second when we do it. So rounded full, and it's going to be cursor pointer. So cursor pointer, rounded full. And what have I done wrong here? What have I done strange here? I've done rounded full, height of 10. And right, I've actually done some weird stuff here. Right, rounded full, cursor pointer. Okay, so at this point, what I'm going to do is maybe I do need a proper picture of me. Let's do rounded. It is rounded full. Yeah, rounded to XL. Let's just see if it crops in. It doesn't crop. Rounded full. Okay, interesting. Rounded full. Rounded full is rounded full. Height, width of 10 as well. Maybe width of 10. No, okay, interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and check it out right now. Rounded full as a pointer, session on click. Okay, in that case, you know what? I'm gonna grab an actual picture of me, because God knows what's happening right now. Give me 1 second, guys, and I'll grab this pic. Here we go. Now we have the magic link. Okay, so we have a picture, and that's why it's a nicer picture. There we go. Right, there's a problem with the picture I was using. Okay. So at this point, we've got a nice rounded circle effect. Now, the reason why it is rounded is because I added that rounded class. Otherwise, you can see it turns into a square picture. So whenever you got an avatar, it's actually a very nice little utility class to add in a rounded full. And if you want a somewhat rounded, you can add it large, and you see it just curves the corners. But if you want a rounded full, which is a perfect circle, you can do it like that. Okay. So you can see already, we've actually done some pretty damn good progress, right? We've got a nice responsive UI at the top, and the header is looking pretty damn good. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, and we will make it kind of effective in the approach where if you're signed out, it will kind of, you know, go ahead and do its crazy stuff. Now, I'm going to add this little blinking button. Right now, you can see it's just a static blinking button, but I want to show you how you do it, and you can customize it as you want to in the future. So with that button, where we have the paper airplane icon, all you need to do to get it working in that way is add a div, pop it inside like that. And at this point, what we're going to do is the div is going to have a class name of relative, because we're going to have an absolute, you guessed it, we're going to have an absolute element inside of it. And this is also going to be a nav button class. Okay. Now, next to the paper airplane icon, right? So imagine there was like a kind of a little imaginary box around here. Okay. So what we're going to do is, oh, nice. Sunny, use rotate 45 for the message icon. Okay, let's actually mess around with that. 1 second. Paper airplane icon, let's do it. Rotate 45. And aha, nice, dude. Thank you for the suggestion. That was Alexander Georgiev. I appreciate that. That was awesome, man. Right? That was pretty cool. I mean, it comes a little bit off center, but it's okay. Right? So we're going to go ahead and do that. And then we've got the next to it, I'm going to go ahead and say div, and I'm going to go ahead and pop in just a static number now of 3. We're going to say, you know, there's 3 new messages. I'm going to pop a class name in, and this class name is going to say is absolute. Right, and if I do absolute, you can see it's kind of flung in to the left of the element. I mean, remember, it's relative to that container. That's why it's over there, right? So in order to get this visible and looking pretty, I'm going to say it should be, usually you do top 0. Right, but I don't want it to be exactly on the top. I want it to be minus top 0, minus top 2, and you'll see that it kind of goes up. There you go. And then I'm going to go ahead and say minus right 1. And right now, let me zoom in for this for you guys. So there you go. That's how we absolute position it in its container. I'm going to say text extra small, and I'm going to say width and height of 5. Okay, so width and height of 5. Okay. Looks pretty good. The reason why it's over there now is because I've actually rotated it. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the rotate, but now you know you guys can do that, right? Actually, then again, it's still over there. So I guess I'll just change this up. Let's do right F2, do right F3, right F2. We can just tweak it as you need to. So you can see you bring it down a bit. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's kind of sitting just over it. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to say BG red of 500. 500. Okay, looks pretty good. I'm going to say rounded 4. Okay. And then I want to do flex item center. And you'll see what we're about to do here. Flex item center and justify center to bring it into the center of that circle. There you go. And then I'm going to go ahead and make it animate post. So to get that nice little animation, you type in animate post. And boom. Look at that. That is pretty damn sick. Looks better than our one. Look at that. Nice. The only thing we're missing right now is to make the text white. So we say text white. So you can see why I'm loving, honestly, the, oh, what the hell have I done here? Oh yeah, there we go. I don't know what I did. Yeah. So you can see why I love Tailwind CSS. It's damn powerful, right? It allows you to build these really beautiful apps, which are responsive, really, really easy. Okay. Now that's looking pretty good, right? So we've got pretty much the design of the header done at this point. And we're going to go ahead and extend on this as it kind of continues on. But what we need to do now is I want that top header to be sticky. So can you see how the top header is kind of sticking, right? And if you haven't already, guys, check out the React 101 crash course. It's a link in the description to get 1 free month of Skillshare. Hashtag shameless plug. I don't care. It supports the channel. Thank you, guys. You get value from it. I get value from it. So thank you so much. And let me know if you have already in the chat. Leave a positive review, please. Okay, so at this point you can see if we go ahead and we're going to kind of get this nice kind of hovering effect, which is always stuck to the top of the screen. Okay, so the way I do that now is I'm going to go to the outer div. Okay, and here what I want to do is I want to say shadow, and we're going to give it a small shadow. Now this was a really beautiful thing I love about Tailwind is when you don't have to mess around with. How many of you guys have actually gone on to Google? I know I do all the time. I go into Google, I type in box shadow generator, and I'm sitting there playing around with it, tweaking the values. No, you don't have to do that anymore with Tailwind, right? You just go ahead and do this. No one remembers that stuff, right? If you do, you're wasting a lot of time, in my opinion. We're going to give it a border bottom of 1. That's how you do it by default. You just say border B. We're going to say background is white. And right now, the reason why you may think it's already white, no, it's just because the page behind it is white. Right? That's why you need to make it explicitly background white. And then to make it stick to the top, you say sticky top, and I want to attach it to the top of the page, to top 0. And then Z50 means that, imagine the Z index of anything is basically when you have layers to the page. So right now, imagine there's different layers to the page. The header is always at the top, so you give it a higher Z index. Okay, so that's how you go ahead and do it. You give it a higher Z index, and that's how you get that thing over to the top and looking beautiful like that. Okay, so let's continue on. So what we're going to do now is go ahead and actually build out the next part, which is the feed. Okay, so the feed. So we've got lots of stuff to do at this point. So, you know, we're going to keep going on strong. Index. And remember, this is not a race. Okay, we're already an hour in. We have a lot of stuff to do. So we are going to pick up some speed, right? Because we've gone over a few of the tutorial stuff right now. But we're going to build the feed now. Now, the feed is a lovely component. So we're going to go ahead and create a feed.js. And this is going to be responsible for everything that you see in here. So you can see right now, we've got this kind of feed. The feed consists of this, the posts itself, and then this sidebar, which is kind of like the suggestions, right? So let's continue on. At this point, we've got that. So we've got the feed. Okay. So I'm going to do underscore RFCE. I'm going to go ahead and build out the feed next. So for the feed, we're going to go ahead and do the following. So we're going to build out, again, like I said, we're going to go ahead and kind of draft it out. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and have a section on the left, which is going to have two things inside of it, right? So you see how, I like how I kind of do this, but I think it helps you guys out. So, right, so we're going to have the stories here, and we're also going to have the posts. Okay, so this left section is going to have the stories at the top and then the posts, right? And the same thing on the right hand side, we're going to have all that stuff as well, right? So the next thing we're going to have is on this side, we're going to have another section. And in this section, we're going to have a mini profile. And we're also going to have the suggestions. And I'll explain what this is. The mini profile is this little component over here. And the suggestions are these suggestions that you see over here. Okay, so go ahead and fix that out. So we've got the section over here and a mini profile and suggestions. So now we're going to go ahead and kind of build this out. So instead of a div component, we're going to make it more accessible. We're going to say this is the main portion of the page. Okay, so we've got the main portion here. Now for the first section, we're going to go ahead and create it. So we're going to say section. These are actually HTML elements. Section, right? We've got section over here and section over here. And we're going to go ahead and just pop that in like so, up here. Same over here. Right, there we go. Get rid of these two. There we go. Looks pretty good. Okay. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to kind of start off with, let's go ahead and maybe start off with the stories itself, right? So the stories are going to be these kind of things that you see over here. And they have a nice little transition when you go over. And this is all fake user data. God knows who these people are. I have no idea. Okay. So at this point, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a stories component, right? So stories components can be responsible for showing all of the individual stories, and each one is going to be a story component, right? So at the top, we're going to say stories.js underscore RFCE, and this is going to be responsible for our stories. So I'm going to go ahead and save, go back, and then I'm going to go ahead and pop it in here. So stories, like so. Oops, stories. And sometimes it may not pop in at the right time, so you need to go ahead and do a manual import, which is fine. We can do that. Import stories from stories. There we go. We have our stories. Okay. Now, for the stories, I'm going to go ahead and for this section, what I'm actually going to be doing here is you guys are going to learn all about grid, CSS grid. Okay, so what we're actually doing here is we're using a CSS grid. Okay, so to go ahead and start this one out. So for the main section, follow along with me, okay? And it will all make sense when we're kind of going ahead and doing this, right? So it's going to be a grid from a mobile view out of the box. Now by default, a grid is a 1 column grid, okay? So at this point, I'm going to say grid columns 1, right? So by default on a mobile phone, it's going to be 1 column, okay? And now what we're doing, and when I mean 1 column, I mean literally this thing right here. When we're on the larger screen, what this is without realizing is it's actually 3 columns. So this entire thing right here is 3 columns, right? So you've got 1, 2, and 3, right? And what we're doing is we're making this entire feed take up 2 and this part take up 1, right? And when we resize, what's happening is we get rid of all these 3 and it just becomes grid columns 1, right? So this becomes 1, as meant to be a 1, right? So that's how it's kind of happening. Okay, let's go ahead and go back into it. So grid columns 1, and then on the medium screen, We're going to say, oh, it's actually going to be grid columns too, because it kind of flops in, right? We'll say medium goes to grid columns too. And then what I'm going to say is on the medium screen, that's when I want to start applying the max width as well. So max width 3XL. Okay. On the extra large screen and above, I'm going to say it should be grid columns 3. And that's so you can see that's where we get to this point where we have 2, this one taking up 2, this one taking up 1. All right. Now once we've done that on the extra large screen, the max width is going to increase. We're going to say max width is no longer 3XL, it becomes 6XL. Okay. And then to center everything, we're going to say MX Auto. Okay. So you just have to trust me on this. This is actually doing something right now. Okay. And I'll explain what the hell's going on. So remember, as I said before, this first section is going to take up 2 columns. And then the last one will take up 1 column. Okay. So in this case, the section over here, let's do column class name, sorry, is column span 2. Okay. So now when we start building this, this is actually going to be taking up 2 columns and this one is going to be taking up 1. Okay. So I'm also going to create a post afterwards. We'll do that after. Okay. So at this point, the stories, let's go ahead and create this out and kind of build this one. So for the stories right now, right. So for the stories right now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we have, let's go ahead and pop this in. Now, what the stories does is it essentially renders out a list of stories. Okay. Now these stories we have to kind of get from somewhere, right? Now, obviously at this point, we don't have an API endpoint to pull in all the data. So what we're actually going to do instead is fake some of this data. So I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and fake this data so that we can pull it in. All right. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and actually import something called faker.js. So I'm going to show you guys faker.js, and this is where we kind of do all this stuff. So faker.js generate massive amounts of realistic fake data. As you can see this, and it's actually a very good library. I see it a lot of the time when you're doing testing and different kind of frameworks. We're going to be using this to kind of generate some random fake data. Okay, that's why when we refresh, it kind of looks like fake. That's why it's very good for portfolios and for when you're doing testing environment situations. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it. So we've got the stories over here like so. Right, so for this one, we're going to actually go ahead and render out loads and loads of stories. So this will literally be a rendered list of stories like here. Okay. Sunny, you wrote Ma. Where did I write Ma? I didn't write Ma, did I? Oh. There we go. Right. And we're going to use Firebase V9 today as well to kind of go ahead and pop all of that in as well. Okay. So what we need to do in the beginning of this, right, we're going to go ahead and actually sort of populate a list of these fake users. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and install faker.js. So npm install or faker. And this goes ahead and pulls in the faker module into our application. Okay. So what I can do now, I can do Command J to have my terminal, go back to the top and then pop this in like so. Import faker from faker like so. Okay. Now if I go ahead and do the use effect, now you can go ahead and see use effect is essentially a piece of code that runs at a certain point in the lifecycle of a function, right? Or a component that gets rendered on the screen. So if I want a piece of code to execute when sort of like the component mounts, okay, what I do is I empty out this dependency array. This means the code will run initially when the component loads on the screen, when it mounts. Okay, then what you can do is you can add any variable in here. So when that variable changes as well, this code refires, right? For this example, we just need it to run once because it just needs to generate the initial set of data. Okay, so at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say const suggestions equals, okay? And we need to generate some fake data, right? So this is a trick that you can use to generate an empty array of a certain number of kind of, users in any instance. And we're going to go use faker.js to kind of generate that number, right? So what we essentially want is an array of like 20 sort of, fake tutorials, users that goes ahead and kind of gets populated for us. So the way I do it is I have an array. So I go ... array. And this is a nice little trick if you've never seen it before. I want an array of 20. I'm going to map through my fake array or my kind of empty array. Okay. If I go ahead and do this map, and then I go ahead and say right here. I don't care about the first argument, the value. So in this case, I can go and do underscore. We don't care. It's a fake array anyway. It doesn't have a value for it. So we can do underscore to skip it. And then we can do I. And this is going to be the index. So the first value, second value in that array. And this is how we basically map through it. Okay. Now, this is what you would do if you do a sort of what we call an explicit return. Right? But what I want to do is I want to generate an array of suggestions. So what I'm doing here is a map basically loops through this empty array. But what we want to do is instead of doing a curly brace, I want to go ahead and do a parentheses. And inside the parentheses, I want to do an object. And what this means is every time it maps through, it's going to return. So it's called an implicit return. It's going to return a value from that loop, and it's going to go ahead and bubble up. So we should get an array of fake users at the end of it. Okay. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to type in ... faker. Okay. Now trust me, faker.helpers. Contextual card. And what this contextual card does is it actually generates a bunch of this fake information for you, right? So you can see it actually gives you like a username, avatar, email, date of birth, address, website, company, and all sorts of stuff. And all I'm doing is I'm spreading. Okay, so I teach a lot of this stuff over in papareact.com 0 to full stack hero. So if you want to check it out, third link in the description to check that out, and it can help you, kill your JavaScript journey. But basically what this is doing is when it goes ahead and gets all the values from this, is it spreads it out. So that way we have things like the username, we have the sort of email and all this fake data. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to add my own ID, and the ID is going to be the number of the loop. Okay, so this will all make sense when I log it out. Okay, so if I hit save now and I do a simple console log and I say suggestions, now what we should see, if I go over to my feed and I pull in my stories like so, okay, looks good. Now what I do is if I inspect the page and I go to my console, what we can see is, what the hell is this? 1 minute, let me go to my, this is why I don't like using Safari. Right, Safari. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and refresh my page. And at this point, if I go to my index, hit save as well, there you can see we've got an error. So what's going on? Cannot find variable feed. Oh, okay, I didn't put my feed in. Oops. There we go. So I'm going to import the feed. There we go. And hit refresh. And now it should pull in my feed, and then it should load up some information. Use effect is not defined. So we need to go back to my stories, import use effect from React, and refresh. Okay. So let's continue on. All right. So you can see now we get a list of objects. Aha, this is what I was looking for. All right, so inside the array that comes back, you see we get the address, avatar, company, date of birth, ID, and all sorts of stuff. So this is pretty good, right? We got fake users, and we even get an avatar, which is a fake picture, right? So it's pretty damn powerful, okay? So this comes from faker.js. So at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and close this up, or I'll kind of keep it open for now, right? So I need access to these suggestions, right? Now I can't just go into the over here and say suggestions.map. I have to store this in the state. Each component has something called state. It's like a short-term memory store for a component. It does disappear every time the component is every time you reload your page because it's non-persistent. But what we can do instead now is we can go ahead and create a set of storage, like a little bit of our own state. We're going to call this suggestions. Now the syntax to sort of go by is set suggestions. Okay, and then we say equals use state. Now it's a nice little handy hook that helps us prepare that piece of state inside the component. Think of this as the React way to write a variable. Okay, so you get the variable itself, then if you ever want to change it, you simply call the set suggestions function with the new value. And the initial value goes in here. Now the initial value here is an empty array. Okay, so with the empty array as set, now instead of console logging, I want to do something more meaningful. I say set suggestions to the suggestions over here. And there you go. So when the component mounts, it will go ahead, calculate a bunch of fake data, set it to the store, and now we can use this variable inside our React app. Okay, pretty damn good, right? So what we can do now is I can say suggestions.map, okay? And suggestions.map, and for every single profile that comes out, I'm going to do an implicit return, hence the sort of normal brackets. And what I'm doing is I'm calling it profile because that kind of makes sense, right? Every time we go through the suggestions array, each object that comes back is basically a profile. Okay, so hence why I'm calling it a profile, right? So at this point, I'm going to create a story component. And now we haven't actually created this yet, but I'm going to be using it, right? So the first thing I want to do is give it a key. Now, anytime you map through any list inside of React, listen up, you need to use a key. This is because when React does its re-rendering logic, imagine it has a list of 1,000 elements on the screen. If you don't give it a key, it doesn't know if you just added an item to the end of that list. So what it does is it re-renders the entire thing because it has no idea that, okay, he just added one thing into the end of this list. So the problem with that is if we've just done all this kind of, computational power to render 2,000 things on the screen, you add one more post in, it has to re-render 2001 now. That's stupid. If you give it a key, it just adds in or re-renders the newest element. So it doesn't have to re-render everything, okay? What does array 20 do? This actually goes ahead and creates an empty array of 20 elements that you can just loop through. So the reason why we're doing this is because we just need to loop through 20 times for any reason. Like we just need 20 things. If you want 25 profiles, you change it to 25 and you get an empty array of 25 that you can map through and create an empty list. It's a kind of a nice little trick. Oh, I love this song. Okay, so for the profile, we should use a unique key. In this case, it's profile.id because the profile has an ID here. And we can also see it here when we inspect, okay? Over here, the ID is 1, this one is ID 0, okay? We have the key over there, as I mentioned, right? We're also gonna pass down the image to a story. This is gonna be profile.avatar. Now, sure, you can pass in the entire user and kind of handle it that way, but I don't wanna do that, right? I wanna kind of be a bit more conservative. So, next thing we say is username. And the username is going to be the profile username. If you're wondering where the heck is he getting this stuff from, it's over here, right? We literally logged it out. So profile.username. Okay. Oh, username. Not Vine variable story. Okay. So now we need to create our story components. We're going to, we're in this now. We're in focus mode. All right. So we're going to go back into this. So Command B. I'm going to create a story.js _RFCE. There we go, I've got a story now. Now, when we pass in an attribute into a component, for example, image and username, key doesn't count, it's just part of the rendering logic. But in this case, the image and the username, we call this props, right? We call this props. So these attributes that we kind of define come through as props. So what you could do is you could type in props.image, props.username, or you can use ES6 destructuring to go ahead and break apart the object and get the values inside. So I want value of image and username. Now we're going to build out the stories, right? So how the hell does a story kind of, look, and how are we going to get that to be? So for the story, we're going to have an image and a p tag, right? Now what am I referring to? The story component is this one. It's going to be the image and a p tag underneath it. And we're also going to handle this logic here. Okay, so the image and the p tag here. Now the p tag is going to be the username, and the source for the image is going to be img, which we pass through as a prop. Okay, so it looks pretty damn good what we're doing here. Carl says, can you tell us what is Recall? It's a state management tool. We'll be covering it very shortly, my dude. Right. So at this point, for the images, what we're going to do, we're going to have to style it out. Now I'm going to go ahead and pop in the story over here like so, and I'm going to show you guys what's going on. So it cannot find a variable stories. So I'm going to go back to my stories, and I'm going to go ahead and do Control Command and import my story at the top. And now we can hide this out, and you can see, aha, we are getting fake information. If you see, if I refresh on mount, it generates more fake information. We get awesome stuff happening right now. Okay. At this point, we're going to go ahead and kind of get this thing looking like that. All right, so we need to make it look like this and look really, really nice. The way we do that is we go back to our stories, and I'm going to go ahead and firstly prepare this in a way that it looks something similar. So we're going to go to the overall div, and we're going to give it a class name. Where is it? Class name equals flex space x2 padding of 6. Right, oops, padding of 6. And you can see already when we do flex, everything goes into a row by default. That's the default flex behavior. I'm going to say the background should be white, right? And again, that will make sense in a bit. I'll show you why, right? We're going to give the margin top 8, and you can see it'll drop down a little bit. Nice. We're going to give it a border gray of 200, right? Border gray 200. Now you can barely see that border, but it is there. And the reason being is actually, no, sorry, we need to give a border. That's it. So you have to say border, then you get a 1 pixel border that comes in. We're going to give that border a rounded SM look and feel to it. And then we're going to go ahead and, am I zoomed in at this point? Oh yeah. So what the hell? Okay, the reason why it's kind of overflowing here, you see it's going off the page. Doesn't look good, right? So what we need to do is we're going to go ahead and actually handle some overflow logic here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say overflow, which means when it overflows, we want it to become a scrollable container instead of, you know, just going way off the screen like that. So along the x-axis, now we get this overflow container. Okay, that's starting to look really good. All right, we've got overflow x scroll. Instead now I'm going to show you actually how to customize that scroll bar as well. Okay, it's a pretty cool little trick that we're going to do. So I'm going to show you how to do that as well. Okay, so at this point, you can see that we get this nice kind of behavior going on. And obviously at this area right now, we haven't handled the max width stuff yet. We're going to get that working pretty good. Right. He goes, hi, why isn't the next version of image not being used for popular images? The reason being is because these are dynamic images. We don't know where the domain comes from initially. Hence, we can't pre-whitelist it. So hence, it doesn't make sense to use it. Okay, so now I'm going to go to my story and start messing around with that to kind of, you know, get these looking a bit more closer to this. Okay, so if we go to my story itself, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to the image itself. And firstly, I'm going to go ahead and say image class name equals height and width of 14. So height of 14, width of 14, hit save. Oh yeah, followed on Instagram. Yeah, guys, follow me on Instagram. My tag's at the bottom of the screen. Instagram's so slow in growth compared to everything else. All right, we're going to do rounded full. Oops, oh, sorry, rounded full. And then you can see everything kind of pops in nicely like that. And then we're going to say a padding, and I want to do a custom value. So because we're using the latest Tailwind, we can use something called this, I think it's called absolute values, but we can go ahead and say this is just because we're using the just-in-time compiler. You can put these curly brackets in, and that allows you to do really cool stuff by giving it exact value. So I want an exact padding of 1.5 pixels, right? So you can see it just kind of padded around it, the element very slightly. Okay, I'm going to say border red 500, and I'm going to say border should be 2. That means like twice as thickness. Now we get this nice Instagram style border, right? And if you're wondering what was that pixel all about, if I get rid of it, you'll see then it touches. So I'm giving it a pixel 1.5 border, right? The king is back. Thank you so much, Prashil. Okay, so this looks pretty good at the moment. What we're going to say is object contain, which keeps the aspect ratio as it should be. And then I want to do cursor pointer. So when we hover over it, it's a pointer element. Now this is not looking like that, right? And I'll show you why it's not looking like that in a sec. Okay, so that's because we need to customize the p tag. So the p tag right here, we're going to go ahead and say text should be extra small. But the main thing to notice here is all the widths are different, right? So we want the width to be fixed at 14 because that's what the picture is. So what we're going to say is truncate the text. So right now you can see we get this, right? But what we can do is we can say truncate the text if it ever goes past that length, which means it will do ... Now that's looking a lot better. Okay, that's looking a lot better already. If we do that and we say text should be centered, looks pretty nice. Okay, looks pretty nice at this point. Okay, so now what I want to do is I'm going to add in this nice little hover effect. So look at that. Oh, that hover effect, right? How do we do that? You can use a gradient on the storyboard if you want, Rashid. I'm going to leave that up to you guys. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to say when I hover over it, I'm going to scale to 110. Okay, now if I do that just by default, it kind of snaps. You see that? It just snaps. Now that doesn't look the best, right? So what I'm actually going to do instead, I'm going to add a transition. So we did it earlier. I'm going to say transition, and then I'm going to say transform because this is going to be a transformation. So we're going to say transform bar, and then we're going to say the duration should be 200 milliseconds. Can only be a little bit longer, and we'll say ease out because remember ease out is that nice kind of timing transition. Now look, ease out. Oh, dude, look how smooth that is, and that's it. Looks pretty sick, right? Now what we're going to do is add in the styling for that scroll bar. So what I'm doing for the style element of this is I'm actually adding in something. We actually got to do that at the stories.js level. I'm going to add in a very nice little scroll bar plugin. Okay, so this brings us back to our Tailwind plugin configuration. So we're going to need a special library called Tailwind Scroll Bar. Okay, so you can see if you Google it, you can see Tailwind Screwbar or npm package. So all you want to do is pull this into your project, and then they've got some tutorials over here. We're going to go ahead and install it like so. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and install it like this, and they're doing a dev install because you should actually install your Tailwind plugins as a dev dependency, because it shouldn't actually be present in the final thing. It should just be there, which actually makes it look a bit cleaner. It reduces your bundle size. That's the point. Okay, I'm not going to go too far into all this stuff. Okay, now we go back to our Tailwind config, and what we need to do now is basically upgrade our plugins. So we're going to go into our array, plug it in, and we need to do a comma and hit save. Now we've got two plugins. We've got Tailwind CSS form and we've got Tailwind scroll bar. And all we need to do to use it now is actually just go ahead and add in that kind of that scroll bar kind of variant. So if I show you now, I'll put this on the side over here, and I go ahead and pop in my Instagram 2.0 YouTube like so, Command B like this. Then what we do is we simply go ahead and say scroll bar, and you see we've got these new ones, right? Scroll bar thin, okay. And then I want to go ahead and do scroll bar thumb black, right? Scroll bar thumb black, and you'll see what is about to happen now. Okay, so right now we actually don't have my scroll bar there. Let's have a look what's going on right now. We got BG white, we got border gray, we got overflow X scroll. Okay, let's have a look what the hell's happening here. All right, so we've got everything looking pretty good at this point. Now I do want to double check something by taking my, firstly I want to go ahead and make the entire background slightly gray. Okay, so if I go over to my index.js, so let's go back to my index.js pages, and I'm going to actually make the background a full sort of color behind it. Okay, so at this point I'm going to do BG gray of 50, right? So you should see a slight gray being applied, but you can see it's not actually up to the height of the screen. So what we need to do is set a minimum, or we can just say height of screen, and now you see the whole page will go gray. And if you want to see a sort of like exaggerated effect here, you can say BG red 500. You can see that's essentially what we did. Okay, so BG gray H for screen, and we're going to say overflow on the y-axis of scroll. Now I'll explain that afterwards. Right, so we are gonna have a scrollable aspect to this app, because you can see even here, and we're gonna hide that scroll bar, right? And I'll show you how to do that one afterwards. But I need to write scroll bar hide, and then I need to actually add in one more plugin to be able to hide that, because right now you can see we have still got a scroll bar, right? We don't want that scroll bar there, so I'm going to show you how to do it. So the dependency for that is going to be Tailwind scroll bar hide. Okay, so this one right here. So all you want to do is go ahead and check that one out. And I like to show you the Google process. I know it's maybe silly to some of you, but it's kind of nice for you guys to experience exactly how I'm doing it, right? I think that helps you guys out. Command J, open that up, and I'm going to go ahead and do npm install Tailwind scroll bar hide. Then we go. We will Command J. And now what I want to show you, as you can see, if we go ahead and hit save, we should in a second, after plugging it into the Tailwind config, so we need to add in one more dependency here, which is the new Tailwind scroll bar hide. So we go ahead and require that dependency as well, and just like that, with a fresh restart, I think we're gonna have to do, let's do a Command J, Control C, npm run dev, and we're gonna restart the server to go ahead and see if we can get that in there. But right now our scrollable functionality is working. There does seem to be a scroll bar there, it's just not showing on the screen. So I think a fresh server restart should fix that for us. Let's go ahead and check it out. Okay. Now I think maybe I had to add in some element of style. Oh, there we go. It was a fresh server restart. There you go. Boom. Looks damn sick. That looks clean, guys. Looks very clean. Command J. Let's go back to over here. And I just want to kind of wrap one thing up before we have a little water break. We're going to add in a padding of 6. We've already done that. Margin top of 8. Okay, that's pretty good. Damn straight. We have our stories. And obviously I'll make that centered afterwards, but we're getting there. Looks pretty damn good. And the reason why I added this styled one is because a lot of you always kind of gave me feedback for an issue, which was suddenly I can't actually scroll on my computer if I don't have a touchpad or something, so it doesn't work. So that's why I went ahead and did it that way. So at this point, it's looking pretty good. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go ahead and address something that I want to fix. So where we have the, let's go back to our feed, right? Because the story is essentially done. So we're going to go back to feed. And then at this point, we're going to say, Okay. So right now we've got this, and then margin X of auto. Ah, there we go. Max of auto. I think that's what you guys were talking about, right? Tino might have been talking about that, right? So MX auto, right? That's the reason why it wasn't centering. So if you see now, it's just being slow to refresh, but it should work. There we go. That's very good, guys. Whoever spotted that, damn straight. Now that's actually what we want, because this is taking up 2 columns in a 3-column grid layout. Okay, so it looks very, very good so far. We're going to go ahead and tackle the posts now. Okay, so we've done the stories over here. Let me go ahead and shift this around a bit. Okay, so we've got the posts. Now we're going to go ahead and tackle the posts. Okay, so the posts are the interesting part, right? The posts. There we go. Okay, now cannot bind variable posts. We need to create this component. So I'm going to go ahead and say posts.js _ RFCE. Boom. Now we have our posts, right? So I'm going to say H1, I am a post. I am a post, right? Oh, actually, no. This is going to represent all the posts. And then inside of here, we'll have several posts which get rendered out as components. Okay. So we go back to our feed. We're going to go ahead and import that posts. Okay. Now we have the posts. Cool. Go back into posts, and then we can kind of begin work over here. So you see how we're slowly drilling away at this thing, getting it to where we need it to get to. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to have some kind of mapping function to go ahead and pull out all the posts that we have inside of our system. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and create a post function. So post.js, which is a functional component _ RFC to get it set up. And oops. And just like that, we have our functional component. There's going to be a H1 saying, I am a post. Right. And over here, I'm going to render in 1 post. And then we're going to go ahead and import it. And now we should see, I am a post. Right. So we're going to transform this basic as hell post to this beautiful looking sort of post sort of situation. Right. And guys, don't forget, we have likes, we have comments, all that amazing stuff coming. All right. So this is coming. We've got a lot of stuff going on. Right. Posts are going to accept a few things. They're going to accept a key. Remember, we're going to be mapping through a function here, some kind of array here. So we need to kind of have a key. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give us some dummy information right now. I'm going to say const dummy data to begin with. Okay. Now this dummy data is going to be a simple array, right? And we're going to eventually replace this with Firebase. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to say the initial dummy data, we're going to first sort of object in that dummy data is going to have an ID of the ID is going to be, let's just say 123. Then it's going to have a username. Now this username, we're going to say, let's just imagine it as my Instagram tag. If you're not following me, hit me up on Instagram. We're going to have a user image, right? Now that user image is actually going to be a pic. In fact, what I'm actually going to use is, just for now, I'm going to use the picture that I had on the sort of hard-coded front end or the header. So I'm going to use that one for now as a sort of dummy image. And then I'm going to have the same thing for the picture. So the user's image is going to be the little thing over here. That'll be the user image. This is the user name. The actual image would be this one. So we're going to say image equals, and this one would be, let's just say the same thing. And then we're going to go ahead and say caption and say, this is dope. This is dope. Right? Actually, you know what? I'm going to make it kind of thing. Subscribe and destroy the like button. There we go. For the YouTube algorithm. Let's go. So we have all this stuff in the dummy data, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just sort of copy and paste this a few times, like so, maybe twice for now. Now, instead of rendering this out, dummy post, I'm going to go ahead and map through. Okay, so I'm going to say dummy data. In fact, let's actually call it posts, right? Because then we'll do a nice little replacement after. So I'm going to say JSX. So a little bit of JavaScript in there, post.map. Now for every single post, because the individual item is a post, I'm going to do a return. So hence the normal parentheses. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a post in that call. For each of the elements inside of here, we're going to pass in a key. So post.id. Okay. And I'm going to do a few more cooler things in this. Right? I'm going to pass in the ID, the username, all that good stuff. So we're going to say ID equals post.id as well. And that's because I want the key as well as the ID. And then I've got a few other things. Now we've got the username, we have the user image and so forth. So this one's going to be post.username, username, user image equals post.user image. And then we have image equals post.image. And then we got the final one, which is caption equals post.caption. So we have our post here, okay? Now, as I mentioned before, all the props that we have in those that we just passed through come through as props here. We destructure the props to get those values that we kind of pass through. Now, all those values are essentially these values right here, okay? So we have the ID, username, and all those things. So, oh wait, what the hell? Why have I got that double? Oh, there we go. ID, username, user image, and caption. Now, rather than rendering out this basic crap, what I want to do is actually go ahead, and you can do ... post. That's actually a very good shout. But the reason why I'm not doing that is because when I go ahead and connect the database, it's not going to be a straight mapping. I'm going to have to access the object that comes back. That's why I didn't do it that way. Right? Now, the post is, the post is going to have a few different elements to it. Okay, guys? The post is actually going to have the sort of header over here. It's going to have the sort of, the image. And then it's going to have the buttons, and it's going to have the sort of, the captions, and then the input field. So there's quite a few parts to the post. Header goes at the top. Then we're going to have the image. Then we're going to have the buttons. And then we're going to have a few extra things. We're going to have the caption. And then we're going to have the, we're going to have the caption, then the comments. Then we're going to have the input box. Everyone's like, oh my God, so much coding. What the hell? We have to do all that? Yeah, we have to do that. Tetron says, no, you're killing it. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you, man. All right. So the header, let's go ahead and knock out the header first. We get rid of the post over here. And then inside the header, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to have a div. Oops. Oh, not that. Div. There we go. And this one's going to have an image inside of it, a p tag inside of it. The p tag is going to have the username. And just for reference, the header that we're building right now, guys, is actually this one right here. Okay, so this is the header for the post that we're building. Okay, so I'm actually going to head, this is the image, this is the username, which will be flex1 to take up the max width. And then we have this 3 dot icon on the right. Okay, so that 3 dot icon on the right is actually called dots horizontal icon. Okay, so I'm actually going to pull in all my icons now. So remember, there are two variants. There are outline and there are solid. I'm going to just go ahead and pull them in right here. Okay, so we're going to have the import. These are all the icons that I'm going to need. You can see we've got the React solid icons and we have the React outline icons. So you guys can feel free to copy that in. Now over here, we're going to have the following chucked in. We're going to have dots horizontal. So dots horizontal icon. And I'm going to go ahead and do the following class name of H5. Okay, so let's hit save and let's just see what the hell's going on over here. Okay, so at this point we can see SSS Sanga, my Instagram handle, and then we can see the dots. Okay, it's looking all right, right? It's not looking so bad at this point, right? And at the source here, we're gonna have the user image. Okay, and then you can see, aha, there's some dashing lad, Papa React, aka screenshot that if you want. There we go. Smash the thumbs up if I look all right in the tux. There we go. So we got the image source, and then what we're gonna do here is we're going to go ahead and say class name. We're going to start styling it out. Okay, we're going to say rounded 4 and hit save, and that already gives us the rounded look and feel. We're going to say height and width of 12, height and width of 12. Someone said no style components. Dude, I love Tailwind too much now for that shit. So height and width of 12. You can see it looks a bit nicer. Object contain in case it ever goes out of aspect ratio. We kind of want it to be, looking pretty good. And then we're going to say a border around this with a padding of 1 and a margin right of 3. Okay, now I'm probably wondering what the hell, there's no margin right of 3 here. Firstly, the padding of 1 gave us this, the border gave us that top gray element. But in order to get the elements next to each other, I need to give the parent container a flex class name. Now I'm going to center all the items on the center like so. If I get rid of the item center, look what happens. You see how they kind of go off center? So item center centers them over like that, and then a padding of 5 gives us a little bit of breathing room. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is we have the image over here, the p tag. I'm going to go ahead and say the p tag class name, and this one is going to be a flex1. Now what flex1 does is it goes ahead and actually takes up that room. So it says the middle one should take up as much room as it can. So it's flex1, so that flex yourself, right? Get bigger. So that's what it's doing right there. And then what we say is font bold. There we go. And at this point we can go ahead and hit save, and you see how the username became bold, right? So let me know how we're doing right now, guys. Are we all good? Everything's looking pretty good, right? So we've got the username going on, and then we got the dots horizontal over there. So the final thing we're going to do with that is we have, that's pretty much the header done, to be honest. Yeah, header's done. All right, so at that point, we're going to go to our outer div, and I'm going to go ahead and say class name equals bg white, and I'm going to say my, so bg white, I'm going to say my, so margin on the y-axis of 7, so that means top and bottom, and I'm going to give it a border, and I'm going to say rounded sm. Okay, hit save, and there we go. Okay, now you can see that's already looking a hell of a lot nicer, right? That looks bloody clean. All right, so here we got the image. Now that's pretty much the header done at this point. That looks damn good, looks pretty clean, ready to kind of plug in with a database, start pulling in info. Now the next thing is the image, right? So the image we get from the prop of image, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and do that. And this next thing we should do is class name, and we're gonna say object cover. So for this one, we're gonna do object cover, but we're gonna say the width should be the full width of the grid that it sits in. Okay, so what we mean by this is if we make this a full screen, that's limited to the 2 column. Remember, we have the 2 and we have a 3 column layout, 2 columns and a third here, and the first one takes up 2. So over here at this point, what we're doing is we're making it sort of, you know, only use up its maximum width. So you see that? Look how good that looks. All right, whether it's on a phone, it's just because my picture's a low quality one, but that's why, right? But overall, I think that looks pretty damn nice, right? So at this point, looking pretty good. Not talking about myself. Joking. All right, you gotta have fun while you do it. All right, so we got this done. So we have the sort of feed up and running at this point. We now need to add in the buttons. Okay, so for the buttons, we're gonna go ahead and add a div because, you know, we have to containerize everything. And then we're gonna go ahead and pop in the heart icon first. So the heart icon. Heart icon, like so. And I'm just going to use the normal heart icon for now, but we actually pull in 2. So we pull in the heart icon from the outline variant, and then we actually pull in the same thing from solid, but we can't call it the same thing, so we rename it as heart icon filled. Okay, so that's how we do it. So we got the heart icon coming up. We also have the chat icon and the paper airplane icon as well. So I'm going to pop these in. We have the chat icon, and we have the paper aeroplane icon as well. Hit save, and we can see these are huge icons, right? We don't want it to be that big, but I don't want to be writing the same utility classes over and over again either, right? So this brings me back to creating a custom sort of utility class. I'm going to call this one button. I'm going to give this one to the same thing over on each of these, button. Now I'm going to go over to my globals.css, and I'm simply going to create a new button global class. I'm going to apply, so that way I can write in my custom Tailwind CSS stuff. And then I'm going to go ahead and literally add it in now. We should see it literally apply over on the side, right? So H7, hit save, and let's go ahead and do it. So it's a height of 7. When we hover over it, I want it to scale to a 125 value. I want the cursor to be a pointer when I'm over it. I want the transition on all the transition elements. I want the duration to be 150 milliseconds. And I want the ease out function because, you know, it gives us that silky smooth look. That's looking pretty nice, guys. Pretty good. Okay. So with that done now, we have this custom utility class that we went ahead and introduced. Okay. At this point, the div over here. So we're already getting people trying to get me through to it, right? You can see twin concept design trying to pull this in. What we can actually do here is something pretty simple to get this up is we can go ahead and say, we can go ahead and say flex and the space x of 4. So flex, and that puts it all on a row. And then we say space x of 4 to give it a bit more spacing, space x of 4, and that way they're not so touching. And you see how the transition kicked in, right? So look at that. Now that we got that transition, it gives you a nice little animation whenever you change anything. So that should give you an indication as to how you do transitions in the back of it, right? So once we've got that down, what we're actually going to do is have another button, which is for the bookmark. Okay, so the bookmark is this one over here. Now, what we could do to simplify our life is we can add another div. We can pop this already existing container inside that div, and we can simply have the bookmark icon outside. So bookmark icon like so. And this one would be, again, you guessed it, class name of button. Okay. Now what we can do is, to make this really easy, is we can go ahead and give this a class name of flex. And we can go ahead and say, and justify the space between these two elements. And boom, it spaces them out before us, right? So it becomes a lot easier when you do it this way. So I can see loads of people are coming up with a solution to that, right? but it actually fixes it for you, right? So at this point, we can go ahead and do a padding on the x-axis of 4 and a padding on the top of 4 as well. And you'll see some beautiful little spacing that gets thrown in right there. Okay, that looks really, really nice already. Okay, so you can see now we've got this nicely chucked in. The next thing we need to do is add in the next section underneath here. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm going to add in the, I'm going to add in the, let's do this one first. We'll do the likes later on. All right, we've got a lot to go. So this is getting on, right? This is getting on, right? So we're going to go ahead and do this. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and build out everything but the likes just yet. Okay, so the caption. I'm going to have a div because remember, keep everything containerized, keep it neat, keep it clean. And at this point, I might as well make our life a little bit easier and have a bit more space. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, so I want to have a p tag. Actually, what we can do is we can just make this a p tag right off the bat. And we can give this a class name of padding 5. And I'm going to automatically make this a truncate in case it gets too big. And I'm going to have a span inside, right? And there's a reason why it is, but I'm going to say the span the username, span the username, and then I'm going to have the caption outside of it, caption like so, okay? And now after the username here, I'm going to add a space like so, okay? So now you can see, Sanga, subscribe and destroy the like button for the YouTube algorithm. So look at that, how it truncates if it gets too short. But you can see it's already starting to come through and it truncates if it gets too short. Now you can add in the show more functionality yourself, all that good stuff. I'll let you guys do that. But that's how you get the base done. Now class name, at this point, what we can do is we can say font bold. And I'm going to do a margin right of 1 to kind of push it a little bit away. Okay, looking pretty good at this point, right? So this is looking quite nice, right? So now we've got that going on. And I think that looks kind of nice, guys. Just, you know, smash thumbs up button if you agree with that. But there we go. We have this looking pretty similar at this point. Now the comments and the likes we will introduce once we have connected up Firebase. That's going to be an initial step afterwards. The next thing we're going to do is introduce this bottom input container field. Okay, so we're still going to leave room for that afterwards. But for now, we're going to go ahead and do the actual input box field. Okay, so over here, I'm going to do a div. And then I'm going to have the following play in. So I'm going to have a div, and then I'm going to have all the not comments. It's going to be the input field. So this is not going to be a div off the bat. It's going to be a form. Okay. And this form is going to have, you know, as you can imagine, it's going to have the input in the middle, and then it's going to have the emoji icon on the left, and then the post button on the right. Okay. So the emoji icon is going to be this emoji happy icon like so. And then we're going to have an input field, This is such a vibe, this track. Right, and then we're gonna have a button over here which says post. All right. Now, as you can see, it just comes in with this massive smiley face. Right. So this sort of emoji happy icon, we can just go ahead and say class name equals let's say class name equals a height of 7, and I can see we've got a nice little smiley face. The form I'm gonna style up with a class. I'm gonna say flex the items on the center, and then I'm gonna say a padding of 4. And then you can see now we go all into a row central. Now the input field is more of the interesting one. Here we're going to say class name, and this class name will be a border none, right? I'm going to say flex 1 because I want that to take up the majority of the space on the page. So you can see now it's taking up the majority of that room. I'm going to say the focus ring. So right now, if I focus on this, we get this ugly little ring, right? So we're going to say focus ring. And if you're wondering, by the way, so focus, when I focus, the ring should be 0. If yours doesn't work when you do that, right? Or when you do outline none, it's because we had that Tailwind plugin. Remember, it allows us to easily override the styles. Right, so the Tailwind plugin that I'm referring to is the Tailwind CSS forms. Okay, so make sure you cover that one up as well, right? So at this point, we're going to go ahead and say, we're going to have a placeholder. So here we're going to say placeholder equals add a comment, ... Boom. There we go. Just like that, it comes in. So we got the button down here. And what I'm going to do for this button is have a class name equals font semibold. And I'm going to say text blue 400. Okay. And just like that, we have the base of our post looking damn beautiful, right? I think that looks really nice so far. So let's continue on. So we got the post over here looking pretty nice, and we're going to go ahead and do the next portion of this, which is actually going to be, let's figure out the side part. So we've done the stories and the posts. We will connect this to the backend, have a modal that pops in and all that good stuff. But we're going to go ahead and do this right-hand bar right now, right, which would be responsible for this mini profile, this kind of suggestions for you tab. And then we're going to have this nice little scrollable sort of, you know, really nice effect that happens. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the index. I'm going to go to my feed. So let's go to my feed. And then inside here, we have the mini profile. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of keep it open like this right now. So it's kind of highlighting the mini profile over here. But we're going to create a mini profile element. Okay, mini profile like so. Now this mini profile, I'm going to create the component to represent it. So mini profile.js. I'm going to restart that song because that was actually so nice. This is a vibe. Such a vibe. And do underscore RFCE. All right, now once we've got the mini profile up, we're gonna go ahead and do the following. So I've got the mini profile and I'm gonna import that into my feed. So import like this, there we go. And then we're also gonna do the suggestions while we're here, right? So we're gonna say suggestions, suggestions. And I'm gonna create the suggestions component. Chad started, yeah, loving this vibe right now. It's so nice, right? Underscore RFCE. Now we have the suggestions open and we're going to go ahead and pop this in like so. Boom. In. Command B to hide your side. Okay. So looking pretty nice at this point. Right. Now what we're going to do is remember there's going to be fake data on the mini profile. The mini profile actually pulled from the actual sort of, you know, row data that we logged in as. Then we have the suggestions, which is the fake data. Now what I want to tackle first is the mini profile. So this section, firstly, let's sort of style it up. As you can see here, it's only visible on the larger screen, but on the smaller screen, boom, it disappears. And then we no longer have it working as the way it sort of appears to be right now. So on the mobile view, it's hidden only on the extra large screen, right? Now, extra large may sound like a massive thing, but it's not. It's just the inline grid. It's just a breakpoint. It's actually not that big. And on the medium screen, we're going to say the column span should change to 1. Okay. Now it's hard to see at this point, but we should see it just disappears at that point, right? So that's actually what's happening. Let's continue on. So we've got the section, the mini profile is what I'm interested in building next. So for the mini profile, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the image firstly. And right now the mini profile will pull, when it's done, it will pull this information from your logged in user state. Okay, right now I'm going to fake it until we get that functionality up and running. So I'm going to grab a fake picture. So this one over here, and I'm going to just use that one for now, just for now, right? I promise I'll come back, I'll fix it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and have the picture there. And this picture is going to be the following. So I'm going to kind of, you know, shape it there so you can see it. Class name equals, we're going to say rounded 4. Okay, now the vibe's coming up. Rounded 4. And border. There we go. And we should have a nice little kind of, border hasn't really popped in yet because we're going to give it a padding of 2 pixels to be precise. Okay. And it's super subtle. Can you see how it's very subtle in the backdrop? Okay. Then we're going to say margin top of 14 and a margin left of 10. Okay. There it goes. It kind of pushes it out the way a bit. Right. And this is also going to have, oh no, sorry, not in that one. That's not going to go there. That's going to be in a different one afterwards. This one just simply has to be a width and height of 16. So width of 16, height of 16. Right, so we've got that open. Now we're going to open up a div. My playlist is untouchable. I don't care. This is such a vibe right now. The username here, let's just put in a hard value of Sanga for now. H3. It's just going to say welcome to Instagram. Okay. And then for this one, I'm going to say, actually, we're going to style the outer div first, right? So this final div, because we have 2 children inside of it, it's going to be a flex. And then it's going to be item center. Item center, like so. Now you can see it's in the center of the page. Now, obviously, this is using up the max sort of, you know, spacing that it has. We'll fix that afterwards in order to get that right. We'll get that looking right afterwards. We'll say flex item center, justify between, and we're going to say margin top of 14, and I'll show you why this is the case in a sec. Margin left at 10. Okay, so we kind of got this working right now. Okay, the final thing I want to do is say button on this side, and this button's going to say sign out, right? And this is what this one is going to be sort of only rendered. This kind of, you know, mini profile will only be rendered once we're logged in the end. So that's why it will be kind of functional in that way once we get it all up and running. Okay, and this obviously will eventually pull from the actual sort of user's authenticated state. Okay, so once we've done that bit, what we need to do is go over to our feed. Now this feed right now, I'm gonna introduce a div. I'm gonna pull the mini profile and suggestions inside of it. Okay, now once we've got this open, what I actually want to do here is, you can see how immediately it's already containerized it. Right, so it's kind of, you know, stopped it from flying around too big. And what I'm gonna do here is right now, if I scroll down, it disappears. Right, it disappears. Right, so we've got div, and here I'm going to say class name and equals fixed top of 20. Now what a fixed is it will be fixed to this top of the screen. So you see that, it's just fixed at that position now. So that side panel is fixed, and this is what happens for that entire div. So that's how you get this nice, beautiful effect that goes on like that. Right, really, really nice stuff. Okay, so once we've got that open now, we can continue on with the mini profile. So let's continue starting some. So we're going to go to the div right now, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say for the H2 font bold, and then for the H3 I'm going to say text SM text gray 400. Oh, look at that. Look at it just clicks into place. Looks sick. For the button over here. So this is not children. What the hell? Class name. This one's text blue 400. And text should be small. And it should be font semi-bold. Who thinks we're going to reach 1 million subs one day? So you see now, it's looking pretty damn nice. Okay. Now, there is one more thing we can do. For this outer div, we can say, flex 1. And a margin on the x-axis of 4. This will give it a bit more space to breathe, right? Because before it was a bit kind of cramped up, right? Now this has got a sort of, you know, a hover over cursor pointer effect on it right now, but it's not really doing much. We will get back to that to go ahead and tackle that once we introduce NextAuth. So the mini profile is done at this point. The suggestions is next. Okay, so suggestions is going to be using Faker.js again. So we're going to tap into that one more time. Right. So we're gonna have to do the suggestions again. Now, if you remember how we did the stories, what we did is we have the sort of, let's say, const suggestions, and then we're gonna say set suggestions equals use state. So we're gonna create a piece of state which is gonna be responsible for the suggestions. Now, what am I talking about suggestions? This bit right here. Okay. Now, remember what I said, if you want to run a bit of code on the initial mount of a component, you run it on the use effect. Okay, so you have an inline function and then which runs on the first mount, right? And if you include a variable here, what's going to happen is it's actually going to go ahead. So if you add a variable in it, when that variable also changes, it fires off. I cover all of that in React Basics. It's literally the second link in the description for free 1 month trial. Feel free to go ahead and use it right now. Right, so the use effect over here, we're going to say const suggestions equals, and then here I'm going to use our little trick that we did earlier. So ... array, okay, an array of 5 because I want 5 users to come up, right? So I want an empty array of 5. I'm going to map through my magical empty array. I don't care about the first value, so I'm going to go ahead and do get the first value. I care about the index value, and I'm going to do an implicit return. Okay, now this implicit return is going to contain an object. And what I'm going to do is similar to what we did before. I'm going to do ... faker. Oops, let's actually import my faker.js. So faker, let me import faker.js to get some fake information. So here we do ... faker, and then we say .helpers .contextual card. Now all of these cards, by the way, are kind of like, you know, they're kind of like it gives you a bunch of sort of fake data. So you get contextual card gives you like avatar, user, company email, kind of like a company card. So that's kind of the contextual card from Faker.js. Very handy thing to have. And I'm also going to upgrade it with the ID, which has the I, which is basically the number at which it's part of the array, because this is fake data we're pulling in here. Once we have that information, we're going to say set the suggestions in the state to the suggestions that we just populated, like so. Okay. So once we've done this, what we can now do is actually go ahead and render it on the screen. So the first thing I want to do before I render it on the screen is I want to have a suggestions for you with the seal button. Okay. It's not going to be functional seal, but it still makes a nice little change. We can say div, and I'm going to do a little trick here with Emmet. Boom. Nice little trick. And you can say suggestions for you. Let's do lowercase, make it real. And a button which says see all. There we go. Save. Okay. Looks pretty nice. We're going to obviously style it to make it look nicer. Class name equals margin top of 4, margin left of 10. Falls into line nicely. Now for this div, we're going to go ahead and say it should be flex with a justify in between. And then we should say text should become small. Oops, text should become small with a margin bottom of 5. Now for the H3 element, the text should be text of small. Oh my God, these new songs are so sick. Text small of, and then I'll do font bold. Now, I'm not joking. When I code, I do actually listen to music like this. Hence why the pop-up playlist is so relevant, because this is actually what I'm listening to when I'm coding. All right. So text SM font bold, text gray 400. Okay. Now the button over here, I'm going to do class name equals text gray 600 with a font semi-bold. Boom. There we go. Okay. Looking damn good. Looking really nice. And it's got cursor pointer, I believe. Yep, we've done it already. Nice. Looking good, guys. It's looking really nice. We're making good progress here. The next thing I want to do, pop out the suggestions on the screen. Now you can feel free to componentize this part, but you can go ahead and, I'm actually going to just do it as one part here, and then you can kind of feel free to componentize this bit afterwards. Suggestions.map, and we're going to say for the profile, I'm going to do an implicit return, okay, which is going to be a div. Now, these are going to represent all the profiles. Now, the div itself, as it's in the list, we should have a key. Now, the profile.id should be the key. And then the class name for this overall container is going to be a flex with item center. And it's going to have a justify between with a margin top of 3 for each child. Okay, because this right now we're building out this part right here. Okay, so inside that div we're going to have an image, and this is going to be the profile avatar. So it's going to be image, and this one is going to be profile dot avatar. There we go. Hit save. Boom. And now you can see now we get the pictures of people coming in already, which is pretty cool. All right, so I'm gonna do class name equals, and this one is actually going to be a width and height of 10. So width and height of 10, rounded full, and then I'm going to do border with a P of an explicit 2 pixel value. Okay, let's give this a go. There you go. Looks very nice. That little P of a 2 pixel gives us this nice faint kind of border around it. That's how you get that nice little effect. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and pop in next to it a div. I love it when this song drops. It kind of gets me hyped up. I'm going to pop this one over here. So I'm going to have a H2, and this one's going to be the profile username. So profile username. So we've got the H2 over here. We've got the font semi-bold. So font semi-bold, and we've got text small. Okay, hit save. Boom. There we go. H2. And then we're going to have H3 as well. And this one's going to be works at. And what we're doing is using that contextual card information. So company information comes back, and we say company.name. And now you can see that works at Homenick Incorporated, or whatever the hell these places are. Right. So this one, I'm going to do class name flex1 because we want to take up the most room with the margin left of 4. Okay, there you can see it fixes it up. Okay, because it basically uses up all this space now. Now the H3 element, I want it to be a little bit smaller. I want this one to be a text which is extra small with a text gray of 400. And look at that. Boom. Just looks so nice. Now we have the final part of this, which is the button. Okay, so it's going to be outside the div. So it's going to be the button. This button is going to say follow. And I'm going to say class name equals text blue. This one's going to be 400. I'm going to say text should be extra small and the font should be bold. Hit save. Boom. Just like that, we have it. Look at this. We refresh. We get new people. Fake data incoming in. This looks sick. Look at that. We've just finished the side panel. Look at that. So if I go ahead and make it smaller. Oh, and by the way, that is lazy loading a picture at the top. So wait for it. There you go. It's not broken. Before someone goes in and goes, yeah, crap. There you go. So look at that. Already works on a phone. Works on a desktop. That is how you build responsive apps, ladies and gents. Look at that. So sick. Okay. With that bit said, it's looking pretty good so far. I think with that said, we now need to do the user authentication. That would be the next natural point to go ahead and do. Now, if you haven't seen already, this build does something different to the previous builds. When you use NextAuth authentication and you have your login providers like Google, Facebook, all these other things, it gives you a pre-built page. Now you can customize that page to make it look a little bit nice with a logo and some brand colors. But if you want to make it a completely custom page, today's the day for you. I'm going to show you how to build a custom page with NextAuth so you can use the NextAuth provider and the power of NextAuth, but you can go ahead and build whatever page you want to have in a nice login functionality to do it. Okay, so at this point, we're going to have it so that when you go to the login page, we're going to call it. So I'm going to actually have a page which is referring to the sign in page. And what we're actually going to refer to this is if I quickly sign out of this one over here. Right, check this out. So right now I'm on the sort of home screen where we have the post right now. So on this, when I click sign in here, what we want to do here is I actually want to go ahead and have sign in with Google. So you can see how this is a /auth/sign in, right? I'm actually going to have a custom page for the sign in. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this one done. Sign in with Google. So I'm going to go ahead and build this page now. So we're going to implement NextAuth. Okay, so what you want to do now is we're going to go to our NextAuth and we're going to go ahead and pull it open. So this is an authentication system for Next.js. Very powerful stuff. Okay, I am using version 4, I believe. I am up to date with the latest version 4. I'm going to check that just to be sure. I am on the 4, yeah. So what I'm actually doing is I'm using a special version. So it's 4.0, it's beta 4. So be prepared, it's a beta, just FYI, just saying. Okay, just bear that in mind. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to do the font. Now do exactly as I do here. Command J, npm I, oops. Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Where the heck is the introduction for this? Where's install? So what I want you to do is actually have it as a... Here we go. npm install NextAuth beta. Okay. So here I do npm install NextAuth beta. Oops, why is there a copy there? What the hell is that? Beta, there you go. So this will install the beta version, which is the later one, okay? So, added 43 packages, there we go. Now what I want you to double check when you do this is go over to your package.json, Command J, Command B, and here you should see this 4.0 beta. Now I want you to get rid of the caret because we're in a beta. I want to lock in that version so you don't break anything with an accidental upgrade or anything like that, okay? So get rid of the caret so that way this works for the beta when you're copying me and doing this, okay? So remember, betas are prone to breaking, they're prone to changing, so don't think it's set in stone, right? There could be errors that come up there. Okay, so at this point, what we're now going to do is we're going to go ahead and introduce the authentication portion. So to install this, what you do is you go to you go to example code, and then this is what you want to do. So in order to get the authentication set up, all you have to do is create a file in Pages API Auth. Now I'm going to show you how to do this, and I'll explain it in a sec. So if we go ahead and close all our folders, remember what I said, guys, we had the pages folder, which was responsible for holding all the pages inside of our application. So this meant that we had the index.js and so forth. Okay. Now, because we have that intermediate server, remember the user is over here, the website is over here. They make a request, they get the website, but in Next.js, it goes through this middle server. That means we get an API out the box, right? So now, as you can see, we have the API over here. Now this API by default has a basic endpoint, which just says hello. right? And if you want to test it to see if I'm not lying, you can go to localhost/API/hello, and you should get a response which says John Doe. Right, so pretty sick. And then you can see there's an actual API that comes out of the box with Next.js. This is why it's so damn good to use Next.js as well, okay? So what we're actually going to do here is create a folder inside of our sort of API called Auth, okay? So inside of the API, I'm going to click on hello and make a new folder called Auth. And this one's just going to be Auth. And inside of there, you need to carefully name your file here. And it's going to be NextAuth.js in brackets, in square brackets like so. Now what I would recommend you do to get started off is literally grab the copy of this code and pull it in like so. Okay, this is how you go ahead and get started off with a Next.js kind of config. Okay, now with this in place, what we want to do is we want to customize a few things here, right? I don't want GitHub as a provider. Now you can have GitHub, you can have loads of providers, mess around with it to your heart's content. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use Google as the provider. So it's /Google, and I'm going to change this to be Google provider, right? Now you can see we get two things, client ID and client secret. So this isn't going to be the GitHub ID and GitHub secret. It's instead going to be the Google client ID and the Google client secret. And I'll show you where we get these from in just a sec as well. So it's going to be Google client ID and Google client secret. So if you don't know how to use environment variables, then I'm going to teach you how to use environment variables here today. An environment variable is basically a place where we can store sensitive credentials, okay? Now, an environment variable is not to be committed to your GitHub repo. You should not commit your sensitive credentials to a GitHub repo. The way you would want to do it is you would have a local file which is on your system, which has all the keys inside of it, all right? So the key value pairs. And then you can use it when you're developing. Now, when you deploy to Vercel, you can also set your environment variables over at Vercel. Now, what this gives you is a beautiful benefit of having local development variables and production environment variables. Now, I teach more of this at Zero to Full Stack Hero. If you're interested, third link in the description. Okay, so we have the Google provider right here. So what I'm going to do now is I need my Google credentials for a login. Right, so this is where Firebase comes in. We need to implement, we're going to be using Firebase to power up today's build. So I'm going to go over to firebase.google.com. All you need is a Google account to go ahead and get started. I'm going to click go to console once I have my account set up. And in this case, I'm going to go ahead and add a project. In this case, I'm going to say Insta to YouTube. Okay, click continue, and you can enable Google Analytics if you want. In this case, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to create the project. Okay, now while that's loading, what we're going to do in the meantime is get ourselves a little bit prepared for Firebase. So we're going to click on package.json to be at this level. We're going to create a new folder, a file called firebase.js. Now we are using Firebase version 9 in this build. That is the latest build. Now whenever you jump up an entire number, so 8 to 9, that introduces breaking changes, which is why the internet's panicking. They're like, how the hell do I use Firebase still if they just changed to version 9 and all my stuff broke? So whenever you do a full number upgrade, that's called a major release, which means you have breaking changes. So don't worry, I'm going to show you how to do it today. So it's all good. Okay. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to install Firebase. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and do Command J, and over here, Command B, we're going to do npm install Firebase. Okay. So I'm going to click continue now while this is installing. So we're doing some hell of a multitasking over here. So we're installing Firebase in this terminal, and we have our Firebase running over here. First thing you want to do, click on project settings. So I'm actually going to expand this out with that button over there. And I'm going to go ahead and do, I don't know why it's so zoomed out. Sorry guys. I'm going to click this little cog, project settings. And now I'm going to click this little web app icon over here. Now you're going to name your app. So I'm going to say Insta2YT register app. Now, once this is done, this is going to give you some credentials or some information as to how you can go ahead and install your stuff inside of your app. Okay, so what I'm going to now show you is you can actually go ahead and have your sort of configuration stuff inside of it. So let's go ahead and pop this in. So you're going to get a configuration file. So we're going to copy that. And remember, we've already done the npm install Firebase stuff. So what you can actually do here is easily copy that and click continue to console. Now, once you've got that down, what we want to do is go over here and go ahead and paste it in. Right. So now we've got some credentials like this. Okay. So we've got the initialize app, we've got the Firebase config, and we've got this running over here. Now what this is doing is in Firebase version 9, you do not simply do import Firebase from Firebase anymore. they follow a modular approach. This allows them to do something very powerful called tree shaking. Now what tree shaking means is, rather than use the entire dependency whenever you install Firebase, which is heavy because you may not be using, like, let's just say Firebase Cloud Functions, you might not need it, right, inside your dependencies. So now what you do is you import the specific functions you need, and the way that they've built it is that basically they will check which functions you're using. And then imagine a large tree, right? Imagine you're only using one branch of the tree and it shakes off all the rest of the branches. So you just have a very light package at the end of it, right? That's essentially what's happening here. Your bundle gets reduced as a result of using Firebase version 9. It's a massive upgrade. Trust me, it's worth it. Okay, so initialize the app. You got the config here. And what we're doing is we're setting up the app by initializing it with that config. Okay, pretty simple at this point. Now, when we're using Firebase, when we're actually using on a server-side rendered platform like Next.js, what you want to do is you want to import two extra functions, get apps and get app. Okay, and what we need to do is we need to check if, basically the way it works is when you're using server-side rendering, sometimes it could have already initialized the app, right? But then it's server-side rendering another thing, and then it's got two instances of the same Firebase. You don't want that, right? You want to make sure you only use one. So you want to do something called a singleton pattern. Now, the way we do that is we go ahead and we simply say, rather than just straight up initialize the app, we say get the apps from Firebase. So get apps, which returns us an array of the apps which we've initialized. Now, if the length of that app is basically no, so if there's no length to that app, so none of the apps are already initialized, then we're going to initialize the app. Else, so this is called a ternary operator. Otherwise, we get the current app that we've initialized. Okay, so that's how you basically do it in a one-line piece of code. You say get the apps which you currently initialized. If the length of that is basically no, hence the bang operator, then we're going to initialize a new app. Otherwise, use the current app that we already initialized. Okay, so once that's done, we're going to prepare the database. We're going to say const db equals get Firestore. Okay, get Firestore. And I'm going to go ahead and pop in this. Now that's pretty much how you initialize the Firestore database. But with Firebase version 9, we need to import these helper functions. So we're going to be using not only Firebase, but we're actually using Firebase storage as well today. So you can see here it says add SDKs for Firebase products. So you can actually click this link to expand it, go inside of it. But what we're doing now is we're going to use this get Firestore helper function. We're also going to get the storage function, which we're going to be using later on. So this one's going to be called get storage. Like so, okay? And then in order to use this outside of the sort of config or Firebase config file, we're going to say export, and we're going to do an explicit export, which means that we're going to export more than one thing, the app DB and the storage. So that way we can use it outside when needed. So this is the Firebase setup completely kind of done at this point, right? So we've actually sort of connected, we've got like a connection to our Firebase backend now, okay? So at this point, what we want to do, go over to our Firebase. Now we're going to go ahead and set up a few things. We're going to click on the authentication tab and we're going to click get started. We're going to click on Google as our login provider and we're going to click enable. Okay. Now you want to click a project setup email and then you want to click this one right here, web SDK configuration. Right now, I'm not going to show you my values for this one right here. Okay. The first thing I want to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and click save after I enable it. Okay, so I will show you that in a second, but I'm not going to give away my key because otherwise it gets really annoying and people start spamming it. Okay, so what you want to do at this point is you want to click on enable and then save. Right, once you've done that, you click down here. Right, so you're going to click that. What happens is you'll get two values. One is a web client ID. One is a web client secret. I want you to copy both of these values and there's a place that we're going to put these values. Okay, so I'm going to show you right now so that way you don't have to kind of remember too much at this point. So we're going to go over here and we're going to say .env.local. Now this is our local environment file. Okay, in this file we're going to have a few different things. The first one is going to be a Google client ID. The second one is going to be a Google client secret. Okay. And the final one is actually going to be something called NextAuth URL, which by default on the local environment, we give a value to localhost because that's our localhost server, right? So if you change your server port, you have to change that one as well. Okay. So once this is done, that client ID that we just got previously, I want you to paste it in here. That client secret, I want you to paste it in here. Right? Not with any quotes, you just need to paste in the actual value. So if these are the values, that's what you're going to paste in. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and paste them in from this part over here. So we're going to grab it from the web SDK configuration, paste it in there, and I'm going to show my screen in just a sec. So I'm going to grab my client ID. Obviously, I'm not showing you guys because I wanted to get spammed. Got my client ID, I got my client secret, and I've got these two values now. Okay. Now, by default, what Next.js does is it doesn't make any of your environment variables public unless you write next_public_ the name. So by default, it's protected against being visible on the server. Now, if you ever need it on the server, that's when you add in next_public to go ahead and actually allow the client to access it. Okay. So we've actually added that into the environment local file. So right now I have those values in my environment local file, and I'm going to go ahead and close my screens. That way you guys can't see my keys, but I got the keys from this location, web SDK configuration. Okay. Now we're going to click save. So I've just updated my environment local file. What I now need to do is restart my server, right? Because you changed some environment variables. So Control C to cut it off, npm run dev to restart the server. And what you want to look for now is this bit right here, loaded env from the environment.local. Now we can use the variables. So it's as simple as that to be able to use them. Okay. So that is how we actually set up our environment variables to be able to use. So what we now need to do is go over to our NextAuth.js. Now, to tap into those variables, we say process.env, and that's how we access the client ID, process.env, Google client secret. So we've got the Google provider over here, which is inside of NextAuth, right? So this is the bit which you guys have not seen before. Okay. So typically you can actually start to use NextAuth at this point, but if you want to customize your sign-in page, I'm going to show you two things first. Okay. If you want to keep the boring, I'm not going to say boring, but if you want to keep the easy standard page they give you, you can add in the following details to your config and be completely happy with using these. Okay. So if you want to sort of use the screen that they give you next to the providers like this, you can actually go ahead and pass in this. So a theme object where you pass in the logo, pass in the brand color, and you pass in the color scheme. Now this can be light, dark, or auto based on if they have dark mode enabled or not. This will go ahead and customize that default login screen. Okay. Now you'll know about this if you've ever done any kind of Next.js authentication work. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use a custom page entirely, which we code up. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to introduce this new config, which you've never seen, called pages. And this one is going to have the sign-in page. And you see how they've already got these predefined things. If you do Control Spacebar, you can see there's only a set number of pages that we can replace, one of which is sign-in. And this one, I'm going to basically attach it to /auth/ sign in. Okay. So at this point, we now have this kind of a link made. Okay. So where does this new sign in page exist? Okay. And be careful because this is camel case, but this one is not. Okay. So this is the bit where you have to pay attention. So I'm going to close all these, say click pages. Now the new sign in page is not inside the API. It's literally at the index.js level. So what we're going to do is create a new folder and we're going to call this one Auth. Okay. So this can get confusing because inside of API we have Auth, but outside we also have Auth now. And this is a kind of a conventional standard that Next.js recommends, right? So at this point, we're going to create a folder, a file called sign in, all lowercase here, because remember that's corresponding to a root. And this is going to be a page now. So if we do _rfce, this will actually represent my sign in page. Now inside here, you can actually use camel casing. That's completely fine. But the actual file name, you want to keep as lowercase. Okay. So at this point, you can do h1, I am the sign in page, right? Now if I go back to my code over here and I go over to my app and I go to /auth/ sign in. Now what you should see is a very basic page, which would just simply say, I am the sign in page, right? So we can all see that, right? So we can see I am the sign in page at the top of the screen. So now we have a sign-in page which is correctly authenticated with NextAuth. Now we have to do all the magic stuff now to get it all sort of correct, right? Abba says, are you going to use Redux for state management? No, we're going to use Recoil for state management, and that's still to come. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and build in our sign-in page. Now there's a few things you have to do with the sign-in page which are very important, right? Before this page gets rendered, remember I mentioned something called server-side rendering, where before the user is over here, the page is over here, the request goes through that middle server. during that middle server, we can do something called a server-side render, where we can basically prepare the page in a certain way. Now, and its server-side render is per request. So every request, the page gets built by the server and delivered. Otherwise, it actually does it with static rendering, but I'm not going to go too far into that. But the way we do it now is we essentially go into our sign-in page, and we have to simply add in this special function, which Next.js knows about. It's called export async. Export async function, and we're going to go ahead and say and it has to be this correct name. It's get server side props. Okay, and this actually gives you something called the context, but we don't care about that just right now. Okay, and what we want to do is use a special sort of function. Now, if you are wondering where the hell did he get all of this from, right, you can simply go ahead and actually find it on the Next.js website by going to the search and typing in sign in. And what you'll see here is if you want to replace the sign in page, is actually over, where is it? It's over, it's somewhere here. It's somewhere there. Trust me on that. It's right. It's there. You can replace it as you want. I'm not going to show you that right now. Okay. Kind of stay on track. So we've got the get server side props. Now what we want to do here is we're going to say const providers. Now providers is essentially going to get us the object back that we passed in all those values for. So remember in NextAuth, NextAuth. Remember in this page, we had different list of providers here. You can have Google, you can have all these other ones. So this is going to get us those providers. Now, how the hell does it do that? We use a special function called get providers, right? And it's not loading right now, and we have to actually plug this in. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this in at the top. So I'm going to pull this in from NextAuth or React. And I think I might actually have to install this one. I don't think I've done it yet. But we need to get this get providers. And we basically go ahead and call that. Okay. And what this is doing is it gets us back the providers that we initialized everything for. Okay. So what I'm now going to do is return. Oops. All right. So what we now need to do is this is on the server during that middle rendering stage. So what we need to do is pass it back to the website or the client over at this level. Now, the way we do it is it's quite simple. You actually return an object which has props inside of it, and part of the props are the providers. Okay, and then the way you do it to access it back at the sort of client level, basically the simple way to remember this is essentially running on the browser, right? And it does make a server-side render, so I'm not going to confuse it too much, but that's kind of over at the client, and this is happening at that middle server. Okay, definitely a server when you're rendering, so this is called a server-side render. Okay. But there is a point where it renders both of that. I'm not going to get into that. Okay, at this point though, we get the props, right? So the props we can destructure to get the providers. Okay, so at this point, those providers we can actually map through. Now again, I got that code from the beautiful Next.js, NextAuth. Yeah, NextAuth. Yeah, what's this one? Yeah, that wasn't that. What the hell is that? So next, there we go. NextAuth.js. Okay, Mabel, my girlfriend's in the house. Hey, what's up? All right, so we're still doing amazing right now. This is best performing video we've ever had. It's absolutely crazy. So I want to just see if I can get the actual page up. So sign in, callback errors, sign in. This one right here, I think it was. Yeah, so you see this one? You can actually go ahead and check the examples. That's the initial page that you get by default, and you can go ahead and do the theming that I showed you. But if you go ahead and check out this one, this gives you all that code that I showed you before, right? So this is where I actually snagged it from, right? So what you can do now is grab that code, right? And you can pretty much go ahead and pop it in at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. Just pop it in there. Okay. Now, what this is doing is it's looping through the provider, right? So it's getting the values from the provider and it's mapping through them. So that's like Google and so forth. And these are basically coming back with the name and the ID of the provider. Okay. So if we just test this out to see what's happened on, right? Then let's have a look at this. My girlfriend says, and it says identify sign in has already been defined, right? So we've got sign in over here. Oh, okay. So we've actually called this one sign in, the function, and then this one is actually called sign in. So we can say sign in as sign into provider. Let's just call it that one, sign into provider. And then let's just change that function. Cool. Okay. And now if we do it again and we refresh, and then I'm going to go to /auth/ sign in again. And it says error returning blah, 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 blah. Okay, the reason why this is because we need to actually await right? The get providers, right? So it's actually an asynchronous function which happens, but now you can see, boom, we get sign in with Google. And the reason why that's happening is because you can see it says sign in with, and I'm not saying Google, it's getting it from the provider list that we're mapping through. And all of this comes from NextAuth. Hope that makes sense, right? So we have the sign in now. Now, if I go ahead and click this magic button, it does the same behavior as the login, right? So if we click this in, we get this. So it actually redirected to Google. This is correct though, okay? Don't panic when you see this, right? You're gonna get this once now, and then you're gonna get this once when you deploy to Vercel, because you have to authorize the URLs that come into play, okay? So in this case, if we click request details, you can see the redirect URI that we have to kind of authorize on Google's side. We need to set this up, okay? So first thing I'm gonna do before we make everything look pretty is I'm gonna go over to Google Cloud. So I'm gonna go over to Google Cloud, right? So I'm going to type in Google Cloud on Google, right? And you should see cloud.google.com. That's where you want to go to, cloud.google.com. Yeah. Now at the top, make sure you're signed into that same account. You're going to click on console, right? Now this bit is a bit tricky to navigate, so don't freak out, all right? And sort of get scared by this, but you want to click this top bar and you want to make sure you're on the correct one. So we're going to type in Insta to YouTube. So it was this build, Insta to YouTube. Okay, so now I'm in the correct cloud platform. If I click on navigation menu and I click on API and services, and I want to click on credentials. Okay, so this bit I want you to pause, take your time with, don't freak out, but this is the bit where you want it, right? The OAuth 2.0 client IDs. So when we do any kind of Google authentication, it goes through a protocol called OAuth 2, and that's how you authenticate a user in that way. So we're going to click on edit OAuth client. Okay, so at this point you got authorized JavaScript origins. So first thing we need to do is I'm just going to copy this one. I'm going to add it in here, but I'm going to change this to 3000. So that's going to be our local environment, right? So we're going to authorize that one. Once we deploy, we have to actually add in the Vercel one or your bought domain name. Okay, so we've got the localhost 3000, and this is the magic part, the add URI. Okay, so you don't have to work too hard to figure this one out. You go to your app when you try to log in, just grab it from here. Okay, that's the redirect auth URI, API/auth/callback Google. All right, then you go to this one and you're going to paste it in. Okay, now you're going to have to repeat this step when we deploy. Okay, so I will show you again when we deploy. I'm going to click save. Okay, and that's it. All right, so now with that bit done, we're going to go back to our app. We're going to go back to our local host. We're going to go to /auth/sign-in. And we should see this beautiful page, which is not yet to be started. And then we're going to click sign in with Google. And now you can see we have authorization. So I'm going to log into my Sunny Sanger account. So I'm going to log in and see what happens. And then boom, we logged in. Now we haven't got any logic inside of our app to manage the login state, but I am actually logged in right now. I'm going to show you guys how to now tap into the login state or the session that we have now logged into. And then that way we can have this signed in behavior throughout our app, and we can actually pull user information. We're also going to do something which I've never done on the build before, which it means when we actually create that user session, I'm going to enhance the user session by updating the callback that NextAuth gives us, so that way we get a username that we create as well as a user ID from Google itself, and we're going to use all of that stuff later on. So this is a big build, guys. This is actually a lot of work we've got to do. Okay, so I'm going to go to my localhost 3000 right now, and we're going to go ahead and this is actually just raw data right now. So I'm going to firstly hook this up to a sign out button, but I need to do a few things, so just bear along with me. Okay, first thing we need to now do is go over to our app.js. Right, so this is the app.js file, and what we need to do is we need to actually wrap our entire app in something called a session provider. Okay, now what this is going to do is it's going to basically allow us to keep our session state throughout our application when we switch pages, when we do all this other stuff. So what I'm going to do now is import session provider from NextAuth React, and I'm going to grab it like so. And at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop this in like this. And I'm going to simply say session provider. And I'm going to pop the component inside of it like that. Okay. And then what we're going to do is inside of page props, I need another object. So I'm going to destructure the session, right? I'm also going to get back the page props because otherwise it will break everything. So at this point, I'm going to get the session and I'm going to pass the session through to this session over here. Okay. Now we have our sort of next auth session wrapping the entire app, right? So now we know if the user is always authenticated or not, right? So this is the first thing we need to do in order to enhance and allow our app to know the user's authenticated state, okay? So at this point now, what we can do is we should be able to tap into the user's information. So if I go to my header, and what we're going to do is we're going to actually refactor this so that it's no longer this, but it'll be pulling in from my actual signed in picture, which is that smiley picture of me, like, yeah, that kind of like weird one that you guys see on my Instagram and all that stuff. That's the one that I want to show on my screen right now. Okay. So the way we do it, and it's actually a lot simpler than you think, is now that we wrap our entire app in that use state object, never mind, what's up? We're going to go ahead and do header, and I'm going to go ahead and pull that session information. So const session equals use session. And I'm going to import that from NextAuth/React. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do that. So this session, I'm actually going to go ahead and do something called destruct. All right. There's ES6 destructuring. So it actually comes back with a object which is called data. Now inside the data, I'm going to rename that object. So when you don't have the brackets, you actually rename. So I'm going to rename the data object inside of the session that comes back as session. And then you can actually get back status if you want. And that's like loading, authenticated. You can see it here, authenticated, loading, and so forth. We don't care about that. We just want the session. Okay. The reason being is if you leave it as this, it comes back as data. I don't want to call it data. I want to call it session. Okay. At this point, I'm going to do console log and I'm going to type in session. So I want to see the session inside my console right now. So I'm going to inspect the element, open this up in the console, and never mind how horrible Safari is. But now you should be able to see an object, and inside the object we get the expiry, and we also get the user's email, image, and name. Boom, we get all this information inside there, which is awesome, right? We're getting the user's authenticated state, we're getting the email, image, and that's coming straight from Google, by the way, right? So at this point, we're going to go ahead and tap into the image and a few other things to go ahead and do some pretty cool stuff. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to go and do where we have the image, right? So this one down here, rather than a hard coded value, I'm actually going to go ahead and say the following. I'm going to say session.user, user, which is optional. So I'm going to protect myself. Session.user.image. Okay. And at this point, we get this weird error happened. Right now, why did that happen? So we need to go ahead and see what the hell's going on here. So I'm going to refresh. Session user is undefined. Right. Now the reason why is because the sessions can sometimes be undefined. So if we go ahead and do this now, it will come back as an incorrect image. Now there is a reason for this. This is because I haven't actually tapped into the user correctly. So I'm going to go ahead and do the following. Console log session, and let's have a quick inspection of the user to see what we're getting back. So we can refresh and let's see what's going on. We got the user.email, user.image, and so forth. Okay, children, same counter, blah blah blah. Status code at 403. So sometimes you get rate limited by Google. Okay, it's okay. That is still a picture. If I click it, that is my picture. Right, I promise you, I'm not lying. Right. So sometimes you just get rate limited by Google. So you just have to be prepared for that. But that's fine for now. There's a reason why we can fix that. But for now, that is actually my picture. Okay. But what I want to show you is when I click that, it should sign me out. Right. So we shouldn't actually have the picture. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to also protect it. So notice how when we're signed out, right, it doesn't show the buttons. It just shows the house button and the menu button. Okay. So I'm going to show you guys how we actually do that firstly. So on the right hand side where we have the paper airplane icon and all this stuff over here, I'm actually going to only show this stuff if there is a session, right? So if there's a session, I want to show the following, and this is a if else sort of statement. So if else, right? So the if part is going to go ahead and get all of the image and all that stuff. So it's going to go ahead and get all of this stuff. And that's going to go all the way down to the relative div. It's going to have the image and the image itself. Okay, it's going to go all the way down to here. So if there's a session, then we'll show that. Otherwise, I want to show a sign in button. Okay, so this should say sign in. And this sign in function, I'm actually going to pull it from NextAuth React. Oh, yeah, NextAuth React. Yeah. So sign in. Okay. And then you can see this is kind of freaking out right now because there's all siblings next to each other. So all you need to do is wrap it inside of something called a fragment. There you go. Now you can see, boom, we have our session. It's all working nicely. And if I go ahead and click this, I should sign out. All right. So if I click this, now I've signed out in a second. I would have signed out, but there is no actual state listening happening at this point. So let's just click this, sign in. And I want to check this. Oh, sorry. No, when I click this, I'm not signing out. What I need to do is I need to actually go ahead and do on click. And let's go ahead and do sign out. And that comes from NextAuth React as well. So you see, these are helper functions, right? So if we've done this correctly, when I click that sign out, and we don't actually need to protect from this anymore because we're actually already in a protective wrapper. So if I sign out, it will destroy the session, which means that the session will no longer be present, which means it falls into the else, which means it should say sign in. Okay. So now let's go ahead and save and try out. So if I click this, it's destroyed the session. Aha. And we get the sign in. And if I click sign in, it takes me to my sign in screen. And if I click sign in with Google, it takes me to this screen. And if I click login, it will now log in with the other account, but it didn't redirect me in the correct way. So I'm going to fix that one in a second. But you can see we're getting there. Localhost 3000. And you see we got rate limit again. Okay, so it's a bit annoying. That happens at times, but we can fix it, right? But you can see we are actually authenticated and signed in. This is just being a little bit of a annoying situation right now. Okay. Now that doesn't actually happen all the time. It's just a case of, it rarely happens. But so at this point, what we need to do is the menu icon is looking pretty good at that point as well. The only reason it's getting blurred out is because of this stupid thing. But we can fix that. So height, and I'm actually gonna give this a width of 10 no matter what, right? So that way it kind of always has to be forced in there, right? So don't worry about that for now. That's completely fine. But you can see the menu icon is still there, and it's only when we are signed in. So right now I'm technically signed in, but it's just rate limited me. So you can see there if I click sign in, and there we go. Okay, so I'm going to fix a few things. We're going to go back and forth a bit to kind of get this working in the way we want it to. We're going to do the sign in functionality in a second. But there you go. I just wanted to show you how you can actually pull that information down and use it. Okay, so let's kind of continue on, and let's actually customize the sign in page right now. Okay, so the sign in page is this awful looking sign in page. Now this one's actually kind of easier than you think, right? So firstly, we've already built reusable components. So at this point I can literally pull in a header and the whole thing will come in. So if I go ahead and do that, save, now just like that, boom, I have my entire header on that page, right? So this button we're going to go ahead and style right now. So class name, class name equals, and this class name is going to be a padding of 3, BG blue 500, rounded LG. That means rounded corners basically, right? And now you can see we get a nice button, and I'm going to change the text to white. Text white. Okay. Now you can see sign in with Google looks good, and we've got some random. Where is that? That should be in the underscore up. There you go. I see that, a tiny little thing. All right. All right, so we've got the button going here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make the div on the top of this. So we've got object values. So I'm going to make this one surrounded in its own div. All the object values here. Like this. And then inside this div, I'm going to do class name equals margin top of 40. Okay. Now, there you go. Looks a bit cleaner. And then what I'm going to do is actually have a image. But underneath this div, I want to have a bit of stuff happening, right? So I'm going to have the header at the top, and then I'm actually going to have all of my contents encapsulated inside of a div. Okay, there you go. And then inside of here, I'm going to have an image, and this image is actually going to be the Instagram icon. Okay, so it's going to be the Instagram. So I've got that over here. And this one I'm going to style out to be class name, and this one's going to say width of 80. Okay. And I just kind of want to have a little bit of a P tag here saying, that this is not a real app, it's only for educational purposes. Okay. Now check this out. So you got the P tag. Oh, thank you so much, Ben Carter, for tuning in anyway. It's appreciated, dude. So we've got font XS italic. This is not a real app. It's built for educational purposes only. Okay. Now, I just need to style this so that it looks like the correct sign in the screen. Okay. So what I need to do now is go to my div at the top over here and do class name equals, and this one's going to say flex column, right? Items center. And I'm going to hit save already, and you'll see a big change happens already. It goes into the center, right? I'm going to say justify the content in the center. Justify in the center. Hit save, and you can see we've not done anything different yet. We're going to say minimum height of the screen and padding Y of 2. Hit save. Okay, now it's kind of, you know, centering itself in the middle. I'm going to do a negative margin top to kind of bring that value back up. So it's going to be 56, and I'm going to do a padding on the x-axis of 14, and I'm going to center every bit of text in this thing. And just like that, guys, we went ahead and absolutely built a gorgeous looking, look at that. Oh, so nice. All right. Now we need routing, so that way we can go back to the home screen. But if I click sign in with Google now, boom. Right now, the only problem that we did have was when we did that sign in, we didn't actually do a return back to the home screen. So the way we fix that is after provider.id, we pass in an object, right? And what you can do here is you can pass in something called a callback URL. So you can see it pops up. And here what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say the callback URL is literally / it's the home page, right? That's what we're referring to there. Now, watch this, guys. Sign in with Google. Going to click my account. It redirects me back to the home screen, and boom, we are now logged in to the home screen like that. That one's pulling in from my user profile. This mini profile we need to now go ahead and update, and we need to do a bunch of other cool stuff to go ahead and get this working the way we need it to. Okay, but so far so good. Now let's go ahead and update the mini profile. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix up the mini profile. Let's go ahead and do that bit first. We've got a lot to do, guys. I'm not joking. Still got a lot to do. I'm going to move fast now. All right. We've got the mini profile. Let's go to mini profile. Okay. Now I'm going to pull in some helper functions from NextAuth. Okay. So we've got the sign out and the use session. Okay. Now what I'm going to do at the top is I'm going to go ahead and pull in my session information with that magic nice little bit of code which pulls in the session using the use session hook. Okay. Now what we want to do here is actually, instead of using this default username, I need to go ahead and pull in the username. But if you remember, we only got back some information from the user's sort of login state from Google. We got the email, the image, and we also got something else. We got the then the name. So in my case, it'd be Sunny Sanga with a space in between. So I'm going to show you something which I've never done before on this channel. I'm going to upgrade the callback when you sign in, so that way we enhance the user's object that comes back, and it goes ahead and gets like a more upgraded feel to it. Okay. So check this out. What we're going to do right now. To do this, we go to NextAuth. And we need to go ahead and implement something pretty cool at this point, right? So at this point, we're going to go ahead and tap into the callbacks over here. Okay, so the callbacks function. And what this is right here is we can go ahead and modify things like the session callback, which is responsible for creating that session when we sign in with a user. So here I'm going to say async session, and I'm going to say, and here you get a bunch of things back in that session. You get a session, a token, a user. Okay. So in this case, we've got a session, a token, and a user. All right. Now this is an asynchronous function, but it's a class function. That's why it's kind of labeled like this. Okay. So we need to do two things here. What I need to do is I can actually attach things to the session now. So remember previously we had a few values in the session. We had session.user.name, session.user.email, session.user.image. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to upgrade the code. So I'm going to say session.user.username, right? And what I'm going to do here, guys, is I want the username to be a sort of custom thing which I create. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the session.user.name and I'm going to split it where there's a space, right? So that's a space. And I'm going to join it again without the space. So I'm getting rid of all the spacing, and I'm going to say to lowercase. So what this will do is if my name was, let's just say Sunny, so my name is Sunny Sanga. And what this has done is it split it up and then it's done lowercase. So it's split it, it joined it without the thing, and then it done to lowercase. So that is my username, session.user.username. Okay, so that's my name on the attributes. So session.user.name is this, session.user.username is that. So I'm creating usernames off the people's names. Okay, and here I'll do session.user.userid equals, this is actually coming from the token. So token contains additional information which comes back from Google. In this case, I'm going to attach the token.sub, and token.sub is actually the Google's user ID that comes back, right? And now we're going to go ahead and return the session. Okay, so with that said, we now need to kind of clear our session and re-authenticate ourselves in order to check if this information even came through or if I'm just talking a lot of crap, right? So at this point, what I want to do is I'm going to console log a session here. And I'm going to show you how before I re-authenticate myself, I don't think we'll have the session, okay? So I'm going to show you right now. So if I do console object user, and you can see here I only have the email user, email, image, and name. But once I use our upgraded callback function, so I'm going to go ahead and log out, sign back in. I'm going to sign in and check this out. So I'm going to go ahead and do sunny.sanga, and now I'm going to get that special callback function, which is going to upgrade my user object with a username and with some other crap. Look, there we go, user ID and a username. Boom, just like that, we've upgraded our session so it has more information in it. That is damn powerful, guys. And if you didn't know how to do that, now you know, right? So now we have that, and if Jay's watching, he knows exactly what I just did. Right. Thank you, Mervan, for the £1 donation. Appreciate it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get rid of the console log session. I don't know whether to be offended right now, Mervan. Is that what I mean to you? All right, so we're going to go ahead and on the sign out button, we're going to say on click equals sign out. So we're using the helper function, and we're back in the mini profile screen. So the mini profile was actually referring to this one. So I'm upgrading this button so that we sign out. And also for the user here, I'm going to say session.user.username. But at this point, the session could be undefined because there's an asynchronous aspect. So I'm going to protect my code in this way, so that way it's prepared for an asynchronous behavior. So let's go ahead and refresh, and we should see Sunny Sanga, and that's because it is still the same thing. It's the correct version because my name has not changed. It was still Sunny Sanga in the beginning, so I probably used a bad sort of example. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and change that second picture over there to be the image now. So the image over here, source, is going to actually become session.user, and I'm doing optional chaining to protect it, .image. And now we should see, boom, I get my logged in picture from Google. That's awesome. Now we have our information being pulled in. Let's just test this sign out button over here, and that should sign us out. Perfect. But we see this. We shouldn't see this, nor should we see suggestions, because we're not suggested to log in, right? It doesn't make sense. I've left the stories in just for the sake of it, but in this case, we're going to get rid of these side bits. So if I want to get rid of this, we can conditionally render that mini profile. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my feed. Okay, so let's go over to the feed. And what we're going to do here is we're going to pull the session from as we were doing previously. So we're going to have session, and then I'm going to say pull in use session like so. So we've got the session here. So I'm going to go ahead and say session and then here we've got this. Now the section, I'm going to go ahead and pop on top like that. Now it's only going to render that if we have that on the screen, right? But the problem is, you see how it's not centered, right? So I'm going to go ahead and fix this now with a bit of cool styling. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make this actually a JSX tag, and instead I'm going to use backticks because I want to add some JavaScript inside of here to conditionally add in some styling. And what I'm going to say is I'm going to add in a JSX tag here, which is $ curly brackets. I'm going to say if there is no session, then I'm going to force the following. So I'm going to force in the following style. So I'm going to say important grid only has 1 column then, if that happens. And I'm going to do the max width is going to become 3XL. And you see how I'm doing the important. This means it will override anything previously going on, right? Now if we see it, boom. Awesome. Looks really good. Okay. And now if I sign in and I go sign in with Google, and I do sign in like so. And boom, now we have our users information. All looks great. We now need to upgrade the stories. That way, when you're signed in and authenticated, let's go into the actual production app and have a look what's going on here. We should see on the left-hand side, if you're signed in, you should see your story pop up, right? So that's how they kind of have it. So I'm going to show you roughly how to do that right now. So over on the left-hand side of the stories, I'm going to do that right now. So stories, and here what I'm going to do is where we render out the stories, it's quite simple actually to go ahead and implement this. All we have to do is go above the suggestions. If there's a session, then I want to make sure that it renders out the story, but with the session details instead of the other stuff. Okay, so I'm going to say if there's a then we're going to render out a story with the image where it's the session dot user dot image, and we're going to say the username is actually, and if you don't remember this bit, remember this is exactly how we did it before. Session.user.username. And I don't believe I'm pulling it in right now. Okay, so what we actually need to do is also pull in the session information at the top, like so. So we need to do that magic bit of code, which gives us the nice session information at the top, like so. Right. So now what we're doing is, if we're logged in, you'll see your little picture come up on the top left as well. Right, and what you could do is you can actually have a little plus icon, like you know how they do it in Instagram. Looks pretty damn sick, right? So this looks pretty good at this point. So let's go ahead and test it out. So we'll sign out. There we go. We don't see our profile thing anymore. We actually need to do it for these buttons as well, which we're going to do once we do the like and comment functionality. And we also need to do the picture upload functionality. But let's do sign in with Google. Let's log in with a different account. And now we need to, should see this, boom. Now that worked. It's just rate limited us. So that's why we didn't get it. Don't worry, it's happening because I'm live right now. But yeah, you can see pretty much it's pulling in at these 3 places. It's okay if that happens, by the way, okay? It's gonna happen when we're testing and developing. It's because we're doing it from the same local host development environment. So it thinks it's kind of like, you know, sham. It doesn't happen from an HTTPS source. Okay, it's because it's coming, loads of like sort of requests are coming from a non-HTTPS URL. That's why it's happening. Okay, we're gonna now move on to the routing. So I do want to have some element of page routing. So if I clicked on this, it would route me back to the home page, or if I was in the sign-in page, I could just go ahead and do the house or the Instagram icon. It would take me back to the home page. Is it going to go over to my header? Okay. And what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to use something called the router. So whenever you want to route somebody in your app from one page to another, we do not use ahref tags and all that stuff. Instead, what we want to use is the built-in router in Next.js. Okay, so the way you get the special router, which is built in, by the way, to Next.js, we don't have to use React router or any of that stuff, is we have to go ahead and type in const router, if I can spell it, equals use router. And we're going to import it from Next.distill client, distribution client router. And I'm going to pull it in like so. Okay. And in fact, we don't actually need all this crap. We just get rid of all that. And you don't need that. This is our next router. Yeah, it's a bit better. And now what we can do is I want to hook these buttons up. So that way, if you click this one, if you click this one, or if you click that one, it's going to route you to the homepage. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say on the div that surrounds these 2 images, I'm going to have both of them on click and do an action. So this one, I'm going to say on click, and I'm going to do an inline arrow such as router.push. And what this is doing is, imagine your app is like a series of pages, right? When you go from one page to another, you're pushing the new page onto the stack, which means when you hit the back button or swipe back, it removes it, so you have your previous page. That's how it works with routers. So we're going to do on-click router.push, and then over here we'll do the same thing. On-click equals router.push. Router.push like so, / like this. Okay. And that means that both our responsive pictures on the left are absolutely, going to redirect us. We also need to do the house icon. So the home icon I also want to do. So on click equals boom, boom. Where is it? Boom, boom. And then we're going to say router.push / like that. Okay. And just like that, we have routing. Just like that, we have routing. Right? So elegant with the classical music that just vibed in. So there you go. Look at that. If I click sign in and I go back here, and I click the house icon, we go back there. If I click over here, we go back into the page because we're not moving anywhere, right? We actually now are going to go ahead and build 2 very important fundamentals for this project, which is the upload functionality, which case we have a modal installed inside of our app. So we're actually going to include this new modal, which comes from Tailwind UI. And I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that, how to use Firebase storage to upload an image to Firebase and do it as such as we need to. And then we're also going to go ahead and actually have the ability to upload posts to this database. And then on top of that, I'm going to show you how to do likes and comments And we're going to do that in about an hour and 20 minutes, I hope. Okay. So this is absolutely huge build. So this plus button, okay. Now this plus button, when I click it, I need to be able to tell a global store that inside the app. So imagine I can't just have that plus button and then some state at the header level, right? It doesn't work, because think about it. If we do that, right? If I do that, then what's going to happen is if I'm at the header level and I have some state over here, which means that if I click this plus button, it sets to true. So the modal is open. Firstly, how the hell do I go a level up? So if I actually look at where this is rendered, so inside of index, see the headers over here, but I can't lift state from a component. State is a one-way thing. It can only go from the component, and then you could pass it down, but you don't want to do that. So what you have to do is you have to introduce something like a global store. Okay. So typically the way it works is if we had our sort of, let's imagine our modal state over here, right? By default, this is going to be false. We don't want the modal to be open all the time. Now, when somebody clicks that little plus icon in the corner, I want to trigger this global store, right? Variable, which has the modal state inside of it. I want to trigger that to true. Now, wherever I am in the app, I should be able to access and change that value. Right? There's several ways you can do this. One of the ways is you can use Redux. Now, Redux is one of the most popular things you can do. It's production ready. It's pretty much good to go. But I've never shown you guys Recoil. Now, Recoil is extremely lightweight, extremely powerful, and it is an ultimate global store to use and support this exact use case. So you're going to get mind blown if you haven't used Recoil before. Check this out. Check out how we do this, right? So what we're using right now is Recoil over here. So this is what we're actually using. Get the state management library for React. We're going to click get started, and we've already done all this. We're going to actually install Recoil into our app. So we're going to go ahead and do Command J, and in our second terminal, we're going to do npm install Recoil. I don't know why it copies in that copy, but let's go ahead and chuck in Recoil like so and hit enter. And now with that bit done, we need to initialize it by wrapping our entire app with a Recoil root. Okay, so this is similar to the Redux provider. Basically what we're doing is at this point, we're going to surround the entire app with that Recoil global store. That way we can push information into it and grab it whenever the hell we want from any level inside of our app. Okay. Is Recoil persistent? It's not persistent out of the box, but you can add a plugin to make it persistent. Right, so I'm going to go to my app.js. This is like kind of where we have the high level view of the app. So when we're at app.js, what we want to do now is we have the session provider, which is responsible for the authentication throughout our application. What we're going to do is add in Recoil root, and you can see it imports it like so, right? And then over here, we're going to surround it like that. Okay, now what we need to do is that's pretty much Recoil, pretty much literally surrounding the apps. So the component is pretty much the rest of the app. That's how we can kind of think of it. But Recoil is now surrounding it as a global store. So it literally is surrounding it as a global store at this point, right? You can see it. And then we have the authentication state, which is around that as well. Okay. So at this point, we have this working pretty nice. And then what we're going to do is the way Recoil works is you need to create something called an atom. Now an atom is similar to a slice in Redux, right? And what that essentially means is if you have no idea what the hell this means, typically when you have a global store, you just don't want it to be a frenzy where you throw loads of shit inside of it. You want to have different areas for different things. So you could have like a user sort of atom or slice where you have only the user's information. You have things like you can have a Recoil, not Recoil. You can have a modal slice or a modal atom, which only has information about the modal stuff inside of it. You know, like that's pretty much how we're going to separate it. But for right now, the way it works in Recoil is you have atoms at the top of the base, at the top of the file. Sorry, I'm going to go ahead and make a folder called atoms. And these are going to represent essentially the slices in our app, right? Slices of store, like the different kind of areas. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new file and call this one the modal atom. Right, .js, and this one is going to be responsible for all the modal information basically, right? So all we need to do, and you're going to be absolutely blown away when you see how simple this is. Anyone that has done Redux and sees me implement Recoil right now, I want you to blow up the chat and be like, is that it? Is that really all it took to get an entire global state management tool ready and actually working? Check this out. I'm going to go import atom. all you need to do is say export const, and you need to create a piece of state. So in this case, we're going to call it modal state. And we define this as a atom. So essentially that's like a slice, right? Now that global state has key value basically pairs inside of it, right? So the key for this bit of state that we're going to basically store if the modal's open or closed in is going to be called modal state. Okay, and that should be a unique ID, which is unique to that global store. So we can't have two things with modal state. It should only be one, and we need to give it a default value. Now the default value should be false. We don't always want the modal open. Okay, so at this point we now have a bit of state which is globally inside of the inside of our sort of prepared, let's call it, right? So what I'm going to do now, and you're going to be absolutely blown away when I show you this, is I'm going to go to my header. And in order to pull that information in, all I have to do, and I'm not joking, is I literally go ahead and similar to how I have use state, I type in, let me go ahead and quickly grab it. I type in the initial value. So let's just say it was open for the open for, because it's modal state, the kind of context or the variable which makes sense will be if it's open or not. So we're going to say open. And we're going to say set open, so similar to use state, but instead of use state now we use recoil state. Okay, and what we do is we pass in that atom or that sort of, you know, the state that we exported, the modal state, we pass that in as an argument. So here I pass in that and I import it as all I need to do is actually pull that in from the following. So I pull that in like so, and guys, just like that, it's done. It's done. We have the value, we can update it, and I can pull it from anywhere I need to. And if you want a read-only version, you could say const open equals use recoil value, and you just pass in modal state. It's as simple as that, and you get a read-only value without the set function. So that is it. We literally have a global state already. That is incredible, right? The fact that you can do that quickly with so little code. Okay, so at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the set open function when I click the plus icon. So the plus icon, when I click it, I'm going to do on click equals, Mr. Frank says recoil is crazy powerful, just started using it in production. Redux is terrible. Honestly, it is incredibly powerful recoil once you get the hang of it, and you can do so many cool things with React Suspense. It's honestly impressive. All right, so we're going to say set open to true, and this needs to be an arrow function. All right, so set open to be true. Okay, and I cover recoil, by the way, in extensive detail inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero. If you're interested, third link in the description, best community on the planet, you can check it out. So now you can see set open true, and all I need to do to go ahead and get this working is I'm going to go ahead and sort of, you know, we go ahead and set this at the header level, and then what I'm actually going to do is inside the index.js, we're actually going to have a modal component which will just tap into that global store and show itself if it's, you know, if that global store value is true or false. That's all we're going to do, and that's it. That literally works. It's incredible. Lucas says, does recoil work with React Native? It didn't work for a long time. They recently released an update which actually allows you to have it. So I'm pretty sure you just have to make sure you check, because I spent ages on a Twitch stream trying to use it and it didn't work. If anyone watched that one, let me know if you watched it. So we're going to create a new modal component right now. So I'm going to create a component, not atom, sorry, modal component. So modal.js _ RFCE. And this is going to be the modal. So I'm going to say H1, I am a modal. Okay, let's just do that for a second. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tap into that state. So I'm going to say const open, set open. So similar to how I was doing it before, set open equals use recoil state. And I'm going to tap into that modal state. And just like that, I have it. I am modal. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to eventually have this only show if the modal state is open. So I am a modal, and I'm just going to do a quick little test and show you. Say open. If it's open, then I'll say p tag, which says the modal is open. All right, let's just do something like that for now. Right, I'm just going to quickly just show you that, right, just to prove that it worked. Right, so if we go back to Instagram 2.0 and I click it, now if I click this plus button, you can see at the bottom. Well, I actually haven't got it rendered in because I'm not actually pulling it in right now, which is a silly mistake. So at this point, modal to components modal. There you go. And I'm going to put it above the header just for now to exaggerate this point. Right, the modal is open. Right, so if I go ahead and refresh, the modal will be by default false. And if I click this, boom, the modal is open. So there you see, right? It just works. Right? Is Rico a true replacement for Redux in your opinion, or does it have missing stuff from React context? I would say if you have a production app, I probably use Redux because it's proven, like proof of working in industry. It has a lot of backing, a lot of different things you can plug into it. But if I have a freelancing gig, or if I have like a little hobby project, I pretty much use Rico all the time, and it's very powerful for what you needed to do. Plus it works very well with React Suspense. Now, let's continue on with what we're going to do. So we've got the modal, which I'm going to put at the bottom, and I'm just going to go out and actually build this modal now. So this modal is going to be responsible for a lot of things now. Okay, this is going to be the first point at which we actually upload a post to the backend. So in this case, we're going to have a modal where you can go ahead and upload a photo, and you can click from the file picker, click it. So let me actually click that picture, sorry. And then you can go ahead and enter a caption, so ABC, and upload the post, and it will all work. All right, so we're gonna work. Now, this boilerplate for this code I actually got from Tailwind UI. So it's an absolutely incredible library for UI components. But honestly, it's the bit of code that I've done is all basically, Tailwind UI is basically templated bits of Tailwind code. So you can pretty much see for yourself what it includes just for that portion. But I'll go ahead and break it down now. So we're gonna go ahead and build the model, but you're gonna see a lot of like code kind of be popped in. Because we're kind of short on time a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I want to spend 6 hours on this build, right? So we're going to use headless UI as well today, right? So I'm actually going to be installing headless UI because the thing that we're actually using is the Tailwind UI library that we're using is tapping into your headless UI. If you've heard of headless UI, smash that thumbs up button because it is very powerful for accessible components, and it works hand in hand with Tailwind UI, right? So I'm going to pull that in. And what I'm going to first do is pull in two critical components. One is for dialogue and one is for transition. Now, what transition is responsible for is essentially this, a nice kind of transition fade in that we're going to see when we click. All right. So what I'm going to do is I need to go ahead and replace the div with this new transition element. Okay, to the transition. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say transition.root, right? So root, right? And that's basically the component that we're tapping into. Now we're going to only show this if the open state is available. And I'm going to render it as a React fragment to keep the app really light. Okay, so that's pretty much how we do it. And then inside of it, I'm going to have a dialogue, right? Now the dialogue is pretty much, you can pretty much Google it, check it out for yourself. I'm not going to go too far into what these things are, but I'll show you how we use them. So a dialogue here is a very handy component from Headless UI. We're going to say it gets rendered out as a div. The class name here, I'm going to style it up and say it's a fixed component because it wants to be in the middle of the screen. The send index is of 10 because we want it to always be on top of everything else. The inset is of 0. And overflow y auto. Oops, overflow y auto in case it overflows. And then when you click outside the component, so if I click outside the dialog, what should it do on close? So you see how dialog gives us a handy kind of outside click function, which in this case is called on close, right? So in this case, I'm going to do set open, and that basically will set it to false, right? So at this point in time, that should actually kind of almost work, I think. So if we type in H1, hello, I just want to see something. If I go ahead and click this, we should see, we haven't got it rendered out. Okay, so right now it is here. We just can't see it, right? Because I haven't got a lot of the UI done yet. But we'll figure it out and then we'll do it, okay? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to basically take some blocks of code from the Tailwind UI library and then go ahead and get this thing up and running. And then what you can do is you can copy it, you can paste it in afterwards, pause the video, kind of copy out the styles and do it that way if you want to go ahead and get the exact same thing. Okay, so what we have now is a div which encapsulates everything inside. We have a div here. Now this div is going to be responsible for having all of the items inside of it. Okay, so the div class is going to be for the following. Now I am going to go ahead and kind of jump through these class names so you guys can feel free to, you know, follow the video out. I'll pause it at this point and copy it. But basically this is going to go ahead and center the items with a minimum height of 800 pixels. Change on anything above a small screen is going to be a minimum full height of the screen. And then some padding, some text center. On small screens and above, it's going to be a block element. Small screen above, it's going to get rid of all the padding. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and check this out. And then we're going to go ahead and add in something called a transition child. Now a transition child is responsible for getting that nice, kind of element to drift into the page. So this exact element is the parent right now that we're wrapping everything is called transition. So the child is the part which actually got shown on the screen. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and actually pop in the transition child with its appropriate attributes. Okay. So I'll go ahead and pause it for a second. So now you can see we've got a transition child. Now we're rendering it as a fragment, but you can see all of these ones: enter, enter from, enter to, and leave. And all you're doing here is you're basically going ahead and you're passing in certain transition attributes. So we're starting at 0 opacity, we're going to 100% opacity, and we're leaving from 100% going to 0%. So you see how it goes ahead and bubbles up. Now the dialogue is the thing which we're actually showing on the screen. Okay, now what we're going to do here is we're going to say dialog.overlay, right? So dialog.overlay, and this is what's going to be responsible for actually showing the stuff that we see on the screen. Okay, so this actually has some styling behind it. I'm just going to go ahead and pop this on the screen right now. Okay, now with that bit done, we now have the transition child kind of in place, right? And this just has to sit next to your elements that you're going to show on the screen for it to work. Okay. Now, Sabrish says, Sonia, I'm having 3 years of experience, front-end developer, most experience in Angular. Your work is amazing. I just want to know how much useful 0 to full stack is for experienced people. Oh man, for experienced developers, 0 to full stack is the place. We have different tiers. We cater to beginners, medium, and advanced people. Probably going to be Diamond the best fit for you, but definitely check it out. Speak to Jay. And email papareact.team@gmail.com if you want more information. 3rd link in the description, check it out. But yeah, perfect for advanced. We constantly push people to their limits, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced. I cater for everyone. Okay, so let's continue on, guys. So now we've got a little trick that's actually gonna sort of trick the browser into centering the modal contents, right? So this is actually part of Tailwind UI, so I'm going to go ahead and pop this one in. So you can see it's a trick to set going to trick the browser into centering the modal contents. Okay, so that's all we're doing here. And then after this we have another transition child. Okay, so this one I'm going to go ahead and pop in as well underneath. And the reason why we're doing this, by the way, is because there's just simply too much to cover on this one portion. It will take too long, so you can pretty much pause, build it out, and do the so forth, right, as you need to. We're going to have a div inside with a bunch of styles, which is going to be responsive. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing. So that's going to have a div inside of it. And you can see we've got loads of styles going on right now. Okay. So if I just pop in a H1 saying hello, we should start to see some feedback on the screen at this point. So if I go ahead and click this, now you can see hello. And that already looks pretty damn good. Right. So you can see where we're getting to at this point. Okay. So what we're going to do now is, instead of this, now we're going to have a div inside of this. So I'm going to have a div inside of this. Okay. And in here now is where we have all the dialogue, which actually shows everything off, right? So underneath all of this, I'm going to actually have a button at the bottom. So underneath all of this, I'm going to have a div button. And then I'm going to get rid of this for now. I'm just going to have upload post. I'll show you guys how we do that afterwards. Now we don't have our sort of, some of the code built out yet. So we will go ahead and configure that in a second. But right now we have a button, which has a type of button, a class name, and all of these sort of classes attached to it, which has upload post on it. Okay. Now above this button, and what you can do is you can constantly keep on doing it and seeing as we're doing it what the hell we're doing. Okay. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to have the div above it. So I'm going to have a div above this one. So where's it gone? Sorry, what have I done here? I've got my button, and this is going to encapsulate this. That's fine. And then we've got another div over here. Okay. Now for this div, remember all code is available on GitHub. You can buy this out and you pretty much get everything, including all my previous builds on this. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pop this in now as we need it to. So I'm going to have a input field with the upload photo. Let's go ahead and do this. Pop this in here. You're going to have the following. So I need trying to think, what the hell have I gone? I'm a bit lost right now. So I've got my div, I've got my until we caption ref or hide in. So this is a normal input field with the placeholder saying please enter a caption. Let's go ahead and show you at this point where we are. Oops. Okay, don't know why I got signed up, but let's go check that out. Okay, now if I click plus, you should see upload a photo and a hello world. Okay, so we have this kind of up on the screen right now. So at this point, we've got upload file, import file, and so forth. So what I want to do now is I'm going to have above this, I'm going to have some information which is kind of going to be dependent on if we've selected a file or not. Okay, but before we do that, I'll put in a kind of a dummy kind of thing. I'll show you now. 1 second. So I'm going to have on top of my div right here, I'm going to have the following. So this is actually going to have, I'm going to comment out my on click right now. We've got the class name with the camera icon, and there we go. So what you should get to at this point is we just need to import the camera icon. This is the only portion of the build where I'd say you're most likely better off just copying it out just for this part, right? This is going to be the copy portion of the build that I would recommend that you just copy along with. Okay, that's what I'd recommend. So I'm going to do this. Now you get the upload photo. Now notice how when I click this, nothing's happening, right? What we want to happen is we want to kind of click that button or that input field, so the camera icon or sort of this one on click, and I want to trigger a file picker, right? But I don't want the boring, ugly file picker to be shown on the screen. So the way that we do this now is we go to our file picker, which is over here, and we have to attach a reference. Okay, so the file picker reference, what I need to do is I need to go to my normal input field. I need to create a reference called file picker ref. And the trick here is we need to go ahead and say use ref. Okay, so use ref. Okay, so at this point, this reference, and by default you give this no, but this reference down here points towards this input field, but it's hidden. So this is a very nice little trick that you can follow along with. It's a hidden input field. Okay, now what I want to do is we've got this add image to post button. Okay, so this add image to post button is actually going to go ahead and sort of update a piece of state called selected file. Okay, so we need to have a piece of state which keeps track of any kind of selected file in our application. So by default, what we need to do in the beginning is have a selected file, set selected file, use state no. And this is initially going to be a value of no. Okay, so what we need to now do is have a helper function, and this one is going to be called const, and I'm going to call it I'm going to call it add image to post. And this function is going to be a pretty powerful function, right? And what this is going to do is it's going to go ahead, and when I select a picture from this, so if I go ahead and click this now, we should see a pop-up in just a second. Okay, so I haven't actually got the on click done yet, but we should see a pop-up come up, and then when we select a file, then you would notice, then it will basically go ahead and update the selected file here, so we have that stored in our state. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to the file picker ref. Okay, and I'm going to uncomment out this one, which means when I click the camera, so our camera icon, the div surrounding it, I'm going to basically execute a fake click on that hidden input field. So it's genius when you think about it. We're hiding an input field, but we're simulating a click on it, right? And then what I'm going to do is on change, which means when I select a file, it triggers off this add image to post function. Okay, so now what that means is if I go ahead and click this and I click add upload a file, boom, now we get a selected file. If I click upload, nothing happens though. Okay, so the magic code to going ahead and setting that variable from the picture that we selected into a file that we can store on our local and then display a preview it on the front end is pretty cool. So I'm going to go ahead and copy in the code for this, and you guys can pretty much go ahead and see it for yourself. What we do is we initialize a file reader. We give it a variable of reader. We then go ahead and do e.target.files. This means that basically get the file that the user selected. It's 0 because it's only one file that the user selected. Then what we do is we say reader.read the data, read as a data URL. Okay, now what this does, guys, is it basically will fire off this handy onload function, which means that once your browser's done with reading in that file, we get back this thing called a reader event. Now inside of here, we actually get that file in a kind of a stateful way, right? So now we get the file in a kind of object way that we can actually store in our state, okay? So at this point, what we can do is we can set the selected file. So now I have the selected file that we just selected in our store, okay? So what I can now do is I can go over to where we had the camera icon, and what I can do, I can do a clever bit of conditional logic now. So rather than rendering out just this camera icon div, okay, what I can do is I can now say, if there was a selected file, then render out the following, else render out this. Now, if we haven't selected a file, I want to render out that camera icon, so I'm going to pop it there, okay? Otherwise, what I want to do is I want to render an image tag, right? And the source for the image tag will be the selected file, okay? So now, and then what I want to do is after I on-click, so if I do on-click, what's going to happen is I'm going to reset that selected file. So I'm going to do, if I click the preview of the picture afterwards, I want to reset it to null, okay? And I'm going to apply a little bit of styling here to go ahead and make it look a little bit prettier, right? With the full object contain cursor pointer. Now, check this out now. Okay, so have a look at this. So if I go to plus, upload a photo, get my React crash course, it reads in the file, sets the selected file, and boom, shows it on the screen. Okay, moving pretty good there, right? So at this point, what I can do is I can type in hello world, right? Then I can go ahead and I need to get a reference to this caption. So I need to get a reference to that input field. So that's the next bit I'm going to tackle. So over at the over here, we've got the caption ref where we have the input with the type text. So I'm going to go ahead and create a caption ref to go ahead and target this. So we'll say const caption ref equals use ref null. Okay. Now we've attached a reference to this input field. Okay. So now I can go ahead and actually pull this in. All right. So at this point, I have everything I kind of need to go ahead and select a picture. I have access to that picture in the state. I have a reference to this input field where I can type in like hello world. So pretty much at this point, I can actually theoretically have all the information I need to push this value or this post to the database. Okay. So at this point I can click upload post and voila, we have a go with it. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go up to the top and I'm going to create a nice little function called, we're going to call it upload post. And this is going to be the big one, right? It's going to be the one that's responsible for uploading to Firebase storage, which will then allow us to go ahead and upload a picture to Firebase. And then what we're going to do is from that picture location, right, I'm actually going to go ahead. So we're actually going to make a post at this point into Firestore. Once the post has been made, we get a post ID. I'm then going to go ahead and upload to Firebase storage with that post ID. Once it's uploaded to Firebase storage, I'm going to get a download URL and reattach it to the original post. So that way we have a complete sort of circle of truth, right? We're going to say const upload post equals, and this is going to be an asynchronous function. Okay, right? And at this point, we now need to also have a loading sort of state variable. Now, the reason why I want a loading variable is because once the user clicks it, I don't want them to be able to kind of, you know, keep spamming that button. I want to disable the button so they can't just upload 3 times if they accidentally click 3 times. And what I'm going to say here is if loading, so if they've already clicked it, then I'm going to go ahead and actually return. So I want to kind of stop doing anything from the upload if it's already been executed. Okay. So what I'm going to do is set the loading to true once we've kind of done it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to handle the sort of, you know, upload to Firebase bit. So this is where we introduce Firebase version 9. So this is where you need to kind of focus, and now we kind of go ahead and touch into Firebase version 9. Okay, so I'm going to go over here back to my Firebase, and I'm going to go to my Firestore, and what I now need to do is initialize a value inside of Firestore. So I'm going to create a database, start in test mode for now, click next and click enable. Okay, so we have this over here. So if we go to rules, I believe that actually for now, let's go to storage. Okay, now for the storage right now, just for sort of, you know, starting things off, I'm going to allow read write to this entire database. So into my storage row, allow read write true. publish. This is just for testing purposes, and this is also if true, is to leave it as that. You could leave it without, actually, to be honest, but that's fine for now because Firestore's open. So in storage, what I eventually want to have is a similar setup to this. This is the actual production one that I've actually deployed, but the end goal would be we're going to have quotes makes see for this project. I'll find, don't worry about it. That's the old one. Okay, so we have this for now. Okay, so I'm actually going to do now is upload posts. So I'm going to go ahead and basically build out the Firebase portion of this. Okay, so we're going to get into some serious game right now. Okay, so I need to get a reference to the document. So let me kind of point this out, right? The first thing we need to do is create a post and add to Firestore, right? This is going to create a post and add to Firestore posts collection. Okay, now once that's done, we should get back a ID. Okay, so we say get the, so we need to get the post ID for the newly created post. Okay, and step 3 is going to be to go ahead. So we get the post ID for the newly created post, and then we go ahead and upload the image to Firebase storage with the post ID. And then step 4 is going to go ahead and say get a download URL from Firebase storage and upload to original post. And I guess we can say update the original post with image. Aha. All right, so we need to do all of that in one beautiful kind of snippet of code. Okay, so I'm going to show you how exactly we do that. So we're going to go ahead and create a reference. We're going to say document reference equals, and this is how we use Firebase version 9. It's a very modular approach, right? The way we need to do it is going to be await, because we need to connect to Firebase. Now, I'm going to need a few things now. I'm going to need the database object that I kind of had earlier. So I'm going to import my database object from Firebase, as well as the storage object that we previously initialized in Firebase. So I've got my DB and I've got my storage. So here I'm going to go ahead and say await, and then I'm going to now say add doc. So this is a new function in Firebase, which basically allows us to add a document to a collection, right? And the way it works is you pass in the collection, which is a new helper function. So you can see it's very modular. So we pass in the collection, and what we need to do is for the collection, we need to pass in our initialization of Firestore. So in this case, the DB. The second argument is the sort of path to where we want to store it. So in Firebase, if you're not familiar with NoSQL structure, it's going to be a collection, document, and so forth structure. So we're going to have a collection of posts, which is going to have all the IDs for the different posts. So we're going to target the post collection. Okay. Now, the next argument is essentially what we're going to add as the data for the document that we're going to push. Okay. So what we can do here is the username we can actually get from the session that the user is pushing, because the user who is logged in is going to be the one that is going to be uploading. Hence, we need their username and all that information. So in order to get that information, what we can do is we can go ahead and use our trusty use session hook. Okay. So I'm going to import that from NextAuth. So here what we can do is we can say session.user.username. Okay. The second thing we need is the caption. Now remember, we actually got a caption ref. So the way you sort of target that input field is you say caption ref.current.value, and that will give us the current value that the user has typed in onto that input field. Okay. The next thing we need is the profile image for the user who is uploading. So here I'm going to say session.user.image. All right, session.user.image. And the final one is going to be the timestamp. Now, previously in Firebase version 8 downwards, what we would have done is Firebase.firestore.fieldvalue.server timestamp. Very long bit of code. Now in Firebase version 9, this has been massively improved. You now have this really awesome function called server timestamp that you literally pull in, and you see we pull it in from there, and we just execute that function, and this will give us the server timestamp. Now, why do we need that? It's because we actually gonna need, say if I'm posting from London, mine's gonna be a London time zone. If you're posting from LA or India or wherever it is in the world, yours is gonna be a different time zone. So we need to have the same time zone. So we're all gonna use the server's time zone, and that way we can query based on the same time, okay? So we now have our, this will basically go ahead and add a document to the database. Okay, awesome stuff. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to actually show this in the console by saying new doc added with ID document ref ID. So if I actually was to try this out right now, it would actually add a new one, but it wouldn't add any photo. It would only add the post to the Firebase database. Now what we need to do is upload to Firestore. Okay, so we got the post ID for the newly created post. We're on this point now. Docref.id is the new created post. Now we need, on step 3, upload the image to Firebase storage with the post ID. So here what I need to do is I need to create a kind of a location for it. So in Firebase storage, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const image reference, and this is where I'm going to plan to basically upload it. We're going to use this special helper which comes from Firebase storage called ref. Okay, so I'm going to import that from Firebase storage. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and basically pass in my storage instance, which we initialized earlier from our own Firebase file. Okay, so you have to pass in the kind of, your DB or your storage in the new modular functions with Firebase version 9. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use string interpolation. So I'm going to use backticks. I'm going to say posts / and I'm going to pass in the ID of the post. So here I'm going to say docref.id / image, because that's where I basically want to post it. Now don't get this confused. This is not the Firestore collection posts. This is going to be a bucket in Firebase storage, but we're going to organize it in a way that's very neat, right? That gives us a reference now to Firebase storage. So the next magical thing that we need to do is upload the file to Firebase storage. So what we need to do now is I'm going to import 2 helper functions to go ahead and get this from us, right? So 2 helper functions. One is get download URL, which we're going to use later on, but the one that we're interested in is upload string. So the way that we upload this to Firebase now is we simply say await upload string. We pass in we pass in the image reference, and then what we do is we pass in the selected file that we want to upload. So this is actually the one that we have stored in our local state, right? Then what we want to do is go ahead and pass in the data type. So in this case, you can see we've got a bunch of data types. Now, because of the way that we're reading in the file and showing it on the screen, we actually have it as data_URL. Okay. Now, after that's done, you say .then. This means basically after it's actually been uploaded. This gives you an asynchronous snapshot. Right. And what you can do with this snapshot is you can kind of, you can work out progress and all that stuff, but I'm not going to do too much on progress today. After I've uploaded the image, which is inside of Snapshot, I now need to go ahead and get the download URL so I can reattach that image where it's uploaded on Firebase to the original post so that we can show it on the screen. Okay, we're going to do download URL equals await, and we use this special get download URL helper function. Now I pass in the image ref like so, and what I do is now I've got the special download URL. Now, once we upload to Firebase, so remember, we uploaded the post to Firestore, then we went ahead and uploaded the image to Firebase storage. Now it's in Firebase storage. We got the download URL, and all we need to do now is update the original document with the new image that is now stored in there. Okay, so check this out. So we've got download URL, and at this point, we're going to go ahead and say await, and I'm going to say update doc. And this is a new helper function. As you can see, there's loads of these new helper functions. This is going to go ahead, and what we need to do to get this working is we're going to go ahead, and this is part 4, basically get download URL. All right, so we're going to upload it. We're going to need to pass in the doc, and the doc is basically a helper function to point towards a certain document in Firestore rather than a collection. In this case, we're going to pass it our initial DB value. So you can see why we need to do this now as a modular approach. We pass in the posts, and then inside the post, which ID is the document that I want to go ahead and update. So I'm going to go ahead and do docref.id. Okay. And at this point, what I can do is I can pass in the new information that I want to update onto that document. So I want to update the image on that document with the download URL. Okay. Now, with all that said and done, once I've uploaded the image to Firebase, what should happen now is it should upload to Firestore. It should then upload to Firebase storage. We should then get a download URL, and then it updates the Firestore entry or document that we just added, right, with the new image ID, which is actually hosted in Firebase storage. So once all that's done, I want to set the open of the modal state to false because I want to close it. I want to set the loading to false, and I want to set the selected file to null. So I'm basically going back on myself now. So I'm kind of like, you know, I'm saying that, okay, we've done it. It's all good. And then we're pretty much good to go. Okay. Now, where the hell do I have the upload post attached? All right. So upload post, well, started for a sec. Upload post is actually going to go ahead and be attached to the final button that we have at the bottom, which is this one over here. Okay. So this upload post is going to be on click upload post. And this is going to be when we click the upload post. Now, I do want to actually update the text of the information, and I want to actually disable the button as well. So I'm disabling it if there is no selected file. And what we're doing is we're actually styling this based on the disabled values over here as well. Okay. Now I want to update this text as well. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a ternary to say if the loading state is active, then what we're going to do is we're actually going to say uploading as opposed to upload post, right? Okay. Now with all of this done, right? With all of this done now, we have, so in this case you got upload then, so you can, yeah, I know you can change this for const, and then you can kind of do you can just use it as a snapshot. So you could do const snapshot equals await upload string. It's up to you how you want to do it. I've just done it as this. You can kind of get rid of that if you want. Okay. But at this point, we should be able to test it, and it should go through the roof. Crazy stuff. We're going to test the actual upload functionality now, see if it goes into Firestore. Then we're going to render it on this front end. Then we're going to do likes and comments. Then we're going to deploy this thing. So we're almost getting there, guys. We're almost getting there. Let's go. All right. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and open up localhost 3000. And here we have the Firestore. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Boom. Upload a photo. I'm going to upload this. I'm going to say free 1 month Skillshare. If you haven't already checked out, second link in the description. Second link in description. Boom. I'm going to click upload post. Okay. Now what's going to happen right now is it's going to upload this post to a Firestore collection. And then it will go ahead and upload the image to Firebase storage. Then it will come back and update this document that is just added with the new image. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and click upload post, and this is uploading, and hopefully we don't get any errors, and it's all smooth and it's all good. Let's have a look at what's happened. Maybe we've got something that's happened in the back end. Let's see, because it's taking a bit while. Let's see how this goes. We've got a encounter 2 children with the same errors, blah, blah, blah. No. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and give this a second try. This is where the debugging comes in. All right. Upload a photo. Boom. Do this one. Papa fam. Upload a post. Wait, so it's set the upload. New document added. Oh, it's because I didn't refresh. New document added. Let's check this out. And it gave us the ID over here. And then we need to refresh Cloud Firestore for the first time, and then it'll be real time after that. But you can see now. Oh, okay, so it did actually do the first one. Papa fam with the image. Let's go. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and delete this first one. All right, because that was a bit of a dud. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do this whole thing again. I'm going to show you how it literally snaps in. I'm going to show the whole thing in real time, okay? So I'm going to do a plus, upload a picture, say boom. I'm going to say this is dope. I'm going to do upload post. And wait for it. Look, okay, so I added it in, and then wait for it. The image is about to come in. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. That image. Oh, I think the image I'm doing is bloody huge, and I'm on live. That's probably why. It's probably taking a while. Okay, there you go. There it was. Yeah. You see that, guys? Oh my God. Boom. That is crazy, man. Look, the actual image came in afterwards, updated, and threw it in. So you can see it is literally working. You see how hyped I am. That is so cool. It actually worked. Right, I'm sounding surprised, but no, it's nice when it works the first time around. So I'm gonna try it one more time. Let's do it again. Let's do this one, and let's just go ahead and say this works, right? And what I want you guys to realize is this will actually go ahead and do it. So if I go upload post and boom, and you can see in a second, boom, the image gets up, updates the document, and it works. Now what we need to do is pull this in on the front end and render it out in place. At this point in time, we need to make sure that the posts that are rendered on the screen are actually the posts that we're actually getting from database, not just these hard-coded ones. So I'm going to go back to my posts, but that was sick. That was so sick. It worked. All right. So I'm going to go back to my posts, and I'm going to go ahead and rather than these hard-coded dummy posts, I'm actually going to go ahead and pull now from in a real-time fashion from the database. Now, what I do want to show you is if we go to our Firebase, you can see these are the IDs, 8PL, L7K, WN7. If I go to storage now, check out how neatly they are organized. We go to posts, we go to look, L7K, Q7B, WN7. That was the one that we deleted earlier because I deleted it manually. You got the images over here and you can see, boom, the images are in the back end. Right. All right. It's incredible, guys. We're on fire today. Right. So we're going to go ahead and do the post now. Now this bit's actually easier than you think. Right. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say const posts. So I'm going to actually create some state for it. So post set posts equals. And at this point, I'm going to say use state 700 new subscribers during this post. That's incredible, man. That is absolutely incredible. That's absolutely insane. Oh my God. I'm in shock. All right, so we got this use state. My God. All right, so we got use state over here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a use effect, because when I actually load the page up, I want it to attach a listener to the backend database. And we're only going to do this once, hence the empty dependency array. And if you don't know what the dependency or how to use the use effect, second link in the description. Go sign up to my Skillshare right now. It's free for 1 month. Watch the entire React Basics. I explain all of that to the T with examples. You'll know everything after it, and it's completely free. So go check it out. All right. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to use something called a snapshot listener from Firebase. Okay. Now what this does is basically we can go ahead and say on snapshot. Okay. And we're going to import from on snapshot like this. Okay. And we're going to say on snapshot, and this is a new Firebase v9. And what we're going to do here is I'm actually going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to say collection. I'm going to import that from Firebase as well. So collection, open this up, and I'm going to say DB because I have to pass in my DB. So you see how it's kind of modular in the sense that you go ahead and you pretty much grab bits as you need them. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say get the posts collection. I get the posts collection. And then what I want to do is after the post collection is done, so typically I would do it at this point, but I want to actually not only grab the posts, all the documents in the post, I want to actually query it and order it by the timestamp. So what I do is I wrap this entire block in something like so. I go ahead and I put parentheses around it and I say query, right? And I import that from Firestore. Okay. So you can see you got this modular approach. And what I'm doing is I do comma after and I say order by, and I import that from Firestore. So you see how it's working. We just use what we need now. Right? I say order by, and I pass in the timestamps. Remember we use that server timestamp value, and I'm going to pass it order it by descending value. Okay. Now after all of that, I'm going to go outside the two brackets and I'm going to say comma. And what this gives me a snapshot. Now a snapshot is a real-time listener, and the amazing thing about a real-time listener is that if the value at any point changes in the database, right, it will actually go ahead and provide the new values. It will be real-time listening to the actual backend now. So I'm going to say set posts, and I'm going to go ahead and say snapshot.docs. So snapshot.docs, right? And what this is going to do is every time the value on the backend changes, it updates my React state with the latest docs. Okay. Now what happens here is you actually get a listener. Now what you want to do is you actually want to clean up your use effect function every time. So what this does is this, if you hover over it, it gives you back a unsubscribe function. So what you can do is you can say const unsubscribe equals this, right? Now what this does is when you have a use effect, you can clean up the function by passing in a value here. So all you need to do is say unsubscribe with a function call like that. And this means that you're never going to attach more than one real-time listener. Now, your boy is about to show you how to refactor this in the cleanest way possible. Okay. So rather than having all this mess on the screen, you can simply just say the first level of refactoring is you can say return unsubscribe. Okay. And you can even do that and it works. Okay. So it's going to actually unsubscribe. Now, obviously, we do have some dependencies here. We have the DB, which is a dependency because we're passing it in as a value. The next level up is because we're actually assigning this variable, then returning unsubscribe. You can actually go ahead and do this, right? At this point, I can go ahead and I can say return directly like this. Okay, so that's the next kind of level you can do. And then you can go even a level further, right? You can actually go even further than this because this is right now an explicit return, but we only have one line of code. So what I can actually do here is I can literally go ahead, and if you don't have this, you can do an implicit return, which means if I get rid of that, I can actually get rid of that. And now, boom, I have a one-liner, which just looks gorgeous, right? It's returning on snapshot, which is always mapping to the set post, which does a cleanup function as part of the process. That's crazy, right? So at this point, we now have the posts available on the front end. So I'm going to show you guys the proof that we have the post on the front end by saying console log posts. And I'm going to get rid of this one. And just for now, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to comment out this. Okay. So if I go back to the application, I go ahead and do inspect element. All right. Get the energy back up. Okay, so now at this point, I'm going to go ahead and say console, and you see an array of 3. Boom. And these are all Firestore documents, right? So you can see we actually have all the documents inside of it. That's pretty sick. So how the hell do I get that on the screen, Sonny? Well, that doesn't mean anything to me. So at this point, I can uncomment this out, but the mapping will be slightly different. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say post ID, but now instead of all of this stuff, I'm going to go ahead and say post.data.username. Post.data user image was actually profile image that we saved it as, not this one, profile image. It was profile image. And then this one would be post.data. Oh my God, I'm slowly going. Post.data.image. And sorry guys, post.data.caption. Okay, that's it. Now, with that bit said, I'm going to get rid of the console log post and we're going to see if it's doing it. Okay, so at this point, oh, it's there. Look at that. Oh my God. Now let's try this out. I love this, man. I love this so much. Okay, and I'm going to show you how to fix that asynchronous loading as well. So we can server-side render to get rid of this asynchronous portion where the user is not authenticated. So I'm going to do upload photo, React crash course, and I'm going to say join Skillshare now. Second link if you haven't. I'm not joking, guys. It's free, so don't worry. All right. So at this point, we're going to click upload post, uploading. See, it pushes the post, then it uploads the picture, and boom, we have a post. That is goddamn sick. Oh man, we're making moves, guys. Making moves. So now we have Instagram posts up. The next thing we want to do is smashing the like button and dropping a comment. Okay. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and actually do the add a comment functionality. Now, I just want to check, by the way, if I'm logged out, are we showing the, okay, so right now these buttons are being shown with that. So if I'm not logged in, I actually want to hide that. So I'm going to go back to my post now and we're going to upgrade that. So we can actually say the buttons should not be shown or should only be shown if you're logged in. So here I should say session and only show the buttons for the login state if we're logged in. So if we have a session, and then we also want to only do the input box if you'll have a session in play. So here I'm going to say session and then open, and then this one I'm going to do the form and chuck it in like that. Okay, now the session I don't actually have here, so I'm going to go ahead and do my nice little bit of code to go ahead and pop this in. So wait for it. Session, boom, nice. Okay, now you can see it doesn't show that unless I'm logged in. So if I sign in now, sign in with Google, Sunny Sanga, log into a different account, and you can see, boom, we have this. All right, and also, by the way, I noticed how it's commented out if it's disabled. All right, so it looks pretty sick. Only shows those buttons now if you're signed in. Okay, they're looking pretty good at this point. Now, Next thing we want to do is the comment and the like functionality. So the comments, what I want to do is every single collection. Oh, what the hell happened there? Oh no, someone spammed it. There we go. Okay, I knew this was going to happen. Okay, so what I'm going to have to do quickly is, because what I did is actually leak the config of the app. So, which is silly. Some people have naturally just gone in here and started throwing in stuff. All right, so what I'm going to do now is, this is so annoying when people do this. Okay, I'm going to quickly go ahead and sort of kind of swap out a bunch of the sort of things that we need to do, but I'm going to go ahead and build it out in the meantime. So we're going to build it and then I'm going to show you how it works, okay? Because some idiots have gone ahead and, you know, that's why you don't put credentials on the screen. All right. All right. So let's go ahead and continue on. So right now, that's so annoying, man, when people do that, honestly. Okay, I'm going to remove it. I'm actually going to reinitialize quickly. We're back. Okay, so I'm setting up a new Firestore. I'm setting up new storage. Boom. And then with the rules here, I'm actually going to go ahead and do the same thing. Publish that one. Cool. Okay. Now I'm going to give it a quick test to see if my upload's working. So boom, let's try some. Testing 1, 2, 3. Boom. Let's do that. Upload post. Uploads it to my new Firestore. And then wait for it. Bang. Done. Look at that. Do we care if people do this stuff? No, we don't. We just get on with it. We crush it. That's how you do it, guys. All right. So never let that stuff beat you. All right. Got past it in the end. Okay. So now we have our database up with a new collection. Okay. Now what I want to do in here is I want to have a collection of comments. So now we're going to go ahead and fix the comments. Okay. So what I'm actually going to do now is we have a collection with comments inside of it. So at this point, what I want to do is I want to have the comments. So I'm going to go to my post, and inside of my post, I'm going to have a comments piece of state. Okay. And now inside of that, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have a send comment function. Okay. And what we need to do now is I'm going to have the actual comments bit of state, which I'm going to map to. I'll show you what we're doing. I'm going to have a bit of comment state, which I'm going to map to the input box. So on the input box, I'm going to say value equals, there we go. I love that. But the input field, I'm actually going to say the value is comment, and I'm going to do on change. And I'm going to say e set comment to e.target.value, which updates it with as you're typing. So now we have this captured in state. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to disable the button to submit the sort of post. If you're, firstly, this button should be a type submit, because once we're inside a form, I want to have it so when I hit the enter key, I submit, and I want to disable this button if there's no comment, but I'm also going to say trim it. So because sometimes what people try and do is they'll go ahead and do a sort of a space, and then they kind of spam with the post, right? You don't want to do that, or comments like that. You don't want to do that. So we're going to have an on click function here, which says send comment, camel case, send comment. Okay. Now with this bit said and done, we're going to go ahead and create a helper function up at the top. So const send comment equals async e. Well, the first thing we're going to do is e.prevent default. This will prevent the page from refreshing when we try to send a comment. All right, you don't want it to refresh, so you want it to be super clean when you do that. Okay, so with that bit said, now I'm going to go ahead and say the comment to send. We need to create a copy of the comment to send. So I'm actually going to copy it from the store to a local variable over here. There's a reason why. Okay, because what I want to do is on the front end, I actually want it to be super responsive and I don't want him to have like a spammy opportunity, right? So I'm going to say set the comment at this point in the UI to empty, right? And what you can do is you can do a then and catch and then actually restore the value if it didn't work. But that way on the UI it's kind of instant, which is a nicer user experience. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say await add doc, because what I'm doing is I'm adding a comment to the document inside of Firebase. So I'm going to go ahead into the collection. So as you can see, I'm pulling in my helper functions, and then I'm going to say collection DB, and I need to import the files. So you see, very modular now, right? I'm going to go to the posts, and I'm going to go to the ID of the post I'm trying to enter. You can see I'm going into the DB, and I'm going into the post collection, and I'm going into the ID, and then I'm going into the comments. Yep, the comments. I'm going to do comments, and then I'm going to actually add the comment in at this point. Right, so now we're going to add in the document. Now the comment is actually going to be the comment to send, the one the local copy that we had, so comment to send. And then we've got a few other things. So we've got the session, user timestamp. So I'm going to go ahead and say the username of the comment is going to be the session.user.username. And then we've got the user image and the timestamp. So I'm going to pop those in as well. Nice. And I'm going to import the server timestamp, that nice little function we used earlier. Okay. Now what this does is it actually adds it to the backend. Okay. So what we're actually going to see now in real time is I've got a post over here, right? So what I'm going to do now is I've got a post over here. So let's check this out. So if I go ahead and type in, this is dope, enter. Right. So what just happened without us realizing is I actually added in a comment. So if I go here and do a refresh, now what you'll see is a comment, right? And boom, you see a comment there. This is dope. And if I type in another one, yeah, boom, another comment got added to that post, right? So this is basically how we go ahead and, you know, store it in the database fashion, is go ahead and sort of order by, attach it to a piece of state. And then I'm going to, now the way we get this working is we need to render it for each post. So for my post, I'm going to go ahead and actually, I've got the comments over here and I haven't actually set anything to it. So we're going to have a use effect. And if anyone can imagine what we're going to do here, you can beat me to it, but we're going to mount it once. And we're going to have a database dependency because we're going to have some database calls inside of here. And remember what we did previously is we had a really nice snippet of code whereby we updated the snapshots, right? And the way we did it is we did an implicit return where we said on snapshot, pull that in from Firestore. So I'm doing the appropriate imports. You can see at the top as I do it, I'm doing a query. And the first thing I'm doing is I'm passing in the collection. And the collection that I'm targeting is, remember, you have to pass in the DB itself, right? Then you have to pass in the posts. Then you have to pass in the ID of the actual post. And then you have to say, I want to go into the comments collection. And after that, the query, I'm actually going to go ahead and order by the timestamp descending. Okay. And once we've done that, what I'm going to do is we've got the query over there. I'm going to go ahead and do the next part, which is the snapshot. Okay. So this will give me back a snapshot. Snapshot. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to directly say set the comments to snapshot.docs and hit save. Now you can see this. We've got a query, we've got a collection, DB posts, we're ordering by timestamp descending. When we get the snapshot back, we're going to set the comments to this. And just like that, it works. Right, so let's just see that we've got everything imported the way we needed it to. That's an awesome kind of so we've got the use effect over here, which we have imported. There we go. Okay, pretty cool. So we've got this stuff happening as we need it to. So now I have the comments actually on the in my comments. So we've set it. I've actually got the values stored over here. So we can go down to our comments area where we had it commented before, and I can actually start building out these comments, right? And I can start getting these things working pretty good. So query, I was wondering why something didn't feel right there. I didn't import query. There we go. I was thinking something was not right. All right, we got this one now. And love that. Eat them every time. Okay, so That's the look of a smug developer. Okay, so we've got the comments now. The comments, we can show the comments every time, but right now I've got it set to only when you're logged in we show the comments. Okay, I guess we could. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We say, so I'll do this. I'll say comments.length. If there are more than one comment, then I want to render this block in. Okay, the comments.length is greater than 0. Only then do I render this block in. Now this is going to be a div. All right, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have inside of it, I'm going to say comments. Oops. I'm say comments.map, and for every single comment I'm going to render out, and again you can componentize this if you want to make it extra clean. I'm going to have a div whereby the key of that div is going to be comment.id, and the class name we're going to style in a sec. Now each of these ones I'm going to have a div, an image inside of it, which is going to be the user's profile image, and we're going to kind of tally up as we go. Okay, so at this point this does have an image, but we can't see anything, so we're going to see that in just a sec as I carry on upgrading this. So the image firstly is going to be comment.data.image. Oops. Okay, now we can't actually see anything, and there's a reason being is because the class name, so class name equals, and I'm going to go ahead and pop in some styles here, and again this is going to be using the customizable sort of look and feel that we have earlier. So now you can see we're going to do a margin left, h10, overflow, y scroll, and so forth. Now the image isn't showing because we don't actually have any sort of style here. Right, so for this one I'm going to say flex. The items should be central, space should be on the x-axis of 2, and I'm going to give it a margin on the bottom of 3 to give it a bit of space. Okay, now for the image itself I want it to be a height of 7, and I want it to be a rounded full image. Okay, and we can see something here, but it's not actually coming in. Right, so we need to see what we've actually messed up here, but I just want to see if I'd happen to p hello. Okay, we are getting it, we're just not getting the correct comments come through. So I just want to see, the way to test this is you go above your return, you do a console log, and you do comments, and then just double check the inspect, and then we go to our console and we can see an array of 2, and we have got the values coming back, so that is correct. Right, actually looks pretty good at this point. And we are logged in. There we go. Oh, sorry, it was user image. I knew it. Right, it was user image. Aha. All right. So, Ben Rainey says came at the right time. Amazing stuff, dude. So now you can see, look, it comes up there, so we can see hello, but obviously that's not the correct one we want to use. It's going to be comment.data, comment, and another one. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to span in the username before it. Okay, so I'm going to say span. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to say comment.data.username, and this span I'm going to go ahead and do class name. Oops. Span of class name equals font bold. Right, and now you can see Sunny Sang got another one. Nice. All right, so that looks pretty good. And for the p tag, I'm going to do class text sm flex 1 on this. Okay, so look at that, looks pretty nice at this point. We've got another one, dope. Okay, awesome. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to install Moment. All right, now Moment is a nice little kind of thing, but I'm actually not using the default Moment. I'm using React Moment. So I'm going to say npm I React Moment, and this is basically a library which is used for, some say it's deprecated, it's fine. I'm not going to use the React version of it, but it's basically going to allow us to pass the timestamp. But now what we want to do is we've just installed that dependency, so I need to import it at the top, like so. And then what we want to do is go down to our comments, and where we render out the comments, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to have underneath the p tag a moment, right? And basically this moment is going to have a timestamp inside of it. So remember that timestamp that we actually sort of saved on the database. We're going to say comment.data.timestamp, right, .toDate, right? And inside of this, what you can do is you can actually pass a really nice attribute called from now. And what this does is it will actually say 9 minutes ago. So basically, if I type in hello world, you see a few seconds ago, right? And 9 minutes ago. So it actually has the actual timestamp, and it actually updates. So you can actually set the interval to be pretty quick if you want, but that's quite intense. I wouldn't recommend doing it every 1,000. By default, it's 60 seconds, which is fine in my opinion. So here I'll do most likely just style it now, which is we're going to say padding right of 5 and text should be extra small. Extra small. There we go. Nice. Right. So at this point, look at that, guys. Absolutely amazing comment functionality involved. So if I want to do a full test of this to prove to you that it's real, we can go ahead and say, you know, join 0 to full stack, 0 to full stack hero. Second link in the description. No, third link, right? Third link in description if you're enjoying the Pop fam. I'm going to click upload post. Now, boom, creates a post, uploads the image, updates this thing over there. And if I go and say, wow, that was quick. Boom. There you go. This is amazing. Look at that. Awesome, right? And that will go ahead and update as needed. And you can see now, look at this. They're slowly updating, so you can see everything in real time. That's just so clean in my opinion. Right? That's actually so clean in my opinion. Now, what we want to do next is have the like functionality, okay? But what we want to do now is simply have the like functionality, then we're going to deploy, and then we're going to call it a wrap on this thing, right? So we're actually so close to getting this thing done, but we just need to keep pushing a little bit further, okay? So we're going to go ahead and crush it again with the likes. The likes have a very similar process in the sense where we're going to have a nested collection inside of each post called likes, where we go ahead and pass it through. Now let's have the like functionality, okay? So now what we're going to do is have another piece of story sort of state for the likes. So I'm going to go ahead and say set likes. So we got another array for our likes, and you guessed it, we can actually do a very similar thing here, where we're first going to do a kind of a like click functionality, but then what I'm going to do is I'm going to map it to the like. So first thing I'm going to do is actually do that mapping function. I'm going to say use effect, and I'm going to go ahead and say do a very similar call to what I did earlier, whereby we had an empty dependency array, but here instead I'm going to say, okay, so I'm going to basically listen to the likes, right? So I'm going to say on snapshot. So you see what we're doing now on snapshot, and this one is going to be a collection. We're going to basically go ahead and reference the collection, and this is going to go into the DB, and then it's going to be the posts, and it's going to be the ID, and it's going to be the likes. So similar layout, except we're doing likes instead of comments. Okay. And then what you want to do is you'll get the snapshot back, right? Snapshot back. And what you want to do with that snapshot is set the likes as the snapshot.docs. So I hope that makes sense. If you see what we're doing now, it's very same principle to exactly what we're doing over here with the previous thing. Okay, so very, very similar to what we're doing with the comments. Exact same layout, in fact, right? Except this one has a dependency of DB as well, because we are accessing the DB, so we have to factor that in. And again, actually the ID as well. The ID is also a dependency that we must factor in. Anything that you use outside of the use effect has to also be a part of it. Okay. Right. So let's check this out. So at this point, we've got the use effect listening in. So I'm now going to have a thing called like post, a function called like post. And what this is going to do is going to be an asynchronous call, a function. And the whole goal of this is we now need to check that if you basically, we're going to have some logic here to say, if you've liked the post, then you will unlike it. And if you haven't, if you've already liked it, if you haven't liked it, you'll like the post. Okay. So I'm going to have a pretty little, kind of a cool little function, which will help us out in a second. But basically, we're going to firstly handle this in the following way. Okay. So I'm going to say, like post is going to basically say await set doc. Okay. Now set doc is the reason why I'm going to do set doc is because the way I'm going to do it now is I'm going to use inside of the likes collection. So imagine right now we've got random IDs for comments, but in the likes collection, I'm actually going to have each of the IDs be the user ID. And then inside I'm going to have details about the user. And then that way I can actually make sure that it's only ever going to be one like per user. And I can also ensure that I can easily like kind of search for a value based on a key. So you see, we have a very good use case for structuring it like that. Okay. So await set doc, and I'm going to pull that in from Firestore, right? So you can see we're pulling it in, and I'm also going to go ahead and do await set doc. Now I'm going to say the doc. So again, imported from Firestore, you can see up there. I'm going to say await doc, and then I'm going to go ahead and say pass in my DB, and then we need to go into the posts. Oops, we need to go into the posts. We need to go into the ID of the post. We need to go into the likes, and then I need to find the actual document. Okay, so this is going to be the session.user.uid, right? So as I mentioned before, we're going to be using the user's ID as their document ID inside as a like. And that ensures that we never ever have two of the same thing, because we're setting the ID based on that. Now the information about the user, I'm going to go ahead and store with the session.user.username. And this will give us the actual information about the user. Okay, now if we go ahead and test this out, now what we should find is like post, we're going to attach it to the heart object. Okay, so the heart icon, I'm going to go ahead and say on click equals like post. Okay, so now is the interesting part. Let's see if all this crazy hoo-ha logic is actually going to work, right? So I'm going to go ahead and refresh. And who thinks it's going to work first time? Right, it'd be crazy if it does, right? If I click this, boom. Now let's see if this actually created a likes. Okay, so we got a like, and it's the user's ID with the username Sunny Sanga. Nice. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to have a use effect, which basically is called has liked, which is dependent on the other array which gets updated. And what will happen is it will always check if I've liked that post or not, and it'll be responsible for telling me, have you liked this post or not? And then that way we can handle the logic for it. Okay, and we can also render the UI logic for it as well. So we've got the like post functionality. So we kind of want to have something where like, and then the whole point is that if you unlike the post, it will delete this document from the likes. So you literally won't be visible as an indexable, as a searchable key in the likes collection. Okay, so and you look how nice and responsive it is. It just tucks away. Oh, so clean. All right, so at this point I'm going to have a const, and I'm going to go ahead and say has liked. Okay, so const has liked. So has liked equals use state. By default it's going to be false, right? And then it's going to populate based on if it has updated or not. So you can see we populate the likes. So I'm going to have another use effect now, which is actually going to be dependent only on the likes array. So this is why use effects are so goddamn powerful. Okay, so this likes array, what we can do now is we can say set as liked, and this one is quite interesting, right? So we're going to say likes dot has find index, because likes is an array. Now what find index does is we basically go through every like and we check a certain predicate. Predicate means a condition, right? So what this means is you can basically go ahead and say, does the like ID, so that document ID that I'm basically going through in the collection, does that actually match up to the user's ID? Thank you, Law Sosa. He says such an efficient way of doing this. Thank you. You see my reasoning, right? Because then you never get you never get a bad search kind of situation. It will always be very quick to index in that user's location. The like dot ID is equal to session dot and in this case I will protect, I'll say session dot user dot uid. Right, now in this case we are actually dependent on the session, but I think we'll be all right for now. And basically what happens is it will return a -1 if it couldn't find an index. Okay, so that's what find index does. Otherwise it actually returns the index in which it found from the list that it returned back in likes. Okay, so that's actually how we're going to do that. Okay, now there is actually a more efficient way, I think, if you were to do it on the database way, but again we can kind of go ahead and check this out. Wouldn't it make more sense to use array sum? No, because we're only using keys, so we'll never have a duplicate key in this case, because the user key is unique. Okay, the user ID. So in this case set has liked will get updated based on this value. And we can actually go ahead and actually clean this up again by doing the following. Boom. All right. So look how clean these use effects are. Look how bloody beautiful those use effects are. It's honestly so nice. Right. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and do the functional logic, and then we'll go ahead and update the UI logic. Okay. So here I'll say when we actually like, if has liked, then so the else condition is actually when we want to go ahead and actually like the pic. But if you've already liked it, we're going to do something different. I'm actually going to go ahead and say delete the doc. Okay. So I'm going to say await, and I'm going to say delete doc. And you see it's another helper function. So these helper functions, you can see, guys, why I love Firebase v9. It's actually very, very good. Okay. So I'm going to get rid of this one. And then where did I have the bloody, like, yeah, wait, delete doc. And then here, what you do is you pass in your doc, right? And then here, this takes a DB. And then we need to do the same thing. We go into posts, we go into the ID, we go into the likes collection. And then we actually go ahead and try and find session.user.id. Okay. And because we're doing await, it should be asynchronous, which will work very nicely. Now, what we can do is let's test this out in terms of functionality. So because it's already hooked into that button, we don't actually have to change anything else to that. Why is that? What the hell? There we go. Okay. So at this point, I've liked the post as Sunny Sanga. That's my UID, right? So if I go ahead and click it again, we should see maybe did I like the wrong post? One sec. Did I? Oh, likes. Maybe I've broken my logic here. I haven't done it correctly. Okay. So we need to double check what's going on here. So we've got like post, if has liked, await, delete doc, docdb, post, ID, like, session user, UR. There we go. UID. Ah, there we go. That's why it wasn't working. All right. So now what we can do is refresh. I know it fast refresh, but I don't want to mess around. All right. So let's do this. Boom. And it should delete. Okay. So it looks like my logic is kind of busted at this point. So we need to fix this out and see what's going on. So at this point, set has liked, stop find index. Just going to check like ID session user ID is not equal to 1, and then we've got set has liked. Okay. So what we can do now is we can simply debug. Okay. So what we do is we've got two posts, very easy to debug here. We can say has liked, and we should see two values inside of the. Should see two values, false, or something like that. Okay, so right now we've got 0 or minus 1. Now the reason being is because I see why. Now what we've done here is we've actually included it inside, but what we actually needed to do was, no, that's correct actually. No, it's correct. We've got this one. Set has liked, find index. I've got some issue with my brackets. I know for a fact I have. Right, let me just double check this one, like, so find index. Okay, yeah, I had it in the wrong bracket order. So what I was doing is I was checking the like in the wrong way. So now what we need to do, like stop find index. Okay, so I see what we're doing. So what we actually need to do here is we need to close the brackets at that point, get rid of that. Yeah, because what we were doing wrong is we were checking, we need to check after the find index returns a value. If it's that's why we're getting a -1. We should be getting a true or false value. So now if I was to do it, now we get true false. That's better. All right, now true or false we can work off. So now if I go ahead and I go ahead and do this. Deleted it. Nice. And if I click it, like. So now if I like it, it's there. If I don't like it, it's out. I like it, it's there. If I don't like it, it's out. Nice. Right. So with that done, we can now set UI logic based on this has like property. Okay. So what I can do is I can get rid of these console logs. And what we can really nicely do now is go over to our heart icon, and where we have the heart icon down here, what I can do now is I can basically say has liked, and I can go ahead and do the following. Now I've got heart icon filled. Remember, we actually imported it as a different variable, so that way we could use it. But all I'm saying is, if I've liked it already, I actually want it to be heart icon filled, right? So I'm going to say heart icon filled. Otherwise, I want to render out the actual normal heart icon. Now, the actual funny part is they both trigger off the same function, because the logic is actually still in the function if I've liked or not. The only difference is the button over here I want to be red, text red 500. Now, with that small change, we have likes. Look at this, look, unliked, liked. How sick is that, guys? How amazing is that? What we can now do is we just need to show the number of likes. We already have all the information we actually need. So at this point, we can actually crush this. Now, Jay, I think your Slack's deactivated, just check it out. But I'm going to go ahead and actually pop in the number of likes now. Okay, so we actually have the array of likes already. So what I'm going to say is, where is my likes? Okay, yeah. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and show. Now where we have the caption, all right, where do we have the caption? Here. Now what I want to do is above my sort of, above my span, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to poke in another value here, which is going to be if likes.length is greater than 0. I'm going to also render in another like a value in here, which is going to be a p tag, and this one's going to say likes.length, and it's going to say that many likes, right? So this means if there are more than 0 likes, it's going to show that many likes, right? Now if I go to p and I say class name equals font bold, and I say mb -1, so margin bottom 1, sorry. Now what you can see is, boom. Oh, that is clean, guys. Look at that. Look at that. And what I can show you to prove to you that this ain't bullshit, right? If I log out, and I'm just wondering, my NextAuth might break because I changed user ID, but let's just check it anyway. So +1, go ahead, click sign in with Google. Oh, it didn't, okay. I'm gonna sign in with my other account. And just to prove to you that this works, firstly, I can say, yo, Sonny. And look, my comment with my picture comes up. I can like it as well. And it's a separate like to the previous one that we just did. So you can see now I'm not already liked it, but someone else has. Boom, I like it as well. That is crazy good, right? With that bit said, I think, honestly, if anyone can think of anything else, I think at this point, we actually have done most of the build besides the deployment part. I think we actually have done that bit. So let's check this out. So we've got the sort of the beautiful header and responsive design over here working flawlessly, looking really nice. We have scrollables down here. The entire app is responsive. We have our nice responsive UI over here. We have sign in, sign out functionality. I think that is actually goddamn working. I cannot believe we actually crushed that and did that. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and actually deploy this very soon, right? We're going to deploy this right now, but it's this is literally a crazy good build. I think this is such an important one to go ahead and have on your sort of your CV or portfolio. But as I said, we don't finish that. We're going to deploy this app to Versal, so I'm going to show you how to go ahead and do that, and then we're going to go ahead and actually get this next bit implemented where we can have your environment variables in the cloud as well, and we can go ahead and get you up and running with the Versal kind of deployment. Okay, with that said, we're about to go ahead and deploy this thing. That's absolutely smashing it, guys. Nice. Oh my god. Right, I'm going to quickly go sign into my GitHub. All right, so I'm going to go ahead into my GitHub and I'm going to first create a repository. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is go into your GitHub. I'm going to create a repo. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and say insta YT2. I'm going to call it B just for my own reference. I'm going to do a private build, create a repository. Right, and I'm going to go ahead and copy this line down here. I'm going to go into my code and I'm going to go ahead and do Command J. I'm going to do a git and I'm going to go ahead and actually paste that in, and that's actually set the origin to that new GitHub that I collected on setup. Okay, so what we're going to do now is git add all, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to go ahead and say git commit dash initial, let's just call it initial YouTube build. Okay, I'm going to git push, copy this, push my code up into GitHub. So if I go into my GitHub now and I refresh, I have my code over on GitHub. Awesome stuff. Next thing we want to do is head over to Versal. And then what we want to do is we're going to go over to new project. You need to connect your GitHub. So right now you can see I've just deployed just now to insert YouTube 2. I'm going to click on import. I'm going to click skip on the create team. I'm going to click Next.js. It's automatically default because it automatically configured what is going on. We're going to now set the environment variables. So as I mentioned before, we do have 3 environment variables. Okay, now I'm going to hide my screen for a sec, but the environment variables are crucial to this next step. Right, one of them is your Google client ID. Okay, so this is one of them. You need to paste your value in there for your Google client ID. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do that right now, and I'm going to do the same thing for my Google client secret, and I'm pasting that in as well, and I'm hiding the screen on purpose right now. And then the final one is NextAuth URL. Now I am hosting it on sunnysanga.com, so I'm going to go ahead and use that. Right, but you guys will actually have to go ahead and update this one after you've deployed to use your NextAuth URL. Now what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and add in my HTTPS www.sunnysanga.com, and I'm going to click on add. Okay, so I've added in my configuration. So you can see here I added in my values. Now I'm going to click deploy. Okay, now I'm going to show you guys how you can actually map it to your custom domain over once you've actually bought it. Okay, so first thing you want to do is allow this to build out, do its thing. Now I'm going to actually have to detach it from my previous project, so I'm going to do that right now in the meantime in a separate window. And yeah, we're so close, guys. We're actually so close. I'm actually removing it from a different domain right now, so I've removed it, and right now we're actually still building it. So you can see it's almost done building it out. If you click into this, it's actually doing a complete build and getting the app up and running. You see it actually does a fresh install over on that side, and there you go, it deployed to Versal. So a few things that you want to do at this point is you want to go ahead and go to the dashboard. So I'm going to show you right now. You can actually visit this one. So I mean, if imagine this gives you a little dummy URL. Now you can use that URL as your NextAuth URL, and then you can actually authorize your Google. Remember the Google side, you're going to have to go ahead and update those things. In this case, I need to update something right here because I haven't changed it. So we need to go to settings. I'm going to go to my domains, and I'm going to add in my custom domain, which is sunnysanga.com. Sunnysanga.com. And I'm going to go add. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do add Sunnysanga and also redirect www to it, add. And I've actually already set up my DNS server settings for Versal. So you can see right here, production is all done. I'm now going to go over to this, and you can see domains sunnysanga.com. If I head over to sunnysanga.com, boom, I can see what I just done. Right now, if I click sign in, right, let's go ahead and sign in, and let's click sign in with Google. And you can see I get the URI mismatch. So the final step of the build is to go over, grab this URL, and do the following. So I'm going to go over to my final sort of step right now, which is I'm going to go to my Google Cloud, and then I'm going to go ahead, and we're so close, guys. We're so close. We're going to go to the correct account. I'm going to go to console. I'm showing you guys end to end right now, end to end with no cutouts. All right, I'm going to go to the correct build. So it's going to be Insta to YouTube, this one. I'm pretty sure it was this one. Yeah. Go to project settings. I need to go to this pull out navigation menu, APIs, credentials. And I'm going to hide this for a second. I'm going to go to edit OAuth client in the side. So this bit we actually did in the beginning, if you remember, because this has got some of the private details in. But what you want to do, and I'm actually going to show this part, is you need to update here with the correct URL. So this is the callback URL. So this one actually needs to go over here. And then this one needs to be the URL that I expect. So https://www.sunnysanger.com and click save. Okay. Now, once that is done, what we need to now do is give it a quick test. So we go back to sunnysanger.com. And Jay, if you can do the honors and do this with me so we can sign in. I'm going to go show a quick demo because I know people are going to be crazy and do some weird shit with it. But let's go ahead and do, also I've actually not updated it correctly. And let me just double check one more time. Sometimes it takes a little second to actually propagate as well. So let's do that again. I actually closed it all. Silly me. Just wondering as well, was it actually the correct? No, okay, so I actually did it to the wrong account. That's why. Okay, so that was my bad. I did it to the old account. So I need to go back to the thing over here. Go to console. It was the wrong account. That was actually why. Yeah, so the new one I actually did was not this one. It was Insta 2 YouTube B. There we go. I got rid of it because of that stupid person who's trying to break into the project. Now I'm going to go to the side menu. I'm telling you because I'm not showing you. Go to APIs and Services Credentials. And then once that is loaded up, you want to click on the option OAuth 2 client IDs. And you want to click on this one right here. Or edit OAuth client. Now, once that's done, you'll get to the page that you expect. So I'm going to go forward. And this is what I wanted to get to. So boom, now I add it in here, add URI. I'm going to do the same thing, but I don't need the actual endpoint there. So there we go. URI is authorized endpoint, save. Debugging 101 live on session. Jay, get ready for this. All right. So I'm going to go ahead, click on sign in. Click on sign in with Google. And boom, yes. Thank God, I was thinking shit if that didn't work. All right, and then we're gonna go ahead and sign in. Boom. Oh, okay, there we go. Yep, there we go. There we go, guys. I'm gonna have to blur that one out. Okay, so I knew someone was gonna do it, but you know, it works, all right? It works. There you go. All right, so on that front, I'm gonna have to go ahead and blur that out. But Jay, absolutely killed it, dude. Absolutely crushed it. And why do people do this? Why? I don't understand what the hell people do this. All right, but we're gonna go ahead and we can edit that out anyways. But yeah, you guys can see we ended on a comedic end to that session, but you guys can actually go ahead and actually still, you know, upload a picture. Matt Boy Classic. So guys, but it's pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. You can click on this one and then you can go ahead and test it out, and you can go ahead and say I'm just going to show you guys right now. Jay just messaged me now saying don't log in. Let's go. Upload post. And I'm going to hide it for a second and just show you guys that it does work, in fact. All right. But you can see here, I'm going to quickly blur the screen, right? So boom, works. All right. And someone actually uploaded their picture as well. Boom, works. But yeah, there we go. you know how we have to do it, right? But it's quite funny. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and blurt that out afterwards, so no harm done, right? But people are just crazy, honestly. But I'm going to go ahead and sort of get rid of that now. So there you go. Okay, now what did we do in this project? I love this one. Someone actually uploaded that. Pretty jokes. It goes, great project. Awesome stuff, man. Thank you so much. Another one. Guys, you guys just made it past your third app. If you've made it to this point, put a little rocket emoji in the comments right now so I know you're making progress in this video. Amazing stuff, guys. Next, we're going to be staying in the ecosystem. We're going to be hopping over to WhatsApp. So you're going to be building your first one-to-one messaging app. Now, learning these skills is incredibly powerful because you're going to be able to build a real-time chat app after this video is done. You're also going to learn how to implement a live status so you can see if the user is online. And we're actually going to be styling this build with styled components. We thought this was very important because some companies are still using things like styled components over Tailwind CSS. So it's important you go ahead and know both to level up your developer game. Smash the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe if you haven't already. Enjoy the fourth build, guys. Good luck with your WhatsApp build. Let's go. This is WhatsApp 2.0. Right now, WhatsApp 2.0 is very different to any build that I have done ever because it's Next.js. So guys, today we are building WhatsApp 2.0 with Next.js, okay? Now let's go ahead and quickly demo this app. So you can go ahead on the sidebar and you can pretty much navigate through your chats. And here you can see when we load a chat, immediately the chat is available because it's being rendered on the server and then it gets delivered to the client, right? So I'll explain all of this, don't worry. If you're new to this, I'll explain it all. But let's talk about this, right? We have auto scroll functionality. If I say, what's up, Papa Fam? What's up, Papa Fam? Hit enter, boom, scrolls down. We've got everything working the way we expect it. We even have last active status, right? So Jay is live right now and he has been on and he's ready for this. Look at that, guys, look at that. He just sent in a message and it says last active and you see how it updates in real time. So this is insane. This is really, really insane stuff. Now to top it off, we have a beautiful sign in with Google functionality over here. And guys, I'm gonna show you something really, really cool today. Just wait 1 second, okay? So let's go ahead, log into the Papa React team account and boom, there you go, right? We've got everyone here. So this is incredible, right? We even have one of our students, Avnish, over here and he's live right now. What's up, Avnish? Good to see you here, man. So you guys can see, this is incredible stuff. What are we building today's build with? We're building it with Next.js. Now, Next.js is absolutely game changer for React, right? It introduces server-side rendering, TypeScript out of the box, smart bundling, root prefetching. Now, what does root prefetching mean? Basically, we don't need React Router anymore. It does it in a very clever way, and it's no configuration required, right? This stuff works out of the box, and it is so easy to run with, okay? So, like, honestly, if you guys don't believe me or you're wondering why are we using Next.js, because I got that question on the Instagram post and I got that throughout the comments. So if you're wondering why we're going to use it, just check out a bunch of these reasons, right? Image optimization, internationalization, and also in the Papa Fam recently, we covered this in the coaching course, so really good stuff. And it's a hybrid between server-side rendered pages on your website and static site generated pages, okay? So without further ado, let's go ahead and start off our first Next.js app, okay? So all you guys need to do to go ahead and get started is click the get started or start learning button, go ahead and click setup, right? And again, we're using NPX here, so it's very simple to go ahead and use this, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and open up our terminal over here, pop this a little bit bigger so you guys can see. And I'm going to go into my folder wherever I have my build. So I have my builds over in this folder, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to, instead of doing npx create React app, now we're going to be doing npx create next app. Okay, so pretty easy to go ahead and set that up. Create next app. And then we're going to go ahead and call it whatever we want to call it. So in our case, we're going to call it WhatsApp 2. Right, let's call it WhatsApp 2. That's easy, right? So let's go ahead and do that, WhatsApp 2, and it will go ahead and set up our first Next.js app, right? Now, in the meantime, if you're excited for this, let me know. Now, that was blazing fast, right? So it should be really quick for you as well, right? Now, what we want to do is cd into that directory, so cd WhatsApp 2, and then we're going to go ahead and type in code dot, right? Now, code dot is going to open up VS Code in the correct place, right? So we want to get VS Code opened up. So I can close that terminal now, and then we can go ahead and full screen our VS Code, right? So VS Code is what we're going to be using for today's build. And obviously we're all very familiar with VS Code, so it should be a breeze for you guys getting used to this, okay? Now this is recorded. Everything is going to be, you know, I'm live right now, but it's all going to be posted up online afterwards. I want you to really enjoy this piece of content right now. Smash that like button if you're excited for today's build. And yeah, we're going to get straight into this, guys. And I really have something awesome to show you guys. So if you have watched any of my builds before, you'll know I'm quite a fan of AI code completion, right? AI code completion, it allows me to code super quick, right? So previously I've been using something called something like Kite or something like that, but I came across one which just changed the game for me, right? And even on the free tier, I killed it with it, right? It literally was completing my code before I even typed it out, and it was just making my whole experience easier. So I know that a lot of you struggle to keep up with me on these builds, so I really recommend you try this out and get started with it, okay? So I'm going to introduce you guys over to Tab 9. Now Tab 9, absolute amazing platform, okay? Now basically what it is, right, all it does is it basically does code completion for us, but they've mastered it over there, right? So if you want to get started with Tab 9, what you want to do, and I see a bunch of you already know what this is, right? Go ahead into the extensions, type in tab 9. And if you're wondering why I'm telling you this, it's going to help you keep up with me on today's build, okay? Because it's going to be quite intense. So you can see 1.6 million people use tab 9. It is incredible, right? And I'm not going to put something in front of you that I myself don't support. So this, guys, take it from your boy Papa Reactor. This is good stuff, okay? It is an AI auto completion engine, okay? Now it supports all modern programming languages. So whether it's Python, JavaScript, Node.js, React, Typescript, everything, it's going to go ahead and help you to code a lot faster in it, right? Now it has a free forever basic plan, so that is incredible. So I recommend everyone go ahead, sign up to it. There's a link in the description right now where you can do it. It's the first link in the description. Sign up to it. Let me know in the comments saying I signed up, right? It's going to be a lot easier for you to follow me if you do this, because trust me, it will just help you type a lot faster and get up to speed with me. Now the pro plan, they did send me out a pro plan to go ahead and give a try, and I have been loving it so far. It actually introduces the GPU into the code completion, and it introduces cloud computing, which is pretty damn cool, right? So you're going to get cloud completion when you're doing this. Now, do any of you know what GP2 is? Because GP2 is what they're using behind here, right? So it's actually a very clever AI model that they're using to process our natural text into a code completed outcome, right? So in terms of privacy, if you're worried about, oh my God, I don't want my code to be in the cloud and all that stuff, it's encrypted both ways, so don't worry about it. They use deep learning, so the more you use this, the more it's gonna improve. And if you guys don't believe me, then, you know, go ahead and just watch the video and see how fast we're going to be doing this. Now, first thing we need to do is understand Next.js, right? How do I even get started with this thing, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the public folder, into the pages folder. Now, we don't need React router when we're using this, right? So instead, what we actually do here is the router is embedded in our file structure. So depending on how we basically go ahead and determine our folders, that will determine the routes that we're going to see. So in this case, the first / or home route that we're going to see is just index.js. Trust me, it makes it a lot easier than you think. So this is some boilerplate sort of code that they give us. So I'm going to go ahead and press Command J, pull this up right now, and then we're going to go ahead and do this, okay? Now, first thing we're going to do is type in yarn dev. Okay, now it's not npm start, right? Or npm, you know, like that. I'm doing yarn dev because we're using Next.js. So I'm going to type in yarn dev, and this will go ahead and start a server on localhost 3000. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click this link, open it up for me, right? And then what we're going to see, nice. And guys, if I didn't mention it before, once we build this incredibly powerful app, it's going to get deployed using Vercel. Okay, so if you've been wanting to go ahead and try out Vercel, definitely check it out. It's going to be a lot of fun, and it's actually it's kind of like a CI pipeline. When you push your code to GitHub, it goes ahead and does a deployment for you. So this is going to be a hell of a lot of fun, okay? So guys, let's go ahead, and this is the boilerplate. Now, not only does this give you a great place to go ahead and check out the documentation, learn some examples, and how to deploy your app with Vercel, okay? But it's going to go ahead and give you somewhere to start off. So you're not entirely from the beginning, right? So what we're going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and press Command J to hide my terminal. So you see the server is running here, right? So what we're going to see here is that the first thing that we must do is this new head component. Right, the head component is actually really cool, because if I go ahead and pop my code on the left, and then I pop my website on the right, you can see typically at the top right, we usually just see create React app, create next app. What if I want that to be actually contextual, right? I actually want that to mean something now. I don't want it just to have, you know, a typical boring, you know, scenario. I want it to actually be something which is a lot nicer and easier to look at. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and type in this example, just to show you, let's go ahead and say WhatsApp 2.0, WhatsApp 2.0, and save, right? Now you can see, look at that, it changes the head, right? So what's really cool here is in Next.js, you get this nice little head component where you can put anything that you want inside the head over here, right? Now this is going to be a lot easier than doing, you know, things like helmet.js or something like that. Instead, you just have a already ready to use component where anything we want in the inside of the head can be dynamically updated. Yes, I said dynamically because we're inside a component. We can go ahead and use our props or whatever it is to go ahead and change these values. So that's really powerful. Even the link can be changed based on the route that we're in. So really, really cool stuff, right? So with that said, what we're going to do is we're going to do our little cleanup process to get started off, guys. We're going to go ahead and firstly delete the main right? So everything inside this main bracket and the footer, I'm going to go ahead and remove. I'm going to pop a H1 which says let's build WhatsApp 2.0, right? And so now what we're going to do is you'll also notice that they like to use npm module or CSS modules, right? So CSS modules are a different way of writing CSS. You can't do our typical approach here, but instead, guys, I'm going to be doing styled components, right? So how many of you, let me know in the comment section right now, how many of you guys like styled components? So I'm going to go over to styled components right here, right? So let's go over to styledcomponents.com and I'll show you guys how to go ahead and set this up. It's super easy to get running with styled components. Styled components, we've used them in a bunch of places. If you don't know where it's used right now, anyone recognize any of these companies? Pretty damn good, right? It's very, very powerful sort of way of styling our components. So to install it, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to do a yarn add styled components. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead here, pop open a second terminal, and I'm just going to go ahead and say yarn add styled components, and I'm going to install it. This will go ahead and pop it into my project, okay? So what we're gonna do is that's successfully installed. So the next step that we wanna go ahead and naturally do is use it, right? But there is a little additional step. In fact, it's actually gone, right? We don't actually need to do that anymore, right? So we don't need to worry about that. But we've installed it, so it's very easy to use. And I'll show you how we can use a styled component very, very shortly. So what we're gonna do right now is, like I said before, index.js points towards, let's go to our app, points towards our home directory, okay? So if I wanted to go ahead and let's say have a /chat, right? Sort of page, right? So if I wanted it to be /chat, how do I do that, right? How do I get it working? So what we're gonna see now is we're gonna go ahead and create a page called, and I'm gonna call that chat.js, right? Now, if you notice, chat.js is simply a React functional component, right? So this is a functional component. And if I go ahead and put in a H1 saying, oh, let's just go ahead and pop in a H1 and is the chat page and hit save. Now, if I go to /chat, right? And I don't want to do any autocomplete here. So /chat, enter, you guys can see, look, this is the chat page. So it's that easy to have your pages routing inside of Next.js, right? So out of the box, it is that simple, which is incredible, right? Like we had to do no React router. We had to do no sort of stuff like that. It just works out of the box, right? So this is very, very powerful stuff. Okay. So we're not too interested with the chat page right now, right? We're going to start with the home page. And the first thing we need to do, okay, is I'm going to go ahead and actually build a sidebar, right? I'm going to build a sidebar and we're going to start getting that looking a bit nice, right? So the sidebar that we're going to be building is this sidebar right here. Okay, so I want to build this sidebar first. And you can see what we've gone for here is a very flat design, right? Which is very modern. Right, we're going to be using Material UI. You guys are very familiar with Material UI, and so it's going to be a lot of fun to be doing that. Now, the way that this chat works is we do have one-to-one chat functionality, right? So you can go ahead and start a new chat, and let's just go ahead and say somebody like sunny@gmail.com. So obviously this is, I don't know who this is, because that's not me, right? And then I can click it, and you can see it would actually start a conversation with this person, right? And then when they sign in, it will populate their details and their last active will become known, and we can kind of push forward on that front, right? So this is gonna be a lot of fun to go ahead and set all of this up, because you guys were asking for it. You guys were asking for one-to-one support. So your boy came through and we're gonna be doing it. First thing we need to do is build the sidebar component. So again, you guys have always asked me, right, Sunny, let's have some kind of folder structure, okay? So again, I'm listening to you guys. I'm always, trying to do what's right. So let's go ahead and add in a folder called components, okay? So the components are gonna be for any reusable aspect of our app, okay? So this is gonna be really, really quite a powerful sort of structure that we're gonna put in place. And inside of here, I'm gonna create a file called sidebar.js. Okay. Now, interesting to know, if it's a component, we necessarily, we like to keep the convention of uppercase S, but inside the pages, because these are basically our roots, right? So /chat.js, this would just be /. Here, we have to actually keep them lowercase, right? But in the components, we can keep them uppercase. So for the sidebar, I'm going to do _RFCE, and the underscore gets rid of the new import React from React. We don't actually need that anymore, in case you didn't know. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and we have our nice little sidebar, okay? And then what I want to first have is we're going to basically split this up. So let's think about this right now, right? Right here, we have a few different parts of this, right? We have the header over here, right? So this little sort of header over here. Then we have the search bar. Okay, so the search bar is this section over here, right? And then we have like this little chat for, you know, creating a new chat. And then we have the list of chat elements. Okay, and then we have this whole separate component, but this right here is what we're building right now, because this is the sidebar component, and we're going to be doing it with Material UI, style components, and Firebase. Okay, so it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and create our first style component, right? So style components, very simple, right? Don't get freaked out if you don't understand what's going on with style components. It will make sense. And like all of this stuff, it just takes time and practice, right? So let's go ahead and see how we do it for the first time. What you want to do is you want to say const, and the convention I like to use, and you can see tab 9 coming in clutch already, trying to guess what I'm trying to do. So here we can say container equals, and you can see, look, it's already started to autocomplete. And here I'm going to say styled dot, right? And then you can see you can do it many different ways. In this case, I'm going to do styled dot div, okay? And then what this will do is you have backticks, right? Now the backticks are basically where we put in the CSS for this component, right? So this sort of styled component. So this is typically going to replace any CSS that we have. And then all I need to do is, this is a styled div, right? So in this case, all I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop these so that these are now containers. So this will translate to a div with the styles that I put inside of here. Okay. So it's pretty much very simple when you think of it like that, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to save this right now. Go over to my, let's go ahead to our index. And I'm actually going to delete that chat.js because we don't actually need that anymore, right? And inside of my chat, what I'm going to do is, instead of let's build WhatsApp 2.0, I'm just going to render my sidebar. So that way we can start to see it in action. Okay. So we've got the sidebar over here. Perfect. Right. And I'm going to hit save. Right. Nice. And then what we're going to do is, it says styled is not defined. Okay. So what we're going to do over here is I'm going to go to the function, and I'm going to go up to the top, and I'm going to go ahead and import styled from styled components. So here you can see import styled from styled components. If I hit save on that, we should see a blank screen, which is correct at the moment, right? If I put in H1 here saying sidebar, we should see a sidebar. Perfect, right? Now you can see everything is centered, right? We don't want it to be centered out of the box. So I'm going to go back to my index, and here we have a div surrounding everything. Okay. Now I don't want any pre-styling before this, right? So instead, what I'm going to do is I can just simply get rid of this class name, and then we should see, you know, very empty sort of styling from the basic get-go. Now I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the styles over here, and you can clean up the files over here and get rid of, in this case, we don't need home.module.css. In the case of global, I'm going to keep it as it is. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is, here we can see our sidebar being rendered. Okay. And then what we're going to do is actually go ahead and start to build this one out. So the first thing I want to do is build that beautiful little header that we were talking about earlier, right? So this little header section over here. Now for the header, again, you're going to get a little refresher on, you know, Flexbox and things like that. For those of you asking if it's responsive to a degree, right? We're going to fit in as much as we can do inside of this tutorial. And then we're going to go ahead and, you know, you can upgrade it as part of your homework to make it fully mobile responsive and add in media queries if you want to, okay? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and create a header section. What I like about style components is, let's go ahead and say I want to create a header component, right? What I can do is I can easily say const header equals styled, and you see tab 9 coming in clutch with the autocomplete, right? Styled div, right? And then over here, what I can do is I can go ahead and get rid of this. I can just say, okay, let's target the header. And also, you can see now that it's very easy to read our code, right? There's a container, there is a header, right? So this is a lot simpler to use, and it's really, really cool, right? Right, so at the top we have the header. Now inside the header, I need the avatar, I need all of these beautiful things. Now these come from Material UI. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to materialui.com, and I'm going to go install this. And we've done this a few times in previous builds, but I'm going to show you as it's from scratch every time. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to type in yarn add Material UI. Okay, yarn add Material UI. There we go. And then you can see my face is blocking it. So you can see Material UI core. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go back to Material UI, type in icons in the search field, and then we're going to go ahead and store the icon set, because we're going to be using these icons as well. So I'm going to just copy the yarn command. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to type in yarn add Material UI icons, right? So that's going to go ahead and do that installation for us, right? So let's go ahead and pop this open right now. And there we go. Okay. So you know me, guys, I'm always trying to learn, stretch my limits so that way you guys benefit, because I will learn something, digest it, and then spit it back out in the simplest way possible. And it takes a lot of effort. So I really do appreciate the love and, you know, everyone helping out in sharing this out. Okay, so now that we're done there, I'm going to go ahead and carry on with the build. So we have the header up and running, okay? So what I'm going to do is I need an avatar, right? So in the header, I need an avatar, right? Now I want to style this avatar. So I kind of want to combine my avatar with styled components. Now, how do I do that? Can I do that, right? Yes, the question is, it's actually very easy. So I'm going to go here and say const user avatar. And this is going to be equals styled, and rather than a styled div or, you know, like something like that, if I only use my own custom component, I put a parentheses and then I'll pop in the avatar, right? So in this case, it's going to be an avatar, and I'm going to go ahead and import this from Material UI core. Okay. So now we say styled avatar, and then I do the backticks. Right now, when I'm typing in here, right, you might be wondering, yours doesn't give you syntax highlighting for styled components. To fix that, go over to the extensions over here after you've installed tab 9. Make sure you install tab 9, and then go down and you want to install this package, styled components. No, it's not this one. Sorry, VS Code styled components. This will give you syntax highlighting for when you're using styled components, okay? If you don't do this, you're not gonna get all the fancy colors and everything like that. And it can be a little bit tricky when you're trying to get your autocomplete to work with you, right? So make sure you do that. It will save you a bunch of headaches, okay? So we got the user avatar. So if I wanna go ahead and use this, I just say user avatar, right? User avatar, and then it's a self-closing component, and then I can go ahead and save. Now, if I go ahead and check out our app over here, and then let's go ahead and refresh. Now you can see we've got a lovely avatar at the top here. Now what's really cool about this, just to prove to you guys that it actually adds the styles over here. If I had a margin of 10 pixels on top of this right now and save, you can see, look at that, we get the styles being applied to the component over here, which is incredible, right? Really, really nice stuff. Like, it's a very simple way of working when you get used to style components. The even better part of this is that if you have props, you can feed them into your component as well, okay? The user avatar is here, right? Now, for now, I don't really care about the source. So I'm going to leave it as this, like, you know, stock image. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in so you guys can see it. The next thing I want to do is I want to have some icons, right? So obviously over here, I have icon containers, right? So how do I go ahead and do that? Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a div to surround it, right? Icons container. And then what I'm going to do is I need to just create that icons container. So I'm going to copy the name, go down here and say const icons container equals a styled div. Okay, and then I'm going to do the backticks, and now we've got our styled div that is ready to go. So inside of our style in our icons container, and these are basically going to replace the divs, right? They're just styled versions of them. Now, yes, you can go ahead and move this into a separate file to clean up your code, right? So just like we have an external CSS file, you can do the same thing with this, right? And it's going to work. It's going to be nice to use, all right? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to pull in a chat icon. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the chat icon, and I also want the more vertical icon. Now, if you always wondered, Sonny, how the hell do you get your icons, right? I go to Material UI, type in icons in the top. I go down here. You can search the full list of these icons over here, and then I pretty much just search it, right? So in this case, if I want dots, you can see I get the more vertical icon. I click it, and that's how I get this line of code, right? So it's very simple stuff. You can go ahead and extend your apps by doing that simple approach. Right, it's a lot easier than, you know, grabbing pictures from all over the place. Kaiser says the boss is back. What's up, dude? All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and pop it in the two icons. Okay, so I've got the chat icon, and then I'm going to go ahead and pop in the more vertical icon. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to do more vert icon. So I'm just going to, you know, I'm lazy. I'm going to go ahead and grab this. I'm going to pop this here, and then I'm going to go ahead and do this. Now, if I go back to my application, you guys can see we get those beautiful looking icons ready to go. Okay, now I want these to be clickable buttons. Okay, now check this out. So I want it to be clickable. I want this like really nice googly ripple effect, right? So how do I get that? So it's very simple actually. All you need to do is type in icon button. Okay, and you can see Material UI will pop up as an autocomplete, and we simply pull it in from Material UI core. Okay, now this is very good because what you can do here is you can simply enclose your chat icon inside of icon button as a child component. And what this does is it makes it a button, which is super easy to do, right? That didn't take a lot of effort. And now you can see the difference between this button and this button, right? So we're going to do the same thing again. And we're going to go ahead and pop this here. And this is definitely one that I recommend everyone gets on their portfolio. You can see tab 9 coming in clutch every time. Guys, let me know again, how many of you went ahead and downloaded tab 9 in the description, right? So make sure you're using it. If you're not using it, you're slowing yourself down, right? It's like it literally boosted my production speed so much, right? And also hosting us, sign up, right? Let's carry on. Right, so we've got the icons pretty much set up right now, okay? Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and style the header section, right? So I wanna style this header section first so that we can get it looking just as we need it, okay? So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my header over here. And it's very, it's very like explicit of what's going on, right? It's very clear as what's happening. So here, if I type in display flex, and then you also get a fast refresh, which is very nice. You see, as we do it, we're gonna see updates, right? This is Next.js at its finest. It's gonna really work nice. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this a position sticky because I'm gonna actually be using this later on. When, say if the list gets into an overflow state, for example, like here, if I go ahead and make this a bit smaller, right? I want the top to stick, right? So that's where we're applying that sticky element, right? So that's what we're doing. And so I'm gonna go ahead and chuck in a top of 0. Then I'm going to type in a background color of white, right? Because when we have that over scroll, it's going to go ahead and be an important factor. Then I'm going to drop a Z index of 1. So that way it's on top of everything else when we get that overflow, right? So what I'm going to do now is go ahead and do justify content, right? I want this to space itself out. I don't want it to be next to each other. And right now you can see it's massively spacing itself out. And this is because we only have the sidebar on there. And this is a part of, this is actually a very important part. I'm going to go ahead and sort of zoom in at this point. Right, this is a part of doing responsive design. So this is actually my entire sidebar. But once we combine it with the other components, it will react and be responsive to the components that it sits around, right? So if that's really cool, smash that thumbs up button. Right, so we've got the space between happening, and then the next thing I want to do is align the items centrally. And you can see, look at that. That's a prime example of where tab 9 comes in, right? So again, if I do align items, and then if I go ahead and type in center, you see tab 9 is there to auto-complete it for me, right? Next thing I'm gonna do is do a padding, and this padding is gonna be 15 pixels. I'm gonna do a height of 80 pixels because this will help us with our styling issues later. And then I'm gonna put a border bottom, which is 1 pixel solid white smoke, right? And if you're an OG, you will know that I love white smoke, right? White smoke is such a subtle color. You guys can see that. If you can't see it, then just zoom in a little bit. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and style out the user avatar, right? So the user avatar is I want to go ahead and make this a little bit kind of, I want to add some styles to this. I want to firstly say when I hover over it, I want it to kind of, be a cursor. So I want it to be say cursor, pointer, and hit save, right? So if I go ahead and sort of, oops, what happened here? If I go ahead and hit save on this, let's see. Well, there we go. What's happened here? Right, there we go. Now, if you see when I hover over this, I get the nice little cursor pointer, right? Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to apply a hover effect. Now, what's really cool about style components is if I do a colon hover, it applies it on that sort of, when you do that action, when you hover over it, it will apply those styles. At this point, I'm going to do an opacity, and this is a little trick that I like. Obviously, it's kind of, it's up to you guys if you want to do it. But at this point, I'm going to say opacity 0.8, okay? And then this will do the following, right? So that looks very nice at this point. Everything is doing everything as we wanted it to. So if I go ahead and hover, see, we get a nice little effect, okay? And then the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and style out let's figure this one out. Let's style out let's get the next bit done. So we actually want to get the search done, right? So the search is this one here. So the search in the chats. And now this one is actually a bit easier than we would think, right? Especially when we're using style components. And the way we do it is outside of the header. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and type in search, right? And this is going to be my search container. Okay, now make sure that you don't accidentally do an auto import there because it's very easy to make that mistake. But I'm going to do a const search, and you can just see look how quick that is with tab 9, right? So I've got my search container up and running at this point. Then I also need the search icon, which is this beautiful icon over here. So in order to get that, I just go ahead and say search icon. Okay, oops, search icon like so. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop in. I need to import this, right? So in order to import this one, it's going to be this line of code over here, right? So we're going to need the search icon like so, right? So I'm going to hit save on that. And then on our code, we should be able to see the little search icon pop up. Okay, so this is going to be really clean if it works like that. So let's go ahead and pop in the search input. Right now, you're probably wondering that's not a component, Sonny. But I'm going to create one, guys. It's going to be a search input, and this one is going to be a styled. So you just go ahead and say const search input. It's not going to be a div. It's going to be a styled input, and that's how you change the input types for native HTML elements. Right, as soon as I hit save, there you go, boom, we get a styled input. So you see, it's actually very easy, okay? Very, very easy to do this stuff. Now, what I want to do at this point is I need a little beautiful placeholder which says search in chats. So that's actually very easy to add. Now, the props and attributes all come through as expected. So if I go ahead and do this, you're still going to get the same ones, okay? And then what we want to do is we're going to style this to be the way we want it, okay? So obviously my goal is to make this look like this, where it says search in chats. So in order to do that, I'm going to go ahead and go to my styled component over here. So the search icon. And what I like about this is it's in the same file. So it's actually very clear for you guys to understand what's going on, right? So this is actually very, very simple for you guys to go ahead and understand what's going on. So at this point with the search, I'm going to go ahead and say display flex, right? So display flex. And then what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and say align items centrally. So align items center. And we're also going to do a padding of 5 pixels. Oops, what have I done there? Padding of 5 pixels. And then I'm going to do a border radius, right? A border radius of 2 pixels, right? So 2 pixels over here. And the final thing is, let's go ahead and see that. And that's actually quite small. So I'm going to change this padding to a 20 pixel. And that looks a bit more like what we're trying to get to, okay? So at this point, what I want to do is I want to go to my search input, right? The search input is the next part where we're going to style it out. So if we go over to our search input and we try and find that firstly, where the hell is that one? All right, so we need, let me just find it. Okay, there we go. All right, so the first thing is when I click it, I don't want this blue outline, right? How do I get rid of that? To get rid of it, we do outline width, right? Outline width, and we're going to do a 0. Okay, and then if I click it, now you can see it's no more blue outline. Second thing I want to do is do a border none. Okay, so that makes it a lot neater. And then I'm going to do a flex 1 because I want it to use up the entire width of its container, right? So flex 1, boom, right? Now, if I go ahead and comment out this, you're going to see that it does in fact use up the entire width. And then what we can do is to show you that obviously that was a very illustrative example. So now if I go ahead and type in, see it's going to use up the full extent of the page, right? So that's very, very clean and do it. All right, so with this said now, and we've done our search section, right? So this is very, very close to what we wanted, right? So the next thing I want to do is I'm going to have a sidebar button, okay? So the sidebar button is going to be the one that is responsible for starting a new chat. And I go ahead and type in sidebar button, right? And I'm going to do a self-closing. Actually, it's not going to be self-closing, it's a button. And then I'm going to do sidebar button over here. And this button is going to say start a new chat. Hey, there we go. The Netflix 5-day intro. That was it, guys. That's how I know you stuck around. That's awesome. So here I'm going to say const sidebar button, and this is going to be a styled button. Okay, and then there we go. Right, so we have the style button up here. Now, as soon as I hit save on this, you can see start a new chat comes in. Now I'm going to go ahead and create the styles applicable for this one. And in order to do that, right, what I'm going to do, and this very interesting learning tip over here, right? First thing I want to do is do a width of 100%, right? So width of 100% is going to basically go ahead and expand this so it uses up the entire length. The next thing I want to do is I want to make this actually have a border top and bottom. Now, if you notice over here, right, firstly, this is actually, oh, wait a sec. Okay, this is a material UI button, right? So you're probably wondering, hang on, this is not the same button that we have here. So instead of using a native HTML element, I want to use the material UI button. So I'm going to just type in button, import that from material UI, right? So now we have the button from Material UI core. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit save. And look at that. Now we have a Material UI button, right? So it's simple as that to do it. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add in a border top and border bottom. Okay, so this is an interesting learning curve. If I go ahead and add these two styles in, right? So over here, you're probably wondering, whoa, well, suddenly I don't see anything. So now you can see the border top and bottom actually doesn't, it's basically getting beaten by Material UI specificity, or however you say it. Basically, Material UI has priority. So here what I'm going to say is a very cool thing in style components. So if you do ampersand, 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 and then curly brackets, and then you pop in these ones, right? What it's going to do is it's going to increases the priority of the rule. And now you can see, look at that. We get those beautiful looking lines. Okay. So with that done, we're starting to look very, very good, right? At this point, it's starting to look very, very nice. Now, this looks great. Okay. The next thing I wanted to do is we will have these chat components. And notice I said components because these are all going to be reusable components which accept a prop. Okay, so we will be doing this in just a sec. But instead what we do now is, as we typically do, is we always mark out the, we always mark it out before we do it. Okay, so this is where the chats, so we just say like list of chats. Okay, this list of chats. Right now, what I need to do is I need like a backend to support this, right? I need a backend to go ahead and support, you know, the storing of these chats and things like that. Now, very interesting thing about today's build, one-to-one messaging can be done in many different ways, right? I have done a very unique way in today's build, which is actually very cool. And you guys are going to learn about the architecture side of it, right? So it's actually going to be a very good tutorial for you if you've been interested in how to do one-to-one messaging, okay? But let's go ahead and basically set up Firebase now, okay? So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to firebase.google.com, okay? And this is gonna be responsible for setting up all of our, you know, everything that's gonna be used to power up our application, okay? So in this case, WhatsApp 2.0. Sign into your Google account, go to the console, and then we need to go ahead and create a console, okay? So you see I've got a bunch of apps that I've been building. And then what we're gonna do here is add a project. And then here I'm gonna say WhatsApp 2. Okay, and I'm going to click continue, and I'm going to disable Google Analytics because I'm not too fussed about that. And then it creates the project. Now, Google has an amazing suite of tools known as Firebase, which allows us to have authentication. It allows us to have a real-time Firestore database, which is incredible. It's like a jacked up NoSQL database. So if you're not familiar with NoSQL, this will be a good little refresher for you or learning experience. And yeah, it gives us a bunch of other powerful things, including things like translator extensions, which is incredible. And we just covered this inside of Zero to Full Stack Hero in a coaching call. Crazy stuff. If you want to see it, join in. We're going to click continue. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to click Firestore database. We need to prepare the database so it's ready to use. So what we're going to do is click create database, start in test mode, and click next. Then we need to select the location. In this case, I'm happy with US. It's central to pretty much everywhere. And then we're going to go ahead and move with it, right? So now what we're going to do is wait for this to go ahead and get set up, right? And then what we're going to do is wait for this. It shouldn't take too long. The next step is to go ahead and actually install Firebase into our project. So while we wait for that to go ahead and do, I'm going to hit Command J, and I'm going to type in yarn add Firebase, okay? This will go ahead and add in Firebase to our dependencies inside of our project. Right, so this goes ahead and does it. Now you can see it says package lock found. This is not what you want, right? In this case, I've combined yarn and npm, which is a big no-no when you're doing development work. So if you ever come into this, right, this problem where you have yarn and npm and you don't know how to fix it, I will show you how to do it right now. Okay, simple. You go over to your files, go to the package lock, and you can see here we shouldn't have both the yarn lock and a package lock. You should have one or the other. This is for npm, this is for yarn. All I'm going to do is simply delete my package lock. So it's going to rely on yarn instead, okay? That's very easy to do. And then all you need to do is do a yarn, and then it will go ahead and just fix up your packages, okay? So what we've done is we've installed it into our project. Now we have Cloud Firestore set up and ready to go. So the next step we're going to do is hit up our authentication and set this up. So we're going to click get started. And this is pretty much, you know, it's very simple. There you go. It's done. We're going to be using Google authentication for today. So we're going to click on enable over here. We're going to click on a project support email, which will be the one that you set up the account with. Click save. Now, once we have the sign-in provider done, we can go ahead and proceed to the next step. Okay. So the next step here is we need to click on the cog project settings. Okay. So we have our front end, which is the Next.js app. Then we have Firebase as our powerful backend. Okay, so here I'm going to click on this little button over here, and then I'm going to type in WhatsApp 2, and I'm going to click on register the app. Okay, click continue to console, and then if we go down here and we click config, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, so I'm going to click on this little copy icon over here, and then I'm going to go into my application, pop open my code. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, you know, hide everything at the moment, go down to where my package.json is, so that level, and I'm going to click plus. And I'm going to type in firebase.js, right? So this is going to be where my Firebase lives, my Firebase config. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say import Firebase from Firebase. Okay, so import Firebase from Firebase. And then what I'm going to do is, and I actually don't need that to be capital. There we go. And I'm going to paste the config that I got from the sort of a Firebase config section inside of the console, right? Then what I'm going to do is I need to set up access to my Firebase database. I'm going to go ahead and initialize the app. So first thing you want to do, guys, is because we're doing some server-side rendering, we actually want to protect ourselves in case we've already initialized the app, right? So because we have a fast refresh mechanism, then we don't want to go ahead and actually reinitialize the app a second time if we don't need to. The way we do that is simple. We say const app and we say, okay, if there was no Firebase apps available previously, so if we haven't previously initialized it and we do it this way, then we say, okay, then go ahead and initialize the app. So we say firebase.initialize app and we use the config above, okay? Now this is called a ternary expression, right? So this will actually go ahead and sort of initialize the app, and we can do else if the app was already initialized before, then we can just use the app that is already initialized, okay? So we can say firebase.app, right? So when you're doing server-side rendering, you need to be a little bit careful of this step, right? So this is simply what you want to go ahead and pop in, right? So this will basically say, if we've already initialized it, then just use the one that we already initialized with. Otherwise, go ahead and initialize a new one with the config, okay? So that's very nice, very clean. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go down to the bottom and say const db, okay, equals Firebase dot, and it's not the database, we're going to use Firestore, but in this case I can actually go ahead and use the app that I initialized and say Firestore, right? So this will give me the Firestore instance. Second thing I want to do is get the authentication instance. So when I come to use the authentication modules, then I'm going to go ahead and say app.auth, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and initialize that. that, right? So that will go ahead and, you know, set all of that stuff up. So we've got the authentication and DB. And the final thing is I'm going to go ahead and get a provider. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and get a provider right now. So we're going to say const provider, and then I'm going to say equals new firebase.auth dot, and then we're going to say Google Auth provider, right? And this is a function, so we're going to go ahead and execute it. There we go. So now I've got the three core things. I've got access to the database, I've got access to the authentication, and I've got access to the provider, okay? The final thing I need to do is export it so I can use it outside. So I'm going to say export the DB, the authentication, and the provider modules, okay? This will allow us to have access to our Firebase connections inside of our application, right? So this is all done. We've connected Firebase up from our client to the backend, right? Right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and go down to our sidebar, right? And what I want to do is I'm actually going to kick things off on the sidebar. And what I want to do is I want to create a chat, right? So when I click on start a new chat, I'm going to go ahead and say on click. So when we have a click that kicks off, I'm going to say create a chat, right? Now, obviously I need to create this function inside of our code. So I'm going to go up before the return block and I'm going to say const create chat equals, and then this will usually have an event, but in this case we don't care about it too much, right? So I'm going to go ahead and leave the event. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to prompt the user, because the behavior that I want is I want this kind of behavior where basically I click it and it prompts me, right? So in order to get that, I say const, and then I go ahead and say const input equals, and I can just go ahead and say prompt, right? And then when I do this, I can go ahead and say, and then here I'm actually going to have a nice little message. I'm going to say, please enter an email address for the user you wish to chat with, right? So, you know, that's how we sound all professional. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, if there was no input, right, then I want to kind of stop this code from executing, because I want to protect my code from any sort of, you know, unnecessary things, like sort of, you know, any validation errors and things like that. So we don't want to do that, right? The next thing I want to do, okay, is I want to make sure that either A, that the email is valid, and I also want to check if the chat already exists, okay? So I'm going to be introducing two things here, right? I'm going to be introducing an email validator, which is basically a package which I'm going to pull in, which will tell me if that email is in the correct format or not. The second thing I'm going to do is install React Firebase hooks, right, which will actually allow us to go ahead and connect to Firebase at the DB level and do all of the connections real time in such an easy fashion, okay? So it's going to be so easy to follow along with this. It's just like, it's game changer level stuff, right? So the first thing I want to do is install email validator. So this is going to be helpful for when I'm going to go ahead and validate that beautiful email. So what we're going to do firstly is I'm going to go ahead and say, let me just go ahead and show you guys. I'm going to say yarn add email validator. Okay, so I'm going to go make that a bit bigger, yarn add email validator. And this is going to be a very simple installation, right? There we go. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to hide that one, and we're going to go ahead and import everything and call it the email validator, right? And then in order to use it, it's very simple actually. We just say if, yeah, and I can say email validator, and it's going to be capital E, dot, and this has a function inside of it called validate over here, right? And all we need to do is pass in our input, and it will basically return a Boolean value. You can see this, right? Boolean value. And that is going to go ahead and tell us if it's a correct email or not. Okay. So let's go ahead and do it. Right. So we've got email validator, validate input. Okay. So that's going to be the first thing we do. And then what I'm going to do is go ahead and say, okay, if the email was valid, then I need to push this into the database. Okay. Now, how do I push this into the database? Right. So the first thing is we actually need to have a login sort of process already set up before this, but I will get into this in a sec. Okay. So we're going to pause here for a sec, and we're going to go ahead and say, this is where we need to add the chat into the DB, right? And sort of chats collection. Okay. So we're going to pause here for a sec and actually go ahead and we'll carry on with that in just a sec. Now I need a login, right? I need a login because here I actually need the user who is logged in, right? We're going to need the user who is logged in at this point. So in order to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set this bit up now. So the first thing I need to do is go into my index, my app.js, right? Now app.js is an interesting one. So index.js is our homepage. App.js is much like the app.js that we see in React. Okay, it's where the whole thing starts initially. Okay, so when we see return component, you can essentially refer to as the point at which we start routing. Okay, so after we do this return component, everything with the routing will apply, right? So you'll have a forward slash here. If I had a chat.js here, it would show that and so forth. Right, but before that, we can do very interesting things on the server to make sure that we're showing the correct things. Okay, so at this point, what I want to do is I need the user, right? I need some kind of a login, right? And then we need to check if there is a login or if there is a user and route the user accordingly. So what we need is first React Firebase hooks. Okay, so in order to get React Firebase hooks, I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add React Firebase hooks, right? So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in. Right now, what we're going to do is we've got React Firebase over here, right? So we've done an install, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pull in a very handy hook. Okay, so I'm going to pull in a really nice hook from React Firebase hooks, and this hook is called use auth state, right? From React Firebase hooks /auth. Okay, so now what I need to do is I go down here and I just go ahead and say const user, right? And I can go ahead and say equals use auth state, right? And if I go ahead and pass in my authentication that I basically previously set up, so this is a lowercase a, sorry. And then what I can do here is I can say import, right? And I can go ahead and import the authentication. And I will need the DB in a bit. And I'm going to import that from, let's go ahead and go into our Firebase, right? Our local Firebase file. So now what I'm doing is this will actually go to Firebase, say to Firebase, is there a user logged in right now? Yes or no, right? If there is, this will get that property, right? If there isn't, this will be a sort of a FOSI value, okay? So what I can do with that information is I can go ahead and say, if there is no user, then I can return, before I return any of the rest of the app, right? Before, this is basically the entire app, right? But before I do that, if there is no user, I'm going to return, let's just say a login page. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and pop in a login page over here, right? So I'm going to go ahead and actually build this one out, right? So we're going to go ahead and create a login page right now. So in order to do that, I'm going to go ahead and say login.js. And again, this will route to /login, right? _RFCE, pop that open, and we've got the login. Okay. Now for the login page, it's actually got quite a simple layout. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is have a container over here. Okay, so the container at the top, and then I'm going to go ahead and say const container equals, and you can see, look at the tab 9 just coming in and finishing it off, right? So we can say div, and then what I can do is this will actually go ahead and populate it. Now I do need to import styled from styled components at the top of the file. So I can go ahead and do it like so. Let me go ahead and make it a bit bigger. There we go. Right. And then what we want to do is actually have this sort of set up in a, firstly, I want the page itself to say login. Okay, so I want the page itself to say login at the top of the page. So I'm going to import the head component from Next.js. There we go. And this will change the title of the page to a login, right? Which should be a very, very clean. Now, the really cool thing I want to mention about Next.js is that it actually has a built-in Express kind of style server, right? So you can see here, if I go to the API, we actually get a built-in server which is running, right? Because remember, it's server-side rendered, which means out of the box you'll get this. So if I wanted to test this out, I could simply go over to my application, go to /API/hello, and look at this, guys. Boom, we have an API, we have a backend server always running as well behind the scenes. Just something to know, just something, another reason to know why we should be using this, okay? So very, very powerful stuff. Now, let me go ahead and actually pop open my localhost again. There we go. And then what I'm going to do here is, let's go ahead and refresh. What's happening here? Let me go ahead and save. And then here you can see reference login is not defined. So I'm going to go ahead and pull my login page. There we go. And over here now, we can see if there was no user, it should log in. Oh, that's horrible. Here we say login from login. There we go. Right. So if I go to my login page now, we should be able to see, and this is because this is a lowercase l, so we need to change that to a login. There we go. The file name has to be not login, but then this is the login page, as you can see at the top of the page over here. Right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go down and I'm going to create a login container. Okay. So login container like so. Now this I need to go ahead and create a styled component for. So I'm going to say const login container. Const login container equals a styled div like so. Okay. Now inside of the login container, we're going to have a logo, which is going to be an image tag. So this is going to be the logo over here, which is self-closing tag. Now this one, let's go ahead and create a style component for it. It's going to be the logo, and this is a styled.image. Okay. So again, you can see it's actually very easy to kind of put this together and move with it. Right now for the source, I'm going to go ahead and pop in. Let's go ahead and do this. And a quick little tip here, right? So if you're wondering, why do I need to know this stuff? Why do I need to know server-side rendering and all that, right? Now, the reason being is for SEO, right? SEO is huge because think about it. When you're not using server-side rendering, when somebody comes to your web page, what is happening is they come onto the web page and then it will go ahead and request all of the assets on the page, the images, all of the text, all that stuff, or any dynamic information. It's going to make the request so that when robots like web scrapers from Google scrape your page, they aren't always going to wait for that information, which means they don't always get all the accurate information. But when you use Next.js, you have something called static site generation and server-side rendering combined. Like you have a hybrid site. Now, the cool thing about this is that when that robot or like a user comes onto your site, they don't need to now request all of those individual assets. The server does that and it bundles it all up and it gets it ready. And that's super fast on the server. Then it just sends a minified, really fast version to the client, which means that when that robot comes onto your page, they just get the entire site in the request. Hence the SEO is better. There you go. All right, so we have the logo up and running, so you can see it's huge right here, right? So that's actually a huge logo. And then we're going to go ahead and pop in a button, right? So this is going to be a material UI button. So I'm not going to style it too much. I'm just going to say sign in with Google, sign in with Google. All right, so I'm going to basically use the variant outline for the button over here. So as soon as I save this, you should be able to see, if I go ahead and make this a lot smaller, let's actually style this because it's very hard to see what's going on right now, isn't it? Right, so at the bottom down here where we've got the styled image, I'm going to go ahead and put a height and a width of 200 pixels. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this and do a width as well of width of 200 pixels, and we save, and there you go. It's a lot more easier to see that, isn't it? Right, and another reason why this is bloated out is because I've zoomed in. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is do a margin bottom of 50 pixels. And you're probably wondering, why the bottom, Sonny? Why are you doing that, right? Because in the container itself, I want it to be in the login container. Sorry, I want it to be a display flex. And then what I want to do is make the flex direction a column. Okay, now if you're not good at Flex or any of the Flexbox stuff, I do recommend you check out Flexbox Froggy, the game. Incredible site, right? Really, really good site. And it just makes things so easy, right? Really, really makes something easier. So at this point, we have this, and this looks okay, right? So what I want to do is I want to improve it. So in the container, I'm going to go ahead and say display grid, right? Display grid, and I'm going to say place the items in the center because it's a nice little trick I like to do. And I actually found this out in a Google talk once, right? So it was a very handy Google talk because I use it all the time. And I'm going to say a height of 100 view height. So hit save on that and everything goes into the center. Now, why are these not spread apart? It's because I've got another container as the child where everything is stuck in between, right? So that's why you're not getting everything spread apart. So here we have the sign in with Google button, okay? So the next thing I want to do is I want to kind of make this look a hell of a lot nicer than it is right now, okay? So the first thing I want to do is add a padding of 100 pixels, okay? And then I'm going to go ahead and do align items in the center, right? So align items in the center. Then I'm going to go ahead and say a background color of white, right? Background color of white. There we go, right? And the background color of the container is going to be white smoke, right? So now you can see, look at that, a nice little separation happening right here, okay? Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say border radius of 5 pixels. So we'll smoothen the edges around that box. And then the final thing, I'm going to go ahead and pop in a nice box shadow. And you can see this is what UI is about, right? UI, very subtle differences, and boom, look at that. Like a very few lines of code and the whole thing looks amazing, right? But at this point, we've got this looking pretty good. Okay, it's looking pretty good. So if we go to our main app, I mean, look at that. That is insanely perfect, right? To the actual app. You can't even see any difference, right? So what we're going to do here is I'm actually going to have an on click on the button. So I'm going to say on click, right? And on my on click, I'm going to say sign in. And this is going to be an external function. So on top of the return block, I'm going to say a const sign in, right? And this is going to be my anonymous function. And then this function is going to go ahead and pull in the authenticated object. So let's go ahead and pop this in from our local Firebase file. And I'm going to say auth.signin with popup. Okay, now this is the thing that allows you to have that Google login. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and pop in the provider here. Okay, now the provider I need from that Firebase file as well. So I'm going to go ahead and get that. Nice. Then what I'm going to do is type in catch, right? Because all I need to do is I just want to tell the user if something went wrong. And here I will alert, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say just alert the user if that happens. Now this is where we can basically go ahead and whatever argument gets pulled into catch, we'll go ahead and get passed as an argument to alert. And then it will invoke the function. Hence it will show us in a very neat little code snippet. Now that's it. That's literally it. We can go ahead and click login, and you guys can see that it pulls up Firebase Google authentication. And while we have this open, I'm going to go over to my app. Now remember here, we said, right? We said, okay, get the user. And if there was no user logged in, return the login screen. Then if there was a user logged in, this is actually a real-time listener to the authenticated state. This will update the user once we log in, which will then in turn return the rest of the application. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and log into the Papa React team account, and then boom, I'm inside the app. And if I go ahead and refresh, you can see we get the initial sort of, that initial headache, right? Now, how do I get rid of that loading state? So you see when I refresh the page, it has a loading intermediate step. So React Firebase hooks is really nice because what it does is as a second argument, it gives you the loading state. Right, so this is really, really, really nice, honestly. So what we can do here is actually sort of, superpower this one up a little bit more, right? So what we can do is go here and I can say, okay, if there is a loading happening, right? So if there's any loading at the moment, return a loading component, okay? And then what I'm going to do here is the loading component isn't going to be a page that you can route to. I want it to be a component on its own. It's just going to be a UI presentational component. Now, what we're going to do here is type in loading.js. And this is going to be a component of its own. So I'm going to do _RFC. And then we've got our loading block over here, right? So the thing that I want to do here, and remember, so this is a very important thing to know. When we're doing the server-side rendering stuff right now, which is basically what's happening here, right? then we can't, basically we can use styled components, but you have to do some additional steps. Hence why you're going to see me here using some inline styles, okay? Because you can use CSS at this point, but I'm just going to use some inline styles just to center a few things and to make it look very clean, okay? So what I'm going to do here, and just so that we can sort of focus on the development of this portion, I'm going to go ahead and say if true, return loading, which means I will always force the loading state, okay? And I also need to import my loading component. And then there you go. And then here it says expected some value, which we don't have. So at this point, if I go into my loading, and here you see it's empty, this is why we're seeing this. So the first thing I'm going to do is make it a center element, so the things that we see are centered. The second thing I'm going to do is have a div inside of it. And then what I'm going to have is an image tag, which is going to be the WhatsApp image. Okay, so I'm going to have the source of the WhatsApp image over here, right? So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in like so. Let's go ahead and do this. And then we've got the image tag, so you guys can feel free to copy that image tag, right? There you go. And then here, what you can actually do is rather than go ahead and, pass in CSS and all that stuff, I can pass in a height at this point of, let's say 200, and it will automatically, shrink it, okay? So it will shrink it. And the next thing I want to do is I want to add a inline style, right? Again, this is because on the server side rendering portion of the build, we actually kind of need this one to it's not going to be using style components. You can use style components, but that's an additional step, and we're trying to squeeze a lot in right now. Margin bottom, now you're probably wondering, say, there's nothing underneath it, right? Why would you possibly have this, right? Why would you possibly have anything underneath this when it doesn't make any sense, right? So I have a really cool little loader library that I like to use, and it's for spinners, right? So spinners, anytime you need a spinner or anything like that, then we can go ahead and do this. So we're going to go ahead and install Better React Spin Kit. Okay, so this is a very cool package that I love to use, and it's called yarn add react Better React Spin Kit. So I'm going to hit enter on that, install it, and then there you go, right? So loads of people are asking what is the benefit of Next.js. Literally go on to Next.js's website, and it has a whole portion about what the benefits are of using it. It's great, right? So for everyone who's debating whether I should learn it or not, stop being lazy, learn it. It's great. It's really great. Okay. So at this point, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use that React Better Spin Kit, or Better React Spin Kit. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in, and we're going to use a circle component from it. So this is a circle. The color here, I've actually got the WhatsApp color, which is actually the it's a pound, and then you've got this. This is a WhatsApp color, and then I'm going to give it a size of 60 pixels, and they take that as props. Now, if I go ahead and hit save here, we get a nice looking little spinner. Okay, so there's a very nice little spinner element over here. Now, what we can do at this point of the center, what I'm going to do is just apply some very light styling in an inline style fashion. Okay, I'm going to say firstly, I'm going to do a display grid. Okay, so it's going to be display grid. The second thing I want to do is do a place items. Now, when you're doing inline styles, it's camel cased as opposed to dashes in between, right? So you can see tab 9 coming in clutch always with the centering. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say a height of 100 view height. Okay, and this has to be in quotes like so. Okay, perfect. Then we hit save, and you can see all of those styles result in a perfectly centered element, right? So now what I can do is if I go back to app.js over here and I change this to the loading, so we stop the force of the loading. And now check this out, guys. When I hit refresh, we see a loader, we come into our app. That's clean. And it wasn't even that hard to build that, right? That wasn't even hard to build. Like, that was a really, really nice kind of loader to have. All right, so now what we're going to do is when we hit the component over here, that's when the rest of the Next.js sort of app kicks in, okay? So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my app.js, and I'm going to check, okay? So the first thing I want to do is when they first sign in, right? So the first time the user signs in, I want to kind of capture them, right? So I want to capture them, and I want to basically have their details stored in a user's collection, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a use effect. Now, use effects are used to trigger a piece of code at the component's lifecycle methods, right? So like whenever the component mounts, I want this code to trigger, right? And in order to get it to mount initially, what we do is we pass in an empty bracket over here. So empty square bracket. And what this does is it goes ahead and basically says when the component mounts, I want to fire off whatever code is inside of here. Now, I also want to fire it off whenever the user changes. Okay, so if they log out, they log in, that sort of stuff. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say if there is a user, right? Because there's an asynchronous aspect to that. Then what we're going to do Right here, I'm going to say DB, right? So we got the DB earlier, and then we say DB.collection. Now what we're doing is we're tapping into Firestore, right? So I'm going to go into the collection, a NoSQL structured database, okay? Right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and type in users, okay? So then what we're going to do, I go to the document, and I'm going to basically use the user's UID, which comes from their Google profile, and I'm going to do something called set. Okay, so I'm going to do something called set. Now at this point, I pass in an object. Okay, so I pass in an object into my parentheses. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say email, and this is going to be the user's email. Okay, I'm also going to set a last seen, right? So a last seen. Here I'm going to say last seen. Okay. And this one is going to basically be the Firebase timestamp. Now, whenever you're dealing with timestamps on Firebase, you have to be careful because remember, I'm in the UK right now and my time zone is different to most of your time zones, okay? So what we want to do is let's use Firebase's Firestore database timestamp because we're all going to be using the same database. So that would be the timestamp that would be consistent amongst all of us, okay? And then when we come to render it on our local machine, we'll translate it to our local timestamp. That's how we do it, okay? So at this point, how do we do that? We basically go ahead and import Firebase from the actual Firebase module at the top like so. And then what we do is we say Firebase dot Firestore, okay, dot field value dot server timestamp. And server timestamp is a function, so we can go ahead and pop that in. Do a comma to go into the next line over here. And then we're going to say photo URL to get the user's profile picture from Google. This will come in as user.photo URL like so. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pass in a second argument which says merge true. Okay, now the reason for this is because set basically goes in, updates and replaces everything that is inside that document. Now I don't want to do that. I want to go ahead and update what is inside there, but if it wasn't created initially, I want to create it, which is why I'm using set as opposed to update. Okay, here we go. When the user logs in for the first time or every time, we're going to subsequently update these information and details, which we're going to go ahead and use later on. Okay, so with that done, now what we do is we go back to our sidebar component. Okay, now in the sidebar component, the first thing I want to do is I want to make the ability to log out, right? So I don't want to trap the user, and the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to have the user avatar, right, which is essentially this part over here. Firstly, we need to fix this, so we need to go back to our app and always make sure that you check your code. So I'm going to go ahead and import use effect from React, hit save, and then you go, there we go, we can see that stuff happening. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is go ahead and refresh, and you can see everything works. And you can see if there was a user, we're going to make sure that it gets updated. Then it would load the app. So every time you come onto the app, it will update your last scene. So it's very, very good. Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and set up a way to log out of the app. Okay. So we're going to go into our sidebar component. And here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say user avatar. And then here I'm going to say on click. Okay, so on click of the user avatar, I'm going to do an anonymous inline function, which is going to say auth, right? And I need to go ahead and pull in the auth afterwards. And I'm going to say sign out, okay, which is a function. Now I'm going to pull in my authentication module from Firebase. Okay, so if I can go ahead and import this from Firebase like so. Now what this will allow me to do is when I click the user's avatar, which is this thing over here, it should log me out. Okay, but I did not save the file. So if I go ahead and save it, see that little thing that popped up, we get a nice little fast reload. So if I go ahead and click this now, boom, I'm logged out. And if I refresh just to prove it, there you go, right? It will load, check if you're logged in, and then it goes ahead and works. So now if I go ahead and sign in once again, we should be able to see, check this out. PuppyReact.team, go ahead, log me in, perfect. Everything works nice. We have login, full user authentication, and inside the database now, if we go ahead and check it out, so let's go ahead and have a look at the Firestore database. We should see the users, and inside it a document which has Pupper React last seen at 5:31, which is literally right now, with my picture as my profile picture. So you see everything goes ahead and gets put up, right? So this is really, really nice. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and create the chats, right? So the chats that we spoke about before. So how do we do it, right? We're going to go ahead and say that what we need to do is we need to, after we validate the email or the input, right? So the one after you click start a new chat, Here I'm going to say DB, right? So I'm going to import DB from our local Firebase file, right? And then I'm going to say db.collection, and I'm going to go to a collection of chats, right? So we're actually going to have a chats collection now. And then what I'm going to say is add, okay? So add in a collection of chats. So we're going to say db.collection chats, and we're going to add a document inside. Now, I obviously don't care too much about the ID of this document. I just want to make sure that I add in the users who are going to be part of this chat. The way we're going to do this is we're going to have a chats collection. Okay. Now, inside the chats collection, every single document will represent a chat. Inside of a document, we're going to have a users array. Now, because it's a one-to-one chat, the user who's logged in, we already have the first email of that array. The second user is going to be the input that we typed in for the person that we want to start a conversation with. So every single chat will have a user's object inside of it, which will be an array. So it'll be a user's array inside of it. Then you'll have the user who's logged in. So Sunny, for example, papareact.team@gmail.com. And then you'll have the user, for example, Sumit@gmail.com. And that'll be a chat between Sunny and Sumit. Right? So that's how we basically keep track of all this stuff, right? So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to go ahead and add, right? So here I'm going to say add users, and in the array that we want to add, firstly, I need the user, right? So the user who is logged in. So we can go ahead and use that really nice use auth state module earlier that we installed. So this one over here. And what we can do is we can say const user equals use auth state. Like so, and this will keep a real-time mapping of the user's authentication. We do need to pass in our local authenticated config. So there we go. And then we get the user. So in this case, I can say user.email. Okay. And this will give me the user's email of the person who is logged in. Okay. So then what I can do is I can go comma and I can type in input. And this input would have been the input that we get when I click start a new chat. Right. So imagine if for here I said papa@gmail.com. This would be creating a chat between me, who is signed in as papareact.team@gmail.com, and papa@gmail.com. Okay. So what I'm going to do then is I think after that, we're pretty good to go, right? So I'm going to go ahead and hit save on that. So the second thing I want to do is I do want to actually double check and make sure that I'm not already adding a chat. But firstly, let's do one step at a time. Let's make sure that this works, all right? So I'm going to go ahead and open up Firestore so you guys can see. And I'm going to click start a new chat. And I'm going to start a chat with, let's just say sunny@gmail.com. Now this isn't a real account, so I'm going to go ahead and hit Sunny. And if we go ahead and refresh, because you have to refresh if there's no document inside of a fresh collection, I'm going to go ahead and type in chats. And you can see we created a chat between papareact.team@gmail.com, who is signed in, and sunny@gmail.com. So you see, very, very slick way of doing it, okay? So you can see this is how we represent a one-to-one chat, okay? So we have a chat between one email and another email address. And emails are a good ID to use because everyone has unique emails, okay? So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and firstly put this back over here so we have a nice little clean slate. And then I'm going to go ahead and I actually want to make a function which will check if the chat already exists, okay? Because I need to be sure that the chat doesn't already exist, okay? And also I need to make sure that the chat is not the user's email, because you don't want Sunny to start a chat with Sunny, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a first conditional check, which says, let's check that the input is not equal to user.email, right? So this will actually sort of prevent that from passing through. Okay, so we're going to make sure that that's not the case. And then we're also going to add in a final one, which will say if the chat already exists. Okay, now what we're going to do is create a new function called const, and we're going to say chat already exists, right? Chat already exists. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is go ahead and type in, there we go. And then I'm going to pass in a recipient email. Okay, so this will be the person who you are intending to chat with. So in this case, it will be whoever I've typed into that input field. Okay, so at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, okay, I need a chat. I need to basically have a real-time connection to the chats collection to see if that chat exists, right? So how do I do any of that stuff? We're going to use React Firebase hooks, right? So it makes it so easy to do it, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to use the use collection, right? So we're going to go ahead and use the use collection hook from React Firebase hooks /Firestore. Now what I do is I go ahead and I need to make a reference to the database. Okay. So I'm going to say const user chat reference equals, it's going to be the DB collection, and it's going to be collection of chats, right? And I'm basically going to go ahead and say where This is a Firestore function where we basically query the database where the users, remember that users array, right? That users array. We can have a very handy little function here called array contains, right? And you can see tab 9 coming in clutch. We can say array contains, and we can say user.email. Now what this does is it goes to our Firestore database. It basically queries the users, the sort of the user arrays, checks if the email, checks where our email is seen for the person who is logged in. This should give us all of the chats, okay? The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and map it to a real-time listener. So we're going to go ahead and say, and since we have these new hooks, it's so easy, right? What we're going to say is chats snapshot, and this will give me a snapshot of the database. And if I need the loading object, I can get that. And even if I need an error object, I can get that too. Right, but in this case, I'm just going to get chats snapshot, right? And then here I'll say equals use collection, okay? Use collection, and I'm going to pass in the reference for the user chat reference, right? So the one that we just defined above here, right? Perfect. Now this will give me a real-time listener. Simple as that. Everything is done for us, right? So what I can do now is I can go down to my chat already exists, and I'm going to go ahead and say the following. I'm going to say chats.snapshot. Okay, and it could be undefined because it's an async. We're going to say go to the docs, and this is called optional chaining, by the way, if you're not familiar with that. Very handy function. I'm going to say see if you can find, right? See if you can find a record where the recipient email is already there, right? So the person who I'm trying to create an email, a sort of new chat with, see if it already exists there, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through every single chat, and I'm basically going to check the following, okay? So bear with me on this one. I'm going to say chat.data, right? So we're going to access the chat.data, which is actually going to be, remember when I showed you, it's actually this one right here. So this is the chat.data. And then I'm going to go ahead and say chat.data.users, right? And then .find. And I'm going to say go through all of the users and check if the user is equal to the recipient email, okay? And then what we're going to say is a optional chain value, and then we're going to say dot length is equal, it was greater than 0. So this line of code right here is basically going to go through the chats that exist, and we're basically going to filter, like find inside of the user's array if the user is found with the recipient email, which is the one that we type into the input field, okay? And if the length is greater than 0, this will return some kind of element. Now, to convert, so basically think of it, all of this is either going to return an element or it will return like null or undefined. So if I want to convert all of that to either a Boolean, right, to a Boolean value, so it's either true if a value came back, or it's false if no value came back, then what I do is I do double bang here, right? So you put in a double exclamation mark, and this will convert and basically say if the value was truthy, which means that if there was a value present or anything like that, then it's going to go ahead and be true. And if it was falsy, which means that if the value was undefined, null, or anything like that, then it would become, or even an empty string, then it will basically return false, okay? So what we're going to do is we're then going to go ahead and do an implicit return. So we can say return like this, but because we're doing a one-line bit of code, we can actually get rid of the curly braces, and we have a super sleek function, okay? So the next thing we're going to do is smash the thumbs up button if you're enjoying this right now. All right, so I'm definitely enjoying this as well. Having so much fun right now. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and add in that condition. So I'm going to say validate the email, and then also, right, I want to go ahead and say if the chat doesn't already exist, right, and I'm going to pass in the input as the recipient email, right? So this is basically saying if the chat does not exist, because I'm using a bang, which basically is an opposite, right? So if this is false, then go ahead and add it, right? If it doesn't already exist, and is valid, save. Nice, okay? This is really, really clean, right? So now you can see if we do this, and say if I try and create another chat with sunny@gmail.com, if I go ahead and try and do that now, if I do sunny, let's go ahead and refresh. If I go ahead and say sunny, start a new chat, if I say sunny@gmail.com, now you'll be able to see it didn't create another new chat because it knew already that, okay, we already had one found. Okay, so now we're protecting against that as well. And we can also protect against our own email address being used. So we're actually doing a good job there, right? So now we also have access to that chats collection, okay? So we have the chats snapshot over here. So what we can do with that is we can actually go ahead and render out all of the chats on the screen. What am I talking about? I'm talking about these chats over here. So let me sign into Google quickly on the main account, and I will show you guys how it's happening. It's not server-side rendering yet, right? So here we've got a bunch of chats happening, right? So I want to basically fetch this and render them as so. So how do we do that, right? I'll show you how we do it. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to go down to the list of chats, and here I'll say chat snapshot, which could be optional, .docs.map. For every single chat, right? For every single chat, I'm going to go ahead and return a chat element. Okay. Now inside of this chat element, I'm going to pass in a few props. Well, I need to create the chat element, of course, but what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say chat.id, right? Then what I'm going to do is say the ID, I'm going to pass through as the chat ID as well, because I want to use it as a prop. And then I'm going to pass in the users, all right? And the users are going to be the chat.data, chat.data.users. I'm going to hit save, right? Now it's going to freak out. It's like, whoa, 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 cannot read property map of undefined, okay? So at this point we've got, I can go ahead and firstly I need to create this one. So actually this will not be the error that we're sort of going to expect. It will be, this thing 207. Let's have a look. We've got chat.data, recipient length, and then we have, let's go ahead and create this chat component over here, okay? So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and create a chat component over here. So over on the top of the components, we're going to go ahead and create a chat.js, okay? RFC. Now over here, we got chat. I'm going to go ahead and basically, remember I said we passed in a few props. Right, now the props we can destructure and get the ID and the users out from, okay? We're also going to be using styled components here. So I'm going to go ahead and create my container, right? So I'm going to say container equals, and tab9 comes in clutch, styled.div, right? Div, there we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So after that, I'm going to import styled components so we can use it, right? Right. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and have on here on the sort of like, what do we expect to see here, right? I expect to see the user avatar and a p tag, right? That's basically what we're seeing. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a p tag, which is going to have the recipient's email. Okay. The recipient's email. So this is just going to be like some kind of email. Right? So this is going to be recipient email, right? Hit save. And then if we go into R1, you can see, let's go ahead and refresh and let's pull in that chat component. Let's go ahead and pull it in over here, hit save, and then refresh. Right, and then we're seeing map of undefined. Let's just double check where we're using maps. So doc.map is only over here, and we should in fact be doing docs, there we go. So now if I go ahead and refresh, there you go. So recipient email. So this was the chat that basically we created, okay? If I go ahead and start another one, you're going to be able to go ahead and see that happen here. So if I go ahead and say, let this test at gmail.com, then you can see 2 recipient emails, okay? But we obviously need to make this work in a correct way, okay? So at this point, what we can do is we go into our chat, right? We're going to basically, soup up our chat right here. So we're going to go into the chat, and then what I'm going to do is firstly introduce the user avatar, right? Because I need that next to the user's sort of email address over here. So we're actually going to go ahead and introduce user avatar, which is just a styled component for, so it's going to be a user avatar, capital letter is important. It's going to be a user's avatar for, let's go ahead and say styled component. So it's going to be a material UI. So we're going to say user avatar, styled, and then this is going to be the avatar component. We need to import that from material UI, and then we're going to go ahead and use our styled component. Now for the user avatar, I'm going to say a margin of 5 pixels is required, and then I'm going to be lazy and just say I'm override the margin right with a 15 pixels, so it's slightly greater on the right. Hit save, and you can see, boom, we get that. Okay. Now for the container that's surrounding it, display flex, right? Display flex will go ahead and make it a little bit easier. Display flex pops it into a nice little thing, and then we say align item center. See, tab 9's making it super easy for me to work here, right? Cursor, pointer, and then I can go ahead and say padding of 15 pixels, and then I'm going to go ahead and say word break. What's up, AJ? going to say word break, and here I'm going to say break word, because this is basically going to protect me if somebody has a super long email address. It's not going to just spam the hell out of it. It's going to go ahead and break the word onto the new line. Okay. And obviously you can do different approaches to that. Now, when I hover over this, I want the background color to change. So I'm going to go ahead, and this is what I love about styled components. It's as simple as saying when you hover, change the background color to the following. And I've already got a color here in mind. This is going to be a nice little gray off color that WhatsApp uses. So now if I hover over it, boom. Now this is looking clean, right? This is looking very, very clean. And guys, if you haven't already, make sure you're using tab 9 because it's a great autocomplete, and make sure you've already created that hosting a trial account, because we're going to be using that very shortly. Okay. All right. So at this point, what we're going to be doing is I'm going to have it so that when you click, okay, so firstly, I need to check, right? I need to see if the recipient has a photo URL. We're going to check that one in just a sec. But what we need to do, right? We get the users that come in here, but how do I go ahead and get the recipient? So remember, in here, we have a list of users. Okay. Now I need to create a utility function where I can basically pass in the users array and pass in the user who's logged in email, and it just gives me the other one, this sort of other email. Okay, so we need to go ahead and do that, right? So we need to make sure that we can do that in a very simple manner. Okay, so how the hell do we make that happen, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you guys to utility functions. Now utility functions are very handy things that you can use. Okay, now what I would recommend is just to go ahead and create a folder. So click Firebase, go to that level and type in utils, right? So it can be my utils, or sometimes it's lib. Okay, Ankit, I will definitely bring in Typescript at some point, right? And a different project. So then I'm going to create my first util function, and this function is going to be called getRecipientEmail.js, and this is a very important function, okay? Because this is going to have a sole purpose of basically taking an array, taking the user who's logged in, and then it will basically return to me the string user of. So that way I can have a string value of the recipient that we're talking to, right? So here I'm going to say const, and Jon Snow says, awesome. That's what I'm talking about, dude. And then here I'll say get recipient email equals, and then I'm going to take the users array that we spoke about, the one that's stored in the database, and the user who is logged in, right? So this is going to be a string value user who is logged in. And then I'm going to go ahead, drop an arrow, and this is going to be an implicit return. Hence, we don't have the curly brackets. It's just going to be a straight return. Okay. And these will get prettier. We'll get rid of those in a sec. And then what I want to do is I'm going to say users, which could be, you know, like we have to protect ourselves in this case. We're going to say users.filter, right? Users.filter, and I'm going to filter the user to filter is going to be every single iteration. So we're going to go through those list of users, and I'm going to say, okay, the user to filter, check if the user to filter is not equal to the user logged in's email. Okay, so the user logged in is an object, so this is going to be the following. We'll say user logged in dot email. Okay, now the user logged in is also async because that comes from a hook. Remember the use auth hook, right? That one. But now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, once we get that information, remember we're filtering through a array, which means we're going to get an array back as a result. Now you can use find as well, but in this case we will get the first element back, which will be, it will make sense because it will filter down, which will basically get rid of anyone else besides, you know, the person who's watching. Now at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to hit save, and then I'm going to go ahead and type in export default, right? Export default get recipient email, because I want to be able to use this throughout. Okay, export default get recipient email. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Perfect. Now I've got my utility function, which is my nice little helper function. So what we can do now is some pretty cool stuff. Okay, so I'm going to go to my chat, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and move above my return statement, and I'm going to say const recipient email. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a new variable called recipient email, and let's spell it right. That might help. So let's do recipient. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and say get recipient email. Okay, tab 9, thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and import that from my local utils function, right? So we're going to make sure we import this over here. And then I'm going to say get recipient email from, and I'm going to pass in the users and pass in the logged in user, right? Now this should give me the recipient email, which means that if I go ahead and Let's refresh this. I think we had 2 up here, right? If I go ahead and pop in the recipient email here now and hit save, wait for it, user is not defined. Oh, okay, because we need to use our hook. We need to use the use auth state hook, right? So the user comes in as a prop, the users comes in as a prop, but this one doesn't, okay? Which means that I can go ahead and import my nice little use auth state hook, and then I need to import the authenticated object earlier in the Firebase config. Now, if we do this, you guys should be able to see, oh, interesting, right? We're not actually seeing the user that we're expecting at this point, right? So let's double check what's going on here, right? So we're passing in users, we're passing in the user, and then let's go ahead and console log the recipient email. So we're going to debug a little bit here, and we're going to figure out what's happening, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in, and you can see now if we go to our console, we should be able to see that it says undefined. Okay, so that's not correct, right? Something's happening here. And we were actually getting a user is not defined. We're getting a 500 internal server error. Oh, maybe something's down. That's interesting. So let's go ahead and see. I'm actually going to log out and log back in. And I'm going to quickly log into a different account. And then we're going to create a new chat. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and sign into Sanga. There we go. I'm inside of a chat, and then I'm going to start a chat with papareact.team@gmail.com and hit enter. There we go. And something's freaking out at this point. We've got an undefined. Okay, so let's go ahead and double check. So the way we can debug this, right, is very simple. We can go ahead and firstly double check the ID and the users. So let's go ahead and console log the ID and the users, right? Now we don't have our users. That's why we're breaking here. Right, so what we need to do is go into Sidebar, and you guys are getting a real example here of debugging. So this is exactly what's going to happen here. So you can see the users are not appearing to come through apparently. So we've got the recipient. Let's go to our Sidebar, and then what's actually happening here is we've got the chat snapshot. Okay, great. We've got the docs, we've got the chat, and then we're passing in the users. There we go. Ah, damn it, guys. Save. And now you'll be able to see Papa React comes in. So there you go, right? So that was a real life, that was an unscripted debugging exercise that we literally did on the fly. So at this point, what I'm going to do is we have the chats being listed out, which looks awesome, right? This looks really great, but it's not using the correct image. So in order to get that image, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually update our chat component. Okay, so the chat component, what we're going to say is if the recipient, right, so I need to basically go ahead and fetch a little bit of data from the database in our chat component because we want this to be a little bit smart. Okay, so here what I'm going to say is I'm going to go ahead and say const recipient snapshot, right? And it'll be helpful if we're spelling it right. Recipient snapshot equals, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to say use collection. Okay, and you can see how handy that little autocomplete is coming in, right? So it makes my whole coding experience with tab 9 so clean. Okay, yeah, Nitin, we fixed that one exactly. So we're going to use the collection, and here I'm going to say db, right, dot collection of users. Okay, so the collection of users, and then I'm going to go ahead and say where the email is equal to. So what we're doing here is I'm cross-referencing the users, right? So I'm cross-referencing the users collection on the database with the email of the person who is the recipient, all right? So what we're going to do here is I'm going to say get recipient email, and I'm going to go ahead and pass in the users and the user to get the recipient email. So we have the recipient snapshot. Okay, so what I'm going to do with this recipient snapshot is I'm going to go ahead and say const recipient. And this will be the sort of document. So this will be the recipient snapshot, which is optional because it's async. Then we're going to say go into the docs, and we're just going to protect ourselves there. And we're going to say, okay, now find the first element, right? And again, we're on an optional chain. We just want to protect ourselves there and basically unwrap it, right? So we get all the data from it. Now what I can do is where we have the user avatar, I can go ahead and I can do the following. So I can say here, I can go ahead and say recipient, and then I can go ahead and do this. And I can say recipient, and I can say, okay, if you have the photo, if you have the recipient's data, then I'm going to render the user avatar with the source as the recipient photo URL. Else, right, so this is a ternary, so I'm going to say else. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, what I want to do is actually have the user avatar with just basically the user's email as the first letter. Okay, so if we go ahead and hit save now, and then let's go ahead and double check it. And for some reason, our database is kind of dying on us right now. So let's have a look what's happening. And I am signed in, so let's go ahead to gmail.com. And you can see test came up with a T. Okay, now if I want to go ahead and say, let's just say sunny.sanger@gmail.com. That's actually me, so that won't work. If we do papareact.team@gmail.com, and you can see now it went ahead, fetched the Papa React login, right? Which is amazing, right? This is really, really nice. All right. So this is, we're actually fetching this, which means it kind of reminds me that we now need to go ahead and also update the header of the sidebar to also get the correct user image. Okay, so that's actually a very easy trait we can do. We already have the user here, so all I need to do is go over to the user's avatar, and I need to update the source. So I'm going to go ahead and get the source, and here all I need to do is say user.photo URL, and this means that when we're logged in, boom, we get the logged in image. Okay, so this is still on the sidebar. We're moving pretty fast though. Okay, so at this point, what we're going to do is we have all of this stuff set up, so we're going to go back to our chat. Now, what if I click this? Okay, what if I click one of these chats? What am I going to do? All right, I want to basically route someone. In typical React terms, React router terms, we're going to push a new page onto the stack. So in this case, I need to get a router. Now, the way we can get a router and basically handle any kind of routing inside of React in Next.js is we do the following. We say const router equals use router. And use router is a very nice little import that we can get from Next.js, which is apparently not helping me out right now. So I can go back to here and I can just say import use router from next/router. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to say get rid of the console log, and I'm going to create a function called const enter chat. And I'm going to have this trigger off when the user clicks on a row. Okay. So what I'm going to do in this function is I'm just going to say router.push, and I'm going to push them to the following page. So I'm going to use backticks because I'm going to do string interpolation here, which means I can use variables within a string. And I'm going to push them to /chat/ID. Okay. Now ID comes from the chat ID that we passed in earlier as a prop. Now the music has stopped because it reached the end of a playlist. So I'm going to go ahead and restart the music. Boom. There we go. Right. So what I'm going to do here is I've got the ID. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the ID here. So now what should happen is when I go ahead and click the chat after I connect it. So I'm going to go ahead and say the container, right, should have an onClick. OnClick equals enter chat. Now, did you see that, guys? How quick it did that, right? That was actually tab 9 in full speed. Look at that. It already figured out what I was going to do. So it's an amazing extension, right? And I hit save, and now you can go ahead and see what's happening. So at this point, if I go ahead and go back here and I type in, so let's go ahead and make this full screen. If I click this, can you see how it took me to /chat/this? Right now, Next.js does a very nice thing where if you've gone to route to a page which you haven't set up yet, it says 404, this page cannot be found, right? You can replace this by doing a 404 file inside of the pages, right? So 404.js. This is how you go ahead and do that, right? So it automatically out of the box supports this, okay? We have this routing us to that route. Now we haven't defined that route, okay? Now what's interesting about that route, it says /chat/ a random string. So how do I support that level of complexity when it comes to routes, right, in Next.js? So it's very actually simple to do. And the way we do it is typically what I showed you before is inside of pages, each file represents a route. But if I want /chat/ a specific wildcard of an ID, so easy to do that in Next.js. What we do is we have a file, a folder, and we say folder is chat. Okay. Now, if I want to have /chat, I can have an index.js inside of it, but I don't really care for that. I just need a wildcard. So it could be any kind of, random string. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say new file, and this one basically you put square brackets and then you put the param that you want to be responsible for that, the ID. So in this case, I'm going to do id.js, right? So it's a little bit of a here, but we're going to go ahead and hit enter on that. Okay. So inside of here, this is going to be a sort of a standard React component, and I'm going to call this one a chat, right? So I'm going to do RFC, and this is going to be the chat page. right? So it's actually just going to be chat in this case. And yes, we have got a chat component, but we don't have overlap because this is local to this file and this is just a file name, right? So we're going to go ahead and hit save. Now, with that said, I'm going to do my typical setup. I'm going to say container because we're going to go ahead and start this out. And then I'm going to quickly have, and this is where server-side rendering is coming in. So if you've been excited for server-side rendering, then make sure you get ready, grab your coffee, you know, get your tab 9 installed, set up that hostinger in a bit, right? And then basically get ready for this because this is where, you know, you put on your thinking hat. This is where it gets interesting, right? So we're going to go ahead and import the styled components at the top of the file. So I'm going to go ahead and say import styled from styled components, and then I'm going to go ahead and say const container equals styled div. Thank you, tab 9. There we go. And then I'm going to save. Now, what extension are you talking about? I just joined. So it's the first link in the description. Tab 9 is autocomplete AI, right? Solution to sort of, you know, as I type, it will basically guess what I'm going to type next. Helps me code so much faster. And there's a first link in the description. It is an affiliate link, so it will help the channel grow. Okay, so definitely help me out with that one. Right, so now what we're going to do is when we reach a chat, okay, what I'm going to say is I'm going to have a head, right? So remember, like I said, you have this special head which allows us to change the title of that sort of, you know, the web page that you're in. So at this point, what I can do is I can go ahead and the chat itself is going to be getting a few props. We're going to go ahead and set that one up afterwards, but I'm going to go ahead and say title, and the title of this is going to be, let's just say chat. Okay, so when I get onto this page, I'm gonna say H1, this is a chat, right? So let's go ahead and just double check that this works, right? So to prove to you that this works, you see if it goes to /chat/gibberish, it works. And if we go back to our home page, let's have a look, and we've got this. And if I click on that Papa React.team, this is a chat, right? So we're starting to get there, right? We're starting to get some cool stuff happening now. And then what we're gonna be doing next is we're gonna actually introduce the sidebar here. So I will have the sidebar as part of this page, right? So sidebar like so, and you do need to import this so we can use it. So I'm going to import this. Carl says definitely installed this extension. Yeah, honestly, it's crazy good, man. It's so good. Right, so you can see this, right? The sidebar popped up, and then the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to have a chat container, right? So I'm going to have a chat container, which is going to be just basically a styled div. Okay, so the chat container is very simple. It's going to be a styled div like so. And then we're inside of this chat container, we're going to have a bunch of different styling rules and so forth. Okay, so the container outside is actually going to be a display flex, right? So we're going to actually have a display flex rule applied because we're going to have two children, the sidebar and the chat container itself. As you can see here, the sidebar now gets squeezed to the side, which means that we're actually getting closer to this look and feel, right? And then inside the chat container, we're going to go ahead and use up the remainder of that space. Okay, so this is where things start to get a little bit interesting. Okay, so we've got the chat container, and then we're going to have a chat screen component. Now the chat screen component is responsible for all of the stuff that you see. Okay, so we're going to have a component called chat screen. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and make this one for now so that we can go ahead and have this sort of render out. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, go into components, type in chat screen.js. Okay, go ahead and do this, and I'll go ahead and do underscore RFCE. We've got our chat screen. I'm going to go ahead and prep this with the container. I'm going to go ahead and import the styled from styled components. Here I'm going to say const container equals styled div. All right. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, so right now we can carry on with the ID, this one, and we can go ahead and import this. Now what we can see is if I go back to our actual application, for the chat screen here, for now, I'm going to just say H1. This is a chat. This is a chat, right? So that way, at least you see something. So you see, the goal is right now, we're getting there, okay? But we are moving there, right? So with this bit said, you can see, firstly, this bit's kind of changed, right? So we haven't actually got this, you know, like real-time functionality yet on this ID page. So we will fix stuff like that in a sec, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and say that the chat container is going to be a styled div, and it's going to have a flex one, right? And then we're going to go ahead and say overflow scroll, right? And then we're going to say height of 100 view height, height of 100 view height. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, and I want to hide the scroll bar. So if you notice on the main app, right? If I go ahead and make this a bit smaller, oops, what have I done here? There we go. If I go ahead and make this smaller, you'll start to see some overflow, right? But I don't show a scroll bar. Now, how do I not show a scroll bar? I basically have the following code inside, right? So I say, okay, For the WebKit scroll bar, display none, and then these two. And this basically allows you to not have that sort of scroll bar sort of visible across browsers, okay? So very, very handy thing to have. Okay, and now you can see if I click on these different individual ones as well, we will also route accordingly. So you see how the chat is changing over here, right? So it's looking pretty good at this point, right? So now with the chat screen, right? Firstly, we're going to go ahead and you know, do some server-side rendering stuff. Now, when you are using Next.js, it provides two really nice solutions, right? It provides static site generation, which we're not actually going to be doing much of today, but if we don't server-side render something, it becomes static site generated by default. So our login page, for example, is actually something that we call static site generation. Now, these are the two concepts of Next.js. Static site generation means that we can basically prepare a page on the server, cache it, and then when a user requests that page, boom, it doesn't need to recalculate anything, regather assets. It just caches it, and it's so fast to deliver because it's static assets, right? It's not dynamic information. Anytime you have dynamic information, for example, a chat, right? A chat needs to be refetched every time. So we need to server-side render it. Now, how do we determine where to do what? Basically, Next.js does all of this for you based on what functions you use. Okay, so if you use get static side props, or I think it's get static props, then it's going to basically say that that page is a static page, but by default, the page is already static. But as soon as you use get server side props, then it will go ahead and change that page so that it is basically rendered. So imagine I go to sunnysanga.com, I make a request for a chat page, right? It will go ahead and actually kind of build that page on the server, and it will deliver it to me, right? As the sort of client, right? So this is something to be aware of, okay? So the main benefit here is that, like I said before, web scrapers, things like that, when they come to your page, they're not going to have to wait for the assets to kind of come in. It's going to go ahead and actually have everything kind of populated for you. We simply go underneath our export default chat, right? And we just add in a function. So we say export async, right? Function get server-side props. And basically the goal of this is that before the user sees the page, we are going to fetch a bunch of props on the server, right? And what this does is it stops basically we're kind of pre-fetching the data. So imagine when you come on the page, you don't have to wait a second before you see the chat. It would already be available when you hit the page because the server would have rendered that stuff. And the minute you requested the page, all of it's ready and it kind of gets thrown at you. It's server-side rendered. Okay, so I hope that makes a bit of sense, right? So at this point, we're going to do async function get server-side props. Okay, get server-side props. But basically this gives you something called context, right? Context allows you to basically access things like the params of the URL and the root URL and things like that when you're on the server, right? So everything inside of this function, get server-side props, is happening on the server. So we have to bear that in mind, okay? So at this point, what I'm going to do is we need to do two things. I need to prep the chat and I need to prep the messages beforehand, okay? So how do I do this? The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a reference. The first reference I want to make is just going to be a DB collection to the chats collection. And I'm basically going to go ahead and go into the document of the chat where we basically go into, so imagine this root, it says /chat/ID. And this ID is like a wildcard, right? We're going to go ahead and say const messages ref. Okay. All right. So here I'm going to split this up. I'm going to say, I'll make it very easy for you guys. I'm going to say here, we're going to prep the messages on the server, right? And we're going to save. And then here we're going to say constant message res equals messages res. Sorry, what am I doing? Messages. Okay, here we're going to say await. And then we're going to say ref dot collection of messages. And then we're going to say dot order by the timestamp, right? So when we basically push in those messages, order by the timestamp ascending, and obviously we haven't pushed in the messages yet, okay? So we're kind of, preempting what we're going to do later, and we're going to do get. Now on the server, you can't do snapshot and things like that, right? Because basically it has to fetch on the server and then it gets delivered to you. So it doesn't make sense. You can't really do anything real time after that, right? So we're going to get the messages res. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say const messages equals get the message response, and I'm going to go ahead and say docs, right? Now, where we need to kind of prepare the data on the server side, right? So we're going to say docs.map, right? And then here I'm going to go ahead and prepare it. So I'm going to say for every single doc, what I need to do is I'm going to basically create an object where it has the ID, which is the doc.id. And then we're going to have the doc data spread out, right? So this will basically simplify the array that we're going to send across to the client. Okay, so again, a lot of this stuff can be a bit kind of, you know, it can maybe go over your head a little bit, so it's fine, and everything's going to be okay, right? So we're going to hit save, and then we're going to go ahead and do dot, right, map. So once we have it in the appropriate sort of, you know, style that we want, then I'm going to go ahead and say messages, and then I'm going to say go ahead and, okay, for each of the messages, right? So once we've kind of made it into this format, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So messages, we should get all of the properties of a message, and then I'm going to change the timestamp. Now, whenever you're dealing with an API, whenever you have to stringify some information, okay, very important learning point right now, okay? So whenever you have to stringify a timestamp and send it from an API to a client, you lose the timestamp data type. Okay, so it's very important that you understand what I'm saying right now. You will lose your timestamp data type when you send from the back end to the front end, right? Unless you're doing like a Firebase one or something like that. But if you do it typically just from a JSON stringify and a JSON pass, where you send data from your back end to your front end, then you lose the timestamp. And I did not know this for quite a while, and it was a big bug. And yes, like this is why we need to go ahead, and when we send data from the server, we need to go ahead and manipulate it. So I'm going to say, go ahead and get the timestamp, change it to date, which is on the, you know, on the, on Firebase gives us that functionality, right? Then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and say dot, get time, and this will give me a Unix timestamp. So if you don't know what that is, a Unix timestamp is very simply a number which represents the time. So it has the time zone, everything inside of it. It's just going to be pretty simple to use. Okay, so that's basically what we're doing there. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say we've already translated our data as we needed to. Right, the next thing I'm going to do is prep the chats. Right, so I want to kind of prep the chats. Okay, and this is very cool, trust me. I'll show you how it all works in a sec. Okay, like once it works, it's cool. Like it's cool. Server-side rendering is cool. Okay. Then we're going to say chat res, right? This is going to be a chat response. Now we're going to see await, right? Ref.get, right? So we're using that initial reference to kind of, you know, build everything off of, right? And then what we're going to say is const chat. And again, what I'm going to do here is go ahead and basically restructure or create an object for that chat. Okay. So here I'm going to say create an ID where the chat res is the ID, right? Chat res, is the ID, right? So there we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, and then spread out the rest of the properties inside of that object, inside of the data. So we're kind of like unwrapping it. Okay. So perfect. So now what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and have the following in play. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and return the following. Now, this is the bit where I need you guys to focus. Okay. So when we server-side render, the server basically prepares the page before the client even gets to the page. So once you go on to like sunnysanga.com and you make a request, then at that point you're contacting the server, right? When you contact the server, all of this magic happens, right? So this magic is going to happen on the server before you even see the page, right? Then what happens is we basically, the server returns some props. So that way, when the React app loads up for the first time, it will have props already there, right? So this is why we have a benefit of server-side rendering. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to return an object where the props are going to be the following. And we're going to pass in the messages. And for the messages, I'm going to say JSON stringify. Right, so we're going to JSON stringify, because whenever you're sending data over an API, either from a server to a client, it has to be in the form of text. You can't pass complicated message objects across the network. So imagine, like, you can't just pass a complicated object over the internet, right? It doesn't work that way. You stringify it, and then it's a piece of text, easy to send over the internet, and then you pass it when you receive it. And then we're going to basically pass the chat. Now the chat, I don't need to stringify because it's actually a very simple object. But the other one has a bit more complexity to it. So I'm going to stringify the messages. Okay. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to go ahead and save. Okay, so I'm going to save at this point, and then I'm going to go up to the top. Now my chat, right? So think about what's happening here, right? We basically are going to go ahead and have the server-side rendering occur before the actual page loads. So here, and then we get props, right? The props can get destructured, and then we will get the chat and the messages come through. Okay, so how can you prove that any of this works and that I'm not lying, right? So what we can do here is if I go into my the server-side rendering portion, I say console log the chat and messages, right? Then what you can see here is if I go ahead and show you the terminal and I refresh, look at this, guys. It says, oh, right now we got an error. This is interesting. DB is not defined. So we need to go ahead and fix this. We need to import our DB and import it from Firebase. There we go. And now you should be able to see, it says DB is not defined. And then it says ref.collection order is not a function, right? So let's go ahead and check it's order by, there we go, save. And then we're going to refresh. And then you guys can see, look at this on the server. Okay, so think about what's happening right now, right? On the server, right? We are seeing, so firstly, we are seeing the, let me go ahead and do a fresh one and refresh. There we go. So on the server, we are now seeing, firstly, let's go ahead and see where we are propping it here. We're seeing the chat, which is probably blank at this point because we don't have a chat. That makes sense. And then the messages, right? And the messages right here. So an ID, which is exactly this message, right? And then it's got the users. So the chat ID, and then we've got the users inside of it. So you see how it's basically rendered beforehand, before the page even loads, right? On the server, it gets rendered, which means the deployment will also be slightly different, okay? So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go up to the top where we've got chat and messages, and then we're going to go ahead and firstly pull in our user authenticated object. So again, we're going to go ahead and pop in our handy little hooks and our handy little authenticated object from Firebase. We now have the user, okay? So at this point I can say we can actually enhance our chat at the top by saying chat with, and then we can use our handy little get recipient email function that we created earlier on, which I can pull in, right? And I can pass in the chat.users, which will give me the chat.users that are like from that we got from the server side render, and the user who is logged in on the client, right? So we're mixing some of the server side rendering portion of things that have been popped over and this, right? Now you can see at the top of the page, it says chat with papareact.team, which is awesome, right? And if I go ahead and start a new chat with abc@test.com, now you can see if I click this one, it will say chat with abc@test.com. And if I go here and say chat with papareact.team, there you go, right? So somebody changed that one. That's interesting, right? So, papareact.teen. Oh no, right? .team@gmail.com. That wasn't the correct one. There you go, papareact.team. Right, I done the wrong name. So that's an interesting one. Whoever done that, I think someone must have created that. Right. So, right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to pass in the props that we received from the server-side render into the chat screen. Okay. So basically, when the page loads, when this root loads, we're basically getting a bunch of props, and then we're passing this into the chat screen component. Okay. So here, what we do is we say chat equals chat, and then we can say messages equals messages. What's up, Prashun? Right. So now at this point, we are ready to build our chat screen component, right? So we just did a nice bit of server-side rendering there. For the record, we can go ahead and we can remove that console log, which we did, right? So there we go. So it's going to basically do a bunch of calculations before the page is even reached. Okay, so that's the way we need to think of this. And then we basically get that received as props on the client, and then the prop you can render it out. Okay. So what we're going to do is go into chat screen, and then I'm going to go into, and then we're going to start building out our chat screen. Okay. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, and I just got an email from Steve Johan. I'm not sure if you're watching, but he says, do I get lifetime access to the code repo? Yes. Once you buy the code repo, you get lifetime access to it, even if I, update and add on new things. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to clean this up a little bit. I'm going to go to my users and I'm going to delete the papareact.team, this one, because that wasn't a mistake. All right, so I'm going to delete that one now. There we go. And you can see there we've got it changed as such. And I also want to change the one where I've created a chat. All right, so let's go ahead and create that, delete that one. There we go. I'm going to delete that document. There we go. Now we've cleaned it up. Nice. We don't have that mistake, right? So we're going to create the chat screen component at this point, right? And remember, like there's quite a lot that we're doing here, right? So we basically need to move at a speed that is fast, but is somewhat explainable. And then you guys can go ahead and take your time with the rebuild, okay? So now what we're going to do inside the chat screen is we get the props come through like I passed in. Remember, we've got some props and we get the chat and the messages. Okay, so I need a few things in this screen. The first thing I need is the user who is logged in. So I'm going to go ahead and pull the user in, and then I'm going to go ahead and do this. And I'm going to go ahead and say, wait for it, boom, login, pass that one in, and we pass in this one. And now we've imported the correct dependencies as we needed, right? So we now have the user. Next thing I'm going to need is the router, because we're going to be using that very soon. So I'm going to go ahead and pull in the router. We can pull that in from Next.js. And then I'm also going to need, let's go ahead and start building it out right now, okay? So what we're going to do is we have a header, right? So let's look at the main one. And here you see we have a header, right? So this header is the first thing that we're going to be building. So the header, remember, we have the container. I'm going to go ahead and say header. And this is why I really do like styled components, because it does make the overall workflow quite easy to follow. Okay, so styled div, thank you tab9 for always coming in clutch. And if I go ahead and hit save now, we should see that it disappears because we have no actual context there or any data there. But here we have an avatar, a P, like a H3, maybe a P tag, and then 2 icons over here. So we're going to build that bit right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if there was a recipient, right? And remember, we did this logic earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and show you that how we do that in a sec. But basically, I'm going to have an avatar here. So I'm going to say avatar like so. I need to import the avatar. Okay. So we're going to have the avatar over here. And then I'm going to have the header information. Now, the information is going to represent a div around this stuff. Okay. So over here, I'm going to say header information. So here, header, header information. Right, like so. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit save, and we're going to go ahead and do const like so, and we're going to do this, and it's going to be style div, and hit save. There we go. And then failed to get document is the client is offline. Interesting. Right, now let's double check what's happening here. If I go ahead and restart my server, yarn dev, and let's see what's happening here. And then if we refresh, so while that's happening, what we can do is for header information, we can go ahead and pop in this one. There we go. It's a strange error. If you get that, just do what I just did. There we go. Okay, we've got the header information, which is a div, right? H3. So here I'm going to have the recipient's email. Okay, so this is going to be the recipient email. Okay, that'll be helpful if I'm always spelling that correct. There we go. Oh my God. Let's just say rec email, right? So there you go. You got the recipient email, and then you've got the last active. Okay, so the last active is going to be something a little bit more interesting, right? So we're going to actually do some kind of more complicated stuff around that, right? So here I'm going to say P, and then I'm going to have something like a last seen ... right? So we'll go ahead and, you know, fill that out in a sec. And then the final thing is I want the header icons, right? So I'm going to make a div around the header icons like so. Like this, and then I'm going to go here down to here, and I'm going to say const header icons equals a style div like so. Okay, now inside of the header icons, remember icon button gives us this wicked like you know, clickable floaty sort of look on top of our buttons. So we need 2 buttons. We need the attach file icon and a more vertical button icon. So these 2 buttons, right? And then we surround them in that icon button to get that nice clickable effect. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and do the appropriate imports. So I need 2 different things here. I need the more vertical icon button, and I need the attach file one over here. There we go. And inside of our header icons, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have an icon button for each, wrapping it. So I'm going to have icon button like so, right? And then let's go ahead and do this. And oh God, guys, come on, give it a break. All right, so here we're going to say owner, where is it? Icon button like this. And then I'm going to go ahead and do this and then pop it in here. Oops. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and say for the icon button, I'm going to basically go ahead and do the first one is going to be attach file icon. All right. So attach file icon like this. And then the second one is going to be for the more vertical button icon. Okay. So this one will be more vert icon. Okay. So we're going to do this. Now I will quickly go ahead and clean that one up. Let's go ahead and drop that out. Where is it? Oh, interesting. Where is it? This one here. Guys, come on, keep it clean, please. Like, it's hard to already do a live, you know, let alone this. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and refresh. There we go. Nice. And, oh, I'll get rid of it. I didn't delete it. There we go. Start delete. Nice. There we go. Easy as. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and style this out, okay? So for the, down here, we're going to go ahead and say for the header, we're going to start styling this bit first. Now the header is going to be position sticky because we do want to have, you know, the top elements stick to the top of the page, right? So the style div at this point is going to be, right, position sticky, right? And then I'm going to say background color of white. So background color of white. Oops, background color of white. Then I'm going to go ahead and say a Z index of 100 because I just want to be 100% absolutely sure that it doesn't, you know, like mess me up when I'm trying to like show it over or something. And I'm going to say top 0 to allow it to stick with this, to allow it to stick to the top with position sticky. Then I want the display flex because I want everything inside of it to be padded. Okay, the padding is 11 pixels as well. So display flex and the padding of 11 pixels. Everything now goes into a line because by default your flex direction is a row. The height is going to be 80 pixels. I'm going to align the item centrally and I'm going to give it a border bottom, 1 pixel solid white smoke. There you go. Very nice. Right. The next thing is header information. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say a margin left of 15 pixels. All right. So margin left of 15 pixels like that. It will push it away a little bit. And then I'm going to say flex of 1 because I want this header information container to take up the majority of space, which will push these buttons to the right. Okay. So that's really, really nice when we do it that way. All right. So at this point, I'm going to target the H3 inside and the P tag. So how we can do that is in styled components. It's so easy. We can just say H3 and then we can go ahead and say margin bottom of 3 pixels like so. Right. So you can see it's a very slight adjustment I did. So small things that make it look the final piece. Right. And I'm going to say the P tag is going to be a font size of 14. So let's go ahead and say font size of 14. Thank you, tab 9. And I'm going to say color is gray. All my completions today have been tab 9. They've been in clutch, right? So it's really helping us out. Right, so I don't know why this is happening. But if that happens, it's probably because I'm live right now, to be fair. Because the client is offline, right? Interesting. Okay, so it's probably because we got quite a lot of traffic going to it. But the next thing you want to do is we're going to go over to let's go to the top. We now have the header sort of set a bit, right? We have the header pretty much as we wanted it. So the next thing we want to do is kind of move over to the body. So we're going to call this the message container. Okay, so in here we're going to go ahead and say message container. Like so. Okay, now here we're going to have a function for showing the messages. So here I'll say something like show messages as a function, and then I'm also going to have an end of message, right? End of message. Right, now this is an interesting one. This end of message is just going to be a div at the end of the messages. If you've ever done auto scrolling, you'll know what I'm about to do there afterwards. Okay, so this is going to be something for later. It's going to be a style div, which is going to be pretty much empty, but it allows us to target the end of the messages so that we can auto scroll to the bottom of the page when we type something in. For example, if I'm here and I type in test, and let's go ahead and say like I typed in hello world, notice how it scrolls to the bottom, right? That's because we've got that little trick in place. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that, right? Now let's continue on. So we've got this happening. Message container is not defined. So we're going to create message container. That's a simple div. So here I can say const message container equals style div like so, and you can see this will now pop up. Okay, wait for it. At some point it will pop up. Okay, so there you go. And then you've got, this is starting to look a lot more along these lines. Okay, now over at this point we had a P tag which said last active blah blah blah, but at this point what we should do is we're going to go ahead and I'm just going to clean that out. So we're going to go ahead and do this. Right, so let's carry on. So we're going to go ahead and we've got this last scene over here. Now for the H3, the margin bottom was 3 pixels. There we go. So where we have the show messages, okay, this is going to be an interesting one. So this is where the magic kind of is going to happen, okay? So show messages is actually a very powerful function. And what it's going to do is first, it's going to show you the data that comes through from the server side render, which means that immediately when you land on the page, you're going to see some chat, right? But then what we want to do is we want to make a real-time connection on the client to Firestore. So that way we have the real-time feedback. The minute that's available, because the keys are the same on the chat list, it swaps. So we have the server-side rendered content initially, and then it swaps for the real-time content, which means that when we start chatting further on, you're going to see a real-time feedback, which means that you get the benefit of when you come onto the page of not having to wait for a bit of chat to be seen. And then when you immediately start chatting with someone, you're going to get the real-time functionality of it. So best of both worlds, server-side rendering and client-side at its finest. Okay. Right, now for this chat screen, right? So what I'm going to do is for the show messages at the top, I'm going to say const show messages. And this is going to be an anonymous function, which will simply return some JSX. But in this case, what I'm going to do is actually have a little bit of logic involved in it here, okay? So what we're going to do is I'm going to say, I need to firstly map and get the messages, okay? So we're going to use the use collection. So here we've got the show messages. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and say where we've got show messages, I'm going to go ahead and do if messages snapshot like so. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and say show messages return. And then this is going to say, oh wait, sorry, I need to go up to my use collection. There we go. Use collection over here. There we go. Nice. Right. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to say const messages, right? So messages snapshot, messages snapshot, right? And then equals use collection messages. So you see how good that was, right? It automatically populated it for me. I sent you an iMessage and realized you're busy. Yeah, that's fine. So we can say DB, I'm going to import DB from our local Firebase, right? So I'm going to just full screen this db.firebase, and then we're going to say db.collection. And this is going to go into the chats that we sort of set up earlier. Right, so DB collection of chats. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the doc, and this is the interesting part. Okay. So remember, the route that we're in is going to depend on the chat that we're showing, right? So in this case, we've got the chat / some ID. Okay. So what we're going to do at this point is we're going to go into the root params to get that ID. So I'm going to go here, doc, and I'm going to say router.params, right? So router.params.id. Right, so I'm sure it was router. No, it's not router.params. It's router.query. Sorry, .id. And that will give me the route that we're currently on. So at this point, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say .collection. Right, so .collection, and I'm going to go ahead and say go into the messages. Okay, for a chat, and I'm going to order by the timestamp. Okay, so order by timestamp, and then we're going to do by ascending. Right. And hit save. Okay, so I'll show you guys this in a very simple nutshell. So here we go. You've got the chats. It's going to go into the specific chat based on the route, go into the messages and order them by the timestamp. Okay, so this will give us all the messages that we will have in a given chat. Okay, now once we have that, basically in the show messages function, I'm going to say if we have the messages snapshot. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to return those messages. Okay, so I'm going to return the messages snapshot, right? .docs.map, right? Then what we're going to do is I'm going to go into that and say message like this, and then I'm going to have an open brackets like this, and then I'm going to have the message being rendered on the screen. Okay, so each individual message is going to be its own component, because that will make the whole thing a lot more reusable, easier to go ahead and use it. Okay, so at this point I'm going to say message. Okay, and then basically at this point we would pass in a bunch of props here, right? So I'm going to pass in a few things here. So I'm going to pass in the key. Right, I'm going to pass in the key. And this is going to be the message.id, and we're not using the server-side rendered content yet. Okay, bear that in mind. Right, we're going to be going ahead and using that in a sec. But here I'll say the user is going to be the message.data.user, and then the final thing here. So the message is basically going to be an object, right? Now the object that I'm going to pass in here is going to be message.data. So we're going to spread everything from the message, and then I'm going to get the timestamp. And remember, we did that conversion, right? We did the conversion previously on the timestamp to make it sort of, you know, like a Unix from the server side rendered stuff. So I'm going to convert the stuff that comes over from Firebase on the client to Unix timestamp, so that way we have consistency regardless of where we get the data from. And then here I'll say toDate like this. And if you've done server-side rendering before, that would have made sense. But if that wasn't something that made sense, then that, you know, it's going to sort of confuse you a little bit. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and hit save, and we got the message. Now I need to create this message component. So I'm going to go over here, go into my message.js like so. And then I'm going to do _RFCE. Okay. Right, and I'm going to do my nice little styled components tricks and stuff. I'm going to say const container equals styled.div. Thank you, tab 9. Always speeding up my coding. And then I'm going to go ahead and import my styled component, so that way we can use it. Okay. Now what we're going to do is inside of the message, we're going to go ahead and actually, remember I passed in a bunch of stuff, right? I passed in the user and the message, right? So user and the message. So at this point, what I want to do is I need to render that message on the screen. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is actually show the message. Now the message itself was in an object. Okay. So just for now, I'm going to show a p tag with the message content inside of it. Okay. So message like so. And with that said, now if I go back to the chat screen, if I go down to where it says show messages, and if I uncomment this out and say show messages like so, and I save, now what we can see is I can see this, right? So you can see pretty much if I go into Papa React like so, we should be able to have the messages inside of it, but we need a way of adding the messages. Okay. Right, I'm going to actually take something down in a sec, so that way you guys can't keep adding to the database, right? So in order to prevent that, I'll show you how to do that, right? So with Firebase rules, you can make this very simple. You can go ahead and do edit rules, and I'm just going to stop the reader write until I need to go ahead and mess it, right? Allow reader write false. There you go. Kill the fun for everyone, right? So that's actually not the way it would be. Allow, it's not this one. It's not if, we'll say if, let's just say if false right now. I think that should force it as a lazy way of doing it, right? So we're going to go ahead and do that. So now we shouldn't get any more of that headache. Okay. This is why this is why you don't share the credentials. Now it's a learning curve, you know? So now let's go ahead, and we've got the end of messages over here. So now when we show the message, it will be there like so. Okay. Now what we want to do is we're going to actually go ahead and have the type of message here. And then what I'm going to do is for the, let's go ahead and sort this out. So right now I'm going to have we've got the message container at the bottom. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and pop an input container here, because I need a way of basically at the bottom of the screen having some kind of text, right? Right. So at this point, when we got this. Okay, cool. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do the following. So we're going to go ahead and pop in, where is it? What am I looking? Yeah, the input container. So that's our goal to get this nice bottom bit done. Okay. Now for the input container, I'm going to go ahead and have a little smiley face icon. So this smiley face icon over here. So for this one, input container, I'm going to say insert emoticon icon. There we go. Okay. And emoticon icon. There we go. And then what you want to do is basically import this as required from the top. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and import this at the top like so. And then we have it there. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to have the input. Okay, so the input is a styled input. So let's go ahead and get the energy back up, guys. Go ahead and say input. There we go, input like so. And I'm going to go ahead and create a styled components, which is going to say const input. Okay. Or let's just say input equals styled div, right? And then at this point, we're going to go like so, right? And I'm going to go ahead and do this, right? So we have the input like so. And for this one, I'm actually going to go ahead and I'll show you what I'm going to do after that. But we actually have, okay, so this is very interesting. So the input container is not actually going to be a div. Okay, so the input container is not going to be a div. It's going to be a const input container. It's going to be a styled form. Okay, so it's going to be a styled form, and this will allow us to have it. So where is it gone? So right now we actually don't see it. Missing or insufficient permission. Oh, come on. Let me do read only then. That's because we propagated it. Let's just go ahead and do rules, and then we'll go ahead to allow read if false, and then we can say allow read. There we go. Allow read. Allow read. There we go. And that will allow us to read, but not write to the DB. Okay. So that will go ahead and fix that issue for us. But what we can do is we can just focus and we can code on it like this, okay? So where we have the input container, this is gonna be this one over here that you see down here. The input, to get it looking like that, right? What we do is the input container is, we're gonna go ahead and say, where is it? Input container, so down here, we're gonna say it's a styled form, okay? So styled form like this. And then what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna basically go ahead and say display flex, like that. I'm gonna say align item center. So align items center, okay? And then what I'm gonna do is padding of 10 pixels, okay? Then I'm gonna say position is sticky, right? So position is sticky. And I'm gonna say the bottom is of 0, okay? And then the background color is gonna be for white, okay? So the background color is gonna be white. And then I'm going to do a Z index of 100. Okay, that's awesome. Looks really good, and everything is perfectly as we kind of needed at this point. Okay, now what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead, and this should be now readable. We should be able to have this as a read. Let's go ahead and see if we do it. There we go. Perfect. So if there's missing or insufficient permissions, that's fine. We can fix that after. But for this one now, what we can do is where we have the input field, this is going to be a styled input, sorry. And this one will actually go ahead and do the following. So we'll say styled input, and I'll say this flex 1. So it's be flex 1. And then we're going to say align the item centrally, right? And then we're going to say padding of 10 pixels. So we go padding of 10 pixels. And then we're going to say position sticky, but this is going to be sticky to the bottom. There's reasons why you want to do position sticky, even for the bottom, okay? It's so that you don't have to mess around with a lot of padding issues and stuff like that. Now we're going to do a background color of white, right? Background color of white, right? And then what we're going to say is going to go background color of white, and then we're going to do a Z index of 100. Okay, so for this one, we're going to actually have, no, this is the input, sorry. We're going to have a background color of white smoke. Right, for the background color of this one. So the input, we're going to have the following. So I'm going to just drop these in. Right, for the input, I'm going to have the following here like this. And then for that one, we have it like that. Okay, there we go. And that's how we get this nice looking sort of stuff over here, right? The final thing on the other side is we're going to have a mic icon. So at the end of the input container, I'm going to have a mic icon like this, all right? So the mic icon isn't defined at the moment, so I need to go ahead and pop that in. So here, what I'll do is I'll pop the mic icon in. So now we've got this, right? So at this point, we've got all of these different chats happening over here. So if I go, for example, to J, right? So his message is not defined, okay? So we need to obviously fix the message portion of what we're doing. So I need to render in the message. So where have I got the show messages? Let's have a look. We've got the message here. So I'm going to go ahead and hit on components message like so. And then we refresh, and let's have a look what's happening here. So it says objects are not valid as React children. So we're not actually passing in the correct structure yet, okay? So the reason what we need to do here is found with objects message timestamp user photo URL, okay? So let's have a look at our chat screen, right? So let's have a look at that one, and we can see here that we've got the message data, and then for the message itself, we have the message.data, and we have timestamp, which is message.timestamp to get, there we go, okay? And then what we're going to be doing is we're going to say, and let's comment out the messages for now, okay? Because I want to show you that in a sec, right? So if we render this out, there we go, okay? Now what we want to do is we need to basically get that input field stuck to the bottom in the correct fashion. So for the message container, we're going to do the following styles, okay? So message container, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the following. So we're going to go to our styled component, and I'm going to do a padding of 30 pixels. Where is it? Padding of 30 pixels, background color, and a view height of 90. And there you go. Like, look how nice that looks, right? But we have this overflow issue, okay? So we need to fix the overflowing issue and make sure that that's correct, okay? So at this point, we need to go through and sort of adjust the styles. We'll do that in a sec. But we need to make it so that we don't have this incorrect overflow happening. So if I go to my sidebar right now and I go to that container, I'll show you where we can basically enhance it. Okay, so if I go into my sidebar, the container, we should be able to now go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to apply the following styles now, explain what they do. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say flex 0.45, right? Border right 1 pixel solid white, so it gives a nice border right. Height of 100 view height, okay? And then I'm going to say min width is 300 pixels, max width is 350. So it is going to be responsive when you change this, but it will only grow and shrink up to a certain point, right? And then after that, you can use media queries to, you know, go ahead and do it. And then we got overflow Y for the scroll, okay? Now WebKit scroll bar over here, this stuff is to hide the scroll bar. So now you can see, look, we've got this nice scroll functionality, okay? Okay, so at this point, we've got this happening, okay? So this is looking pretty good at this point, right? So what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna go over to our chat screen and we're gonna finish off the chat screen, okay? So I've got the chat screen up and running and we just need to basically get the actual chat functionality working in the way that we want, okay? So for the input, I'm gonna go ahead and map this to a piece of state. So the input over here right now, I need to create a piece of state to basically go ahead and update as I type in. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to have our typical approach of this. I'm going to say const input set input equals use state. Okay, so it's a piece of state inside of React. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to map it to the input field down here. Okay, so I'm going to map it. So I'm going to say over here, what we want to do is the value is going to be the input. And then we're going to say the on change is going to be equal to e set input. Okay, set input like so, and this is going to be e.target value. Okay, so every time sort of the user types into that input field, it will update the memory and state. Okay, now what we need to do is a little trick here. So obviously input container is a form, right, which means that I want to have a submit functionality. Okay, so here we've got the button, right? I'm going to go ahead and create a regular HTML button, and there's a reason why I'm doing this. Okay, it's going to say send message, but we don't actually even show it, but I'm just doing this so you can understand what it's doing. It's going to be hidden. So we're going to pass the hidden attribute, which means it doesn't even get shown on the page, right? If I don't do this, you'll see it says send message down here. So I'm going to show you guys here. You see it says send message over here, right? So send message over here like this, right? So what we want to do is make this a hidden button, but it's still functional. Okay, so I want it to be hidden, but I still want it to be functional. And that's how you do that. You just say button hidden, and then I want to say disabled if there is no input. So this will prevent the user from sending, you know, a message if there is no input already there. And then we're going to say the type of the button is submit. Thank you, tab 9 for coming clutch. And then we say on click is going to trigger a function called send message, which I'm going to go ahead and write now. Okay, so over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const send message equals, like this. Okay, so it equals a nice thing over here, right? The send message takes an event, and then what we need to do to prevent the page from refreshing is e.prevent default. Okay, next what we want to do is I want to go ahead and basically do two things. When a user sends a message, I want to update their last active or last seen to their most recent activity. So every time they send a message, I'm going to go into the user's document and update their last scene. That's how we get the real-time live scene functionality. And then I will go ahead and map the sort of the last scene status to the UI and, you know, update things like that. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say db.collection. So db.collection, and then I'm going to go into the users. So I'm going to change this to be users. And then I'm going to say doc, and I'm going to use the user's UID for the person who's logged in. Okay. Now here I'm going to do set. Okay. Now set, if there isn't a document there, will create one for me. But the thing that we want to do is pass a second argument, which is merge true. And that means that it won't override everything that was currently in there. Now inside the object that we're going to pass to it, I'm going to say last scene will get updated with the following value. Okay. So I'm going to get import Firebase from Firebase. So we're going to import Firebase from Firebase. There you go, tab 9 coming clutch. And I'll say Firebase.Firestore, all right, Firebase.Firestore dot field value, right, dot server timestamp. And this will basically give the latest value on the server, okay? So this will be the first thing. So when they send a message, it will update their last scene, right? So this will update the last scene. here, right? That's what happens there when you do that. And that looks really, really cool. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to say db.collection of chats. Okay. And then we're going to go into the chat itself. And remember, we have access to this based on the router.query. So we're going to say router.query.id. Okay. So this is why we use that one. And I'm going to say .collection of messages. Okay, .collection of messages, and I'm going to say add, right? Because we're basically, in essence, adding a message in, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add in a timestamp, right? So I'm going to add in a timestamp, and this timestamp is going to be nothing but no different to the previous value that we got, okay? It's going to be the server timestamp, okay? So at this point, what we're going to do, and here I'll say the message is going to be the input, okay? Then once we've got that, I'm going to say the user is going to be the user's email. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say photo URL is going to be user.photo URL. Okay, and then what we do is once we send that message or add it to the database, I'm going to set the input. Oops, I'm going to say set the input to a blank string. So it goes ahead and changes it. And then we will scroll to the bottom after that, but I will go ahead and do one thing at a time. Okay, so once we've done that, and once we have that sort of, set up and working, what we now will do is we will go ahead and uncomment the show message. Okay, so that should work for us. If we go ahead and say if messages snapshot, return docs.message and so forth, like so. Okay, and then what we'll do is I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and firstly try this out. So I'm going to go here. Oops. So I'm going to go to my code, and it says objects are not valid as the children. So we're not passing it incorrectly at this moment. So I will debug that in a sec. But right now, if I type in ABC, enter, and we got no error, which means I can assume that it pretty much went into the database at this point. Okay. So with that said, what I'm going to now do, okay, is I'm going to go ahead and set things up so that way we can actually start seeing some kind of message on the screen. Okay. So remember what we did before, right? Where I went ahead and said, oops, I went ahead and said, okay, if the messages snapshot is available, then go ahead and render it, right? But remember, we actually went ahead and did quite a lot of work, right, to go ahead and actually get the server-side rendered content. So this right here is what is happening when we render based on the client. So as soon as the client is connected, it will then go ahead and fetch the real-time information. But before we even reach the page, we want to use the server-side rendered content that the server generated to basically give us a value immediately. Okay, so if I do that, I'll say return JSON.pass, right? Because remember, we JSON stringified it from the server. I'm going to pass the messages that come back, and I'm saying map, and every single message that comes back, I'm going to go ahead and render, you guessed it, a message component. Okay, and this is why we pass in a sort of different format. So now I'm passing in the same thing, the key, the user, which is the message.user, and the message itself. Okay, so now with this said, I can go ahead and show messages, and let's see what happens. Let's go over down here and then show messages, and it probably will die. There we go. Okay, so it did die. And I'm going to save and go into my message, and let's debug, right? So message.message is actually the correct value that we wanted. So at this point, look at this. Hello, Sunny ABC. And if I say, yo, this is Papa React, there we go. Okay, so this is working, right? And if I go into any of these chats right now, look at this. It will actually give me that value. Okay, now it's not actually server-side rendering in the way that I expect it to, right? So because right now you see there's that little delay. When we reach the page, it should give it to us immediately, right? So we will debug that and check out what's going on there afterwards. Okay, but until then, we can go ahead and carry on building this out, right? What we want is, the goal is to basically change a page, and you see as I come onto the page, it will go ahead and then let me go ahead and refresh this one. When I come onto the page, let's have a look, then it basically already has the text available. Can you see that? Right, so that's where the server-side rendering comes in versus client-side rendering, where there's a little delay. Right, so this is awesome, guys. Thank you so much for this stuff. Right, so what I'm going to now do is, where we have the recipient email at the top, I'm actually going to fix this one first, and we'll just go ahead and we'll slowly fix these issues. Right, so the first thing I want to do is the recipient email. Okay, now the recipient email, I need to go ahead and do the following for. So I'm going to go into the top here, and I'm going to say const recipient email equals, and I'm going to say get recipient email. So we're using our helper function that we created earlier. Okay, so this is get recipient email, And I'm going to go ahead and do the following, and I'm going to say chat.users. Okay. And I'm also going to pass in my user. So chat.users was what came in from the server previously. And then I'm going to basically combine that with the user that we have, and this will give me the recipient's email. At this point, what I'm going to do is go here and pop in the recipient's email. Okay. So now if we check this out and I go ahead and refresh, so our server-side rendered information isn't actually coming through the way that we expect it to. So we need to debug this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is console log the chat and messages, and let's see what's happening behind the scenes and see what's happening. So we got the object of empty, right? So it's got an ID inside of it, and this one's got an ID inside of it, and this one's got an ID inside of it, but something's not happening. Right, so it's an object, and then we've got an empty users array. We shouldn't have an empty users array, so we need to go and debug it and see what's happening. So before we reach chat screen, we are at ID. Over here, let's debug this and see if we're doing it correct. Okay, so chat is being passed here, messages is being passed over here. Right, so this all seems pretty okay. Everything seems pretty all right at this point. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to double check that all my logic here is correct. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just go ahead and swap this out with the following. There we go. Everything seems pretty good at this point. We're going to go ahead and double check. So everything here is coming through in the way that we expect. So on chat screen, let's just double check for a second and see what's going on. So now you can see that things are coming through in the correct way. The IDs are coming in like we expected them, right? But if I go ahead and refresh, let's see, right? So we should be getting the chat or the users in there at this point, which we're not getting, right? We're not getting that at the moment. But if I go ahead and type in, let's just say test, right? Interesting. We'll figure this one out. Right. So the chat right now is blank, right? So we're actually getting a blank chat and so forth. But if I go ahead and do this, and I go ahead and, oops, and I go ahead and do the following, and I do this, and I go ahead and do chat like so, then let's go ahead and see what we get. So we get the second one, which is line 18. This is coming through. The chat is coming through. Okay. Now the chat users is not coming through, which is interesting. Okay. So let's see where we're using this right now. So we've got the chat.users. So this is actually not coming through in the way that we expect it to. Okay. So something is not going on correctly on the server side rendering portion of the build. Okay. So if we double check this, let's have a look. Get server-side props, go into the chats, get the context query ID, get the messages, timestamp ascending, get this stuff, go to timestamp.toDate, there we go. And then we go ahead and stringify it and we pass it through as the props. At this point, let's console log the chats that we get and let's see what's happening. Console log chat. And you guys are seeing a live debugging session right now. Right, so this is where we get the messages. And then what we do is go ahead and refresh. Let's have a look. Okay, so it comes in and you see even over on this point on line 11, we're getting a chat with just an ID and we're getting the console with just an empty messages. So the messages is actually, I think, okay at this point, right? But what we need to do is actually go ahead and just double check why this is all happening. So messages, timestamp, ascending. Let's have a look. The database.collection. So if I go here and I go into my chat or chat screen like this, and I go ahead and see. Now if I go ahead and request the page, refresh, let's see what's happening. Okay. Now you can see that we're not even getting anything come through at this point. So I think what's actually happened here is we've probably exceeded a quota. So I have a feeling that's what's going on. Okay, so I'll show you guys how to build this out. No worries, I'll show you guys how to. If I go ahead and refresh this to see if that's what's happening. No, it's not. Interesting. Okay. So we're inside the chat screen. Let's restart this server. Okay. And in the meantime, what we can do is let's go to our sidebar and let's go ahead and check if everything's good there. So we are pretty good there. Let's go to our ID. Oops. Let's go to our ID. So ID like this. Save. Okay. Interesting. Let's go ahead and refresh this. sign in with Google. And what I'm going to do is quickly sign in over here. And then I'm going to go ahead and, okay, so if I type in, let's just type in something like that. Okay, so we have got a new chat. Interesting. As if I say hello world. Okay, interesting. Right. So in this case, I guess you just need to refresh. Okay, so at this point, this is pretty good. And if we refresh, let's have a look. We should see our chat. Okay. So I'm not sure what happened there, but we're good now. Right, so now we are getting our sort of data come through. And if we refresh this even, we should be getting it. Okay, so it's server-side rendering as well. Awesome. This is exactly what I wanted. If I go to test@gmail.com, we are back. We are back, guys. It's all good. Okay. So now if I go to test@gmail.com and I type in hello world, enter, now you guys can see, look at this. The server-side rendering is working. So as soon as I hit the page, I have the data. That's awesome, guys. That's actually so crazy powerful, okay? Now what we're gonna do, and you see what we did there, we didn't freak out, we debugged, right? We debugged and we figured something out. Now if I go ahead and type in like, hello, guys, you see how it works there? And if I go here, look at that, immediately, it's immediately there, right? Okay, let's go back to the chat screen. Now, what we're gonna do on the chat screen is we're gonna carry on killing it, guys. So the chat screen here, I'm gonna go ahead and do the following. So, oops, let's go here. So at the top, I'm gonna go ahead and fetch the recipient. So, and so I'm gonna go ahead and say db.collection of users, right? Where the email is equal to, and then I'm gonna go ahead and pass in the recipients. I'm going to go ahead and say get recipient email. Can you see how our helper functions are coming in handy, right? Helper functions are everything. Honestly, they are very handy. And we do chat.users, and I'm going to go ahead and pass in the user as well. Oops, chat.users, and I'm passing this right now. Save, and this will give me the recipient snapshot. Okay. Now at this point, what I want to do, go down to just before the render, the return, and I'm going to say const recipient, right? And I'm going to go down and then pop in here. I'm going to say recipient snapshot. So I'm going to say recipient, oh god damn it, how do I spell this right? Recipient snapshot, there we go. Recipient snapshot, docs, docs, okay. And then we're going to access, I'm just safely accessing with optional chaining, okay. And then I'm going to say .data, like so. Okay, now this will give us the recipient, right? Their details. So at this point, I can do something pretty cool. Okay, so I can actually replace this avatar call with something a bit more souped up. And I can say, if there is a recipient, use their picture. Otherwise, if they don't have a picture, you know, or like if we just have the email address, just use this. Because remember, they might have not created an account yet. Okay. The session will be available afterwards, yes. And now you can see, oh, there we go. Cannot read property data of undefined. That's because we need to optional chain this one as well. Because this user test@gmail.com never signed in, so they wouldn't have any details. So you can see this, right? There we go. Whereas if I go into Sunny, there you go, it works, and we see that as it is, okay? So at this point, right, we want to now adapt the last scene. Okay, so last scene, we're going to use the recipient's snapshot to do this, right? So the recipient snapshot, what I do is I say, if there was a recipient snapshot over here, so let's go ahead and say, if there was a recipient snapshot, so let's go ahead and just copy this, right? If there is a recipient snapshot, then what I want to do is I want to return the following. So I'm going to get rid of this old crap, this stuff, and I'm basically going to say a p tag, and this one's going to say last active, right? Last active with a colon, and then I'm basically gonna do a little bit of spacing manually here, and then I'm gonna say, okay, drop in the following here. I'm gonna say recipient, right? Because remember, recipient is asynchronous, so we're gonna say recipient. Oh god damn it, recipient dot last scene dot, and this is again is optional, to date, right? And then what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna go ahead and say. There you go, right? So I'm going to go ahead and show something here. Now I'm going to use a very nice library called TimeAgo, right? So TimeAgo comes from a library called TimeAgo React, and basically what it's going to do is it's going to take a timestamp, and then it's going to go ahead and determine the time since that timestamp. So we're going to do yarn add timestamp. At this point, we're going to do TimeAgo And I basically just need to go and import that at the top of the file. So I need to go ahead and say import time ago from time ago React. And then down here, what I can do is, you see we're doing a ternary, which means I do have something else that I need to show if we don't have it, okay? And what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna say unavailable if we can't do that, right? And then what I need to now do is close my p tag, right? So I've closed the p tag, and I basically need to have a ternary here, which says loading, right? So if there was doing something, then I'm just gonna say, you know, like you're loading at this point. So we're just gonna say loading last active, okay? Loading last active. Now look at this, so sick. That's so cool. That's so cool. And now if I go ahead and hit refresh, so I was last logged in 6 minutes ago, and you see if they're not available, it'll just say unavailable. So this is just some random account, but I actually did sign in 6 minutes ago, right? And it worked. Now I'm gonna share this live on my Facebook group, Facebook. Amazing stuff, dude. Thank you so much, right? So this is so cool right now because it works in the way that we expected, right? So if I said like, wow, it works, right? And then Papa React is now live. So if I go into sign in with Google into the other account, right? Then what's gonna happen is we're gonna now see, look at that, last active 14 seconds ago. So literally it updated it, right? And if I come in here and say like, hey, Sonny, you know, like we're talking back and forth with some crazy inception right now. And if I go log it back into the other account, so we're running back and forth. And obviously I will, you know, I could just open 2 windows and have a chat here. But look at that, last active just now. And after 10 seconds, it'll say 10 seconds ago. Now also we have server-side rendering, where you can see like there's no delay. Right, you remember there was an initial delay before. There is absolutely no delay right now. As soon as you hit the request that page, it renders it on the server. And the thing to look at here is look at the page route changing up here. So the page route is changing at the top, right? So it requests the page, the server renders it, and then it will go ahead and find it. Now all we need to do over here, I'm gonna just style out the messages, and then we'll get it working in the way we expected. Right, so now I'm gonna go here, and then let's go to our message, right? So message over here. And now what I'm going to do on the message is that we're going to go ahead and I need to get the logged in user. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, the user logged in. We've got a slight different naming convention here, which is fine. I'm going to pull my local authentication object, and there we have it, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm basically going to go ahead and determine, right? So this is actually a very cool bit of code, right? I'm going to basically determine the type of message that I'm going to send. Right, so this is a very cool use case of basically determining if somebody is a sender or a receiver. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a p tag. So imagine this p tag right here. Yeah, this is going to be the type of message that I'm going to send. Right now, this is going to basically be, let's just say this is called a message element. Right now, pay attention because this is a very good lesson in terms of styled components, and honestly, like it's pretty cool. Like I'm not gonna lie, this is actually a very cool trick that you can do. So we're gonna have a styled p tag. Okay, so this styled p tag is basically gonna be, it's gonna have over here, we're gonna have width, and it's gonna say fit content, and basically this is gonna be all the look and feel of a message, right? Content. Right? And then I'm going to have a few other things on my padding, border radius, margin, padding bottom, text positions, all that stuff. I'm going to pop that in here. So this is how a message element will look. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to differentiate between a sender and a receiver. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a sender. Now what you can do is you can extend your styles, right? So I can say styled, and I can go ahead and say message element, right? So I can extend the message element for the sender. And now the difference for the sender is I want their message to be all the way on the right. So I'm going to basically put a margin left auto, and I'm going to change the background color. And for the receiver, I'm going to do slightly different, right? So now I'm going to go here and say receiver should be a message element as well. So it gets all these properties, but it's going to be background color white smoke, and the text align will be left, right? A few different changes for a sender and a receiver. So at this point, how do I determine if somebody is a sender or a receiver, and they'll both benefit from message element? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const type of message here equals user, right? Is equivalent to user logged in, right? So user logged in email, right? So if the user is the one who is logged in, right, then they are the sender. Otherwise, they are the receiver, right? And that means that the type of message is going to be the one that is going to be wrapping our p tag. So that, I hope that made sense. But basically what's happening is it will choose which element to make, which styled component to use based on if you're logged in or not. And boom, look at that. That's so cool. Honestly, like, wow, look at this. And if I change this to p tags, we get our basic stuff, right? The minute I change it to this new type of message, it's just a type of message. That just got me hyped up. Look at that. Boom. That's just powerful, guys. That is powerful, guys, right? Like, and if I go here, like the sender, boom, that's just awesome, right? It's so, so powerful. The final thing I want to do is I'm going to have a timestamp, okay? So the timestamp, we're going to go ahead and have a const, and this is going to be a span tag because it's going to be within the p tag. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a timestamp over here. So this is going to be const timestamp equals styled span, and the timestamp element, I'm going to go ahead and pop it inside of our p tag, and this is just going to be the following. Okay, so if we have it available, so if we have the timestamp available, we'll say message.timestamp, then we're going to use something called moment. Okay, so we're going to install moment. So moment is a very good library for managing like dates and timestamps and things like that. And I'm going to use it in this case to basically convert a Unix timestamp into the appropriate visible timestamp that we want to mess with. Right. So I've installed moment right there with yarn add moment. And then I'm going to go ahead and say moment, and I'm going to say message.timestamp, right? .format, and I've got this short format here called LT, and you can go on Moment's website if you're interested in learning a bit more about that. And I'm just going to add in, if you have a timestamp, then show it in that format. Otherwise, just show ... Right now, let's go back over, and it says moment is not defined. So let's go ahead and import moment from moment. There we go. And then we can go ahead and refresh. Now you can see, look at that, we get this, right? Now, obviously this is happening because we haven't wrapped our component in the appropriate timestamp styled component. So if I go ahead and pop in the timestamp like this, and I go ahead and cut this and pop it inside, now we can see we get a beautiful looking timestamp, right? And here, if I have a chat with myself and I say like, yo, what up? And then you go, look at that. You see how in the beginning, the timestamp was asynchronous, hence it showed 3 dots. Then it populated and it came in. So now if I go ahead and say, yo, pay attention to underneath there, 3 dots, and then it showed it, okay? And even when we do the server-side render, let's have a look at what's happening here. It already has that data from the server-side render, uses it, switches to the real-time listening, and then as soon as I type in, wow, works. Which is incredible. It's really, really nice, right? So at this point, this is looking perfect. Like it's just looking really, really nice, okay? Now there's a slight difference in the sort of line height here, which I do want to quickly fix. But if we go to the chat screen, right, then what we want to do is I want to also make it scroll to the bottom every single time I type in a message, okay? So every time I send the message, I'm going to go ahead and create a helper function, which is just going to simply scroll to the bottom of the page. Now the helper function that I want to have is I just need to basically have a reference to this one here. So end of message, right? So this is simply a div. This is a styled component, which is a div. And here I'm going to say reference equals end of messages ref. And if I go up here and create a reference to it, so let's go ahead and get rid of our console logs from earlier. And I say const end of messages ref equals use ref. And if you want to know more about references, we cover it in 0 to Full Stack Hero React Basics. The link is in the description. Feel free to jump in. Right? And this will basically connect a pointer to that element. Now, what's cool about this is that because I'm pointing at the element underneath all of the messages, I can scroll to that point whenever I fill. Okay, so I'm going to create this scroll to bottom function, right? So I'm going to go down here and say const scroll to bottom like this. And this is just going to be a helper function. And inside of here, I'm going to go to the function that we're pointing at, and I'm going to use this scroll into view. So end of messages ref, get the current thing you're pointing at, then scroll into view, and then you add these two things, behavior smooth and block start, and it will give you a very nice little trick. Okay, so this is a very nice little trick you can do. And then what you can have is you can just say scroll to bottom at the bottom there. Now, obviously you should use camel casing there. So there we go. Scroll to bottom. Code with hash add. Yeah, it's a very nice trick, right? Very, very nice trick. Now, if we go ahead and let's just say, wow, that's cool. And there you go. You see how it just scrolled to the bottom? If I type in test 101, and then we can keep having ABC, ABC, ABC. Let me just spam it a little bit. There you go. You see how when I type in, it does it, right? Now, what I can do to basically support that little bit of a difference at the bottom is basically going to go ahead and I can pad it a little bit, okay? Right, so at this point what I'm going to do is end of messages right here. I'm just going to give it a margin bottom of 50 pixels, so that way we have some, you know, leeway when we have that little push, right? So now if I go down here and I type in ABC or like hello 1 2 3, you see how we've got the nice little gap at the bottom now. Okay, so that's perfect, everything is working great. Now at this point, right, we have real-time messaging, we have a last seen active status, everything has been built with our lovely, you know, styled components. And I just want to fix that. I just fix that little bit at the top because that was bugging me a little bit. Right, so that is simply at the point at which we have the header. Okay, so inside the header we have the header information, which is a h3 tag. Let's have a look at where that is. We've got the header, which is a h3 tag, and then we got the recipient email, recipient snapshot, p tag inside of there, header information. Let's have a look at where we style it. Margin left of 15 pixels, okay. Flex of 1, okay. Margin bottom 3 pixels, okay. And a font size 14 pixels, okay. I mean, interesting. I don't know where I'm getting this spacing from, but I'll figure that one out. Okay, but in the meantime, I mean, you can mess around with that. You can, you know, it's a very small tweak. But with that said, guys, I'm pretty sure at this point, our application is where I needed it to get to, okay? So if I go ahead and type in, like, let's just say j4399@gmail.com, and this is Jay's email address. Obviously he's never signed into this version of the account. That's why it says active, unactive, unavailable, and so forth. But we can go ahead and send him a message, and when he signs in, it will work. Okay, so I say, wow, this works. Enter, and you can see, like, look, it scrolled me down, everything works as we expected it, and server-side rendering is in place. Let's deploy this app right now. This is gonna be a hell of a lot of fun. We're gonna deploy using Versal. So at this point, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up my GitHub. Okay, so GitHub, and I'm gonna open up the my personal GitHub, and I'm gonna go ahead and add a new repo. And here I'm gonna go ahead and say the repo name is gonna be simply, let's just say it's gonna be WhatsApp version 2, right? WhatsApp v2, and this is gonna be a private repo for now. And I'm gonna create the repo over here, right? So like so. So what I'm going to do is I need to push this to GitHub first. That's the first step, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and push to my GitHub. Now I'm not going to do a run through of too much of how to do GitHub stuff here, but all you want to do is create a private repo, copy this line down here, go ahead and type in git remote add origin, okay? So git remote add origin like so. And then what we want to do is do git add all to add all my files. Git status will show us all of the files that we have in our commit. I'm going to say git commit the entire app. Let's just say right now, just to say the entire app. We're pushing it to GitHub. Then what I'm going to do is say git push. All right, now git push, we're going to use this little command here, paste. And now this is pushing to GitHub, okay? So at this point, if I refresh my GitHub, you can see it's pushed over to GitHub, okay? So that's really cool. It's on my personal GitHub. Now what I need to do is move over to Versal, right? So Versal is basically the company behind the guys over who, you know, who have sort of set up Next.js. This is a company who does a lot of deployment work and things like that. So what I'm gonna be doing here is going ahead and clicking new project. So all you need to do, it's free to set up a Versal account. So it's versal.com/dashboard once you're here. But all you need to do is go ahead and sign into versal.com, okay? So you just need to sign in. Once you have your account, click on new project. It is free to get to this point. You click on new project, you connect your GitHub, and you should be able to see your repo. So in this case, it's WhatsApp v2, okay? Then we're gonna go ahead and click import. Now here we just pretty much select our account, right? And then what we want to do is go ahead and keep the project name simple. Then the framework it already figured out was Next.js. We can keep all of these as their static simple variables. Now environment variables can be used if you want to use them. Build and output settings can be changed if you want to change them. However, it's not needed at this point, right? You don't need to change it, okay? So at this point, what we're going to do is deploy. Right? So what it's doing is it's going to the branch where we've deployed our code. So in this case, the main branch is over here. It's found it, it's cloning it, it's analyzing it, it's building it as we speak and deploying it to Versal, okay? And it's doing the yarn install. You can see everything is happening at this point, doing the deployment, right? And it's literally deploying the app that we just pushed to GitHub over here. It's gone ahead and doing all of this. And you can see it's actually built out the entire app accordingly. So if we look at this, right, you can see everything's working in the way and it's uploading the build outputs, okay? What's really nice about Versal is it has full support for Next.js. It's honestly so easy to the point where, look at this. Hey, congratulations, your project has been successfully deployed. Now I'm going to open this one up in a new tab and I'm going to click Open Dashboard. Now guys, we're not done just yet, right? There's a few things you have to know. Firstly, it's going to deploy to a few different URLs, okay? So at this point, this one is pretty interesting. So WhatsApp v2 Versal app. Now notice when I click sign in with Google, it immediately freaks out. It says this domain is not authorized to run this operation. Add it to the OAuth redirect domains list in Firebase console. Okay, so what we're gonna now do is go over to my Firebase, right? So this one over here, and I'm gonna go to my WhatsApp Next v2. I'm going to go to my authentication tab, and you need to authorize this, right? So you need to allow this this domain to basically, you know, like you need to say that it's allowed to go ahead and do it, right? So at this point, I've got a few domains here. I'm going to add a domain, simply WhatsApp v2 Versal app, and I'm going to click add. Okay. Now, if I go back to my application, so we're going to click sign in with Google now, and at this point we see that it's not there yet, so we might have to give it a second to go ahead and propagate. But let's go ahead and check this one out. So we've got WhatsApp v2 Versal app, and if I go ahead and refresh, let's just double check. Okay, sign in with Google. Okay, so I don't think I've done it correctly. Let me go ahead and do this one, Versal app. There we go, and add. Let's see, WhatsApp v2. There we go. Okay. And have I got a different domain name there? There we go. Sign in. Okay. In this case, it's just going to take time to propagate through. Okay. But instead, what you need to worry about when you're working on this is, okay, that's fine. Yeah. What you need to work on is doing this. I've done this for my other repo, right? So it will just take about a few hours. Maybe, honestly, it didn't take me long the first time, but the second time I did it, it took a bit of a while. So what I would recommend at this point is you will then get access and you will see your Google authentication is working. Okay. The next step you want to do is go over to your project. So in this case, this is another project which I did exact same. Click into your project. So in this case, this was the first one that we just deployed. So once we're on Versal, you just go over to your list and you'll see your project that you deployed. This is exactly the same except the one that I just did. And then what you want to do is go ahead and just click this link and you see sunnysanga.com. And there you go, guys. Here is our entire Next.js app. Here's little Prashun. Awesome developer, absolutely killing it. Guys, that is how you deploy, right? So incredible, powerful stuff. Almost done, guys. You have made it past 4 of 6 apps, right? So that was an incredible WhatsApp build. Next up is a streaming platform, Hulu. So this is actually a beautiful app. You're gonna really learn how to nail that design aspect in this build. In this build, we're gonna be learning how to pull from external APIs, go ahead and present them on the screen in a really beautiful fashion using Tailwind Css, and the whole thing is gonna be powered with Next.js. As always, guys, hit the like and subscribe if you haven't already. Enjoy the Hulu clone. Let's go. Hulu 2.0. This build is so much fun, guys. We have animations, we have Tailwind, we have so much happening here today, right? We have server-side rendering. Now, you might have heard of server-side rendering, right? You might have heard it, you know, it's a buzzword that's going around, and there is good reason for that buzzword to exist. Okay, server-side rendering is something which is going to be huge, mark my words. If you don't know it, get to know it, become best friends with it. It's gonna pay your bills. It'll make you a ton of money. Okay, guys, so this is Hulu 2.0 right here, okay? Now, what I'm gonna show you is, here you go, we've got some lazy loading images, which we've never done before, so we're gonna be using Next.js image optimization. If I go ahead and click on a category, you can see it nicely, smoothly transitions into it. This build is fully responsive, guys. So go ahead and check this out. Look at this, fully responsive build. Okay, so, and I'm gonna show you guys some amazing tricks. Look at the change that happened right there. Wow, all with Tailwind CSS. Look at that header bar, guys. Look how clean that is, right? And look at that, oh, did you notice? It's jumping. That's what I like to see, right? Smooth animations, check that out, guys. When we click on a button, you can see, look, we get a nice little zoom in effect. Zooming out, let's go ahead and check this out. Thank you so much, Praveen, for the nice notification, for the nice little donation right there. Thank you so much, dude. Now you can see right here, if I go ahead and hover over this, look at this, we get some nice little hover animations as well. Okay, now guys, this is incredible stuff, because what I've done here today is not only make this responsive, but today we're not just using Flexbox, guys, we're using Flexbox and CSS Grid. Now you're probably wondering, what? Why? How? What? Why? And I'm going to be showing you how it's so easy to get the perfect responsive website by using both CSS Grid and Flexbox. And we're going to achieve everything with Flexbox. We're going to achieve everything with Tailwind CSS. Getting my words mixed up. Let's go ahead and show you right now, okay? So once we're over on the small mobile screen, notice how this is a grid, okay? So right now, everything is in a grid, a single line grid. As we expand, we hit a new breakpoint. It turns to a 2-column grid, okay? As we go a little bit bigger, boom, we're gonna hit the 3-column grid, okay? Notice how the images are perfectly resizing. Everything is looking and feeling great at this point, okay? Let's go ahead and resize a bit more. And then we hit our max screen, okay? Now let's say you're on a 4K screen, right? You're on a massive screen. We wanna, you know, for you guys out there that are using those crazy monitors, I've got an ultra wide in front of me right now. We want to support you guys too, okay? Because it's responsive. We're supposed to respond to every screen size. So let's go ahead and zoom out. Guys, look what just happened there. It switched from CSS Grid to Flexbox. So this is now on a huge screen, and this is a Flexbox container. This is insane, right? And I'm going to be showing you how to achieve all of this and these cool little animations and everything in just a sec. So let's quickly go ahead and break down this nice little build that we have today, okay guys? So I'm going to show you guys the tech that we're going to be covering in today's build. So let's go ahead and write this out. We've got hero icons for these beautiful icons over on the right hand side. We have Next.js, right? Everyone knows Next.js is starting to become a big trend. We have Flexbox and CSS Grid, okay? We have two amazing technologies, Flexbox and CSS Grid. And we have REST APIs, guys. This is using the TMDB database. I'm going to be showing you guys how to make server-side rendered API calls to an external API. And it's going to work smooth and perfectly. I'm going to go into my documents. I'm going to go into my builds. And I'm going to do the following. I'm going to say MPX, okay? Create next app, okay? And then we need to give it a name. So today we're going to give it the name Hulu to YouTube, and I'm going to hit enter, and this will go ahead and prepare a Next.js project for me, okay? So this does all the heavy lifting, everything that I need to go ahead and get started, okay? So we went ahead and created our project successfully, so now I'm going to go ahead and CD into my Hulu to YouTube build, okay? Now I'm inside the build, so I'm going to go ahead and type in code dot. This will pull up my VS Code, and then I will have a place to start with our coding for today's build, okay? So let's go ahead and get this started. I'm going to go ahead and cut my old build so we don't have two clashing things. I'm going to go ahead and pop this on the full screen right here. Okay, so what we can do is we can go ahead and actually close the terminal that we had previously open. Okay, now what I recommend is you have two desktop screens open. So I have my coding screen over here, and then I have like a handy, useful web sort of, you know, browsing screen on this side. Now I do have sunnysanger.com for reference, okay, so you can use that when you're building out your version of the website, and then we'll go ahead and Craig says, does Hulu have an API? We're actually using the TMDB database today, okay? And also guys, I'm going to show you how to use environment variables today, okay? So I've heard a lot of questions and your boy is answering it today. I'm going to show you how to use environment variables in this build, okay? Let's go ahead and do this. All right. So we're going to go ahead and click on the pages and index. Now, the beautiful thing about Next.js is page routing is supported out of the box. Okay, so if you don't know what that means, I'm going to show you what that means. But the first thing we're going to do in today's build is get Tailwind CSS set up. So I'm going to go ahead and actually clean up a bit of code. So where we have the main over here, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. But before I do, I'm going to get this app up and running. Okay, so I'm going to hit Command J. Hit open my terminal, and I'm going to use yarn today. So here we can see a package lock. I'm actually going to go ahead and remove my package lock, and I'm going to do yarn to use yarn instead. And this will go ahead and resolve all the packages for the project in today's build. Okay, so while that goes ahead and gets sorted out for us, we can go ahead and hop over to Tailwind CSS. Now, what is Tailwind CSS? Okay, Tailwind CSS, and you might have got a little sneak peek of what's coming next. Yes, I will be covering the headless UI very soon. I've been actually diving into that. Tailwind CSS is basically how we rapidly build modern websites without leaving our HTML. Okay, it's my new favorite. I love this. Honestly, I use it all the time now, and I don't know how I can go back because it's so easy to use. And if you guys find it kind of, you know, repetitive, or you find it a bit kind of like the class names are super long, Sunny, how do I get over that? I'll show you how we can combat that in today's build, okay? So you can see here, we can pretty much hit our class names directly and it will modify the output on the screen. So we're gonna go ahead and get started on this, and we're gonna click installation. Now you get a few integration guides here. I'm gonna hit Next.js on this one over here, right? Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and do npm install -d. I'm actually gonna be using a yarn, so I'm gonna grab everything past the -d, copy this right here. Go head over back to my code, and I'm gonna go ahead and do the following. I'm gonna type in yarn, add, and then I'll do -d and then Tailwind CSS and everything that followed. Okay, this will go ahead and add in Tailwind to my project. Now we will be using the brand new JIT, just-in-time compiler, okay? So this is gonna be using the just-in-time compiler, which is an absolutely new feature for Tailwind CSS. They dropped an amazing video on that. Definitely go ahead and check that out. I'd 100% recommend that. Now I'm gonna go ahead and type in the next step, which is to create the config files, okay? So here we need to actually have a couple of configuration files. So I'm gonna copy this where it says npx tailwind css init-p. Okay, this will go ahead and create two files for us, all right? It's gonna create the Tailwind config and the post CSS config. These are two things which are required to go ahead and use Tailwind CSS, okay? So with that said, we've got now have these two beautiful files in our system. And guys, by the way, if you do want to follow along today's code and you don't want to actually write it out yourself, the code has actually been uploaded to the proper GitHub repo, and that is available in the description right now. So if you want to get a head start, or you just want to code along with me and you kind of get a bit lost on the way, feel free to grab the proper GitHub repo. You get access to all the codes, all of the builds, everything that I've ever done, plus all future builds. So it's a worthwhile investment, okay? Now here we have the Tailwind config. Now the first thing we need to do in here is actually go ahead and add in the Next.js files. So in Next.js, a lot of the pages are rendered out to the pages folder, and we need to go ahead and include that in the array over here. And we're also going to be using a components folder, so we do need to include that also. Okay, now what is purge? It basically allows Tailwind CSS to clean up all the CSS which we don't end up using. Okay, I'm not going to go too far into how it works, but I'll show you how to go ahead and use it. Okay, so here we have the purge rule applied. The next thing I want to do is I want to go here and type in mode, okay, and I'm going to type in JIT, which is just-in-time compiler, okay. And now what this will do is it will actually enable the new feature or the brand new latest tech in Tailwind CSS, and we're going to be using that in today's build, okay. Now if you have run your sort of code and you've done yarn run dev already, you're gonna have to restart because we just made a change to the config file, okay. The next step that we need to do is include it in our CSS. So you can do this two ways. I don't personally like it this way. I like to do it this way. So I'm going to go into my global.css file. So all of the styles are in here. Now out of the box, Next.js, they use module.css. We're not going to be using that today. So I'm going to delete that out of here. And then I'm going to go into my globals, highlight everything, and simply paste Tailwind CSS. Okay, so we've got the Tailwind base, components, and utility classes. This will allow us to have all of that really nice, you know, all of that stuff that we can pretty much go ahead and use when we're sort of, you know, messing around with CSS. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is actually go ahead and run Next.js, okay, because we have everything for Tailwind set up and working. So we're going to go back to our code into index, and this is basically, if you want to know how Next.js works, when we have our website, for example sunnysanger.com, inside the pages folder, this will determine what route we are on. So the index would be sunnysanger.com/, okay, so it's the home page essentially. And then if I had, for example, let's say search.js, it would be /search. So in here it would be search.js. So this is how page routing happens in Next.js, out of the box, beautiful stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and hit Command J, and I'm going to do yarn run dev like so. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start the server. Here you can see localhost 3000, and you want to watch out for a few things. So you want to make sure it says you have enabled the JIT engine, which is currently in preview. Okay, so yes, it's in preview. We like to use cutting edge tech on this channel. Okay, so I like to go ahead and use that stuff, but just bear that in mind if you're going to use it for a production environment. Okay, now the next thing you want to do is go ahead and open up your localhost 3000. Okay, now what you should see here is, what we actually see here is a cannot resolve the module.css, and that's because we deleted the styles. So we can go ahead and get rid of that. Go ahead and get rid of the div class name right? Like so. And then let's actually clean up our code right now. So let's go ahead and hit all of the main and the footer and get rid of that. And I'm going to type in H1 and say, let's build Hulu 2.0, right? Hit save. And let's go back, hit refresh. And here you can see right in the corner, we have let's build Hulu 2.0. Okay. So let's go ahead and break down the site. Okay. So we've got a few different areas which we need to build out. One of the first things that I noticed is at the top, we have Hulu in the, it's very, very small right now, but you can see at the top in the title bar, we have Hulu. Okay. Now, if I go here, you can see we have this head component in Next.js. This head component allows us to put in snippets of code which will belong in the head of the HTML document. So in this case, we can modify the title based on the page we're on. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it from create next app to, which we can see over here is create next app. I'm going to change that to Hulu 2.0. Okay, so 2.0. And then you can also change the favy icon if you feel like you want to do that. Okay, now you can see it says Hulu 2.0. All right, perfect stuff. All right, this is looking great. So right now we've got let's build Hulu 2.0 with Next.js. All right, so what we're going to do first is I'm going to mark things out with comments. The first thing I want to do is I have a header component inside our code. So let's go ahead and break down the final build and let's draw some boxes around this thing. And, let's just make it a little bit more nicer to see. So the top bit consists of a header. Okay, so we have a header component at the top. Then we're going to have a nav bar. Okay, so you can see two components already. So the top one is going to be our header component. The second one is going to be the nav bar. Okay, and then what we have is essentially, let's go ahead and draw it around here. Then we have the results. Okay. So this is all we have. We have three components and we're going to show you how to go ahead, do server-side rendering and make this work in a beautiful fashion, all right? Moderators, you know what to do if someone spams, all right? So Avnish, do your thing, dude. All right, here we have results. Nice, okay? And then, so we have three main components, the header, the nav, and the results. Each one is going to be responsive by itself, and then together, they come together to build this amazing, beautiful web page, okay? So let's go ahead and do this right now. Okay, so like I said, we have the header, we have the nav, and we have the results. Okay, so these are three components that we're going to have to build out. So first one, let's start off with the header, right? The header is kind of fun. You know, it can go ahead and it can be very simple to go ahead and make. So the header right here is going to be, let's go ahead and make our first component. So right now we have a pages folder, but we don't have a components folder, okay? So I'm going to go ahead, click on my package JSON. So I'm at that level, and then I'm going to click new folder and I'm going to type in components, okay? And then inside the components folder, I'm going to create our first component, which is going to be the header.js, okay? Now I am using the lovely, beautiful snippets, right? So snippets is actually an amazing little extension which you should be using. ES7, React, Redux, GraphQL, React Native snippets, right? And it goes on. Yeah, but that is basically something that I want all of you to download and install because it's going to help you be so fast with your production and it make it really, really nice, okay? So let's go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to do _RFCE to make a React functional component without the importing React because we no longer need to do that. And then here I can change this to a header. Okay, because we're going to be using correct HTML syntax in this build. Okay, so let me know if this is, if the size is pretty good for you guys. I'm always happy to go ahead and change this for you to make it work for you guys. Okay, I'm going to show you guys, and we're not, we're not actually using Redux today because we built it so damn good. Okay, so this goes to show you that you don't always need to weigh up your app and make it heavy with all these extra state management tools. If you build it correctly, right, then you're only rendering what you need to render, right? Remember, the lighter your app is, the better. So it's not about, including all the buzzwords and this and that, right? It's about including all the tech that will deliver a smooth, fast, reliable experience and be friendly with Google, okay? So SEO, hence Next.js, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. Let's jump into this, okay? So we've got the header here. I'm going to go ahead and type in the class name and we're going to go ahead and pop in some stuff here. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and populate this with a H1 saying this is the header, okay? Now, over on index.js, I'm going to go ahead and do header. and import this. Now, a lot of you, I always get the question of like, what happens here? How do you go ahead and actually import it? It's basically this auto import feature, which goes ahead and pops up like so. And that's how I do the auto import. Or you can go ahead and click at the end of this, control spacebar, and then you can do the following like so. Right, so we've got the header over here. Let's go ahead and hit save and let's see what's going on. So this is the header, perfect. Now I'm gonna go ahead and pull this over into the other screen right now so we can actually code side by side with our application. Okay, so this will be a lot nicer to see. I'm gonna go ahead and make this a full screen. There we go, perfect. Okay, so we have the header over on the right hand side, and we've got let's build Hulu 2.0. I can go ahead and get rid of that right now. Okay, hit save. A lot of people say, why doesn't the H1 tag work? Okay, so this is interesting. When you're using Tailwind CSS, it actually eliminates the default styling that you're going to see, right? Because Tailwind CSS allows us to then style it. So this plays perfectly with something called headless UI, which is actually developed by the guys over at Tailwind, which I will be introducing in the next build. And yeah, your boy's coming with that one. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. All right, so this is the header over here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click into my header, and then let's code this out. Okay, so inside the header, we're going to have a bunch of different header items. So you can see these are going to be individual header items. I am going to make these into their own individual components, which consist of an icon, which we're going to be using hero icons for. And then we've got the text. Okay, so these are going to be reusable components. And then we have the image on the right hand side. Okay. So let's go ahead and sort that out right now. So the first thing I want to do is I want to actually pop in that image. Okay, so let's go ahead and add in a image tag. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do an image tag. Now this is not a normal image tag. This is a Next.js image tag, which is actually going to be by default out of the box lazy loaded. Now, if you're not familiar with what lazy loading is, let's go ahead and show you a demonstration. So if I load up a web page, you can notice that we see the 6 pictures appear on the screen. Now, our user does not need to see all of the hundreds of pictures below their viewport. They only need to see the 6, right? If we load up all of them, that's just a waste of network usage, right? So if I go ahead and scroll down now it starts to load in those images. We call this feature lazy loading. This is something which we should adopt as a standard, but the default IMG HTML element doesn't do this out of the box, okay? But Next.js, it does, right? And it does a lot of other good things as well. So just bear that in mind, and that's gonna help you out quite a lot, okay? Okay. Okay, so we've got the header. This is the image tag. So I'm going to go ahead and import the image from next/image. Okay. Now the image does require a source. Okay. Oops. The image does require a source. So the source in this case, I've actually gone ahead and minified this for you. It's going to be this right here. So it's https://links.popareact.com UA6. And this will be a picture of the Hulu logo. Okay. Now you can see image with source must use width and height. So in this case, it takes 2 custom attributes, and we're going to use the width and height attributes of width of 200, height of 100. Okay. So if I go ahead and do this, then we can see this, and you can see now it says the host name links.popareact is not configured, okay, under next.config.js. This is because whenever we use an image, we have to tell Next.js that we're allowed to use that domain, okay, that we permit the usage of this domain, okay. So what I need to do is I need to go into my files. I'm going to click package.json to go to this level. I'm going to create a new file called next.config.js, okay. Next.config.js. Now inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and paste the following. Okay. Now we have got images from TMDB, which is a movie database. So I'm going to be setting it up for those as well. But I need to go ahead and write the following: module.export equals, and then an object with an images key inside of it. This is again an object. And now we're basically saying that the domains that we permit, right? This is an array, and we can put all the domains inside of it. The one that we permit is links.popareact.com. Okay, so we're going to allow for that. And we're also going to allow from this one. This is going to be used later on when we decide to use the movie images. Okay, perfect. So if we go ahead and hit save, you can see found a change in Next.js config. Restart the server to see the changes in effect. Control C to cancel. Go ahead, do yarn run dev to go ahead and re-kick the development server back into gear. So I'm going to go ahead and head over to my header.js. Now here we have our image. Okay, now obviously we can't see the image right now, so we're going to go ahead and style it accordingly so that we can go ahead and see that. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add a custom class name. Now this is a CSS class name, so a Tailwind CSS. I'm going to do class name equals object contain. Okay, oops, there we go, object contain. This will go ahead and actually contain the object once we go ahead and get in there. Now right now you can actually see the Hulu logo is there, but it's white. Okay, so it's white right now. So if you notice, the Hulu logo is basically going to be white on a blue background. Okay, so it's a blue background. So let's go ahead and change the background to be a blue. Now, how do we go ahead and change the entire global app background? The way we do this is we go to our globals.css, and I'm actually going to go ahead and apply some global styles to the entire application. So how do we do this inside of Tailwind? Okay, so what we do is Tailwind, we have a base. Okay, now the base basically is as it sounds, it's the base sort of classes that we're going to have inside of our app. The way we access that base is we say @layer base. Okay, so we do @layer base, which means we access that. The next thing I'm going to do is go ahead and modify the body of our HTML document. Okay, and then here I'm going to say @apply. Now this basically means that we can actually write Tailwind CSS and it will get picked up here in the way that we expected it to. Okay, so I want to do a few things here. Okay, the first thing I want to do is I actually want to set a background color. So the way it works in Tailwind CSS is they have a beautiful color palette that you can refer to. Okay, and I'm going to show you how it works over there, right? So if we go over to Tailwind CSS and check out their homepage, and you can see pretty much a nice breakdown of everything here, right? They have a beautiful color palette, and now here you can see you've got BG, which stands for background, the color, and then the shade. Okay, now what if we want to have a custom color? Okay, so by using JIT, which is the just-in-time compiler, we can have this amazing functionality to basically bypass the color palette, which is amazing, by the way, right? So their color palette is beautiful out of the box, but what we're actually going to do is have our own color being used. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do that right now. I'm going to say BG for background, and I'm going to go ahead and put a hex in a square bracket, and this will basically tell the just-in-time compiler that just before it runs, apply this exact sort of custom class. Okay, and then it will go ahead, generate the utility classes for that color. Okay, so I also want the text to be gray, and as I mentioned before, it's all in shades. Okay, so here you can pretty much see it goes from 50, which is a light, all the way to 900, which is a dark. This happens across text colors, background colors, and all that good stuff. So here we're going to say text gray 300. Hit save. And now you can see the background has changed to a Hulu, and the color of the text here has gone to gray. If I was to go ahead and change this to red, you would be able to see that the text went to a red, but a light red. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this right here. So we're going to say text gray. Inside of the header component, okay, we have the image. Now the image is looking pretty good. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that right now. So the next step I want to do is I want to go ahead and actually create these individual elements over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Richard says, ever try Next.js for backend dev? Yes, we actually covered it in a coaching call internally in the course. It's really good, honestly, really, really good. It comes with a built-in API, and to show you right here, so we don't go too far off track, but here you've got a built-in API. So if I was to type in localhost 3000/API, hello, boom, we get a nice little API, which is running on the server. Okay, so that's just goes to show you how simple it is. You don't even need to set up your own Express server. It just works. Right, so let's go ahead and set up the header items. So this is the next portion of the build. Okay, the header items. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a container to contain those header items. Okay, because as you can see, we've got a left section over here. So this left section is going to be my sort of, you know, like a div for the left, and then I'm going to have the right section over here. Now this is a nice little trick I found out. Right, so we're going to have a little div which represents this, a little div which represents this, and I'm going to be using flex to go ahead and justify how it's spaced out. Okay, so right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my div, and I'm going to go ahead and have header items in each one. Okay, so header item. Now, obviously, this is not a component which exists. So I'm going to go ahead and create myself a header item.js component. Inside of here, _RFCE, and it goes ahead and pops up. our code. Okay, now inside of header item, we're going to take 2 props. I will explain what a prop is in a second, but we're going to go ahead and come back to that. Okay, now I'm going to import my header item that we just created right there. So again, control spacebar at the end of the word, and you'll go ahead and be able to import the item in. Okay, and then we're going to pass in props. Okay, so whenever we create a custom component, right, we can pass in something called props, which stands for properties. Props basically allow us to reuse a component, and that will basically be the fundamental, and that is a fundamental key part to React, which allows us to write a bit of code once and reuse it several times. Okay, so throughout this entire build, we have a bunch of reusable components. So here I have a title, which for the first one is actually going to be home. And then, oops, home. And this is going to represent this. So this will be the title, home. And then we have an icon. Okay, so the second one would be the icon. And notice how I'm passing in a capital I, because this is actually going to be a component that I'm passing in. Now the icon is going to be pulled from something that we call hero icons. Okay, so this is actually heroicons.com. Now they work natively with Tailwind CSS. Okay, so everything works beautifully. And again, the Tailwind are on fire, guys. They are building hero icons. They are building, and these are beautiful SVG icons. SVG means scalable vector icons, which means that it doesn't matter, scalable vector graphics. It doesn't matter how you resize them, because it's mathematical. It will go ahead and resize, will never pixelate. So SVGs are the way to go. They're also extremely lightweight, okay? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna install this. So I'm gonna click on documentation. And now inside of here, what we do is we simply go ahead and say npm install. I'm going to do yarn add hero icons react. Okay, nice. So here we say yarn add hero icons react. Okay, this will go ahead and add our sort of dependency to the project, so that way we can pull in those icons that we require. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and close that second terminal. Perfect. And then I'm going to go ahead and pull my screen back. Command J to hide the terminal. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pull in my first icon. So this one is going to be called the home icon. Okay, so I'm actually going to pull in a bunch of these from the library that we just pulled in. Okay, the module that we just pulled in. So here's how I import them. And now, as you can see, it's from hero icons react outline. Now there are 2 variants with every single hero icon that we use. Okay, you have the outline variant and the solid variant, and you can see it's very sort of self-explanatory. The solid is colored in, the outline is outlined. And now here, if I need to find anything, I would type in the name, and then this would give me the sort of, you know, this is how I search for them. So this is how I was able to find all of these icons as sort of required. Okay, so here what we can do is I'm going to go ahead and pull in my home icon like so. Hit save. Okay, now I'm going to render out the first header item. So let's go over to my header item, and let's go ahead and style this out accordingly. So the props that we pass in actually get pulled through over here as an argument. In ES6, we can do something called destructuring. So I'm going to go ahead and pull apart the props by putting curly braces around it, which means I can select the keys from inside the object that I care about. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and grab my icon and my title. Right, and again, you can see I've put in the order opposite to how we defined it here, because these are keys. It doesn't matter. All right, we can have it in any order. Right. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and actually render the sort of items on the screen. So I'm going to render the icon, which is, as I mentioned before, it's a component, hence the capital I. And then what we're going to go ahead and do is have a p tag, which is going to have the title inside of it. Okay, I'm going to hit save. And now you can see, boom, we get that massive icon on that side. So here we have the first icon like we needed. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can use Tailwind CSS to go ahead and style this out easily. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say class name equals, and I'm going to say h8. Now this means a height of 8. Okay, so boom, immediately the style gets applied. And in Next.js, we have this beautiful thing called fast refresh, okay? Which makes it so easy to go ahead and develop, because it just quickly refreshes, okay? Right, now we're gonna go ahead and do margin bottom of 1. And as you can see, look, it's very quick and easy to apply these things, and the text is very short. Okay, now for the p tag for the class, right? I'm gonna go ahead and do class name equals. So here we're gonna do for the home. Okay, I'm actually going to style this out, and basically firstly I want this text to be spaced apart a little bit more, so we can do something called tracking widest here, okay? And this will go ahead and space the text out a little bit more, right? Now, I do recommend if you're using Tailwind CSS, make sure go ahead and download this extension over here for this one right here. So it's Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. This will give you, as you type in the class names, it will give you a very nice autocomplete, okay? Really do recommend that you go ahead and install this because it will be something which will really help you out, okay, when you're building with Tailwind CSS. So we've gone ahead and done tracking widest. Now, as you can see, this doesn't look exactly like the build that we have over here. Okay, so over here, things are centered. And then when we hover over it, the home appears. And when we don't hover, the home disappears. Okay, so how do we get this to work in the way that we want it to? Okay, so the way that I'm going to do this right now is actually I'm going to say by default, the opacity is going to be 0. Okay, so I'd actually want to hide it initially. Okay, then what I want to do is I'm going to use this amazing thing called so what we can do inside of Tailwind CSS is we can actually apply active states. Okay, so hover states, active states, like and all those different like modifiers to our CSS. So here I'm going to say only when I hover do I want the opacity to come to 100. Okay, so you see only when I hover does the opacity come to 100. But what if I want the entire sort of, let's say this entire box, when I hover over the entire thing, right? Because as you can see here, it's when I hover over the entire thing, we refer to this as a group. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this. In my div above, I'm going to go ahead and type in group. Okay, so this is going to represent a group. And then what I'm going to say down here is if I hover over any of the things inside this group, then I want the opacity to go to 100. And if I hit save now you can see if I hover over anything over inside that group, it will go ahead and show, which is a lot nicer. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and give it a flex box. Okay, so just to help us out here, I'm actually going to go ahead and just show opacity 100 by default and then change it afterwards. Okay, so here I'm going to say flex by default. Okay, so here we have our flex by default, and I'm going to say I want to do flex column. Now bear in mind when we are doing Tailwind CSS, guys, you must remember, so firstly this is using the full width, hence why we see it like this. Okay, you must remember that it is mobile first, which means we style everything assuming that we are on the smallest screen size first, and then what we do is we use special breakpoints, for example SM, and then we go up in size to go ahead and make it bigger, right? And then we hit those breakpoints to apply the classes at those different sizes. Okay, so we assume everything is at the smallest size first, okay? This is what we call mobile first development, okay? Okay, so here we have the group, and now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and say items should be centered. Okay, now these modifiers, utility classes, are found in Tailwind documentation. So you can see when I do the centering, it centers the item like so. And then what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to go ahead and type in cursor pointer. Now this is going to go ahead and allow me to have a cursor of a pointer, sorry, when I hover over. So now you can see I get a nice little pointer when I hover over this. Okay, perfect stuff. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and hover this and so you can see that a bit more easier. Well, what I'll do is actually I'll make the screen a bit bigger. There we go. I'll zoom in twice. Right, so we've got the group. Now what I want to do is I want to set the width to a custom width of 12. Now the reason why I want to do this is I don't want it to use up the full width of the screen, right? Because what will happen is when we resize the screen, you can see if I set it to allow it to be its own size, the text would determine the size of the container, which would mean that it would push everything out. So by default, I'm saying become a width of 12. Okay, so here I'm saying become a width of 12, and then I only want it to get a little bit bigger, right? When I hit the small breakpoint. So here you can see as I get smaller, then it gets a little bit bigger. But how do we get that size? Like, how do I do that? How do I apply those different styles at that point? Okay. So here what I do is I say when we hit the small breakpoint, I will change the width to 20. That's it. It's as simple as that. Okay, let's go ahead and hit save. Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say when I hover over it, I want the text to become white. So if you can notice, when I hover over this, look how it goes from a gray to a white. Okay, so gray to a white when I hover over it. Okay, so here what I'll do is I'll say hover, and this one will be text white. Okay, now if I hit save, you can see, look, the text is actually going to white. Okay, nice, right? This is really nice. Okay, it's working really good out of the box. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is I want to have it so that when I hover over this, I want the entire thing, sort of this icon, to bounce. Okay, so how do I do it? And you're probably thinking, man, that's going to be complicated. It's going to have to do some CSS animations. How the hell does that happen? But it's a lot easier than you might think. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show you how we do that right now. It's actually super easy to do that. Okay, here we say group hover. So when I hover over the entire group, I want to do animate bounce. Okay, and now what we'll do is when I hover over it, look at that. We get an animate bounce. Right now, there are some built-in ones. There's animate bounce, there's animate posts, so many different things. Okay. So now we have the animate bounce complete. Okay, so this is looking pretty good at this point. All right. So now what I'm going to do is, Athava says, Tailwind is awesome. Can we use it with normal React? Of course, dude, 100%. So now I'm going to change my opacity for the text to be by default 0. Now what we should see is if I hit save, oops, not this one. If I hit save now we should see only when I hover do I get the effect applied. Okay, so it starts bouncing, and this right here is how we have it in the final build. Okay, so this is looking really, really nice. Okay, we've got animate bounce, awesome stuff. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have, so at that point, we've actually finished with this component. Okay, so we have a reusable component looking great at this point. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is go over to my header, and then I'm going to go here, and I'm just going to go ahead and paste out the rest of the reusable components. So we've done a bunch of imports at the top. So I'm actually going to do a few variations to the titles, and then you apply the different icons. Okay, and if I hit save on this, we will see that we get the following applied. Okay, so now we get all of the perfect looking. So this is looking great, right? And this is, and the reason why this is appearing the way it is because by default is inline. Okay, so obviously we need to change the parent container to basically behave and style as we want it to. Okay, so this parent container now is where we do the styling to make sure that it behaves in the way that we expect it. So I'm going to say this is a flex box, so by default it hits a row. Okay, so there we go, we've got a row, and then what you can see is that's looking pretty good at this point. Okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, this should be flex grow, so use up as much space as you possibly can. Okay, then I'm going to justify evenly. Okay, so justify evenly. And as you can see, this is starting to become very simple in terms of the sort of the things that we need to write. Okay, now here it's actually pretty simple in terms of what we're doing so far. Now I do want to make sure that when we have, so I've done flex grow, but I don't want it to grow like this. Okay, I don't want it to like kind of spread out to this extent, right? I do want to limit it. So what I can do is I can set a max width. I can say max width 2XL, which is actually a breakpoint which has actually been given to us by the guys over at Tailwind CSS. Okay, so we have small, we have medium, we have large, extra large, 2XL. I'm going to hit save, and now you can see that irrelevant if it gets so big or not, it will go ahead and justify evenly only up. Now, as you can see, it is kind of hitting that top, so we're going to have to apply some margins in just a sec. Okay, so perfect stuff. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to go to my top, and I'm going to say flex. So the parent container now, we don't want the header and the Hulu to be in this kind of fashion. Okay, I want it to be like this. Right, so I want it to look exactly like this, whereas right now it's kind of like in a weird orientation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, it's flex by default. Okay, flex by default. Now, if you notice, the mobile first view is this. So remember, as I said, this is what we should be building first. Okay, so mobile first. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do flex column. Okay, flex column like so. Right, Avnish, just feel free to just block people who are, who are kind of wasting time. Okay, right. So let's go ahead and flex column. There we go. And then I'm going to say when we hit the small breakpoint. So now by default it's in this, right? Perfect. When we hit the small breakpoint, then I want to change to a flex row. Okay. Perfect stuff. Right. So this is looking great. Then what I'm going to do is type in a margin of 5. So top, left, right, and bottom. Now that looks a bit nicer, right, guys? So look, now we've got the margin applied. And then when we hit the small breakpoint, see how it changes to flex row. So very, very nice subtle changes. But we have this issue, okay? So it's not actually spacing itself correctly or on the correct vertical axis line. Okay, so we're doing margin of 5, and then we'll say justify between. So justify between like so, hit save. And then I'm going to go ahead and do items center, right? Perfect. And now if I go ahead and sort of, go ahead and resize this now, look how it perfectly resizes. Okay. Right. Amazing stuff. This is looking great. Okay. So even here, what you can do is I've actually chosen to have it kind of, close together, but you can, change it as you want. The reason why I chose it to have it this way is because this is going to be on a phone. So I kind of wanted to have this effect, right? But you can change that if you wanted to. It's completely up to you. Okay. Item center. And I'm going to make the height automatic as well. Okay. So H auto. There we go. Right, everything's looking great. So with that said, guys, we just completed the fully responsive header. Okay, so this is great right now. This is exactly as we wanted it. This header is looking perfect at this point. So it's mobile first, and as we resize, it hits a small breakpoint, and then it just goes ahead and resizes accordingly, right, based on the constraints that we set it. So this is looking really, really clean at this point. Okay, this is looking great. Right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and build out the next part, right? So no pun intended, okay? But now we're going to build out the nav bar, okay? So we've done this bit. Now we're going to build out this scrollable nav bar. Now notice as well how there's a slight fade here, guys. So I want to make, bring your eyes to that. Well, I've got this nice little fade that happens over here, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and show you how we do this nav bar right here, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do index.js like so, and then I'm going to go ahead and do a nav component. Okay, then I'm going to close this out. Perfect. And I'm going to go ahead back to my top components, and I'm going to create the nav.js component. Okay, now do underscore RFCE. Perfect. All right, now inside of the nav bar, okay, we're actually going to be using the correct HTML element, which is a nav component. Right, this will tell, SEO purposes and things like that, that it is the sort of navigation component. Right, so here we've got the nav. I'm going to go ahead and import that from our component like so. And then we can go ahead and build this out. Okay, so what do I want to have over here, right? So this is actually going to take a few little things that we're going to have in this bit right here. So we're going to have firstly our div. Now our div is going to contain all of these options over here. Now, these aren't hard-coded values, okay? These are actually being pulled from a separate utility file that I've created called requests, okay? Now, you're probably wondering, whoa, what's going on here? Now, I'm going to show you, this is where the clever part comes in and how we go ahead and connect to the TMDB database to pull in the correct thing. So in this case, we've got different categories, genres, we can call them, trending, top rated, action, comedy, and so forth, a bunch of other stuff, okay? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and create a util folder. This is going to be utility folder, which is going to have all of our helper stuff. So I'm going to click package.json to go to that level, type in utils, and then over here, I'm going to go ahead and inside of this, I'm going to go ahead and create a file called requests.js. Okay. Now this is going to serve as the place that will have all of the sort of relevant things that we require to make the requests to that backend API. Okay, so in this case, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually have firstly an API key. Okay, now this API key is a variable just called API key, and it pulls from our environment variable. Now we've never done environment variables on the channel before, but it's standard that you should be using. What we have right now is we have an environment key, environment variable. Okay, so the way that we have an environment variable is we go inside of here, and I'm going to create a file here called .env.local. And this means that our local environment files. Now you get development environment files, production environment files, and I'm going to show you how we can have a local environment file. And these are private. These do not get pushed to GitHub. Environment variables are private variables. They don't get pushed to GitHub, which means that the developers will need to have their own environment variables, which are private on their machine. Now, what I'm going to show you is how we can go ahead and do this, and then how we can have our variables encrypted in Vercel when we deploy to production later as well. Okay. Now it is supported out of the box. Okay. So at this point, Next.js got I'm going to go to requests. Okay. So now I'm going to say export default like so, and then I'm going to do a object. Okay. And now inside of it, I'm going to have all the different things. Okay, so let's just go ahead and create our first one, which is going to be called fetch trending. Now the key for this one is going to be fetch trending, and then we're going to have a few things inside. We're going to have a title, which is going to represent what we see on the screen. In this case, we've got trending, top rated, and so forth. The second thing is going to actually be the URL to fetch from. Okay, in this case, we're going to use backticks because we're going to have some string interpolation. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit paste, and you guys can see this is our first URL endpoint. Okay, so /trending /all/week question mark. This is going to be our first query here. So we have an API key right here, and this will go ahead and put in our process.env.npm API key, and then the language is English. Okay, so perfect stuff. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and actually put out an API key. So the way we do that is we go ahead to environment local, and then we're going to say API key equals, and this would be your API key. Okay, so it'll be like a private key here. Okay, so in this case, I do have an API key, and I will show you how to get your API key in a sec. Okay, but for now, I'm just going to say it's ABC. Okay, let's just say this is my private key. Okay, and I'm going to show you how to get your own TMDB key in just a sec. Okay, so now what we have is this is our first fetch trending. Now we've got a bunch more. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste these, and I will leave it on the screen to show you guys in just a sec so you can do the same thing. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pause it right here, and then you can pretty much see each of the different endpoints that we have. Okay, now these are all been specifically catered for, and what it's doing is it's accessing the TMDB API and getting the corresponding genre. Okay, so in this case, romance is the genre 10,749 and so forth. Okay, so we have loads of these things right here. Okay, remember these are backticks, right, which interpolate our API key into the string. Okay, so this is what we do here. And now if I go ahead and hit save like so, okay, so this will go ahead and actually be where we pull in our requests. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I'm going to go into my nav, and now we can actually go ahead and continue with the front end. Okay, so we can actually leave it there for this second, and then we can go ahead and continue to build out the front end. Okay, so we have the div, which is going to be responsible for holding all of these different things. Okay, so we're going to be holding top rated, action, comedy, horror, and so forth. Okay, so in this point, what I'm going to say is going to have my JSX, and I'm going to say, now what I want to do is I want to loop through everything inside of the requests. Okay, so I'm going to loop through all of this, but I want to get, this is the clever bit, right? I only want to get basically, the title of each one. Okay, now how do I do that, right? But I actually do need a few other things. I need the key, I need this thing, right? And I also need like the title. I need a few different parts here, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our nav, and then we're going to go ahead and do object.entries. Okay, now in here I'm going to get my requests, and this request I'm going to import from our utils, and then what this will do is it will give me, so I'm going to map through the results, and what this does is it gives you it gives you each individual item, but it's an array that it gives back, and the array that it gives back is the key and the value. Okay, the key and the value. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to destructure the value to give me the title and the URL. So what we've actually done here, I hope this makes sense, is we're going to go ahead and we've looped through. Okay, so we've looped through the requests, all of these things. We get the key and the value, right? The value is an object. I'm destructuring the object to get the title and URL. Okay, so that's exactly what's happening here. And now you can see for yourself, if I go ahead and close this one, you see this is the key and this is the value, which where we're destructuring to get the title URL. Okay, the next thing that I'm going to do is, because we mapped through this, is I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say, I've actually, one second, I've gone ahead and done something wrong. So here I should go ahead and have a surrounding bracket, parentheses, and then do the following. So, oops, there we go. Okay, then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a direct return. So we've got our closing brace, and I'm going to have an H2. Okay, now the H2 will have the title inside of it. So let's just test if this worked. Okay, so now you can see, hey, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, so at this point you should get here, and there you go. You got trending, top rated, action, comedy, horror, and so forth. So as I mentioned before, this is seen in the request. So we've got all the different titles. Okay, So we've got the titles here working as we expected it to, okay? So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and style it so it looks a bit better, okay? So this div right here, I'm gonna say class name, and then I'm gonna give all the styles for it, okay? Yeah, so good shout. Okay, so we will be binding a key to the H2. Okay, so anytime that we map through any item or array or object or anything that we do, here we need to add in a key because React needs a key so that it knows how to re-render the list. So as I mentioned before, we're going to be using the key over here. Okay, so that will be a unique key. Otherwise, your console will freak out and it will tell you out. It will tell you off. Okay. Cesar says, "Wow, this chat is awesome." Yeah, chat's on fire today, guys. Honestly, incredible stuff. Okay. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say the following. Okay. So I'm actually going to have here for the let's go ahead and actually style the H2 first. Okay, so let's style the H2 first. I'm going to say the class name equals, and then for the last element, I want a little bit more padding to the right at the end. Okay, so I'm going to do some cool stuff there, and I'll show you how we can use some modifiers to do that. But let's have it so we hover over all of this stuff. Okay, and then it will give me a nice little scale effect. Okay, so the scale effect that I'm talking about is this one right here. When I click it, it goes red. I'm going to show you how we do all of that. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and type in last. And I'll do that one after actually. I'll say cursor pointer. So I want a cursor to be the pointer when I hover over it. I want the, and then I will apply the transition. I'll do it now actually. Okay. So I'm going to do transition. This is how you do the effect. Okay. I'm going to say, let's create a transition. The duration here is a 100. So I'm going to say duration 100. That's 100 seconds. And it's going to be a transform effect. And I'm going to say when I hover over it, I want it to scale to 125%. Okay. So now you can see as I hover over it, it's going to go ahead and scale. Okay, now you can't see it properly because it's going off the screen, but we will go ahead and fix that in a sec. Okay, the next thing I want to do is I want to say hover, and the text should go white. Okay, so just as we did previously, I want the text to go white, and then when I want to click it, I want it to be active. Okay, so this will give you text red 500. Hit save, and this will allow us to have this active state over here. Okay. Thank you. So as you can see, now we do get this effect over here. So it's looking good, but we can't see any of it, which is not great. Okay. Thank you, Amnish. See you later, dude. So here I'm going to say flex. Okay. So this will go ahead and pop everything into a row. Now you can see everything has that nice little animation effect, but it's not ideal, is it? Everything's getting squashed up together. Okay. So this is kind of, it's not looking great right now, and everything's kind of too squashed up. So how do we fix this? We say, firstly, I want to give padding on the x-axis of 10. Okay, so it's not going to touch the side. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, when I hit the small breakpoint, I want the padding on the x-axis to become 20. Okay, so this means that, like, for example, when I go a bit bigger, you see how the padding on the x-axis jumps. It gets a little bit bigger, right? That's how we want the behavior to be, okay? Right, and then here I'm going to do text to XL to get the size up. Okay, there we go. Starting to look pretty good, right? Starting to look really good. And then what I want to do is I don't want this wrapping behavior. So here where it says top rated, I don't ever want it to wrap. Okay, so I'm going to say white space dash no wrap. And what that does is it stops it from wrapping. But again, everything's so bundled up. Well, we want space, right? We want a nice space between them, right? So when we're on the mobile screen, notice how the spacing is a little bit less. And then when we get onto the small breakpoint, boom, it gets bigger. Right, so you see how it gets bigger there. So I'll show you how we can do that in a very, very easy way. Right, so here I'm going to say space for everything, all the children on the x-axis. Right, and I'm going to say dash 10. So remember, mobile first. So this gives everything on the x-axis a space of 10. Now, as you can see, look, it's kind of, it's got an overflow scroll, but it's kind of horrible, right? So I'm going to fix that. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say when it hits a small breakpoint, I want the space on the x-axis to become 20. Okay, which means that, remember, so the padding will get bigger and the spacing will get bigger. And you see, look at that. It's just so nice, right? And when this stuff starts to come together, right? It's really, really nice, okay? So what we're going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and say overflow x scroll. So if there's any overflow, I want it to be able to become a scrollable element. Now here you can see that we have a scroll bar. I don't like the scroll bar, so I'm going to show you how to get rid of that in a sec, okay? So we'll get rid of that in just a sec. But the thing that I am interested in here is you see this right element. Right? I want to give some padding to the final element. Now the way that we can do that is we go to the child element, we say last, colon, and we say PR24. And that's it. It's as simple as that. And now the last child element gets a padding of 24, which is really, really clean. So what I want to do next is I want to go ahead and have this sort of, I want to hide the scroll bar. Okay. So I want to hide the scroll bar and just have it so that it's a clean kind of, a very, very nice modern approach. Okay. So we can just have a scrollable sort of, x-axis. Okay. So how do we hide the scroll bar in this case? What we're going to do is we're going to actually go ahead and apply a plugin. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and actually install something called Tailwind Scroll Bar Hide. So you go into Google, type in Tailwind Scroll Bar Hide. First link in the description over here, Tailwind Scroll Bar Hide npm. Okay. This is a plugin. So in this case, we're going to do yarn add Tailwind Scroll Bar Hide. And then you can see this is how you add it in. You go to your Tailwind config. So in this case, I'll go to my Tailwind config. I'll go to the plugins and I'll simply go ahead and type in require and I'll pop it in like so. Oops, I'll pop in Tailwind Scroll Bar Hide and I'll go ahead and install the dependency with yarn add Tailwind Scroll Bar Hide. So now what we're going to do is we're going to hit save. Okay, now you can see we should have Tailwind Scroll Bar Hide. So what this does is it actually enhances our utility classes on Tailwind so that we have this very easy to use hiding scroll bar functionality. Okay, so the way I do this is I simply go to my sort of, where I wanted to have the sort of hidden scroll bar. So in this case, it was the navigation.js. And then I'm going to go ahead and simply add in a class called scrollbar-hide. Okay, so overflow x scroll and then scroll bar hide. And boom, just like that, it's gone. Okay, just like that, it's gone. Okay, so in this case, look how clean that looks, right? Super, super clean, super easy to get that working. And we have a scrollable container, right? So that's really, really clean. Now we don't have that fade. Okay, we don't have the fade at the moment. I'll show you how to get the fade. Very, very simple to do with Tailwind CSS. But at this point, you can see, look at this. We have all of this stuff working. The UI is looking great at this point. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is actually change a few things. So I'm actually going to create a little fade effect. So you can see here, we've got this nice little fade effect, right? Which actually fades out on the right element. Okay, so the final right side. To do this, it's actually easier than you think when using Tailwind. We're going to create a div. Okay, and this div is going to be a self-closing div because we're not going to have anything inside of it. Now here I'm going to have a class name. This class name is going to go ahead and say, I'm going to type in absolute. Okay, so firstly, if this is absolute, I want my parent to be relative. Okay, so that way it's going to be absolute to the parent. So here I'm going to say absolute. I'm going to say top 0, right 0, which is going to absolutely position it to the top right of this parent. And then this is where I apply a gradient. Now the gradient is going to be from the background color to a sort of, a fadeaway, or it'll be, like I'll show you how this will make a lot of sense in a sec. Okay, so I'm going to type in BG gradient to the left. Okay, oops, BG gradient to the left. And honestly, it's actually very easy to do this. I'm going to say the from color is going to be, and again, because we're using the just-in-time compiler, I'm going to go ahead and pop in our, our lovely little bit of sort of, we can add in a dynamic color and it will go ahead and pick it up. You have to use just-in-time for it to work. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish things off by adding in the final touches, which is going to say H10 for a height of 10. And then I'm going to say width should be 1/12. Okay. Now you can see, look at that. So it's a width of 1/12 of the screen. And you see how it's got a nice subtle fade. And all that's doing, guys, is it's going from a background blue to a transparent color because we only define the from color. Hence why we only see the if you don't define a to color, if I gave it a to, let's just say red, right? And let's just say I think it would be to red, or it would be to red 500 or something. Let's just do to white, and then you can see it goes to white, right? But if I don't give a to color, it will just become a transparent fade, and there you go. And that's how we do it, right? Simple as. And look at that. That's nice, right? Okay, so we have all of this working. Now what I want to do, right, is when I go ahead and click on one of these, what I'm going to do behind the scenes is I'm just going to change the root. So you can see when I click this, all it does at the top is it changes the root, and all it does is it adds in a query parameter of whatever fetch that we need to do. So in this case, when I click horror, it's a fetch genre equals fetch horror movies. Okay, so what I'm going to go ahead and do here is on click, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say on click, right? I'm going to have an inline function, and Next.js actually has a built-in router. Okay, so what I can do is I can do an inline function, and I'm going to go ahead and import the router from Next.js. So this is called the use router hook. And what we have to do is we have to get our router. So here I say const router. Router or router? I don't know. Is it router or router? I always get lost. It's American versus English, I think. Okay. So that should be pretty good. And then here I'm going to say router.push. And then what I'll do is I'll do backticks and I'll say / genre. But I'm not doing normal. I'm going to say query param genre. So this is a URL query param. Genre equals, and then I'm going to basically use the key for the object that I'm looping through. And if I hit save now you can see, look at that. It changes the top over here. So it says query, so genre equals fetch top rated. If I click this, comedy, fetch comedy movies, top rated, trending, romance, horror. Clean. All right, so this is looking really, really nice at this point in time. Okay, so we got all of the foundation set up, right? Now, are you ready to get the results done, right? The nice bit, the Hulu part of the build, right? So this is actually the nice kind of, the Hulu part, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and get this working pretty clean, okay? Right, so let's go ahead and go back to our index. So I think we're pretty much done for that bit, okay? So I'm gonna go back to my index, and now we can go ahead and focus on the results, okay? So the results, I'm going to go ahead and update here. So let's create our results component. Okay. Now the results component is a little bit more of the sort of, the more interesting one. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is actually create the results component themselves. Okay. So I'm going to create results _RFC, and then I'm going to go ahead and have my results component over here like so. Go back into index.js, do a simple import. So end of that control spacebar trick, import, hit save. And then we should get rid of the error. Now we have our results on the screen, but it has nothing inside of it. This is the interesting part, okay? The way that Next.js works, okay? So typically when we're using React, you deploy the entire React app to the website, okay? So imagine we have sunnysanger.com. We would deploy the entire React bundle to the website. And then when the user goes on to the website, they load the JavaScript in their browser, okay? The way that Next.js works is that the user goes to sunnysanger.com. Okay, they reach sunnysanger.com, they make a request. Now on sunnysanger.com is the Next.js server running. Okay, what we're going to do now is have a server-side render, which means that user comes to sunnysanger.com, requests a page. On the server, we build the page. We get all the JavaScript executed. We have everything. So it's all rendered on the page, on the server before it even gets to the user. And then we send over all of the, the required data and everything that the user would have had to load themselves. We're going to send that all over as a prop, right? Which means that the user just gets, well, as soon as they come onto the page, they'll get the final rendered page immediately. There's no like flickering or anything like that happens, okay? So we're going to make it work in that exact fashion. And this means that Google, their little scrapers, as soon as they come onto the page, it loads immediately as well, which means that they get better SEO performance. So the way that you can do it in Next.js to have server-side rendering is very simple. You just go ahead and add in a special function, and then it will tell Next.js that this page, only this page, right? So it's based on per page. This page is going to be server-side rendered. So the way we do is we say export async function, and then here I'm going to say get server-side props. And what we do is we get something called the context, okay? The context is going to include important details. For example, what was the URL that the user came in with? Okay, because we need that URL, don't we? Right? If we don't have the URL, I can't figure out what the genre was, and I don't know what to fetch. Okay, so at this point, remember, what's going to happen here is this will get executed before this gets rendered. So this is what gets rendered on the client. This is what gets rendered on the server. This server render happens first, and then it gets delivered to the client. Okay, so this will make sense once we get started. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull the genre from that URL. And the way we do it is we say context.query.genre. And that's because, remember, we were applying the genre query param when we click on those header elements. Okay. The next step is I'm going to say, well, this is where we make a request to the database, right? So the TMDB database. So what I'm going to do is I actually need the API key, and I need to set that stuff up right now before we can continue on, okay? So in my environment local file, remember we needed an API key. So I'm going to show you how to get your API key right now. Okay, so right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to tmdb.com. Okay, so TMDB, the movie database over here. What you want to do is you want to click on login. So I'm going to go ahead and hide my screen for a sec while I log in. So we're going to log in. Create an account. It's completely free to do it. Okay. Then once you're logged into your account, what you need to do is simply go over to your settings. So I'm going to click on profile and settings over here. And then I need to go to my, it's actually seemed to have changed. Okay. So I'm going to quickly find where my API key is right now. Okay. So it used to be, there we go. I go into settings. There we go. For some reason it wasn't coming up. Right. Then I click on this API down here. Okay, so what's going to happen is when I click on this API key, you should see inside of here an API key, right? And it will say something similar to API key version 3 Auth. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys an example of how this looks right now, and hopefully this will help you out a bit. Okay, so at the bottom of your screen, what you should be seeing right now is something like this. Okay, so at the bottom of the screen around this section, you'll see API key. Okay, version 3 auth, and then you'll see an example API request. Now the key is what you need. Okay, so here this key is what you need to copy. Okay, so you can see pretty much it will be in this location right here. After you click API, it'll say API key. You just need to copy this key. Okay, and I'm going to show you where to put this key next. Okay, so what you need to do is copy that key, and this is why it's private. Okay, because I don't want my quota to get spammed. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and copy that key. And then I'm going to go back to my code, and what I'm going to do is simply go ahead and paste my key over here. So imagine my key was like this squiggly nonsense, right? I'm going to go ahead and paste it here. So I'm going to paste this now, and then I'm going to close my environment local file, and that's it. That's all you need to do to get your key up and running. Okay, so I'm going to quickly go ahead and paste it on my machine, and then I'm going to close my environment local file. Okay, so I've gone ahead and done that. I pasted it and it worked. And then I'm going to go ahead and do Command J, and I need to now load my environment variables into my Next.js project. So the way I do it is I do Control C and I do yarn run dev again. So I need to restart my server. And what you should see here is a message about our environment variables. So at this point you can see it says loaded environment variables from environment.local. Perfect. Okay, so everything's working the way we wanted it. That's great. Okay, so now what we can do is we can make a request. Okay, so if I go to my request now my environment key is populated with our environment variable. Okay, so that's great, all works perfectly. And now what I'm going to do is go to my index.js, and we're going to make a request. So here I'm going to say const request, okay, equals await, right? Because it's an async function, we can do async await. I'm going to say await fetch, and this is basically how you make a GET request to the TMDB server. Okay, so I'm going to be getting all of my data from the TMDB. Oh god, okay, there we go. It's all right. Slipped up. Anyway, that's fine. So we've got the TMDB server over here, right? So I'm going to go ahead and pull all the movies from that bit. Doesn't really matter, to be fair. Okay, so now I'm going to say await fetch. I was just trying to show you that it's important to hide stuff sometimes. Okay, so here I'll say backticks, and then what I want to do is say HTTPS, like so, all of this stuff. I will enable Webpack 5 soon, yes. Okay, and then here I'm going to do my string interpolation. Okay, now what I want to do here is I'm going to say requests. Okay, so requests, I'm going to import this from util requests. And I'm going to say requests, and then I'm going to go into the genre. So the key is going to be the genre that gets entered. Hence why that URL that so notice how it says fetch top rated at the top. That's going to correspond to the key over here. So if that was like fetch top rated over here, that's how we go ahead and get the URL. Okay. So here, if I go back to my index.js, now you can see request genre. And this is going to be optional chaining, so we're going to protect ourselves. And because at some point, for example, when you come onto the home screen without a query param, it's not going to be defined, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if it's not defined, so that's the first thing. That will go ahead and get the correct URL. Otherwise, just go ahead and default to, let's say, fetch trending, okay? So otherwise I'm going to default to the fetch trending URL. Okay. So I'm going to say request.fetch trending URL and hit save. Okay. Now, once that comes back, what we're going to do is go here and we're going to say then, and we get a result back, and I'm going to go ahead and pass it with result.json. So now we get a nice JSON object inside of our request. Okay. This will be exactly what we kind of need and require at this point. So the final step is, okay, so it renders on the server, okay? And then what we want to do now is simply go ahead and return this data as a prop to our component. So here what I do is I say return, and then I actually go ahead and put props. Now this bit's the cool part, okay? So remember, as I said, it renders on the server first, and then it will go ahead and generate all the data that it needs. So it goes ahead and figures out the props beforehand. And then we're going to just go ahead and pass it in as results. So here I'm actually going to say request.results. Request.results. Now, here's the cool part, guys. Right? So if I go to my home component, I will now have props, right? Because it would have rendered on the server beforehand, done all of this cool wizardry, and then it will just come through as props. So here, if I say console log, and let's just go ahead and console log my props, I'll prove it to you. Okay, so if I do F12 at this point and I go into and I refresh, I get a results array of 20, right? Boom. This is all the TMDB data. That's perfect, guys. Look at that. That looks great. Looks exactly as we wanted it. And it's working just as I liked it, right? So that at this point is just as we want it, all right? So if you found that pretty cool already, smash the thumbs up button. That was your first demonstration of server-side rendering, live in a cool sort of, besides WhatsApp. We got it working here as well. So at this point, I'm going to destructure the results because I don't need to have the entire props. And I'm going to go ahead and pass my result as a prop to my results component. And you can see where this is going, right? Now I simply have a results component which takes my array of props and we render our front end. Okay, so I'm going to jump into my results section over here, hit save, go into my results, and this is where the fun happens. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get our props come through here, destructure it to get the requests. I like to show it like that, right? So now we have our request come through here. I'm going to go ahead and hide this, and here you can see this is how I figure out what comes back. I always console log it. And then I'll go ahead and check out, okay, so this is how I go ahead and figure out, what's the ID? What sort of properties come back? Okay, this is the popularity. What is the title of the video coming back and all those sort of things. The vote count, for example. How many people have thumbs this up, right? All that sort of good stuff comes through at this point. Okay, so now what we can do is go ahead and implement this, right? So the first thing we'll do is we have a div. Okay, inside of my div, I'm going to render thumbnails. Okay, so these are all going to be reusable components called thumbnails. Okay, and they're simply just going to get the, the data that comes back from the request. Okay, so here I'm going to go ahead and render a thumbnail. Okay, but instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my requests. I'm going to map through every single one, and every single result that comes back, I'm going to go ahead and render a thumbnail with it. Okay. And the thumbnail we need to go ahead and create. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and create a thumbnail component. So thumbnail.js, hit save, and then I'm going to do _RFCE. Boom, working, nice. And then here I'm going to go ahead and pass in some props. Okay, so here's my thumbnail over here, and I'm going to get my results over here. So here. So what I'm going to do is firstly the key. Remember, every time you're mapping through something, you should always have a key. In this case, we're going to use the result.id for the key. And the second thing, I'm going to pass the entire result through as a prop. Okay, so we get that entire object inside of the thumbnail. So that means we get our prop destructured over here as a result. Okay, perfect. So we have our requests come through here. Now I am going to go ahead and structure this out. It says cannot read property map of undefined. Okay, so I need to figure out what's going on here. Okay, so at this point, if we've got the results come through, and this is requests, this is why, right? So I've actually gone ahead and changed this to results. This should be results.map. There we go. And hit save. Thumbnail is not defined. We can go ahead and import this. Boom, hit save. Oh, okay. So sometimes it doesn't want to do it. Right. So at this point, what we can do is go ahead and hit that. Import thumbnail. And you can see element type is invalid. This is because we're not rendering anything out at this point. Okay. So what I'm going to do at this point is just type in a H1 just to say thumbnail. thumbnail, hit save, and there you go. Thumbnail, 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 thumbnail. Okay, so I'm going to make this look as the final outcome would. Okay, so at this point I can close my results for now. Okay, and this is where stay tuned, because this is where it gets very interesting, because this is where I go ahead and I deep dive into how we go ahead and have CSS grid when it's a mobile, so 1 column, to then a 2 column on smaller iPad size screens, and then a 3 column on desktop, and then we break from that and go to Flexbox on the huge screens. So I'm going to show you how to do all of that very easily right now. So get excited. This is going to be a lot of fun. Okay. And this is where it gets intense. That's why the music's got stepped up a little bit. Okay. So at this point, we've got our thumbnail over here. So instead of saying a thumbnail, I'm going to go ahead and give something a bit more interesting here. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and we've got our div. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to say is inside of this div, I'm going to have a image. This is going to be a image from Next.js. So remember, we're going to use the Next.js. And again, actually, I want to have this on the full screen. So this is going to be a Next.js image, self-enclosing, in fact. And then we're going to have the layout to be something. So they take a property called layout. This is actually a pretty cool thing. It takes 4 different options. You got fill, fixed, intrinsic, responsive. I'm going to be using responsive. Feel free to have a look at that. All right. So you can check that one out in the meantime when you want to check it out. Now I'm going to make the height and width 1080p. Right. So it's going to be a 1080p sort of dimension aspect ratio. And then I'm going to give the source. Okay. Now the source is interesting. Okay. So firstly, the images that come back, right? So the results that are coming back, if I go ahead and console log the result, check this out, right? So firstly, I'm going to comment this out, but have a look at this, right? So if I go ahead and go into my console, let's check out one of these, for example, okay? So when it comes back, we get the poster path. Okay, now this is a JPEG path, but it's just simply / and then a path, right? What is the base path? We need a base path. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what the base URL is over here. So this is the base URL that everything is going to be sort of, it requires this before we actually append that sort of URL that comes back. Okay, now interestingly enough, it doesn't always come back with the sort of, predictable sort of, like position in the object. Okay, so in this case, what you can do is you can say it could be this, or it could be this, or it could be this, and I'm going to show you how you do that. Okay, so the first thing we're going to say is I'm going to do backticks, and I'm going to say, okay, let's string interpolate the base URL, and then we're going to say string interpolate the result dot backdrop underscore path. So this is one location where it could be. Okay, and again, how did I find this? I found it by, having a look through each of the different results, and I can basically determine what is coming back as a result, right? Or it could have been the result. So there's a few different options here. What I'm going to say is instead of this one, right? So it could be the backdrop path, or it could be the result poster path. Okay, or it could be the result poster path. So in this case, let's go ahead and clean that up. Nice. Right, or instead of all of this, it could be this. Okay, so stay with me, right? So stay with me, it makes sense. Or it could be this right here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the final finished variant so it's not too confusing. There we go. Okay, so it could either be one of the two things like so. Now this will ensure that you don't get, like a missing image or anything like that. This will make sure that it goes ahead and is this video live? Hell yeah, dude, it is. And now you can see, look at this, right? We get the images come on the screen. And remember, as I said before, they are lazy loaded. Okay, so these are being lazy loaded as we scroll down the screen out of the box. Next.js does that out of the box. Okay, so what we can do now is, and you can see, look, it's responsive. So the screen size, these images are all responding to the screen size. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have another div. Okay, so I'm going to have a div underneath my image. This div is going to be responsible for the text. Okay, so you see this text right here. Notice how when we hover over it, we get the animated text gets a little bit bigger, and we show some of the data on the screen. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we've got the div over here. I'm going to give a p tag, and I'm going to say this is going to be the result.overview. Okay, and if I hit save, there you go. These are going to be the results of the image. See the results of each of the results. Like, this is going to be the text, the overview text for each of the results. They're super confused right there. Okay. Now what we can do is, if it gets too long, right, I want to truncate it, which means give it a dot, dot, dot. So in Tailwind CSS, it's just super easy. We can just say truncate. And now look what happens. If it gets too long, it will just go ahead and add a dot, dot, dot at the end of the line. Okay. So now what I want to do is I'm going to say truncate, and I'm going to say max width medium. Okay. So I don't want it to touch the end. I want the max width just to be a medium. Okay. I want the entire div to have a padding of 2. I don't want it to be, you know, touching the sides like it is. I want to give padding of 2. Okay, that's a bit nicer. Looks a bit cleaner. All right. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go underneath and go ahead and do H2. And inside of here, I'm going to have either one of 2 things. Right? I might have a result.title. And as I mentioned before, some stuff comes back from an API. You know, sometimes you have this issue where it could come back under one thing, or it could come back under another thing. So in this case, it's either the title or the original name. Okay, so if we do that now, you can see now the actual film name comes up. So we've got all the different film names. So you got The Godfather, Gabriel's Inferno, and so forth. Okay, so what I want to do now is have a p tag underneath this. Now the p tag underneath this is the interesting one. This is the one which actually has, it has the date, it has the little dot, it has a thumbs up, and then it has the like count. Okay, so the number of likes. So how do we get that? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and actually, firstly, we need an icon. So it's a thumbs up icon from Hero Icons. So we're going to be using that. So let's do this. So we've got a p tag here, and then I'm going to go ahead and say, so at this point, what you can do is I'm going to go actually paste this one out because it's quite a hefty one, and I'll explain it. Okay, so we're saying either the media type or so it's either result.media type or result.media type. Oh, sorry, and we're checking that it exists. So in this case, you could do so if it exists, that's why I'm showing it. And then I've got a little space, and then I'm saying it's either going to be the release date or the first air date. And then we've got a little dot, and then I'm going to have a little space, and then I'm going to give a thumbs up icon. Thumbs up icon is going to have a height of 5 and a margin on the x-axis of 2. Then I'm going to pop in the result vote count. Okay, so I'm not going to go ahead and explain every bit there, but you can pretty much go ahead and copy that out if you would like to. That's how we get this data here. And obviously it's not looking great. So I'm going to go ahead and show you that how we do that right now. Okay. So the way we do this right now is I'm going to go to my p tag, and I'm going to say this is going to be flex. So class name, and this is going to be a flex item center like so. Flex item center. And then there we do it. Okay. And now that you can see it's starting to come together a bit more. Awesome. Okay. So what we do next is I'm going to say, okay, by default, this has an opacity of 0. So we don't want to show that by default. I only want it when I hover over the group. So remember we did this before, right? We did the group hover. Okay. So in this case, the group is actually going to belong to the overall parent div. Okay. So this is actually going to be where the group starts. And then down here, what I do is I go ahead and say on the group hover. So that's how you're wondering how we do this sort of, you know, grouping. That's how we do it. So we say group hover. And then here, what I'll do is I'll say group hover opacity changes to 100. Okay. So now if I hover over it, can you see how it appears only on the hover? Nice. Awesome stuff. Looks great, right? So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say cursor pointer. So cursor pointer on the overall parent. Hit save, and then you can see now we've got a cursor pointer looking a lot cleaner there. Now we've got this, we've got the pictures coming up. Awesome stuff. I'm going to change the H2 because it looks kind of ugly right now. Right? I don't know about you guys, but I don't like that. It doesn't look nice. Okay. So the H2 here, I'm going to say class name equals, I'm going to say empty of 1. So let's actually space this out a bit so you guys can see what's going on a bit. Okay. So here I'll say margin top of 1. Okay. And I want the text to be, I want the text to be 2XL. There we go. So text should be 2XL. So now it's a bigger text. Text should be white as well, right? Text should be white. And then this is where I want to have the sort of, you know, the interesting part for the scaling effect. Okay. So you see here, like how we make it a little bit extra bold. Okay. When it does that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say transition all. transition all, and then I'm going to say duration of 100 seconds. Okay. Then I'm going to say ease in and ease out. So if you know about easing in time functions and things like that, you can actually change it here. So if you want to have an ease out, you can do ease out. If you want to do ease in, you can do that. I'm going to do ease in and out, right? And then what I'm going to say is I'm going to say when you hover over the entire group, I want the font to go bold for this heading. Now with that in play, look at that. Boom. Looks really clean. Okay. So this is looking very nice at this point in time. Right, so we're almost there, right? We're almost getting there, right? But obviously at this point, it's not fully responsive yet. I mean, like right now, it's just getting huge, okay? We want it to be really nice and responsive. And trust me, we're almost there, guys. It's coming in, right? So bear with me. We are almost there, okay? So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go down to our, up to our parent component, and we're going to continue here. Okay, so at this point, what I'm going to say is we've already done, you know, the group and so forth. I want this to have a padding of 2. Because right now this is touching the sides, it doesn't look that great. I want a slight little padding, and then it immediately looks a bit nicer. And then what I'm going to say is, let's give it a transition, right? Duration 200 seconds, okay? Ease in, right? Ease in, and I'm going to say transform, okay? And then here I'm going to say small. So when we hit the small breakpoint, so what I actually want is I want this hover effect only to apply on the big screens. When I'm on a phone, it doesn't make sense to have a hover effect, right? Because think about it, when you're on your phone, it doesn't make sense to have that hover effect. It just doesn't feel right, okay? So if we go over here now, what I can say is I can go ahead and do transform, and I'm going to say only on the small screen when we hover should I apply hover a scale of 105, and you can see how we can chain things together there, right? And also I'm going to say hover. The Z index should be 50 because we want it to appear above everything else. So at this point, perfect. It's looking great, but only on the big screens do we get the nice hover effect. Okay, this is actually where we wanted to get to. So this is looking great at this point. Okay. So at this point now, we just need to go up a level. So the thumbnail at this point is done, right? The thumbnail is done. Now we need to go ahead and figure out how we can use CSS Grid and Flexbox. So if you're excited for that bit, smash the thumbs up button. Let's do this, guys. Right, so what we're going to do here is I'm going to go up to, okay, so at this point we've got the results here. Now inside the results.js, I'm going to go ahead and give it a class name. Okay, so a class name. And now this is where we do all of our magic, okay? So remember, it's mobile first, which means we do all of our styling based on the mobile view first, and then we move up. So the first thing we'll do is I'm going to say padding on the x-axis of 5, right? That brings things a bit closer in. Margin on the y-axis of 10, right? That'll go ahead and separate it from the top a little bit, right? Now on the small, right? So by default on mobile, it's actually inline. So this is inline right now, but on the small breakpoint, I want to go to a CSS grid. Okay, so what I do is I say on the small, apply a grid. Okay, so now you can see over here we're on inline, and then boom, it goes to a grid. So you can see that tiny little jitter, that's actually changing to a CSS grid. So on the smallest mobile view, it's inline, then it turns to a CSS grid. Okay, at this point, when we hit the medium, okay, so when I do MD, so a medium breakpoint, I'm going to change the number of columns, so grid columns, to 2. Right, so now look at this magic. All right, and if you're ready for this, get excited. This is pretty cool. All right, so if I go ahead and make it on the medium, there you go. Boom. Look at that. So on the small, a mobile inline, hit small. We go to grid, but 1 column by default. And then when we hit the medium breakpoint, boom, we hit the 2 column. Okay. That looks really great. And obviously right now it's just going bigger and bigger and bigger because we haven't set any more columns after that, okay? Then what I'm going to say is when you hit the extra large screen size, okay? So I found that was a suitable barrier for me. Right. So on the XL screen, grid column 3. So at this point, okay, 2, get bigger and bigger and bigger, 3. Hey, there we go. And look at that, right? Look how nice that is, right? But what if we have a huge screen? Right, so let's go ahead and go to the really massive screens, right? Like say look, this was a 4K screen right now. This just looks ridiculous, right? Instead, what we want to see is something like this. Imagine if I go to a 4K screen, then I want to use the 4K screen accordingly. So you see this, that's better, right? But how do we get to that, right? So what I need to do is I need to change this from CSS grid to a flexbox, right? So how do we do that? So right now, obviously, this is looking pretty damn good. go back here, and then we've got the XL grid columns 3. I'm going to add in a custom. So the 2XL is it's a bit too soon for me, right? So I need to add in a 3XL, but 3XL isn't supported out of the box. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to my Tailwind config, and I'm going to extend, and I'm going to show you how you can add in your own breakpoints. So where we have our theme, you go inside the extend, and here you just type in screens, okay? Now inside the screens, you can add in your own breakpoints. You can actually call this whatever you want. I'm going to say at 3XL, I'm going to say it's a 2000 pixel breakpoint, okay? So this is only going to apply when the 2000 pixels is hit on a breakpoint. But this will go ahead and literally upgrade my Tailwind now. So I now have a 3XL breakpoint. Simple as that, right? So at this point, what I can do is I can go over here and I can say 3XL. Okay, so I can do 3XL and I can do a flex. So when we hit the 3XL, I'm going to say change it from a grid to a flex, right? And then by default, the flex wrap should be applied and justify center. And obviously these won't get applied until flex gets applied, so I don't need to have the breakpoints on them. Okay, so if I hit save now, watch this guys, okay? Now if I go bigger onto a 4K, for example, screen, look at that. It breaks out of CSS grid and goes into a flex box, which is incredible. And if it goes bigger, it will wrap by default and it will just work. So now you have support for mobile screens, right? So now you have support for mobile screens, tablet screens, desktop screens, and 4K screens. Now, if that's not cool, I don't know what's cool, because that to me is damn cool as a developer to have all of that power under the hood with Tailwind CSS. And we just added a custom 3XL breakpoint in. We have all this beautiful functionality. And look at that. By the way, guys, I forgot to show you that. Look at that. I'm so confident. I didn't even test that. It works. Look. Now, if I click on the different sort of sections, it will change the URL. So if I click on romance, it'll change to fetch romance movies, which will cause the sort of page to re-render, which means that this actually refires. So if I go to our index.pages, like here, it will cause this code to re-render because it's actually technically a new page request. And this will go ahead and refetch the different, but notice how Next.js does it so elegantly. So if I click on mystery, right, it only refreshes as it needs to, okay? And what's beautiful about this is it will cache, right? So in this case, notice how these pictures were loaded previously, okay? Which means that it now has that in the cache. So if I go to sci-fi and I come back to mystery, notice how it would have cached those images so it loads faster for the next time. Okay, so you notice how these are all massive improvements which gets made to the application, okay? So this is incredibly powerful stuff right here, okay? So this is looking pretty good at this point, okay? So I think on that note, what we can do now is I'm gonna add in a quick animation. So you can notice how in the actual final build, we get this nice kind of, you know, like smooth disappearing effect that comes into play, right? So it's a very subtle, but it's very like a smooth sort of animation that kicks in. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do this. We're going to use something called flip move. Okay, so this is called React flip move. So what we're going to do is I'll show you how to do this. I won't go into too much detail here with this one, but it's a very quick implementation. What we do is we open up our terminal. We're going to split the terminal over here. I'm going to do yarn add React flip move, and then I'm going to import it while it's doing it so we can prepare ourselves. Now there's two steps that we need to do for this. Okay, I just need to simply go ahead and change flip move. Okay, so here I'm going to go to my div and change this for flip move. Okay, that's the first step to get this animation in. Let's go ahead and do this, right? And then I'm going to go to the thumbnail over here, and then I'm going to go here, thumbnail. And then what I'm going to do is I'm simply need to just do a tiny change here, right? So I need to make this an ES6 function. So I'm going to say const thumbnail and change this to an arrow, like so. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to import something called forward ref. And for this animation library to work, all we need to do is attach a forward ref into this component. So the way we do that is we say forward ref, add a parentheses, go right to the ending block. So let's go ahead and Command J hide that and add a parentheses over here. Okay. And then what we do is we come to our result, we do a comma, and we now have a reference. This is used by the reference in the parent component. If that doesn't make sense, just Google what forward ref is, have a look into it, and you can definitely check it out. But in this case, I'm not going to dive too far into it. And all we need to do to make the animation work is type in ref. Okay. And what you need to make this all work is your result that you're rendering has to have a valid key. Otherwise this won't work. Okay, so let's hit save. And now if we go back to our app, it says component is not a function. Let's go ahead and check this out again. There we go, refresh. And now if I click on action, right, there you go. You get a nice little change right there, okay? So, and obviously you can always optimize further, but this is pretty good right now. So what we're gonna do now is we have our fully working Hulu clone. We've got our animations, our lovely little kind of, you know, responsive design. Everything is working the way we expect it to. If I go ahead and click on trending, it goes ahead and delivers the movies accordingly and so forth, okay? So the next step naturally is to deploy. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is show you how to go ahead and deploy your Next.js application to Vercel. And then what we're going to do is we're going to connect that to Hostinger so you can have your own beautiful custom domain name. If you're excited about the deployment step, let me know right now. Let's deploy this app, guys. So now what we're going to do is we're going to hit Command J. And all we need to do is push this to a GitHub repo. That's the first step, okay? So let's go ahead and pop open our GitHub repo. So if we open up GitHub right here, all you need to do is, I'm going to go ahead and remind later. Let me just hide that right now. Cool. Let's do that. So I'm going to go ahead and add in a new repo over here. And here I'm just going to create a, let's just say Hulu YouTube clone. There we go. Oops, Hulu YouTube clone. I'm going to make this private for now. Click create repo. Okay, this is the first step right now. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on, grab this line right here, copy it. And I'm not going to go too far into how you use GitHub at this point, but what you need to consider yourself with right here is we just go ahead and do git remote add origin like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say git add all, and you'll see that now all of our changes have now become staged, which means they're ready to push. Okay. Then what we do is we say git commit -m for a message. And then here I'm just going to say initial commit. And we've committed all of our changes, okay? The next thing I want to do is do git push, okay? And then I'm going to copy this and just grab that and paste it. And this will push my code to the GitHub that I just created. Okay, so I have got a password here, so I'm going to go ahead and pop that in right there. And boom, okay? Really nice. So now what we're going to do is if I go ahead and refresh my GitHub, we have the code on GitHub. Okay, that's the first step you need to do to go ahead and get your application deployed. All right. So now what we do is we go over to Vercel. Okay, so vercel.com/dashboard. And what you want to go ahead and do is create a simple account on Vercel. It's very quick to go ahead and do. And we're going to go ahead and somebody says, will you do a next clone with Firebase? I will definitely cover everything, dude. I'm working very hard to make sure I cover everything. And we're going to click on new project. Okay. So we're going to click on new project here, and then we're going to go ahead and hit on the Hulu YouTube clone. Okay, so I've just committed this, and you can see right here. So you just need to go ahead and connect your GitHub repo. It's very easy to do, yeah? You click on import. Now, as you can see, we click on our personal account. So this bit's very simple to do. And then we say project name, and it will automatically detect if it's Next.js. And then this is the interesting part, the environment variable. So remember, guys, we had an environment variable inside of this project. I will show it now as I don't really, you know, it's fine, the end of the build. So I'm going to go to my environment.local, okay? And without this key, this will not work, okay? This will not work because it will break, right? It won't have the variable available in the production environment. So what we do here is we grab the API key. Okay, so we go here and the environment name must be the same. So we're going to say API key, and this will be encrypted, so it's safe to have. And then what you can do is obviously you don't share this key typically. Okay, so I would copy this key and I would simply go here and do this, and I would click add. Okay, now you can see I've added in my environment variable. Okay, now I click on deploy. Simple as that. Okay, and now what this will do is it will deploy my main branch from GitHub, which was the initial commit, which I just committed previously. It will go ahead, build it out, install all the yarn dependencies that are required, and then it will go ahead and deploy this to a Vercel domain. Okay, so this will pretty much go ahead, create the optimized production build, do everything that we need to do to get it working. And here you can see the JIT engine is running, so it's pretty much doing all the build commands that we would have done. And then it goes ahead and pushes it onto a Vercel domain. So you actually get given a Vercel domain for free out of the box, and it will work for you. Okay, so build completed. And then, hey, look at that, guys. Congratulations, your project has been successfully deployed, right? So this is working nice. what I'm going to do is I'm going to click visit. Okay, let's go ahead and see our actual application in action. Okay, so boom, there we go. And that is actually the application that we just built, right? So look at that. That's literally the application that we built, fully mobile responsive, works on small screens, works on huge screens, and everything in between. Okay, so that's how we can pretty much get this working. We have made it to the final build, guys. We're almost there. If you're at this point right now, drop 2 rocket emojis because we're almost at that final hurdle. We just went ahead and smashed a Hulu clone, so well done. Next up is our final Google clone. In this clone, you're going to be using React and Next.js, but we're going to be tapping into server-side rendering. We're going to be using the Google APIs to go ahead and actually render real search results, guys. And on top of that, we're actually going to have pagination. As you've used, everyone has used Google right now. If you haven't already, I don't know what planet you're living on. After this video, you would have built the world's biggest search engine, tapping into the Google APIs, using server-side rendering. It's going to be a beautiful combination and a big finale to this crash course. So as always, guys, smash the thumbs up button if you're still here. Hit that subscribe if you haven't already. I just want you to break those buttons at this point. And without further ado, guys, destroy this 6th build. I'll see you in the Google clone. Let's go. I'm going to go ahead and show you guys what we're going to build today. So this is Google 2.0 with Next.js. Remember, guys, we love Next.js now. Next.js server-side rendering, okay? And we have our infamous search bar, which is using the Google API, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and type in Sunny Sanga, hit enter, boom. This is not the actual Google, guys. This is our Google that we built. And also, guys, just to add a little bit of icing on the cake, this build is fully, yes, I said it, fully responsive, okay? So this is gonna be a hell of a lot of fun. You guys are gonna learn so much in today's build. If you're excited, just smash that thumbs up button and let's get into this, okay? Now let me go ahead and show you the responsive features of today's build. So when we go ahead and resize the page, check out what happens, guys. So you can see everything is going to go ahead and resize. Now I want you to pay close attention to these icons at the top right here. Okay, now check out what happens. As I go ahead and shrink it, boom, hits a breakpoint, changes, perfectly resizes, even the text changes size. And look at this, guys, we have nice little hover animations and everything like that, okay? And also, guys, to top it off, your boy couldn't just leave it there, right? I had to go ahead and add an additional functionality. We have pagination. Yes, I said it, we have pagination. Go ahead and hit the next button. Then we get the next page. And then it goes ahead and says previous or next. So if I go ahead and click next page, boom, we go ahead and we'll get a third additional page and so forth, okay? Now, if I click previous, there you go, it works, right? Jump in. So if we go over to our files, you can see Next.js has a slightly different layout, okay? So Next.js, we have the pages folder. Now, pages resembles your app, okay? So, you know, previously when we use React, we have a React router. Now, React router signifies for whenever we want to go ahead and go onto a web page. Let's say I want to go to the home page. It's typically at index.js, right? But what if I want pages like /search, or if I want pages like /home, right? How do I do that? Typically, we're used to using something called React router. Now in Next.js, we have a built-in router. So it works by basically the name of your file is going to be the page root. Okay, so in this case, we're going to have index.js and then search, which will resemble /search, okay? So that'll make a lot of sense as we go ahead and get practicing, okay? So we're gonna go ahead, hit index.js, hit Command J, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do yarn dev, okay? Now you can see there's a package lock. I prefer yarn, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and hit yarn dev, okay? Actually, before that, I'm gonna type in yarn, right? I'm gonna do yarn, but I'm gonna delete the package lock. Right, so you delete your package lock and you type in yarn, and then that will switch you from npm to yarn. Okay, so you don't want to have 2 lock files ever. You just want one. Hey, there she is, my beautiful girlfriend. Nice. All right. So wait until this goes ahead and fetches and installs all the required dependencies. Now, while that's doing that, what do we need to set up in the meantime? Okay, we've got Tailwind CSS, and now this is the new bit of tech that we're going to be learning in today's video. Okay, so Tailwind allows us to rapidly build our site without ever leaving the HTML. Now, I don't know about you guys, okay, but there was an upgrade when we had our typical external CSS files, And then we started to use things like CSS modules, styled components. Styled components were even better because we didn't have to leave the file. But now Tailwind is an absolute game changer. Tailwind allows us to build responsive sites extremely fast, and they look amazing. They are literally, if you've ever liked Bootstrap, you're going to absolutely love Tailwind. And I wasn't actually a fan of Bootstrap. If you're an OG on this channel, I didn't like Bootstrap for a very long time, but Tailwind is won my heart over. I'm going to be using Tailwind in every build. And in particular, if you know about it, we're going to use the new version of Tailwind, which is Tailwind JIT, which means just-in-time compiler. So I'm going to show you how to do all of this. Don't worry, okay? So we're going to click on Get Started. Now, here you can see version 2.1.0 is what we're using, the absolute latest and greatest. We're going to click on Installation. I'm going to click on the Next.js integration. We're going to click on Next.js, okay? Now, here you can see we created our project already. We need to set up Tailwind CSS. All right. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to do npm install, but I'm not doing npm install. So I'm just going to grab this last bit, and this is all the dependencies I'm going to need. Okay. So I'm going to copy that, yarn, add, and I'm going to do -d and then all of those dependencies. Okay. Now this is going to go ahead and install Tailwind into our project. And Next.js, by the way, guys, is a framework for React. Okay. So I saw somebody ask, why are you not using React? We are using React. It has Next.js on top. Okay. It's a framework for React. Right, so now we've gone ahead and installed that correctly. We've got everything up and running. The next thing we need to do is create the config files. So again, Tailwind make this extremely simple. Just copy this command over here, and then let's go over here and type in npx tailwind css init-p. Right, this will create 2 configuration files in our directory. Okay, so what we need to do now is inside of Tailwind config, we just have to change a little setting. Right, now remember, I said we're using the latest and greatest Tailwind. Okay, so they have a great video on their channel, but they're using something called JIT. It's a new sort of just-in-time compiler, and it allows you to basically go ahead and generate the styles that you need when you need them at runtime. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and change the Tailwind config from its original config to this new compiler. Okay, so this new compiler is the shit, right? It's the good stuff. Okay, so here I'm going to say JIT, right, and then we're going to go ahead and do that. Now that will go ahead and it's not actually listed here because that's a different step. There is a nice little page where you can go to just in time mode that will show you. They've got a nice video about what it does, how it speeds up the build process incredibly, like a huge amount. Okay, and this is how you enable it. So this is what we did right here, and then this is the next step, but we're doing a slightly different thing. So just do mode JIT, and then what you want to do is come back over here, and we want to go down to our purge. So here you want to grab these files over here. Now this is basically going to go ahead, and we need to tell Tailwind. Okay, so it uses something called purge CSS, and this is important because it tells Tailwind that this is the pages that you should care about. Right, think of it like that, right? This is the page that usually you need to scan for, right? So we're going to be using Tailwind in these files, and you need to like clean them out. Okay, so just think of it in that sense, and that will keep it very simple. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is go over to purge, and I'm just going to copy in those files. So this is /pages. This is where all of our pages inside of our app live, and then we have /components, and we're also going to create a folder here for our individual components afterwards. Okay, right. I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Now, with that done, we should have everything set. The final step, include Tailwind in your CSS. So we just need to go ahead and grab these last one here. So at Tailwind right here, and then we're going to go ahead and go into our styles, global, and I'm going to grab everything inside of global and delete it and paste Tailwind inside. Okay, and this home.module.css, we don't even need that anymore. Okay, we're not using module CSS in this build. Right, so once we've done with that, we've actually officially set up Tailwind. So congratulations, it's all done. Okay, everything's working nicely. Now what we're going to do is, and then we're going to click on index. Now let's go ahead and actually see something on the screen. All right, suddenly you're like, we want to see something, right? So what you need to do, type in yarn dev. So it's not npm start on Next.js, it's yarn dev. Now I do have something running, so I'm going to go ahead and cancel that. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and do yarn dev. Now, if I didn't already mention, this is going to be using Google's API today. I'm going to show you how to get your own keys. All you need is a Google account to get started with that. Okay, so just bear in mind that you're going to need a Google account when we get to that point. Okay, so we've got the app up and running. So now what we need to do, you should get this message where it says you have enabled JIT engine, which is currently in preview. Okay, so once it says that, that's good. That's exactly what we want to see. And then what I'm going to do is open up another window, pull this into this page over here, so that way we can see our code. and I'm going to type in a localhost 3000. Okay. Now you can see it's failed to resolve home.module.css. That's correct because we deleted it. Hence in index.js, we need to delete line 2. And then I'm going to go inside of here and get rid of everything from main. Okay. So down here, everything from main and everything inside of footer. We want a fresh, clean slate. Okay. Now, once I've got that done, I'm going to type in H1 and I'm going to say, let's build Google with Next.js and Tailwind, right? I'm going to hit save. Now let's see what happens, guys. Let's go ahead and wait for it. It says styles is not defined. That's because class name here, we can go ahead and delete this class name. And I'm going to hit save. And there you go. This is where we should see, right? This is what you should see at this point. Like this is actually going to be simpler to follow along if you have tab 9. All right, tab 9 is going to help you keep up to speed with the build. So trust me, it's worth it. Okay, guys. All right. So here we have Google with Next.js and Tailwind. And at that point, we're done. I'm joking. We're not done yet. Okay. So the thing I love about Tailwind CSS is that we don't actually ever need to leave our HTML file or our JSX file. Okay. Instead, now everything happens in the class name. Okay. So we've got our class name over here. And I'm going to go ahead and type in, let's go ahead and say H10, right? So this will go ahead and change the height of this component to a 10. So if I go ahead and change it to a P, then we can see, you see what happened here, guys? It gave it a padding of 10 around it, okay? Now, this is called a design system, okay? So we can't just type in random numbers here, right? But what's really nice about this is we will go ahead and it will work in the way that we expect it to, and everything just looks clean and fresh, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys something now. Now, the first thing I want you to do is actually go ahead and get this extension because this will help you out quite a lot, guys. Okay, so what we're going to do is go ahead and get the extension for, it's called Tailwind. Okay, so if you go ahead and get the extension for Tailwind CSS. Okay, so Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. And what you need to do is just install this extension. This will give you autocomplete, which will help you out a huge amount. Okay, because as you type in these class names, it's going to be kind of tricky to remember what you can actually type in next. Now this IntelliSense will help you out because as you type in, you see it gives you the different colors and all sorts, right? Now there are tons of benefits when you're using Tailwind CSS. Now I'm going to give you a quick run through of a few of those before we get started. So I'm not going to spend too long, but you can see pretty much you have different sizes that are built into the system, different color schemes out of the box, different shadow elements, which are really nice. How many times have we been sitting on a website and we need that box generator off Google? And you see just with certain class names, you can go ahead and get such a different look and feel to your application. I'm going to show you how to go ahead and use all of this. Instead of material UI icons, we're going to be using hero icons, which work natively with Tailwind. Okay, so that's how we're going to power up our icons in today's build. Okay, so with that said, let's go ahead and jump back into our code. So at this point, we've got the H1. Now I showed you how we can pretty much now we'd never have to leave the file, which is actually going to be easier for you guys to follow me. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and pop this over like this. I think that'll be easier for you guys to see. Okay, so all you need to do now, we never have to leave this file. Okay, if I want flex, I can apply flex like this. If I want flex column, I can go ahead and do this, and it will go ahead and apply a flex column direction. Okay, so there's loads of benefits to being able to use this right now. Okay, there's tons and tons of benefits, and also in my opinion it's so easy to actually remember how to do more complicated things with Tailwind because you don't have to remember the exact CSS. You just remember these like nice utility classes, what they're called in CSS, in Tailwind CSS, and it just goes ahead and does it nicely for you. Now when we're using Tailwind CSS, you have to make sure you follow a mobile first design principle. This means that we design for the mobile first and then we use breakpoints to go ahead and scale up on larger screens. I'm going to show you how to do it. Typically, these breakpoints are resembled by an SM for small, MD for medium, LG for large, extra large is XL, and then it goes up to 2XL and 3XL. Each one is going to resemble a different size. For example, without any breakpoint, it's a mobile. It's going to be the smallest size. So that's going to be our first set of classes. The second thing, whenever you see an SM, it's going to mean SM means apply this class after we hit a small screen, right? And when we hit MD, it's going to be after we hit a medium screen, apply this class. Okay, so this is how we go ahead and read Tailwind CSS. It will make a lot of sense right now, okay? All right, so first thing we're going to do is let's go ahead and actually have a look at what we're going to be building. Okay, so we're going to aim to build this homepage. Oh, there we go. This one right here. Okay, So this is the end goal right now for the home page. We're going to start with the home page and then we're going to progressively move on. So the first thing in Next.js, so this is actually Next.js, we have this nice little head component. Okay, so the head component is really, really nice. Now head is going to go ahead and allow us to change things like this little title at the top over here. So you see right now it says create next tab. I want that to say Google because we're making a Google clone. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and hover over them. Now it says Google. That's amazing. Now I do want a disclaimer. We're not by any means claiming that we're Google today. Okay, we're just saying that we're creating a Google-like clone. Okay, because we love Google. Right, so now we've got this over here. Now what we're going to do is we're not going to change the icon, but if you wanted to change it, then feel free to do it. Okay, that's homework for you guys. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to start off with the header. So the header is what I consider this top half over here. Now you're going to see how easy it is to get this working. Okay, so we're going to break this up into a few different sections. The first bit is going to be a header. Okay, so we're going to have our header component at the top. Now this will resemble this nice little top part. And then we've got the body, right? Now the body is going to be all of the thing, like all of this underneath, right? Underneath, oops, not that bit, underneath the header. Okay, so anything underneath the header or above the footer is the body. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and say, we're going to say body. And then we're going to go ahead and have a footer underneath that. We've got the header up here. So first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to be using the correct classes. We're going to say this is a header at the top. Okay, then we're going to have two divs, right? We're going to have a div for the left. Okay, so remember, whenever you're working in a sort of a CSS fashion, right, we're going to have two divs. We're going to have a left div and a right div. Okay, now what we're going to do is we got the header open. I'm going to create a div, right? And this div is going to be responsible for the left section. Okay, and then I've got another div, and this div is going to be responsible for the right section. Okay, I'm going to go ahead with the right section. There we go. Now with this open, we're going to go ahead and input the correct things that we need. So I'm going to have a p tag which says about and a p tag which says store. Okay, so I'm going to have a p tag which says about, and then I'm going to have another p tag which says store, and then we should see those pop in right here. Okay, so I'm going to eventually get to this point where it looks somewhat like this. Okay, now on this one, we're going to go ahead and have, on the right hand side, we're going to have a p tag which says Gmail, and we're going to have another one which says images. Okay, now obviously you can feel free to change these to a tags or a href, with a href inside if you'd like, right? But in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Now we do need an icon here, and then we need an avatar. Now typically we use Material UI for our avatars, but I'm going to show you how easy it is to do this inside of Tailwind CSS. Okay, so with that done, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to show you how you can pretty much go ahead and lay this out. So I'm going to hit save, and we've got about, store, Gmail, images. Okay, all right, so now we've got the header. Now what I'm going to do is inside of each of these small containers, I'm first going to style those. Okay, so inside this div, I'm first going to say class name, and then here I'm going to say flex, and I want to do a flex a space of 4 space x4. Now this means, okay, so firstly, let's go ahead and have a look at this. So if I type in flex, it will do display flex on the container, which is why these went into a row. Okay, the next thing I can do, which is really nice, is I can type in space x4, which means space all of the children x components along, right? I can space them out with a spacing of 4 pixels, which is really nice. Okay, that's actually really, really clean. Typically we'd go ahead and do margin right, margin left, all that stuff, but this in my opinion is a lot cleaner. And then I'm going to do items center, which basically aligns them on the vertical axis centrally, so that will help out when we have some padding. Okay, the next one, the right hand section, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to say flex, I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to say flex space x of 4, space x of 4. Right, and that will give us a spacing of 4 on the x-axis, and I'm going to do the same thing, item center, tab 9 coming in clutch. Okay, now you can go ahead and see we have the two things in this case. Now these two containers are flex, which is why they're in a row. So the header, now I need to make that a flex. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do class name, and here I'll say flex, and now we should see everything go into a row, because by default flex is, as we know it, it puts things into a row. Okay, I'm going to make this actually a little bit bigger so you guys can see this. Okay, now when we have flex as such, right, firstly I think I'm going to make this a little bit bigger as well. There we go, that should help you guys out. right? So that what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say by default, okay, I want to use the full width of the page. So we type in W for the width, and then here I do dash full, right? And it means that it will now use the full width in this container. So if I want to show you this in perspective, I'm going to change the background color to, let's just say a red, and let's just do 500. And you can see now it's using up the entire sort of, it's using up the entire width. But what I want to do is I'm actually going to force it to use up the entire width once we have a few things in place. So I'm going to say width full. I'm going to say padding of 5. Nice. Okay. And then I'm going to say justify between. Right, so this will push the components so that there's space between them. So this is the same as saying justify content space between. Okay, so that's how we get this effect. And you can see these are just shortcuts, right? So this is actually just a simple shortcut which will go ahead and translate to flex rule, which is like the same as saying justify space between. Okay, so we have that working really nicely. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and type in, we want this text to be small. So I'm going to make it text small. And I want it to be a gray text. Okay, so I want this to be a little bit of a gray text. I'm going to say text gray 700. Now, if you're wondering what I'm doing here, right? What we're saying is get the text, change it to gray, right? And there's a few different colors that we can use. So remember, there was a color palette in Tailwind CSS. So if you go up here, you can pretty much see they have a nice little color palette. This is just a sample of some of them. And you can pretty much go ahead and you've got all of the colors from 50 up until, so you've got 100, 200, 300, 400, and 900. And this will give you the different shades of color in their color palette, which is really nice. Okay, it's really, really clean. Okay, so we're going to use gray 700. Okay, which is clean, clean, clean. And it looks really nice. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that at this point. What I'm going to now do, and if I wanted to go ahead and, for example, change this text to a massive one, we can go ahead and do text large. And you see how the text changed size. Okay, so extremely simple stuff. So once we've got that working, I want all of these to basically look and feel like a link. Okay, so what if I want to have a class name in Tailwind which is shared? Okay, if I want to have a class name which is shared amongst different things, but I want to have a custom class name, I actually want to have a class name which says link, right? And then this should actually give this a custom link feel to it, right? So the way I do that is I simply go into my global styles over here. And then once I've got my global styles open, I'll simply go ahead and I'll type in @layer components, right? And this is basically going to inject our custom class, right, into the component layer, right? So you can go ahead and watch the Tailwind CSS video if you want to go ahead and understand that a little bit more. But basically all we're doing is these are the base classes that it comes with when we sort of install Tailwind. This is the classes that they give us, the ones that I'm using, all those fancy P-5, all of that stuff. But I'm going to inject my own into the component layer. And here I want to have a link class, okay? And my link class, the way I can apply class names here is all I have to do is type in apply, right? And then this is the magic word. And I want it so that when I hover over this link, it basically gives it an underline. Nice. And I want to do a cursor pointer. Okay, so I'm going to do a cursor, dash pointer. There we go. And if I hit save on that, now, can you see how the first one gets that custom effect? And look at how we have these modifiers, guys. So this is what's really clean about Tailwind CSS is you can have a modifier with a colon and it will go ahead and apply the style like so. And basically what this is doing is it will just generate the CSS that we require. Okay, so it's extremely optimal. And if you're wondering, yeah, but is it better than writing this or, the CSS? Now, guys, they do automatically purge out any of the CSS you don't use. So any of the unused CSS is just going to get pretty much deleted. So your final production build is going to be absolutely tiny. So don't worry if you wonder, I'm not sure if this is going to be something I'd use in the future. So now all I need to do to apply the link class to all of these is copy. And I'm going to do a little trick that I like to do. And I'm going to hold Option and click the end of these lines. And I get my multi-cursor. So I say class name equals link. And now all of these are links. Awesome, right? So these are really, really nice. Look, we've got these little links that are working. Nice, okay? So next thing I want to do is I want to have a picture. So let's go ahead and tackle the avatar, right? So typically what we'll do is we'll go ahead and go over to, let's say, something like Material UI and create and use their avatar. In this case, what I'm actually going to do is, because we're going to be using the avatar in two places, I'm going to create my own component, right? I'm going to create my own avatar component, right? And I want to show you how easy it is to do that inside of Tailwind CSS. So if I go ahead and outside of my pages directory, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to I'm going to click package.json, so I'm at that level. I'm going to create a folder. And I'm going to create a folder called components. Okay, this is going to be responsible for using all of my reusable components inside of React. So pages is where the pages will live, like the home page, the search page. And then the components folder is where the reusable components will live. In our case, we have the avatar component. So I'm going to go ahead and add a file here and say avatar.js. Now, inside of avatar.js, I'm going to use our handy little snippets. I'm going to do _RFCE, which will go ahead and get the templated code for me. Now, bear in mind, guys, when we are using a Tailwind CSS, we don't have to do any extra step. I don't need to, go ahead and create an external CSS file, anything like that. I can just start adding my CSS. It will work, okay? Because remember, we're checking the components folder inside of our Tailwind config, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and pass in, and if you're wondering, I will be using the actual image optimization in Next.js today. So that's something else that you can look forward to. Smash the thumbs up if you wanted to know how to use that. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and pass in a few props. So in React, we have components which accept props, which are properties. Now, ES6 allows us to do something called destructuring. Okay, so destructuring, what we can do is we can break apart an object like so, and I'm going to get the URL. Okay, so I'm going to pass in a URL. And then what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to basically change this from an image, a div, to an image tag, right? So this is going to be a self-enclosed image tag. And now for the image tag, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have loading lazy. So this is actually a good standard you should get used to doing. This means that the rest of the page can load even if your image hasn't finished loading yet. So this is what we refer to as lazy loading. Okay, lazy loading is a very good practice in production. You should get used to using lazy loading. Right now, next what we're going to say is source is our URL. Okay, and then I'm going to do alt, and then alt is just going to be, let's just say profile picture, right? Profile pic. And I'm going to hit save. Now, to get this working, I'm going to go back to my index.js, and where we had our avatar before, I'm going to go ahead and import the component. So I'm going to do command spacebar or control spacebar and import my component like so. Hit save, and we should see profile pic at the top. And this is happening because we're not passing in a URL. So here I'm going to type in URL, and I'm going to pass in the following URL. Okay, so you can feel free to copy this, or the code is available inside of the GitHub repo. Okay, so this one is simply going to be a URL, and I've actually shortened this URL, and it's coaching.popreact/A19, and it's a nice big picture of me. Right now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to go ahead and make this look like this. Okay, we're going to have this looking like this nice thing over here, and I'm also going to cover the animation over here. Okay, so how do we do that? How do we get it looking like that? So it's actually very simple. At this point, we go to our avatar. This is where the magic's happening. So what I can do here is I can simply go ahead, class name, and here you can see it already start to try and guess what I'm doing next. But what I'm actually going to need here is I'm just going to go ahead and say that this is a H10. Okay, so a height of 10, and you can see it's already dropped, right? So the height of 10 is how you write that. Okay, so it's a height of 10. And then I'm going to say rounded full. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and remove this so I can emphasize this effect. But what's really nice here is if I type in rounded LG, you guys can see I get nice little rounded corners, right? But if I type in rounded full, and these are what we refer to as utility classes inside of Tailwind, how clean is that? This is why I want to use Tailwind, because I can just type in rounded full and I get a circle. I don't have to do any kind of, border radius 999. Or, like all of that crazy stuff. And we all know, we've all been there, right? We've all been there. And you guys know what I'm talking about. I hate it when I need to just do simple things. And I'm like, oh, I need to find out what the CSS was for that. Now I don't have to remember anymore. I just type in rounded full. H10, and I get a height of 10. Happy days, right? So H10. There we go, rounded full. Then I'm going to type in cursor pointer, because when I hover over it, I want it to be a cursor pointer, right? So now you can see when I hover over this, I get my pointer, nice. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in, I'm going to actually have an animation now. Okay, so an animation is going to be something which we typically, we think of it as some long thing that's going to take a while, that's going to be, really difficult to build, but it's so easy here. All I type in is I type in transition, right? I type in duration, And duration, I can put in 100, 150. They have certain values here, but I'm going to use 150. And then I'm going to say, okay, I want to transform the image. And I'm going to say, okay, just apply it when I hover and change the scale of the image to 110%. Okay, now check this out. Boom. That's it. That is literally it. All right. And do you want to see something really cool, guys? All right. What's so fun about Tailwind is they even have these animate classes, right? So if I type in animate bounce, look at that, guys. Just from writing animate bounce, it starts to bounce. All right. You're probably looking at me like something you've never seen Tailwind CSS, but guys, I guarantee somebody here is learning something new. Okay. So that's pretty cool. All right, that's pretty cool even for me. But you guys can see that we have animate bounce, right? So I'm going to get rid of animate bounce. But in this case, look at that. When I hover over it, that doesn't happen in Google. So I'm upgrading Google a little bit, okay? All right, but you can see already, look how clean that is. And we barely did much there, okay? We're pretty much done with that avatar, okay? So the avatar is working, it's pretty clean. So I can go ahead and get rid of my little markup, okay? So you've got the left section, the right section, and then the icon. Now the icon, we're gonna use something called hero icons, okay? So hero icons are these icons over here. Let's go ahead and click on documentation and I can show you how to use it. So the first thing you wanna do is install hero icons into your project. So here I'm gonna use, rather than npm install, I'm gonna do yarn add, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead, pop open a second terminal, and then here what I'll do is I'll type in yarn add hero icons react, okay? Once that's done, I'm gonna go ahead and wait for that. And this is an example of how you can import from hero icons, right? Now what you can do is typically, just like how we did in Material UI, you can go ahead and you can just search. So if I type in menu, for example, I get all the menus. Now you don't want to copy the SVG or JSX. You can use it directly as SVG or JSX if you really want to, but I recommend using the packaged versions inside of the component library, okay? So now we have this up and running. That's pretty good, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the first example of an icon, okay? So one of the icons that I'm interested in using is called view grid icon, okay? And what's really good here is if I go ahead and just do an open bracket view grid icon. So typically I should get my autocomplete, but something didn't work there. But I'm going to go ahead and import view grid icon. Now, again, I'll just show you the imports for this one and you guys can go ahead and import them as you're watching back the video, okay? So this is view grid icon and microphone icon, which I'm going to need in a second, from hero icons / react solid, okay? Now remember, there are two variants when you're selecting a icon. So in this case, if I type in view grid, right, then you can see I've got the view grid solid variant and the view grid outline variant. Okay, so there's two variants when you're using hero icons, okay? Next section that we're going to build is this little icon over here. So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to go ahead and go down here. I'm going to say class name equals, and then I'm going to say h10, right, width of 10, right, and then this will go ahead and give it some kind of dimension, right, into the CC. We've got a height and width of 10, right, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say like let's just give it some padding, right? I'm going to get a padding of 2, right? And can you guys already see that this is so much cleaner than having, you know, different classes and then an external class file and messing around like that stuff. Now I don't have to mess around with all of that. I can simply go ahead and write my classes in here and it just works, right? And it's a lot quicker. I'm going to say rounded full because I want to have a little hover effect right now. And then I'm going to say hover. And when I hover, I'm going to change the background to a gray. And I'm going to use 100 on this scale. Remember, we have a scale which goes from 50 to I think it's 900. Okay, so we're going to use that scale. And then I want to change my cursor to a pointer. Tab 9 coming in clutch. Now look at that, guys. So it's rounded full. We got the background on hover changing to a background gray, and then we have cursor pointer. All right, so let's go ahead and hover over this, and you can see like the cursor pointer changes. This is why, and I trust me when I say that it is a bit scary when you first look at these class names. I understand that, right? But once you start getting used to how to read it, it's so good. It's so clean, right? So we're gonna go ahead and we're done with the header, right? So we're already done with the header. Let's move on to the body, okay? Let's carry on with the body. So the body is gonna be one large form, right? We don't need an action inside of it. It's gonna be a form. And then what we're gonna aim for here, guys, is this body right here. So the goal here is I can type in something like, let's just type in testing, hit enter, and then I get my search results, okay? So now what I'm gonna be doing is pretty much having, and this will be using the Next.js image component, which is a extremely good component that goes ahead and actually optimizes the image based on the device that you're watching it and things like that. So this is going to be out of the box, just something which you guys should be using, and it supports lazy loading by default. So I'm going to type in image with a capital I, that'll help. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit Control Spacebar, and I should be able to import. So for some reason, whenever I'm live, my auto import doesn't work. So I'm going to show you the import that I'm going to have. And that's simply at the top over here. I'm going to say import image from next image. Okay. Now, once we have next image up in play, what we're going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and move my camera. There we go. Once we have next image imported, so we have this, then I'm going to go ahead and pass in the relevant props. Now here, there's a few props to be concerned with. The first one is a source. Okay. So we're all familiar with what a source is. So I'm just going to go ahead and I've got a picture from Google. Okay. So I've literally just got a normal picture from Google. So I'm going to go ahead and hit this and hit save. Okay. Now we get this runtime error. Now it says width and height properties must be used. Okay. So we're going to pass in some width and height attributes. So I'm going to go ahead and pass in a width and height, a height of 100, a width of 300. Now this is the interesting part. You're going to see this. It says invalid source prop. This address on next image hostname Google is not configured under images in your next config file. So whenever you use an image using the image component, you have to tell Next.js where to basically be ready for that image, because you don't want it to just start serving images. So they have this like layer of security. Think of it that way. Okay. So what we can do here is we basically go ahead, open up our files, and we need something called a Next.js config. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in next.config.js. Okay, and this is going to be responsible for our configuration. All right, so what I need to do here is I'm going to go ahead and pop in a snippet. So you just need to go ahead and write out module.export equals an object with images inside of it, and inside of that object you've got a key of domains, which is an array of host names. Now let's say you had an image from Unsplash, you would just go ahead and do www.unsplash.com, and then it would basically go ahead and that will be added to the domain list. So you should be able to use pictures from the that domain from that point on. Now once you do change anything in the config, you're gonna have to go ahead, hit Command J, and you see it says found a change in Next.js config. I'm gonna do Control C to cut that off and do yarn dev to restart my server. Okay, so you're gonna have to do that when you make a change to a configuration file. So I'm gonna do Command J to hide this, go ahead and cut this because we're good, and then we've got an image. Nice. Okay, so if I go ahead and refresh, you'll see there we go, our images are loading as we expect. Okay, so that's really clean. Let's continue on. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to have is a div. Okay, now this div is going to be responsible for the input. Okay, so this is actually a custom input. You can see we've actually got an embedded input inside of here, and then the outside is a div, and then we have these two icons, a search icon and a microphone icon on the right. So now what we're going to do is we've got the form open. I'm going to go ahead and add in a div. So here I'm going to say div like so, and then I'm going to open this out, and then I'm going to go ahead and say search icon. So I need a search icon. Now you guys can see this, right? So a search icon pops up in my autocomplete, and then I get a bunch of suggestions. Okay, and then I'm going to go down to the one which says, so we've got solid, we've got a few different solid ones. Let's go ahead and use, I actually don't want the solid one, I want the outline one. So if I click enter, you can see it's actually pulled in a solid, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually pull in the outline variant. So the outline variant is this one, search icon from Hero Icons React Outline. Okay, lazy loading the Google image. Yes, we want to lazy load our images by default. All right, we've got the search icon. I'm going to go ahead and hit close that out, and then we should be able to see, let's go ahead and refresh this page. There we go, we got a huge icon on the page. Now these are basically react to Tailwind, because remember, like I said, Hero Icons works out of the box with Tailwind. So what we can do here is nice, Ayush got a nice internship as well. That's what we're talking about, guys. PapaFam gets results, okay? So we don't just work on like cool projects and stuff like that. My goal is result driven work, right? If I can get people results, you're going to keep seeing videos from me, and that's it. The course, my course is designed to get results. It's not like a Udemy course, which is why if somebody comes in and says, where's this, where's that? I'm like, this is not a Udemy course. This is a course which gets you results. That's how we do it, right? That's why the PapaFam is growing at the rate it's growing, because we actually get results. Okay, search icon. Now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in h of 5, so a height of 5, a width of, we don't actually mess around with the width, that's fine. If I change this to a height of 5, you can see, boom, it snaps to a nice little width over here. Awesome stuff. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and do a margin right of 3, and you guys are probably watching this and you're like, what? This is crazy, man. Like, it can't be that easy to get a margin right like that, right? And if just to show you guys that works, if I change it to margin left, you see it moved away. Okay, so I'm going to apply a margin right of 3. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is give this a text gray of 500, because icons are actually little kind of, you know, think of it as text. So I'm going to go ahead. Anonymous says this is inspiring. I feel so motivated. That's what I'm talking about, dude. You know, like we all focus on results. Okay, so text gray 500, right? Tailwind is so much fun, honestly, right? Now, the next thing we're going to have is an input field, okay? So I'm going to type in input, like so. Now, with this input field, we're going to go ahead and give it a class name. And then this one is going to basically go ahead and say, I'm going to do a focus. And I'm going to say, when we focus, I don't want there to be an outline. So I'm going to say outline of none. Okay, so we can't actually see the input field right now. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and show you guys that it's there by saying BG red 500, and then you can see there it is. Right, so by default, there's the text box. But if I don't have outline of none, right, so if I don't have outline of none, you guys can see when I hover over it, you see I get this blue outline, which I don't like. I don't want that. I want to kind of override that. So I say focus outline none. Okay, and then there you go. That's how we get that clean look and feel. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to change the microphone. So we're actually going to pop in a microphone underneath this. Okay, do microphone. So let's go ahead and do microphone, and I'm going to do icon, microphone icon, like so. And this one I'm going to go ahead and import from hero icons. Okay, so up here I'm going to go ahead and import this from, oops, I've already imported it. I imported that earlier, didn't I? Yeah, there we go. Nice. Okay. And now White Rabbit says H5 and W5, are they in pixels or EM or percent? So the thing that's really nice is by default, they base all of their values on rem values, which is actually a much more responsive unit that you should be using. Okay, so typically we build with pixels, but you should be using rem as a good practice. Tailwind enforces that by default, which is nice. Okay, all right. So now we're going to go ahead and do a class name of 5. Okay, so I'm going to say class name of H5. I told you I keep upgrading this playlist, even I shocked myself. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and make this look a bit more like an actual what we want it to look like, because right now this looks stupid, right? It doesn't look that nice. So I'm going to grab the div, okay, the outside, but I'm going to say class name equals. Now this is where the magic sort of comes in. Okay, so I'm going to say flex. Remember, it's mobile first design. Okay, so I'm going to say flex, and I'm going to say the width should be 4. So everything should go into a row and it should be using the full width. There we go. Okay, now the next thing I want to do is I want to give a margin top so that it spaces itself from the Google logo of 5. So that'll push it away from the Google logo. The next thing I want to do is when I hover over this, right, I want to give it a shadow of large. Okay, so when I hover over this, you see I want to give it a shadow. There we go. Okay, so I get this nice little shadow when I hover over this div. Okay, so this is looking pretty nice right now. Okay, this is looking pretty good. CSS framework, favorite CSS framework, Tailwind by far. It's absolutely a game changer. Okay, the next thing I want to do is change. So I'm going to go ahead and say max width. Actually, let's go ahead and do a few tricks, right? So what I actually want to do is I want to have it so that when I'm clicked into, so when I'm focused in this input field, it's going to highlight. So what I mean by that is, look, if I click into the field, you see how it stays shadow. The shadow stays, it doesn't get rid of it. So when I hover and when I click, so it stays there. How do I get that, right? Because right now it goes on the hover, but when I click it, it disappears. So we do something called focus within, right? So this means if there's any focus within a child component, then what I'm going to do is apply a shadow large. Now, if I click it, look at that, because we got focus, it will stay with the shadow. So you see it's very, very clean. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say max width. So you see, you can even apply max width. I'm going to give it a medium. Now remember, these have like sort of default values. So medium is a good default value here. And this will apply like a max width of medium. So you see how it cut off there? That's why it did that, okay? Now I want this middle input field to take up the majority of the room. So what I do is I go over to my input field and I say flex grow, which is the same as basically saying flex 1, which means if you have more room, take it up. Use up your more room. Okay, so you can see the red is there. So if I go ahead and get rid of this background red of 500 now, so you guys can see it. you can see, look at that. We're starting to look a bit clean. Now we need a little bit of an outline here. Okay. We need some kind of outline here that's going to help us out. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use breakpoints. Okay. But before we do the breakpoints, I'm going to go ahead and set the borders. Okay. So first I'm going to say rounded, right? So I'm going to say rounded, and then I'm going to say full, and I'm going to apply a border, and the border that I'm going to give is a border gray of 200. And we should see a nice little border. There we go. Okay. There we go. Really, really nice. Okay. Thank you, Avnish. Keep that clean, dude. Right. So border gray of 500. Really good stuff. And then we're going to give a pixel X padding on the X-axis. So I'm going to give, it's not a pixel, sorry, a padding on the X-axis of 5 and a padding on the Y-axis of 3. And I'm going to center all the items by doing item center. Now you should be able to see a massive difference. Look how everything comes together with a couple of lines of code, right? So now look at that. When I hover over and focus, we've got a nice, everything just looks clean. Okay. We have this looking pretty fresh right now. Okay. Now what we're going to do here is I'm going to introduce some kind of breakpoints. Okay. So breakpoints basically mean once we pass a small screen. So once we go further than a small screen, I'm going to change the max width. Okay. So I'm going to change the max width to something which is extra large. Okay, so extra large. Now you can see, look at this, guys. So on a phone, can you see how it's smaller? Then when I get to past the small screen, so this is a small screen, this is where it gets slightly bigger. So can you see after SM is when we pass the small screen, it will apply a max width of XL, whereas previously we had a max width of medium, right? So that's how it grew on that responsive change, okay? Then what we're going to do is we're going to say on the large. So when you get really big, right? When you get your screen gets huge, we're going to say a max width of 2XL. Okay. Now this will go ahead and show a further change. So we've got like a bit more, and you see how it changed even more. So we've got 3 breakpoints at this point. So we've got small, like the sort of we've got okay. So we've got mobile, small, large, right? So large was there, right? So we see how it snapped large. Nice. Okay. So it looks really, really clean. Okay. So with that done, we are done with that box. Okay. So the next thing is that this is not looking ideal at this point, right? It's not centered. Nothing is centered. It doesn't look very, very good, you know? So what we're going to do is you can add a transition on that. Okay. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and give you a bit more room on this side as well. So we want to center all of these elements. So how do we center that stuff? Okay. So I'm going to go to the outside form and I'm going to say class name. By default, I want it to be a flex box. So here we're going to actually break a few things. You see how it looks a bit weird right now, right? I want it to be a flex column direction. So if I go ahead and hit save, you see how everything starts to stretch, right? We're going to fix that in a sec as well. I'm going to center all the items. I'm going to say margin top of 44. Okay. And look how immediately with doing item center, if I go ahead and get rid of the margin top, I'll show you step by step. So item center, put everything in the center. It aligned everything centrally, right? So this is the same as doing align center, right? And then we're going to go ahead and do margin top of 44 to push it away from the top. There we go. And then what I want to do is say flex grow, because I want it to kind of, you know, use up the available space that it has. Okay. And then finally, I'm going to say the width should be 4/5 of a page. Okay. So you can actually do a few really nice things here. So in this case, what I'm going to do is the width is, okay, so I've actually messed something up here. So that's not actually going to be width of 4/5. We'll change that in a bit. What I need to do is flex grow, flex column. There we go. Okay, that's perfect for now. Okay, for now, that's good. Okay, so that's looking pretty good at this point, right? So at this point, you can see how, look how it's looking pretty nice. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're going to have these search buttons. So these buttons right here. Okay, so we've got the div down here. Now we're going to have another div, and this is going to be for the buttons. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is pop in some buttons inside of this. I'm going to say button, and this button will say Google search. And then the second button, and something that's really cool about today's build, right, is that by introducing server-side rendering, it actually makes the search page a lot easier. So I'm going to show you why, but it makes it extremely easy. Yes, there's no more external CSS file, which is clean, right? So in this case, I want one place where I can have styles for this. So at this point, we've got the 2 buttons over here, but I want to have one place where the styles are applied. So I want to write the CSS once, or the Tailwind CSS once, and then I kind of want it to go ahead and, you know, reflect on both buttons. So how do I do that? I pretty much go ahead and I'm just going to give a class name. So I'm going to do my control option click, sorry. I'm going to say class name equals, and I just want to give a class of button, right? My goal is to have a class of button, and it will just apply all of this stuff. So remember, if you remember correctly, we had a global.css file, okay? So I'm going to styles globals.css, and then here we injected our own custom class before for links, okay? So at this point, what I can do is I can say dot button to inject our own button class, and I can say apply to apply some Tailwind CSS. And then inside of that, I can go ahead and actually say, so this is the interesting part. So Google has, firstly, they have like quite a distinctive gray. Okay, so I wanted that distinctive gray. So I want to set the background. If I set background gray 500, for example, and I hit save, now you can see the gray is too dark, right? But firstly, it's working. So that's quite nice to see, right? It's actually working the way it should be working, but it's just too dark, right? It's not looking the way I wanted it to look. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to use a custom value. Now, what's really nice is, remember in the beginning of this tutorial, we went ahead and showed you how to install JIT, which means just-in-time compiler. Now, when you're using a just-in-time compiler, you can pretty much go ahead and give it the values that you want or that you expect beforehand, and it will just pop in those values when it generates the CSS, which means that I can go ahead and put square brackets now and put a custom value here. So I can go ahead and put a custom value here, which will go ahead and actually give me a custom style being applied. Okay, so I don't have to use the sort of set ones. And you can see now there's a very subtle gray, okay, like a super subtle gray there being applied, which is super clean, right? It works really nice. Somebody says you live in London. Hell yeah, dude. I'm a London boy. So then we say P3 to give it a padding of 3. And you can see we already get a nice bit of spacing. And then I'm going to say rounded medium, because I want to give just a slight rounded medium effect. And then I'm going to say, okay, so when I hover over it, I want a few things to take effect. But the first thing I want to do is I want to use this nice little ring utility class to say ring gray of 200. And this will give a nice little border. Now you can't see it that much right now because it's not in effect, but I will show you how to go ahead and do it. So I'm going to type in text SM to make the text smaller. Then I'm going to say the text should be a slight gray. So I'm not a super powerful gray. I'm just going to say 800. So it should be a dark, very subtle dark gray. And then we're going to start applying the effects. So when I hover, I want to apply that ring that I spoke about. I want to give it like a kind of a 1 kind of pixel value. So you can see when I hover, it gets like you see a very light line on it, right? So that's how we get that hover for the ring. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead. We will be using grid. Some of you asked, are we using grid? We will be using grid. I'll show you in a bit where we're going to be using grid. Just bear with me, okay? So we've got the hover here happening. And then the second one will say is, okay, when we're focused, so when you click it, I don't actually want to have that little blue outline. So when I click this right now, you see how I get a blue outline? I don't want that blue outline, okay? So I'm going to say outline none. Hit save. And now you see when I click it, the outline didn't occur, right? Refresh because we haven't done any JavaScript code there, right? Yet. So next thing I want to do is when we are active, I want to give it a ring. I'm going to change the color of the ring to gray 300. So by default, it's let's go ahead and hit save. By default, it's you see it's a 200 by default, and then when I'm active, it'll turn to a 300. So when I active, it means click. So you see how when I click it, it changed, right? There we go. Really, really nice. Okay. So that's really, really awesome, and it works exactly the way we wanted it to. So with that bit said, we have that looking pretty clean. I just want to do one more effect. I want to say when I hover over this button, I want to apply a shadow of medium. Okay, and I hope you guys can start to see that the effect that this actually, the power behind Tailwind CSS, right? And if you can see the power behind Tailwind CSS and you're happy that I dropped Tailwind CSS, smash the thumbs up button. Let me know in the comments right now, because I will keep on bringing value on Tailwind and Next.js together, because together they are a very powerful duo, okay? So we have this being applied here. So I'm going to go back to my index and we have both buttons. Now, obviously this isn't ideal. I'm going to show you how we can do a really nice little styling trick here to make that look just as we want it. So I'm going to go to the parent div, and I'll say class name, and I'm going to give it a flex. All right. So I want it to be flex. Now I want it to be by default, remember, mobile friendly. Okay, is what we think about first. So in this case, this is the final build. So I'm going to close this. This is the final build right here. And this is what we have right now. Okay. So what I want to do is, you see, as it starts off in a column, And as it gets bigger, it turns into a row. Okay, so remember, we should design with the mobile in view at first, right? So mobile in thought at first. So flex column should be our default, right? So they should be stacked up on top of each other by default. Now the width, in this case, I'm going to do the width should be a half by default, right? So if I do the width of a half by default, that means it'll be the half of the screen, okay, which is nice. And then I'm going to say space should be between the Y components, right? So the space between the children on the y-axis. So now as soon as I do that, you should be able to see a little gap be present now. So that's really nice to see that little gap. Okay, Soham says, brilliant, Sunny, thank you so much, dude. Hope you're enjoying this. Right, so we've got space Y of 2, and then what I'm going to say is justify center. Okay, so this will go ahead and just make sure everything stays in the center, right, even when it goes ahead and changes as it resizes. And I'm going to give it a margin top of 8 so that it's not touching the input bar. And already that's looking clean. But when we're on big screens, that's not nice, is it? Right? That doesn't look nice when we go on a big screen, right? We want it to kind of, you know, have that responsive nature. So what I'm going to say is when I hit a small breakpoint, I'm going to change the spacing to go from on the y-axis to go ahead and get rid of the spacing. Okay, so now what we should see is as I get bigger, you see the spacing disappears, right? And then what I'm going to say, somebody said Bootstrap or Tailwind. Tailwind the whole way. There's not even a question. Tailwind, if those guys want sponsors or whatever, I'm down. Tailwind is so good. And I don't say that about a lot of things, but Tailwind is damn good. Okay, that's why I'm behind it so much. Okay, OGs are gonna know where this one's from. This song, right? So then I'm gonna go ahead and say when you hit the small breakpoint, go ahead and change to a flex row. Okay, and then I'm also gonna change the space on the x-axis to go ahead and be a space of 4. Okay, so let's have a look at this now. If we've done it correctly, as soon as I hit that small breakpoint, boom, look at that. How nice is that, right? So perfect on the desktop. As we resize, boom, looks amazing, right? That's really, really clean. Okay, so everything's looking really nice, right? I'm really liking the look of that, right? So with that said, we have done the body right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do next is actually go ahead and before we hook up the buttons, I'm going to style out the footer. Okay, so the footer is our next step at this point. So I'm actually going to create a footer component. Okay, so it'll be a lot easier just to have a component down here which is the footer, right? So the footer over here is very simple. We go ahead and create a component, and this is where I use grid. Okay, so I'm going to go footer.js like so, underscore RFCE for our handy little snippets. And then here we've got our footer what we're about to go ahead and prep. Okay, now the footer, again, it's going to use something called a globe icon at one point. So eventually we're going to have, it's not actually on this one, but I will have a little globe icon down there. So I'm going to go ahead and prep that beforehand by saying import the globe icon, and we'll need that in a bit. And then I'm going to use the appropriate HTML tag. So this is going to be a footer. So we're going to go ahead and say the footer. Firstly, a div. Okay, so you can see here how I want you guys to notice the responsive change here that happens on the footer. Okay, so by default you can see we've got three rows here and a United Kingdom at the top. Okay, so if I go ahead and make this bigger, something very interesting happens. Okay, it changes from a 3 row to a 2 row, but carbon neutral since 2007 at the top stays at the top. Okay, and then when we go even bigger, it drops into the middle, right? So that's not as an easy of effect as you would think usually. Okay, so small breakpoint means once we start off in a mobile view. When we hit the small breakpoint is when we hit this point. Okay, so this is the mobile view. Small, this means a small screen, medium, large, okay, and so forth. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and build that out. Okay, so for the footer, we're going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to first define a few things. Actually, let's go ahead and pop out a few things inside the footer first. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a div first, and this is going to have a p tag inside of it which says United Kingdom. Right, so I'm going to hard code these values, and obviously you can upgrade this afterwards to make it have, like, you know, some kind of cool sort of you know, detect where you're at sort of feature. Right, so down here we can see United Kingdom. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to ensure firstly that I've styled this correctly. So we're actually going to go up to the top. Firstly, I want my body to take up the entire sort of width. So my footer right now should be at the bottom of the screen. Okay, so we need to go ahead and fix that. So we have a surrounding div in our parent class before. Okay, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say class name equals, I'm going to say flex, and then I'm going to say flex column because I want the entire screen to be in a column. And then I'm going to go ahead and you see how everything's starting to break, right? But that's fine. Don't freak out. We're going to put everything in the center with item center. And then that will go ahead and, you know, push everything into the center. And then I'm going to say justify center. And then I'm going to say height of the screen. And watch what happens here, guys. Boom. Look at that. Right, everything looks pretty clean now, okay? Now that's messed up right there. Okay, so that's kind of messed up there. So what I can do is, firstly, I don't actually think I would need... okay, we could do it a few ways. That's fine, we can do it a few ways. But what I'm actually going to do here is I am going to have items in the center. But for the body, I'm actually going to change one of my values in the form to become... So where's my format here? I'm going to say the width of this should be 4/5. Okay, and there we go. And that's what I wanted. And then that actually prevents it from touching as well on the side. Okay, so the width there is 4/5, and then that's where we want to get to. Okay, this is amazing stuff, guys. Will this live stream be saved? Yes, it will be saved. All my live streams are saved afterwards for you guys to watch afterwards. Okay, so this looks clean at this point. So we're going to go ahead and get this looking right, and the footer side of things. So for the footer, we're going to go ahead and say we've got United Kingdom up and running. So we're going to go ahead and for that div, I'm going to say a class name of, let's give it a pixel on the, a padding on the x-axis of 8 and a padding on the y-axis of 3. Hit save. At the top now, I'm going to say for the footer, and this will make a lot of sense once we sort of, you know, dive in. I'm going to say this is a grid. Okay. It uses the width of 4. Right, and we're talking about the footer here at this point. And then I'm going to say, we need to divide. So I'll keep it there for a sec, and then I'll go ahead and upgrade that afterwards. I'm going to have another div underneath this, and this div is going to have another div with a globe icon inside of it. So we're going to have we've got a div here, we've got the United Kingdom, and then we're going to have another div here, sorry, yes, and then we're going to have, this is going to be for the, remember we have 3 sections to account for here. We have 1 div, 2 div, 3 div. Okay, so this is the first div, which is going to have inside of it carbon neutral since 2007. Okay, so you can have something like this. I'm just going to pop this in here, and I know it's a loose string. I'll show you what I'm doing in a sec. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop in the globe icon here. So I'm going to say globe icon, and then if I hit save, you guys will see, ooh, it's looking huge, right? So I'm going to give it a class name with some styles on the globe icon, like this. Save, and then you can see that looks a bit cleaner. Okay, now don't worry, this will all snap into place very soon. Okay, don't freak out, it will make a lot of sense soon. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is go to my parent div over here, and actually let's just start at the top, right? So the overall div, I'm going to say it needs to have a divide between its y components, right? So everything on the y-axis, and I'm going to do a custom value of 1 pixel. Okay, so you can see now we've got like a little divider between our y components, right, of 1 pixel. And then I'm going to say the divide, the line itself should be a gray of 300. Okay, and you see how it become a little bit thicker, right, in terms of color. So the color is now a bit darker. And then what I'm going to say is a background should become a gray of 100. And you can see with this nice little palette, it makes styling things a lot easier, right? It makes a lot of easier things, right? So it makes it a lot easier when you're doing this stuff. I'm going to change the text to small. Okay, so that makes it a little bit nicer and small. And then I'm going to change the text color to a text gray of 500. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and there we go. It looks nice, right? The second div that I want to do is go ahead and say class name grid. And then what we're going to say is grid column of 1 by default. Grid column of 1. Columns 1. Now this means by default it's going to be 1 grid column here. So if I add in a second child, it's going to be something like that. Okay. So here we're going to say div. And then I'm going to have 3 p tags. So p times 3. And that's called emit. And then it's going to say advertising, business, and how search works. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and copy those in. Boom. And then hit save. And now you can see like everything's stacked up because it's 1 column. Okay. So let me go ahead and make myself a little bit smaller. There we go. Everything's stacked up because it's 1 column. And then what we're going to have over here is another div outside of this, which will say privacy terms and settings. Okay. Gonna go ahead and do this, privacy terms and settings. And then at the top where we've got this div, I'm going to say class name equals, and then I'm going to say for the advertise, remember this is actually 3 different divs. So you've got the first div, which contains this one and carbon neutral, and then you've got these 3 inside of a div, and then you've got privacy terms and settings inside of another div, okay? And then we need to style them accordingly. So the first one with advertising business and all that stuff, we're going to say that's a flex box with justify center. So justify center, tab 9 coming in clutch as always. Okay, then we're going to say on the medium breakpoint, I'm going to change that. Actually, I'll show you the medium stuff afterwards. I'm going to change the spacing of the x-axis to become 8. And I'm going to do white space, no wrap. Okay, so white space, it shouldn't be this. It should be white space, no wrap. Okay, so we could do that. And you can see now this became justify center accordingly, right? So that looks pretty clean. I'm going to do the same thing for privacy terms and settings. Okay, so class name, oops, go down here, class name. Like so, and I'm just going to do equals, and then here I'm going to say flex, justify, thank you, center, and then I need to do space X, and you see how tab 9 guessed it before I even done it, right? And then you can see how, look at that, it's starting to look a lot more like the final product, right? So this is actually looking a lot more to this, we're trying to get to this sort of end goal. Now, when I hit a medium breakpoint, I do want to change a bunch of this stuff, okay? So the first thing is on the bottom one, when I hit the medium breakpoint, I want to do a margin left of auto so that it flies over to the right, okay? So now if I go ahead and see this, you see privacy terms and settings is now far right after the medium breakpoint, which is what I wanted, okay? Now the second one at the top, I'm going to say medium breakpoint. When that gets here, I'm going to say justify self start, okay? So a few different, different rules, and this is going to justify itself so it starts at the beginning. And now if I go ahead and oops, that's a bad decision. There we go. And you see how now it goes to the start. Okay, so that's how it splits across. Now the thing that's broken here is one, we haven't styled carbon neutral since 2007, and secondly, we haven't modified what happens to the grids. Okay, so I will show you how we do that now. So the first one is we go to this, the one which has the little globe in it, and we go ahead and apply some styles to that. The first thing I want to do is say flex. That way it drops into a neat little center bit. I'm going to say justify center, nice. And then we're going to say items should be centrally aligned on the y-axis, and then hit save. And now you can see this. Everything's looking pretty good at this point. But look what happens, right? So it starts to break apart in a nice way, but the columns aren't being responsive at this point. So we've got item center over here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, when I hit the medium breakpoint, this is where the magic happens, okay? When I hit the medium breakpoint, I want this column to span across 2 columns, okay? Then when I hit the large breakpoint, I want this column to span across 1, and I want the column to start. So this is actually, it might be a bit confusing if you're not used to, any grid work, but don't worry, it'll make sense once we get this done. I'm gonna say grid start 2. So now if I go ahead and do this, you can see how, basically think of it this way, right? So see how carbon neutral takes up the space when we hit the medium breakpoint, and then on the final one it takes up the entire width. Okay, so it's actually looking pretty good at that point, right? So what we need to do now is actually change the parent container. So we've got grid column 1 when we're on the mobile size, okay? Then when we do MD, when we hit the medium breakpoint, I'm going to change to 2 grids, okay? So grid columns 2, and now when we see this grow, it will change to 2 columns, right? So everything is actually pretty good there. So you see we've got 2 columns. And then what I'm going to say is when we hit large, I'm going to hit grid columns 3, okay? Grid columns 3, I'm going to say the gap between the Y components, gap between the Y components should be 4, hit save. And that spaces things out a little bit. And then the interesting one is called grid flow dense, right? So this is actually a dense rule, which is pretty clever. So you see here, look what's happening, right? So this is a bit of an awkward situation right now, right? So it's not using up all of its available columns. So what we need to do is apply something called a dense rule, okay? And this means that whenever it resizes, it will just use up the space that it had, okay? So we do this by saying grid flow row dense, okay? So here what I'll do is I'll say grid flow row dense. And now look what happens, right? So actually right now it's not entirely fixed. Let me go ahead and change this 1 second. Okay, so we need to do pixel. Oh wait, I've done it in the wrong one. Oops. I've actually applied that in the wrong section. So this should be here. right? And then we should have this in the top one. Yeah, oops. I was like, wow, that's a bit of a strange fix. Right, grid flow dense should be here. Right, it should be over on this one. There we go. Now let's double check if we've done everything correct. Okay, so there you go. You can see how that works, right? So what's actually happening here is, let's break it down from the parent, right? On a mobile view, we're grid column 1. On a medium view, where we turn to 2 columns, and on a large, we turn to 3 columns. Okay. Now the globe icon one, so this top carbon neutral one, is basically on the medium view going to span across the 2 columns, which means it takes the entire width. Okay. And then on the large, it will only span 1, right? But it will take up the 2nd column, which is how it's able to position itself in the middle again, right? And then that's how we get this nice sleek look and feel, which is pretty cool, right? This is awesome. Yeah, and we're using tab 9 to do a lot of the auto completions, right? So absolutely amazing stuff. Okay, so this is looking really, really clean at this point. Okay, so with that said, we need to now link up the next step, which is the button functionality. Okay, so let's go to our index.js because we are now done with the footer. Okay, we're done with the footer. We're nearly at 900 likes. I think we're making good progress so far. Let's keep on killing it, guys. All right, so look at this. This is actually fully responsive right now. All right, see how the bottom footer changes depending on what screen size we're in. See how the buttons change depending on what screen size we're in. Nothing breaks. It just looks great. And I usually get those questions and comments like, Sonny, you know, it's not responsive enough, right? Like, it doesn't change things. But this is like fully responsive, looks great. Okay. Okay. So with that said, now I want to basically, as I type in, let's say I type in testing 1, 2, 3. I want to be able to click on Google search and it takes me to the appropriate page. Okay. So now what we need to do is I'm going to go ahead and go to my home. And I'm going to go ahead and type in the following. So I'm going to create a search function. So it's going to be const search, right? And this takes an event because it's going to be on a button press. And we don't want the page to keep refreshing. So I need to do e.prevent default, right? So that's right now. If I click this button, it refreshes. Okay. So I'm going to hook this button, this search function up to these buttons. Okay. So I'm going to say on click, and I'm just going to do the same thing on each of these button clicks. I want it to search. Okay, so now if I click it, you should see that nothing happens. Okay, which is great. That's exactly what I want, right? So nothing is happening when I click it, which is perfect. Okay, is I need the text from this input field. Okay, so how can I get the text from this input field in a very nice, easy, slick fashion? We're going to use something called a use ref inside of React. So I'm just going to basically have a reference, which is like a big pointer to that input field. Okay, Avni says tab 9 coming in clutch. Hell yeah, dude, tab 9's killing it today, right? So what I can do now is I can go ahead and get that input, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a reference called search input ref, and this is going to use the use ref hook in React. I'm going to auto import this from React, and then we initialize it with a value of no. Okay, now I go ahead and I click this, and I just need to attach it to my input field. So here I say ref equals search input ref. And now I have a big fat pointer poking to that input field. So whenever I need a value, I now can reference the value, hence the ref. Okay. So what I can do is here I can say const term, right? And the rule of thumb is when you're dealing with const let var, the rule of thumb is never use a var, never, right? Always use a let instead of a var, but the rule of thumb is always use a const first until you need to change the value, and then you switch to a let. You never use a var, okay? Always use a const until you need a let. That's my rule of thumb. It makes it so easy, okay? So const term equals search input. So we go to the thing that it's pointing at, and then what I'm going to do is do dot, okay? I'll make this a little bit bigger. We do dot, and then I'll say current dot value. Okay, nice. And then let's go ahead and hit save. And now I should get the value. So if I type in test 1, 2, 3, this value will basically, I'll be able to get the value inside this term variable now from there. Okay, because we've attached a reference and it's gone ahead and done it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is say if there is no term, okay, if there was no term, then we just simply want to return from this, right? We don't want to have anything happen if there is nothing entered. Otherwise, if I'm clicking Google search on an empty field, it doesn't make sense, right? Then what I'm going to do is I need to redirect the user to my search page. So we are going to have a page which is /search, right? The home page is just the index, which is /. We're going to have a search page. So all we need to do is direct the user to that page, okay? And we're going to use something called query params to include the search term in it, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get the router. So we need something called a router, and Next.js has a built-in router, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to import it from Next.js. So I'm going to say import use router from next router, and here I say const router equals use router, and then I do open close parentheses and like so. Okay, now we have our router inside Next.js, and then what here I can say router.push. And then I want to push on this sort of, you know, the history of the person's browser, which means I'm basically just going to redirect them, but they can then go back if they need to. So I'm going to do backticks because I want to do some string interpolation there. I'm going to say go to /search. And then what I want to do is, wow, look at this tab 9 figuring out what I'm going to do. That's scary good. Yeah. Basically, I want to do a query param. So question mark. And the query basically is it's like including a variable on your URLs, right? So I'm going to say the query is term, and the search term is going to be, in this case, the JSX for the term. So this will basically go ahead and redirect the user to like search /term. And I want to show you this in practice very quickly. So if I go to sunnysanger.com, I type in testing and I hit enter, search term testing, right? Test equals term equals testing, and then we go ahead and get the appropriate result. So what I'm going to do here is this. So now if I go ahead and do it, we should get to a 404 page. But if I type in like, let's just say test 123, Google search, and there you go. It says search term equals test 123. And there's a bit of encoding in the URL of the browser. That's why that's happening. Now this is normal. If you get a 404 page, this is correct because the page, we haven't created it yet. And Next.js has a nice little fallback page that can go ahead and prevent us from seeing pages which don't work. Okay. We're going to go ahead. We've already done the redirect. Okay. So this is actually perfect at the moment. All right. It redirects them to a search page. We just need to build the search page. So how do we build a search page in Next.js? Right. So now what we're going to do here is we have our code up and running. So we're going to go to our pages. And by the way, if you didn't know, Next.js gives you a backend API out of the box. So you get like express routes out of the box, but we're not going to cover that today. Instead, what we're going to do is we have index.js for the home page. Now I want to create a new page called search which lives at /search on the web browser. Okay. How we do it is very simple. All we need to do is type in search.js. And now you're wondering, Sunny, but that's not a capital S. It's because these values are actually linked to the root name. So in this case, it has to be lowercase s. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and we'll do _RFCE, and then we have our search page. Okay. Now this page on the actual code should be a capital, right? So this one should be capitals just for standards, and this one is lowercase, which is fine. Okay. So that's exactly what we want to get to. Now this page is going to be extremely clean once we get it up and running. The first thing I want to do is actually change the head. So I'm going to go ahead and import the head from the component over there. And inside of our component, I'm going to say we have the head, that special sort of head tag. Oops. And then I'm going to change the title of the page. So let's just say search results for now. Okay. But eventually what I want is, you see how even in the title over there, it says testing Google search. So it even has that in the testing, right? Which is incredible, right? So this is really, really cool. This is incredible stuff, right? So let's go ahead and carry on. We have this looking good. And if you want to change the icon here, you can go ahead and do so by changing that link, and it will work for you. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to have two things in here. I'm going to have a header, and I'm going to have the search results, and that's simply it. I'm going to have the header and the search results. Okay. So the header is going to be all of this stuff up here, right? So the header is going to be this sticky component. I say sticky because when I scroll down, it will stick, right? So excuse that little squiggly line, but this entire top section is the header. Everything else that you see down here is the search results. Okay, so all of this is going to be search results, right? And you're going to be surprised at how easy it is to get pagination on this build. So it's fun. Okay, it's a lot of fun. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to build out the header component, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say header, right? But I'm actually going to show you that this works first. I'm going to say h1 search page. And because it's literally living here on this page, we don't have to do anything else. Now all I need to do is type in Google search or hit Google search. You see how it goes to the search page. So it works out of the box. Next.js is so fast and clean like that. All right. And we have fast refresh, which is awesome. Okay. Can you imagine if Mr. Beast watched one of these videos? Holy crap, that'd be crazy, right? So let's go to and do a header like so. Okay. And then let's create a header component. Okay. So this is going to be a header.js component. We're going to do our _RFCE trick, and then we have our header. Okay, so let's go ahead and build out the header itself. So first thing I want to do in the header is we're going to change these div tags to header tags. Okay, and I'm actually going to go over to that page right now. So I'm going to say testing. So now we're at this page and I'm going to say header. And then the first thing I want to do is have an image. Okay, so the image is going to be this thing at the top. Oops, I'm going to have this thing over here at the top, right? So I want an image like so. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in an image like this. And this is going to be from Next. So we're using that special image library, which needs a source is the first thing. And the source here, I'm just going to do a simple picture I got from Google. So nothing fancy with that one. I'm going to go ahead and just do something from Google. I am going to make it, oh no, sorry, it's already by default a lazy loaded image. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a height and a width. And then I'm going to go ahead and give it a class name of cursor pointer, because I want, when I hover over it, I want it to be a clickable element. So it's going to look like a clickable element. Okay. If I go ahead and do that, then what I need to do is go back to my search page, import my header, and hit save. And now we should see Google at the top. Perfect. All right, so Google's looking good. That's what we wanted, and everything's looking pretty sweet at this point. Now what I'm going to do is eventually I will have an on click, right? So actually what I want to do is I want to have it so when I click it, it will throw me back to the original page. So to do that is actually very simple. I'm going to show you just how easy that is, right? I'm going to go ahead and import my use router. I'm going to go ahead and pull my router using that hook. So const equals use router, and tab 9 just makes it so fast. And then I'm going to have an on click, right? So event listener, which says an inline arrow function, which will do the following. I'll say router.push, because I want to be able to swipe back to come back to this page if I need to. Hence why I'm pushing onto the stack and not replacing. And then what I'm going to do is go to the /, right? Which is the home page. So now if I click this, boom, I'm back at the home page. Simple as that. And if I swipe back, I go back to my swipe. All right, so that looks pretty clean, right? At this, we've got the image at the moment. Now I'm going to have a custom sort of a custom input field. Okay, so the custom input field at the top is going to be a form. Okay, so this form over here, we don't need an action. What I'm going to now have inside is an input field. This input field is by default a text input field, so that's fine. And this is going to have a reference to it, because remember, we need to grab the value from it. Okay, so I'm going to say search input ref is going to be the value that we need. And I need to make a reference. So I'm going to say const search input ref equals use ref, and we're going to initialize it with a value of no. This is that big pointer that I was talking about earlier, that is how we're able to get the value out of that text box. Okay, so the value that I'm talking about, this imaginary text box here, I need to get that value. And the way I do that is I go ahead and, do search input ref and connect a reference to it. Okay, we're going to go ahead and now do a class name. And this class name for the input field is going to be flexgrow, because the parent is going to be a flex container, and I want the input field to take up the majority of the room. Okay. And then we're going to have width of full. Okay. So width of full, and then I'm going to have the focus to be outline none. Okay. So focus will be outline none. Nice. And I hit save, and there you go. It's right there. It's a little bit hidden for now, but we will make it seen in a sec. Now I'm going to style this form so that way we can actually see some stuff happening. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and say this is a flexbox form. Okay, I'm going to give it a border. Oops, I'm going to give it a border, and I'm going to say border gray of 200. Now I just want to mention as well, a reason why I'm a big fan of the Papa Fan playlist is because this is what the kind of music that I kind of listen to, vibe to, and I can tune to when I'm kind of coding. Now, it doesn't work for everyone, but for me, it's really nice when I'm sort of working. Like, depends. I kind of go in and out of phases. We're going to make this rounded full. That's why I made the playlist. That's why everyone can go ahead and enjoy this playlist, right? I'm going to say flex grow on this container, okay? Because the header will have some styles in there. Actually, maybe not, right? So I'm going to leave that one out for now. I'll say shadow large for now for this one, and then I'm going to say the max width should be 3XL, and I'm going to put the items in the center. Okay, so the form, it should be this, and then for the flex here, I'm actually going to say a padding on the x-axis of 6, a padding on the y-axis of 3, a margin left of 10, and a margin right of 5. And you see how quick it is to get all of that typed in, right? Look at this, we have this working pretty nice. Okay, so this is going to be the top search bar over here. Okay, so the next thing I want is next to this input, I'm actually going to have an X icon. So X icon like so. Okay, now this X icon is going to be a solid, hence I'm going to go to the solid option and do this and hit save. Right, so we're going to do a height of 7 for this icon. Oops, class name equals a height of 7. And you can see how I'm able to code really quick with the help of things like tab 9, right? It just helps me not have to type in the same things again and again and again. It just basically auto completes it for me. I'm going to make this a cursor pointer. There you go, change the color of that to cursor pointer. And I do want to have a slight hover effect. So when I type in, you see this little X right here. When I click it, you see how you see when I hover over it, it has this little hover. And if I type in here and I press this X, it clears the value here, which would be really nice. Okay. So at this point, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go ahead and say transition. So I'm going to go ahead and say cursor pointer transition duration of 100, and I'm going to say transform, and I'm going to say when I hover, I want the scale to go to basically 25% bigger, which is 125. Okay, so now if I hover over it, can you see how it grows ever so slightly? That's how we do that, right? 30 more likes and we are at 1,000 likes. That is insane. Like that's more, well, that's like 3 times the people that are watching right now, which is just like, that's mind blowing. Like, how does that even happen, right? If you want to help it get up, just smash the thumbs up button. But that's incredible, right? That's just crazy, honestly. Now, when we're on a small screen, I want to add a little margin right of 3, right? Because we're going to have a reason for this in a bit. But I'll show you what I'm doing there. Okay, now on click, I'm going to add in a little bit of code here. So when I click this little X icon, the way I make it clear the text field is I say on click and I say the search input reference current value goes to a blank. So if I try that out now and I go ahead and type in and I go ahead and hit X, you see how it clears it out. That's how we do it. Okay, so it's very, very clean to do that, right? We're going to go ahead and we've got this. We're going to add in the microphone icons. Now I did want to show, notice how when we get to a small screen size, those microphone icons disappear, right? Notice that, how you see how the microphone icon disappears, right? So that's actually something that we can go ahead and implement very easily in Tailwind CSS. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do that. So the way we do that is we have next to the X icon, we have a microphone icon. Okay, so microphone icon. Right, so the microphone icon over here, and this one is going to be as such, like that, and you can import it as followed up the top. And then we're going to have a class name over here. So class name equals, all right, we do a H6, and then I'm going to go ahead. There you go. We've got the little arrow up here, right? That's it. We're all about positivity here. All right, margin right of 6. Oh no, margin right of 3, right? Because I don't want to touch the next element next to it afterwards. So I'm going to push it away a bit. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say for this one hidden. So this is going to be hidden by default on mobile. Okay, so remember mobile first, which means by default it's hidden. Yeah, only when it hits a small is it going to go inline flex, right? So now only when it hits the small breakpoint does it come inline as a flex item. Okay, so little things like that, very important. Text blue of 500. Okay, that will look really nice. And I'm going to say border L of 2, right? I'm going to give it border left of 2. And right now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger because we can't see what's actually happening. So border, where am I gone? Here, border L of 2. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say P padding left side of 4 and a border gray of 300. And then we hit save. And you can see, look at that. We got a very nice effect there, which is fully responsive as I go beyond it. So past the small breakpoint back to the mobile view, you can see how it disappears. Right. What we're going to do here is we've got the microphone icon. I'm going to have a search icon next. Search icon. And then we're going to go ahead and say class name of H6. And I'm going to say text blue of 500. And then we should see that little icon. And by default, mobile first is going to be hidden. And I'm only going to show it after the small breakpoint, inline flex. Okay. So now we should see as I go ahead and shrink it, boom, we get this nice responsiveness like so. Okay. Lakshmi, please don't spam that, dude, because you're just going to get blocked. And I really don't want you to get blocked. Okay. Avnish, please moderate the chat. Thanks, dude. All right, so once we've got that down, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add in the search button, right? Now you're probably wondering what search button, right? So I'm gonna show you a little trick. Whenever we have a form and we wanna have the enter key, right, do something for us, then what we can do is actually have the button hidden but still be functional, okay? So if somebody's saying like, I would definitely want to learn, please can you make tutorials? Dude, join the course, right? The course, like literally we teach it from the basics. So we cover everything plus coaching. So it's absolutely incredible value, okay? So we're going to use the avatar that we had previously afterwards, but we're going to actually, right now I'm going to add a button in. And this button is going to say search. So by default, this button is what's responsible for the actual search kicking off, okay? But what I'm going to be doing is by default, I'm actually going to use a normal HTML attribute called hidden, okay? Let's go ahead and go back to our chill music. There we go. Nice. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and do a hidden button, and I'm going to say type submit, okay? Because we're inside of a form, which means that this is the one that will get hit when we hit the enter key, okay? And then what I'm going to do is on click of this button, I'm going to trigger a search function. Now this search function is actually going to be very similar to the one that we had before. In fact, it's going to be the same one. So you could, as homework, extend it out, you know, create the same thing again. But what we're going to do in this search function is pretty simple. We're going to say e.prevent default so that it doesn't do the whole refresh. I'm going to get the const term from the search input ref.current.value. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if there was no term. So if the user didn't type anything out in, then what I'm going to do is go ahead and say return. So we don't want to kind of execute past that, okay? Right, and then I'm going to say router.push, right? Router.push, because when you search, remember all we're doing is pushing them to a /. We're doing it backticks because we're going to interpolate. I'm going to push them to a search with the term being the term that they've entered in the search field. This means that when they type in a new search here, let's actually try it out right now, okay? So I'm going to go full screen on this, and you can see it's at the top it says term testing. So if I type in hello world and I hit enter, you see how it says now it says hello world, right? So that's how we do that, okay? Right now for the header, right? So this is looking pretty nice at this point. The header, I'm going to start giving it a little bit of styles because it's looking a bit kind of janky, right? I'm actually going to stick it to the top. So I'm going to get this nice stick effect. So you know how it sticks to the top up here, right? The way we do that is we basically just say, we apply a class name of sticky and we say stick to the top of the screen, top 0, not top O. And then we say background is white. And that's because if without that, you're going to see the elements as you scroll over them. That's the first step, okay? The second step is that all of this stuff right now should have actually been inside of a div. So I'm going to pop a div open, and I'll make this very clear for you. I'll pop a div open, and I'm actually going to go ahead and get the image, everything in the form, cut it and pop it inside of a div. So we have a little container, okay? And then I'm going to give this a class name of flex with a width of 4, okay? And the P of 6, which means padding top, left, right, and bottom of 6, okay? I'm going to center the items in the center, okay? And that will go ahead and actually fix the aspect ratio difficulty. Now you can see that this is looking pretty good, right? But we have a slight issue with the sizing here, right? So let's figure out where we went wrong there with the sizing, and then we can fix that. So for the form, we had a pixel padding of 6, Y of 6, margin left, margin right, border gray, rounded full, flex grow. That's the one that we're missing, right? So here what I want to say is I want this input field to expand, right? But we already apply a max width of 3XL. But I want to go ahead and say flex grow. So use up all the space that I'm giving you, dude. Like, so go ahead and say flex grow. There we go. Okay. So now if it has available space, it will use it. And then we also have those icons, which are purely responsive on their own. So you guys can see how this is really quite crazy, right? This is really nice, right? Or the final thing I'm going to do is outside of my form. So outside the form over here, I'm going to pop in the avatar. Remember we created an avatar earlier. So our own custom avatar, and we gave this a URL, okay? Now the URL I'm going to give this, just remember I gave it like I've shortened the URL for the picture of me, that lovely picture of me, the coaching Papa React one, where I'm wearing a tux. There we go, boom. And because it's flex grow, it's just going to move out the way. Easy, so move out the way. And then I'm going to say class name here, it should be ML auto. And that's because when we hit that large screen, you see how it's kind of like this is using up the max space it can, but then it hits that max width 3XL. but then this one isn't going to basically use up its appropriate space. So I want to do a margin left auto, which means that it will distance itself from the appropriate object, right? So what I can do here is I can just go to my avatar and I can give it a class name of ML auto. Now you're probably going to wonder here, well, Sunny, that did nothing. It didn't do anything, right? Because this is a custom component. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pass class name as a prop through to avatar, right? So it's going to be a class name prop. Then I'm going to change this to become backtick, a backtick JSX string argument. Okay. Then here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass through my class name that I passed in as a prop. Now what this does is anything I pass in here as a string will simply get appended to my CSS, which means that it will also take higher priority over these values, which is quite nice, right? Now, if you see that, if I go bigger now, boom, we get our CSS passed through our own custom component, which is super clean. Now look how nice that is, guys. Like fully responsive, looks really, really clean, right? Now, firstly, like if you're new to the video right now and you haven't seen that, smash the thumbs up button. Right now, we're going to go ahead and create this header options section. Okay, so let's go down to our div where we have this, and underneath here, all I'm going to do is create a header options component. Okay, so this is going to be header options, and this is going to be responsible for all of the things you see here, plus all of these, you know, the highlighting and all that stuff. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create that header options component. So I hit save here. I'm going to create a header options.js. I'll do underscore RFCE. There we go. And we have this save. And I'll go ahead, go back to my search page. Let's go back to the search page. And then I'm going to go down here and import the, into the header. And then I'm going to go ahead and import the header options from our file that we just created. Okay. I am on a Mac. Yes. I'm on a MacBook Pro. Okay. So we have the header options here. And then what we're going to do is we just build out the header options, okay, as we need it. So the header options next is pretty interesting how we get this one done. Okay, so for header options, I'm going to go ahead and have a few things happening in this class. Before I do that, I'm going to basically split this up into a left. So left is going to be all of the things over here, and right is going to be all of the things over here. Now, look how responsive this is, right? So firstly, all of the text disappears when it gets to the mobile view. Right, so you see how all the text on the icons disappears when it hits the mobile view. That's very important, right? We want that responsive nature, otherwise it wouldn't be able to be that responsive. Also, the text size changes when we hit a breakpoint. You see how it changes to a smaller text. Okay, so all of that we're going to cover right now. Okay, so I'm going to have a left section and I'm going to have a right section. The right section is pretty simple. It's going to have a div with 2 p tags inside of it. So p times 2, and then we have the settings and tools. Okay, now I'm going to reuse the classes that we added earlier, those custom classes. These are just going to be sort of dummy links. Okay, so these are going to be dummy links on the left and right. That's how we get that looking pretty clean. And for this one, it's going to be relatively simple. I'm going to give it a class name, and here I'm going to say flex space x of 4. Okay, and this will give it spacing between the two elements that are, so if I go ahead and decrease this value to a 2, you'll see that the space between the X components changes. This is a thing that I've actually, I'm loving this right now. So we've got this happening. So the left part is the interesting part. This is where the magic is really happening, right? So what we're going to do is we're actually going to have a div inside of our left section. The div here is going to have a class name. And this class is going to be flexed with a space of X of 6. So all these children are going to be spaced out with a value of 6. Okay. Now each individual element here. So each individual sort of, you know, these little components are going to be called header option singular, right? So it's all going to be header options. I'm going to create a component called header option singular. Okay. Now I'm going to create this component. It's the sole purpose of this one is that we don't have to repeat a lot of code. So header option.js. Anyone who thinks Tailwind is, you know, repetitive and you repeat code, remember you're coding in React, which means you're doing functional, reusable components. Hence, you shouldn't have to repeat yourself that much. Okay. So inside of here, I'm going to import header option like so. And that's perfect. Nice. Now I'm going to import a bunch of different icons that I'm going to need from hero icons. So you guys can go ahead and do that like so, right? You guys can pretty much do that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and simply pop in the appropriate things. Okay, so the header option is going to have an icon. So the first one is going to be responsible for the search icon. Okay, so this is going to be the search icon. It's going to have a title, which is going to be all. Okay, and this first one only is going to have a selected prop because we want the first one to have a selected blue default prop. Right. The next one that we're interested in is going to be similar to this, but it's going to be photograph icon with a title of images, like so. Okay, and that one's not going to be selected. And then the next ones are going to be as follow. I'm just going to go ahead and pop them in right here to save us some time. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and build this out. So we've got 3 props to be considerate about: icon, title, selected. Bear in mind, icon has a capital L because we're passing in a component itself. Okay. So now we've got the header option. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and type in, firstly, the props come here. I'm going to use ES60 structuring to split them apart, get the icon, get the title, get the selected values. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to return some stuff here. Okay. So what I'm going to return here is going to be, everything's going to be sort of, firstly, the class name is going to be flex. I am going to do some string interpolation here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and use JSX brackets with a backtick. I'm going to say this is going to be flexed. Okay, it's going to be flexed, and inside of here I'm going to have the icon that I passed in. Right, this is going to have a class name of 4. Right, so it's going to have a class name of h4, so it's going to have a height of 4. So in that case we can see all of those icons kind of pop in there. Okay, then I'm going to have a p tag with a class name, so we're going to use Emmet here just to show you can do that. Hidden. Okay, and then I'm going to have hidden by default, but when you break the small point, it'll be inline flex. Now I will explain that, and that's going to be the title. Now remember how it hides on a small screen, right? So think about it. When it goes big, you want to see the text. When it goes to a small screen, then you just want to see the icons, and that's sufficient. Okay, so that's going to be pretty nice when we do it that way. So at this point, we've got this happening. So I want to go ahead and do the appropriate stuff next. So we've got flex, and then I'm going to say items center. Okay, so wow, we're actually very close to hitting that number. Okay, so div flex, and then here I'm going to say item center. So right now you can see, let's go ahead and make this 50-50 so that way you can see what's happening. Yeah, items center, and then you can see everything goes centrally. I'm going to say space x1, so space between the x components of 1. Border bottom is going to be a 4. Okay, so there's going to be a border underneath all of them, because you can see this, and this is actually the hover effect that we have here. Okay, so the border by default is going to be border b4, and then we're going to say border is transparent by default. Okay, so that's an interesting one. So transparent by default. So we don't want to show it by default. Okay, we only want to show it when we hover. Right, so what I'm going to say is hover. We will go ahead and say the text is blue. Firstly, text is blue of 500. I want the cursor to become a pointer. So you guys can see how much CSS I'm applying here by very small amounts. Okay, cursor dash pointer, sorry. Okay. Oh, thank you, Sidarshan Pani. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. So now you can see we get this nice little hover effect. Okay, awesome stuff. And I also want to do hover. I'm going to change another hover here. I'm going to say hover, border blue 500. Yeah, I'm going to say padding bottom of 3. Let's go ahead and do that. And you can see now, look at that, how we get that nice little hover effect. Okay, now we're putting the class name in string literals because I will be applying a little conditional here. Right now I'm going to say if it was the selected one, so if we passed in the selected value here, then I'm going to have some JSX and we'll say if it was selected, then I want the value to be text blue 500 by default. Okay, border blue, I code a lot more on there, casual. All right, so border blue 500. And then you can see, oh, okay, so this is interesting, right? I've actually got it the wrong way around, I think. So I actually wanted to do only if it's selected, we apply the following, sorry. So I want to apply these styles only if you're selected. There you go. All right, and then that way, the one that's selected will automatically have that value applied. So this is pretty nice, right? I think that looks pretty clean. And if we go ahead and make this smaller, the text disappears, but all of our highlighting still is there, right? We still get all of the highlighting and such, right? So really, really clean looking design. So the header options at that point are pretty much done, okay? So we need to sort out the styling of this. This doesn't look ideal at the moment. So let's target this outer class name. Okay, so the header options, outer class name, this is quite an interesting one. We've got flex. Okay, so by default, if we do flex, you see how that one got brought up because by default flex is row. And then what we're going to do is say use the width. Okay, so width full. And remember, mobile first design. Always think mobile first design. Right, everything is mobile first design. Okay, right here I'm going to say text should be gray. So text gray, and I'm going to say text gray of 700. Oops, text gray 700. There we go. And I'm going to say justify the stuff evenly. Okay, so not center, I'm going to say evenly. And then you can see everything goes into the center. Now, this gives you a nice kind of responsive fill. Okay, it gives you a nice responsive fill, but it doesn't snap to this side like I wanted it to, right? So we need to get it to snap to the side. Okay, now when we hit the large breakpoint, I want the text to go back to the normal size. So we say text base. Okay, so when we get to a large screen now, if you go to a large screen, it goes back to its original size. Otherwise, it's a small text. And then I'm going to say large. It should also become justify start. Right, I don't want it to be, you know, at the, when I get to the large screen, I want it to come to the beginning of the page. Okay, so this is saying large colon justify start. So now you should see it will snap to the start on the large screens. Otherwise it will be sort of, you know, centering itself. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is say large should also have a space between its X components of, let's say 36, which was a nice sweet spot. And then you can see now, look at that, we've got that nice spacing of 36. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on a large as well, we're going to go ahead and say padding left of 52, and this will go ahead and align it nicely to the that edge there. Right, so look at that, that's very nice. Okay, and if we do it and we get smaller, it'll start to resize accordingly, and look how clean that is, guys. That's how we get that desired look and feel. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to finally apply a border bottom. Now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say border bottom, so border B dash, and then the interesting one here is that they don't have the appropriate values. So if I do 2, it's too thick. I don't want it that thick. I want 1, but 1 isn't supported out of the box. So because we're using JIT Tailwind, we can go ahead and use a custom value. So I'm going to say 1 pixel, and I get a nice little thin 1 pixel. Okay, now this is looking clean, guys. This is exactly how we get to this point. Right, so you see that's the top bit done. Right, so the top bit is nicely done at the moment. Right, we have all of this working. So this is where the fun stuff comes in, right? So what we're going to go ahead and do now is actually go ahead and fit in the search functionality. So this is the portion of the build where we have server-side rendering. Okay, so server-side rendering is basically when somebody visits your page. Typically, what happens is everything happens on the client. The app loads on the client. The JavaScript loads on the client. What we're going to do is flip it a bit. So the client requests to come to your page or your website. So if I click on google.com, I will go ahead and hit the Google server. The Google server basically was in the server, which means all the results and everything are fetched on the server. And then I just get the entire HTML, CSS, and JavaScript thrown at me, right? As in like the rendered stuff thrown at me. The search doesn't happen on the client. It's happening on the server. Then it will figure out all the results and then it will send it to me. This makes it a lot more optimal. It makes it a lot more easier to go ahead and build this stuff. Okay. So let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead and create the sort of server-side rendering, right? So Next.js is pretty cool. The way it does it is you can pretty much go here to the search, right? And then we've already got the header built out, so I can remove that. Now we need to build the search results. But before we do that, this page, when it renders, is built on the server. So every time you can see, if I go ahead and refresh, it will go ahead and it will compile the page, compiles it successfully, and then it'll build it for us. Now, right now, this is a static page, which means that it's not being rendered on the server. It's a static page. And I'm not going to go too far into Next.js on that side, but what we're going to be doing here is we're going to basically have our first server-side rendering function. So the way we do it in Next, and the way we tell Next is, because you're wondering, if you're wondering, is SSR hard? Next, make it extremely easy now. If you include this special get server side props function, only then will it treat this page, bear in mind, not the entire site, just this page. It splits the app up into different pages. It will treat this page as a server side rendered page. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to go ahead and say export async. And this is happening on the server right now, okay? Function, and I'm going to say get server side props. So this is a magic function, so you have to use that name. This gives us something called the context. Okay, and we can use the context as an argument when we're handling the sort of, you know, when we need to get things from the query, the URL and stuff like that. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm actually going to create a little bit of a helper function, because this Google Search API limits you to 100 free searches a day on the developer API. So you don't exhaust that quota, what I do is I make a request once, I capture the JSON in a response file, and then I'll show you how you can use dummy data to mock the sort of prospective response so that you don't exhaust your quota. Okay, so that's going to help you out a lot when you're doing sort of API work in the future, even on production stuff. So use dummy data is going to be by default, let's just say false, right? While we're getting things set up. Thank you so much, Sai, for the lovely donation. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, so we're going to say const data equals. Okay, now I need the Google API at this point. I need to go ahead and get the Google API and all that stuff. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go over to my, I'm going to create a file called keys. So keys.js, and I need two things in this, right? I need a, so inside this file, I need an API key, and I need a context key. Right? The API key allows us to use the Google API. It's basically the key that allows us to use the Google services. And then the context key is the interesting one. The context key is basically you can create a context by visiting the following link. Okay, so you guys can create a context by visiting this link over here. Okay, so this is the link you want to visit to create context. And this is basically the context for which you're searching, okay? So you can include certain sites, because remember, you can create custom searches on Google, which will only kind of prioritize certain websites. So you can basically create a custom context and then use it in your search. And you have to do that when you're doing this stuff. And then the next one is this handy link that I'll drop over here. So to get the API key, you would visit this link. And again, all of this is inside the Papa GitHub repo, or you can go ahead and do it. Now, I do want to mention, Craig just dropped in, maybe environment.local. Yes, when you're handling production keys or any of this stuff, please understand that you should be using environment variables, okay? And even with Versal, you can actually have environment variables set when you deploy to the Versal hosting. Right now, the only reason why I am doing it as a string inside this tutorial is for the sake of the demo, right? It's a demo because if I start doing all of those things, it's going to get way into like the time frames, and I'll explain it and it'll just take a lot of time. So that's the only reason I'm using string values here. But you need to make sure you use environment files, okay? So that's a little disclaimer there, okay? Just in case anyone's wondering, right? So now we've got const API key. And this API key, let's just say it is some kind of value, okay? And then we've got const context key. And this is gonna be some kind of key over here. Now I do want to export both of these because I want to use them outside of this file. Now I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and get your API key and how you can go ahead and get your context key. So I'm going to go ahead and click into this link. Okay. So once you get to this screen, you'll basically reach this using REST to invoke the API. Now what you want to do is I've actually got a key over here, I think. So here, use the key parameter, key query parameter to identify your application. So you click this, and then you click over here, and then here it says get a key. Okay, so I'm going to click on get a key, and then what you want to do is select a project. So here it says enable custom search API. You want to click this link and then click on create a new project. At this point, I'm just going to say, YouTube build demo. Okay, and I'm going to click next. Now what's going to happen here is I'm not going to show you the key that's going to come up, or I'm not going to show you the key that comes up because somebody's going to end up exhausting the quota, and then hence the demo won't work. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys a blurred out version of this in just a sec. So I click this, it says enable custom search, and then it loads the key up. Okay, so what you're going to then see is a key present itself on your screen. And right now I've actually gone ahead and I've reached the limit of quota, so I'm going to use a key that I previously got. So I previously got a key. So at this point you would get a key value that comes back. Okay, or you would get a URL and then it would have a key inside of it. Okay, so you want to go ahead and copy that key, right? And it will look something like this. Okay, so your key will look something like this. So it'll be some random sort of squiggly stuff. This is not an actual key. Okay, so it'll basically look something like this. Right? You would have a random squiggly key at that point, right? And what you want to do is put your key here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop my key here, and then in a second, so I'll go ahead and replace this with my key. The context key is the next one we need to get. So I'm going to click this context key, click this. This is a lot easier to get. Here you can go ahead and I'm going to click sites to search. I'm just going to do www.google.com. And then I'm going to do name of Google search, Google, okay, create. And then this will go ahead and create. And then you go ahead and click add it to your site. Click on get code. And this is what you need to grab. This context, this is your ID. Okay, so you want to go ahead and grab this ID. Now I also have a value here. I already have a value for this one. Now the context ID doesn't really matter. Okay, that one doesn't really, you don't mind if that one is shared, but the API key you don't want to exhaust. Okay, so at this point what you're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pop in a key here, and then for the API key I will be popping in a value as well, but I'm going to hide my screen while I do that because I don't want to sort of, you know, exhaust that quota. So I'm going to go ahead, pop in a key here, hit save, and then I'm going to exit this key file, and then I can now use it throughout my application. So I'm now back at search.js. Okay, so we have our two keys that we needed. So what we're going to do next is I'm going to go ahead and say const, and this bit you have to pay a little bit of attention to. Okay, so I'm going to say const data equals, and I'm going to say if we're using, so I'm not going to use the dummy data yet. I'm going to say await fetch. Okay, and then here what I'll do is I'll do backticks, and what we're going to say is it's going to be https www.googleapis/customer search/v1. Okay, so this is what we need to type in. Okay, so once you get to this point, what we need to do is we're going to actually have some important variables that we're going to add on to the URL. So the first one is the key variable. Okay, now this key variable, we're going to go ahead and say is our API key. So API underscore key. Oops, API underscore key. And this key, we need to import this from our previous file. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say import API key. And I'm going to import the context key from, let's go upper file, from our keys file. Okay, so again, this is not you should be using environment variables to populate those values inside the keys, but that's how you do it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do the following. So now what we're going to say is that's going to be our key, and then we're going to add a second variable, which is the context. Okay, so the context is going to be this one here. So we're going to say context key, and then we're going to add another one, which is going to be q equals, and this is going to be the query. Okay, so how do I get the query from the URL? The URL in question is this one. So remember, it's search, and the query term is term here, right? How do I get that on the server? Remember I said we get the context on the server request. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, say q equals, and I'm going to say context.query.term. Okay, context.query.term. And now the next bit is our pagination, but I'm going to leave pagination for now. But that's how we would go ahead and get the term. Okay, so that's how we get our search term. So this will basically make a request to Google. It will use our key. It will use the context key, so it knows what site to search. And then the query, it will be the query that we basically entered in, right? So that's how it's going to do. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say, after the fetch, we're going to say .then. And then I'm going to say response is going to be response.json. Okay, so this will go ahead and pass the response as a JSON object. And then what we need to do is we need to pass the results to the client. Okay, so remember, this is the server side rendering, right? So after, let's just say after the server side render, so we say after the server has rendered, pass the results to the client. Think of it kind of like that. Okay, so this is basically where the SSR has kicked in. So we say return, and what we do is we return the props, right? So all we're doing is we render a bunch of stuff beforehand on the server, and then the way that the client sees it is as soon as the person gets on the page, their component or the functional component that will load will actually just get the props from the server side render, and we're just going to call that results, and it's going to be results is data. And then what happens is the search, we simply get the props come through. Okay, props come through here, and then we just say the results. Now this will just take some practice. Okay, it takes a little bit of practice just to get used to this. But what we can do now is we can console log the results. Okay. And then what I'm going to do here is just to prove that it works is we're going to go back to our app over here, and I'm going to go ahead and hit F12, and you should now be able to see it says undefined. Okay, interesting. Let's go ahead and double check why that's happening. That's not what we want. So we're going to go ahead and see this. It says const data, hit save, and then I'm going to get the results, and then we're going to go ahead and do the following. So now I'm going to go ahead and refresh this. Type in hello world. There we go. This is the response that comes back. Okay, so this is the response that comes back, and you see it's got a bunch of items, and these are all the Google search results. Okay, so what we want to do here is, like I said before, the API is going to give you a certain quota, which is 100 requests a day. When you're developing, you're going to max that out quickly. Okay, so what I would recommend at this point is do the following thing. This will save your quota, not just for this one, but it will save it for your any other production build that you're trying to do. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy, right click and copy object. Okay, so I'm going to copy the object. I'm going to go back to my code. Okay, I'm going to make a file over here. So outside of here, I'm going to make a file called response.js. So this is going to be response.js. Okay, and inside of response.js, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have, I'm going to say export default, and then I'm going to do an object, and I'm going to go ahead and paste my object and hit save, and Prettier will go ahead and fix this for me. So the first thing I need to do is actually, I don't need these square brackets because I think it comes in square brackets. There we go, hit save. And then you should see Prettier fixes it for you. And now we have a sort of mocked response from the server. Okay, this is a mocked response from the server, and you can also use this to see what you get back at the different levels. So this will be a handy way of doing that. Okay, so this will prevent you from exhausting your quotas whenever you're working with something. So now what I want to do is to make use of that dummy data. I'm going to go ahead and say use dummy data is false right for now, and I'm going to go ahead and change this to become. I'm actually going to make this become. I'm going to say if use dummy data, then I'm going to basically return the response, else await. Okay, and then this response I need to pull in. Okay, so the response I need to go ahead and import from that file. Okay, so this one, there we go. Nice. And what this will do is it will go ahead and basically allow us to have a little switch. So whenever I don't want to go ahead and, if I want to use dummy data now, I can just say true. And regardless of what I type in now, so now if I go here and I type in anything, we should get the same results every time now. So if I click refresh, so you see if I type in a new value, it gives me basically the dummy mock result. Okay, so this will prevent you from exhausting your quota, which trust me happens. Okay, you're probably going to wonder like, oh no, it doesn't work, it won't happen to me. Trust me, yes it will. And you're going to exhaust your quota, and then you're going to have to wait a day, or you're going to have to put your credit card in. Okay, and at that point you're just going to get annoyed. So that's what we're going to do right now. The next thing I want to do is I'm going to prepare myself for pagination. Okay, so pagination, what I'm going to do is right now we include something called the term inside of the query when in the URL. What we're actually going to do is prepare ourselves very soon we're going to go ahead and implement pagination. I'm going to say context.query, and I'm going to include something called start, and that's going to be a number which will refer to the page that we're starting from, okay, or the search results that we're starting from. That number will either be present or by default it will be 0. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change my results. I'm going to basically add on another one which says start equals, and then this will be the start index. Okay, start index like so. And now we've got like a sort of a pagination starting point. Okay, what we're going to do is we've got the server-side props rendering. So we've got this coming through here, and do is I'm going to create a search results component. So I'm going to say search results. And also what I'm going to do is for the search results here, instead of this, I'm actually going to pull in the router. Right, so I'm going to say const router equals use router. And then I'm going to go ahead and pull in the use router component. Hook, and then we've got our router here. And now instead of saying search results, I actually want to make this kind of cool. I want to say router dot query dot term, and then I'm going to say dash Google search. And this way, whatever we're searching will basically go ahead and be inside the browser. So you see in our production one, we've got testing Google search. Okay, so that's what I kind of want to get to, okay? So at this point, we should have that actually right now inside of ours. So if we go ahead and check it now, so you can see now at the top, rather than that, if I type in hello world, you should see hello world Google search, which is awesome, right? The search results, let's go ahead and say search results, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pass the results that we got from the server here as results. Okay. So I'm going to pass this in as a prop, and let's go ahead and hit save. And I'm going to create this component right now. So I'm going to create the search results component. So search results.js, and then I'm going to do underscore RFCE. Nice. Okay. So once we've got the search results up, the next step is we're going to get those search results that we passed. And remember, the props come in here. We're going to do some ES6 destructuring, and I'm going to do results. Like so. Okay. And then what we're going to do is the search results is not defined, which is fine. Here we can go ahead and import it as such. And then I can go ahead and hit refresh, and then you should get here. Okay. Now we've got console log results, which is going to help us out when we're coding, debugging, and that sort of good stuff. Okay. So if I type in, let's just type in test, and then we see we get our search results, which are from our mocked argument. Okay. So we're not exhausting the quota, and we're doing everything at our own pace. So we get the header and search results, and this will actually be the final outcome of this file, which is really clean when you think about it. So inside the search results, we're gonna have a p tag, and the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna say about this many results. Okay, so about blah 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 number of results. So what we can do here is we can say we're gonna say about. Okay, and then here inside of the results we have a few things. Okay, so here, if we look inside of the results, we have results.search information, and then here you can see formatted total results and formatted search time. Okay, so they give us the values that we're actually looking for here. Right, so here you can actually see all the different values that we're actually looking for are perfectly presented as we need them. Okay, so Google actually has quite a cool API. It gives it back in the way we need it. So here I'm going to say results.search information, and yes, you can go ahead and refactor this. We're going to do some optional chaining in case it's not available. We don't want to sort of crash our app. I'm going to say formatted total results and hit save, and then you can see about 204,000 or million results. Okay, so now you can see as we do this results, and this is what I love about Next.js is that as I'm typing in, it's going to go ahead and populate as I hit save. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a bracket, and I'm going to have some seconds, and before the seconds I'm going to have a JSX, and then I'm going to say results.search information .formatted search times. Okay, so formatted search times, and now you can see about this many results and this many seconds. Okay, so this is really awesome stuff, and it looks really really clean. Okay, let's go ahead and firstly style this out a little bit. So I want this p tag to look a little bit nicer. I'm going to give it a class name, and the class name I'm going to give it is text gray. So I'm going to say text gray of 600. Okay, and then I'm going to say text is medium sized, and then I'm going to say a margin bottom of 5 and a margin top of 3. And then look at that, boom, looks a lot cleaner. Okay, that looks really good. And then what I'm going to do is for the search results themselves, I'm actually going to give this one an interesting sort of spacing suggestion. Okay, so here you can see the search results. The way we do it is we have several breakpoints, which are basically the default one has some basic padding. Okay, this is a mobile view. Remember, mobile first design is what we do. Okay, so firstly we have this, and as we get bigger, I start to change this. So here we've increased the padding a little bit. Okay, and then I get a bit bigger, and then we increase the padding. We start to center the element. I get a bit bigger, and we stick the element to the side, and that's how we do it. Okay, so the way that we do that is we go ahead and say MX auto, which means the margins on the left and right axes are automatic. And then I'm going to go ahead and say the width is full. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say PL, which means padding left should be 3, padding right should be 3. Oops, 3. Padding right should be 3. And then, so you could do, padding X should be 3 at this point. If they're both the same, padding X is 3. Cool. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say on the small breakpoint, I'm going to do padding left to be 5%. Okay, so padding left should be 5% at this point. I'll make this full screen while we do this. Okay. And then when I hit the medium breakpoint, I'm going to change padding left to become 14%. Okay. And these are different values that I've worked out, and they've kind of look a bit nicer when we do it. Okay, now there are several ways to do this. but this is the way that I'm doing it today. PL52. So this is basically changing the different padding options based on how big the screen is. So right now you can see slight difference, and then if we go ahead and make it bigger, you see how it changes and it gets into the correct place, okay, on the screen, which is really nice. Okay, so now that our container is looking sleek and it's looking as we want and expect it, now what we can do is we can focus on the content inside the container. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say results. Okay, so remember, if we look at the response that comes back, we go into the items, we get all of the items here, and then they've got all the information inside of them. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to map through the items. So results dot items, and we're going to do optional chaining to protect ourselves in case it's not there. We're going to say map, and then we're going to say the result. For every single result, I want to go ahead and output the following. Okay, so I want to output some JSX, right, which is going to be our components, and I'm going to start off with a div. Okay, inside the div, I'm going to say that the key, remember, whenever you're mapping something, you should always use keys correctly. When you're dealing with any kind of, iteration or list in React, you should always be using your keys. In this case, I'm going to use the link as a key because it's unique for every sort of link. And then I'm going to say the class name is going to be max width XL. So I'm going to give it a max width. In this case, we're going to give it XL. And then I'm going to say margin bottom of 8. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is inside there, I'm going to have two things. I'm going to have one, which is going to be the, let's think about how we do this. So right now what I want is, you see in this final build, irrelevant of if I hover over the text or if I hover over this, it's grouped together. And then I have this snippet of text underneath. Okay. So I'm going to show you how we get that. So even if I hover over here, you see how that underlines, right? I'm going to show you how we do this special effect in Tailwind. Okay, so the first thing is we're going to have a div, right? And the div is going to be for the heading and the link. And then underneath is something that we're going to call the snippet. Okay, so firstly, that's going to be the sort of heading, and then the snippet is underneath. The snippet is going to have result.snippet, and that's actually going to be the iterated value. So it's going to be result.snippet. And you're going to see some stuff pop in now. So these are going to be all the sort of, the search result links underneath. Okay, and these are search results mocked up for Hello World. Okay, and now what we're going to do is, obviously I do want to have some truncate, so where it cuts off the line. And look, what I've actually managed to do here is after 2 lines it will cut off. Now we're going to use a very cool little trick called line clamp. It's a plugin on Tailwind CSS, and I'll show you how we do it today, right? But if you're wondering how I get access to this information, I'm using this object. Okay, so that's how we do it, in case you're wondering. Okay, so we've got that done, and then what I'm going to show you how we truncate it in a sec. But first I'm going to have an A tag. The href here is going to be the result.link, and you can use the link element in Next.js as well. It's completely fine. And here I'll say class name equals text sm. So it's going to be a small link, and the link itself would be result.formatted URL. If I hit save now, we should see the link pop up underneath it. Okay. Then what we're going to do is underneath the A tag, I'm going to have another A tag, and the href here would be the same. It will be a result.link. Okay. Then the A tag here would actually be a h2 inside of it, because I want it to be like a heading for SEO purposes. We're going to have a class name, and then I'm going to say result.title, 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 there we go. And then I'm going to do class name, and I'm going to go ahead and say truncate firstly, which will go ahead and it's got a nice truncate built in. We're going to say text is going to be XL. So it's going to be extra large text. And there we go. You can see it starts to come in there. And then we're going to go ahead and change this to be a text blue 800, which is actually extremely close to the Google color, which is nice. I'm going to give the font a medium sort of weight to it. Okay, that's nice. And then I'm going to say group. Okay, so this is where the special hover functionality comes in. Okay, so you guys can notice how when I hover over this, I want it to basically be in this fashion. Okay, so I want it to be in this fashion. Now, how do I do it? Firstly, this test data is kind of trash. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace it. I basically searched for testing before, and in the response, I got the following back. So you don't need to worry about this, but you can just swap it out for whatever you search for. But now we get a nicer testing results. There we go. But here what I'm going to do is I want it so that when I hover over this, you can see firstly it's a link. You can see on the bottom left, this actually is going to, if I click it, it will take me to another website. Okay. But what I need to do here is have it so that when I hover over it, it works. Now, how do we do this inside of this application? The way we do it is we go to the parent div, okay? So I'm just gonna go to my search results. We go to the parent div, which is outside here. And then we give it something called group. Okay, so we're gonna create a group. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, so that now we know that this is the group in question, okay? Then what I do is I go over to this element and I say, okay, when I hover over this, I want it to underline. So I'm gonna say group, hover, underline, and this will underline the text. Now, if I hover over any of this stuff in the group, you see how the underline is applied to that H2 element. Even if I hover over here, because it's part of the group of children, now this will get the underline effect. And that's how we get that nice little effect happening, okay? Now you can see the difference here is that the truncate is happening, but it's after 3 lines, which isn't ideal, right? We want it after 2, okay? And in some cases you might want it after 1, okay? So now what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna have a nice little plugin. So in Tailwind CSS, you can have plugins which basically power up your Tailwind, okay? So I'm gonna go to my Tailwind config, and here you've got the nice little plugin section, okay? So the way that we do this one is we go to Tailwind, and it's something called Tailwind line clamp. So I'm actually gonna show you over here. So I'm gonna say Tailwind line clamp. Okay, and I'm going to click this, and then you see multi-line truncation with Tailwind. This is a little blog, but you can pretty much go ahead and follow it. And all you need to do is install this dependency. Okay, so I'm going to copy this dependency and install it into my app. So I'm going to do Command J, and then I'm going to show you guys how I do it. So I'm going to open up another terminal, and I'm going to go in here and do Tailwind CSS. I'm going to do yarn add. There we go. And this will go ahead and add it in. Now I should have added that as a developer dependency. It's okay. You can make sure just next time when you do it as a developer dependency instead. And then what you want to do is you want to go into the plugins over here, and you want to go ahead and say require, like so, like this. Okay. So I'm going to go into here and require. Okay, now we want to get rid of that little thing. There we go. Now, if you want to use it, all you need to do is if you've got a long block of text and you say line clamp 3, it will truncate, which means ... after 3 lines are hit. Okay, so it's very, very powerful when you think of it in that sense. Okay, so the way I'm going to do it is actually use it slightly different. I'm going to use it in a 2-line fashion. So it's not that different, to be honest. So I'm going to go back to my search results. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, it should be a line clamp of 2. Okay, so here I'm going to say class name, and it's going to be line clamp of 2. Now watch this. As soon as I hit save, boom. That's nice, right? And if we change this to line clamp 1, you can even shorten the results even further. Okay, so that's really, really nice. Okay. Developer dependency is something that we only need in the development environment. When the production bundle is made, do we need Tailwind CSS? No, because remember, it will compile the code up into a production bundle. So they don't, the person using our website doesn't need access to Tailwind stuff. Only the developer does. Okay, but this is looking pretty good, right? Okay, so now what we want to do is let's add in pagination. So firstly, I just want to show you guys, it's fully responsive at this point. Okay. So look, it's fully responsive, it's changing, and as we get smaller and smaller, it even has a max width, and it has a nice little truncate feature. And look how clean that is. Look, and we've even got the truncate here when we do the truncate on the H2. Right? So really, really clean. Okay. So we've done that now. Now let's go ahead and add in the next thing, which is the pagination. Okay. And then I'll exhaust my API quota and we can do it. Okay. So this one I've actually made really nice for you. So underneath your search results, I want you to write a pagination buttons class, a component, sorry. Right, and this is actually super clean because now we've got all of these separate components doing separate things that just work, right? Everything just works, right? I mean, obviously not that, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and create this pagination buttons.js, like so. And then I'm going to do _RFCE, done. Okay, now with this bit, what we do is we go ahead and Craig got it right there. It says yarn add -d for developer dependencies. Yes, exactly. So inside of pagination buttons now, we're going to go ahead and we've got our div, and then I want to go ahead and say, so we're going to have a few things in there. We're going to have a previous and next, and it's going to be dependent on basically what we show. So if we see the actual development version of this, if I click next, and we're on the second page, you see the start is now 10, because what we're doing is we're showing 10 results. Okay, so say we start from the beginning. We're starting from 0. So we're saying start from 0 and show me 10 results. We click next. We say start from 10, show me the next 10 results. We go to next, start from 20, send me the next 10 results, and then we can go back and start from 10. And you see how it works. And if we go back to the point where we're at 0, it shouldn't show previous. That's how it works. Okay. And then all of the rest happens on server-side rendering. Okay, so at this point, what we're going to do is in here, we're going to need a few things. We've got the use router over here. So I'm going to go ahead and import this dependency. And then I'm going to go ahead and import link from next link. This is like a Next.js A tag, which will allow us to do like our sort of, you know, our routing in a very nice way so that we don't have a refresh when we do it. Okay. And then I'm going to import a few icons from hero icon. So chevron left, chevron right. Okay. And then what we're going to say is I'm going to get my start index. So the start index, I'm going to basically go ahead and pass it as a number. And this will basically be that value at the top. So you see this one over here where it says start equals 0, right? So when we get that, it's actually a text data type here. So I need to pass it as a number. Or if it's not there, I default it to 0. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, if the start index is greater than or equal to 10, right? Only if it's greater than or equal to 10 should I then render the previous button. Okay, so then I'm going to render a link. So let's go ahead and render a link. Okay, and this is going to be a component, and the link will have a div inside of it, and this will have a chevron left. So let's go ahead and do chevron left icon, and it will have a p tag which says previous. Okay, now this will make a lot of sense when it works, don't worry. And then we go to our search results and let's just import it so it starts showing us some results. Okay, we go down to the bottom of the screen, and then we should see at this point, let's go to our pagination buttons, and then you see the start index is not 10, so we won't see it right now. Okay, we should always show next because that's always going to be there. So I'm going to say link. This link will have a div inside of it. And then this div will have a chevron right, and it will have a p tag, which has a next. Okay. Vipul says, quality stuff as always. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate your support. Chevron right. Okay. And then link tags require us to give a href. Okay. So for the href in this case, what we're going to be doing is the one down here. I'm going to go ahead and say href equals. And I'm actually going to use some string interpolation here. So I'm going to say /search. And think about what we're doing here, right? I'm going to say, go to the term, which is currently the term that we're searching for. Okay. So we're still going to have the same term that we were searching for. So it's going to be router.query.term. Okay. But the difference is we're going to change the start. So we're going to say, okay, change the start to be whatever the start index was, which was basically what we fetched from the URL param plus 10. Okay, so we're going to add 10 to that. Now, if I do this, you're going to see a massive chevron. And if I click it, it will go ahead and throw us to a start of 10, which means that the next one's going to render. And obviously that hasn't got an href. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to do the exact same thing here. But this one is going to have a -10. Okay, so that will go to back 10 elements. So now you can see like a forward and a back. So if I click, so notice how when I click on the back one, it goes to start of 0. When I click on the forward, it will go to start of 10. If I click forward again, it'll go start of 20. It'll go back, start of 10. So you see how we're changing those parameters, okay? Now obviously we will style it and make it look nice. Now for these icons, I'm going to go ahead and use dual cursors. So I'm going to type in 2 places at once. I'm going to do class name equals h5, hit save, and now they're a lot smaller, which means they're a lot easier to deal with. Okay, so then what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and have the following styles applied over here. Okay, so I'm going to say div, and I'm going to say class name equals, and I'm going to say flex. Okay, so next to each other, I'm going to say items center. Actually, we'll start off with flex grow. I'm going to say flex column, because I want it to be in a column. I want the things to be on top of each other. There we go. And then I'm going to say items in the center. item center, and obviously tab 9 coming in clutch as always. Cursor is a pointer, and then I'm going to say hover is an underline. Okay, so now you should see when I hover over this, it's nice and look at that, it's clean, right? Super clean. Okay, so I'm going to copy this class name, and you can go ahead and refactor that in a global class name if you would like. I'm just going to do this for now. And now we have the two things which are taking up 100%. Okay, nice. Now the next thing we need to do is go to the parent div, this one here, change the styling of it. We're going to go to class name equals, and then I'm going to say flex, and you should start to see things come into play now. Okay, I'm going to say the max width is going to be large, and this will stop it from, spamming across too much. Okay, and then I'm going to say, okay, justify space between them. Okay, so I'm going to say justify space between. And you're wondering, if I was doing this with raw CSS, teaching it and coding it at the same time would take longer than what we have achieved right now. I'm going to make the text blue of 700, and you can see that this will now change the text below to 700. And I'm going to do a margin bottom of 10, so that way we get a bit of breathing room, right? There we go. Now, do you guys like this? All right, look at this. Previous and back. Now, if I go back previous, it would have gone to the first page, and there you go. Look how clean that is, right? And you can obviously add in some logic which says page 1, page 2, page 3, and so forth. Nice. Okay, so now what we need to do is also go ahead and hook that up. Okay, so we actually got that bit done now. So we've actually got that down, looking pretty damn solid. Right, so if I look at this now, we've got our pagination, but the results aren't actually getting sort of feeded in. Oh, they actually are. I'll show you where. If we go to our search results, and we got a level up, so we go to our search page, where we did the server-side render, remember what we did is if the query, so the URL had a start, we grabbed it here. Then we go ahead and query Google using that start index. So it's very, very clean and it works, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say use dummy data false. So I'm going to be using a real API now. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is let's go ahead and say type in Papa React. Hit enter. And look at that, guys. 0 to full stack hero. Let's go. That's so clean, right? That's clean and it looks perfectly, right? All right, so now you can see, look how clean that looks, right? So everything looks perfect and as we expected it to. And if I go on to the next page, we should be able to see, look at that. It went on to the next page of search results. Okay, and then if I click previous, nice, okay? Now if I type in, let's type in React or Tailwind CSS, hit enter, right? Boom, Tailwind CSS, right? Awesome stuff. And I click next page of results. Awesome stuff. Look at that, Tailwind CSS. This song always freaks me out because I think the sound's glitch, but it's not, it's the song, right? If I click next after that, boom. See that, guys? We're getting different results every time. Hero icons even came up. So the search is actually working pretty good, right? And let's just show you, if just so I'm not lying, Next.js, okay? Boom, there we go, okay? If I type in Sunny Sanga, do I come up? It's gonna, hey, there we go. Join me as I build Signal. There we go, nice. So guys, you can see we have a fully functional Google application here, right? With pagination, with amazing responsiveness, okay? So that is goddamn clean. Right, and then remember, everything works if we go back to Google over here and we type in from over here. So if I type in React 101, enter, look at that, React 101 and all sorts of stuff come up, right? You can go back to Google, everything works in the way that we expect it. We have the responsive, beautiful design. Everything's working in the way that we wanted it. And it's just clean, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and deploy this application on Versal. The way we deploy here is we need to go ahead and I'm going to open up my GitHub. So let's open up a GitHub, and this is the Papa GitHub repo right here, but I'm going to go ahead and create a new repo. If you want access to the Papa GitHub repo, by the way, link is in the description. It has the code for today's build, guys. So if you want the code for today's build, then you can check it out. So I'm going to go to my personal GitHub and I'm going to go ahead and create a project. I'm going to create a new repo. And here I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and say Google clone YouTube. Okay, I'm going to make it private. I'm going to go ahead and create the repository. Nice. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this line over here and I'm going to push this to my GitHub. So in order to push to GitHub, It's very simple. What we do is, and you shouldn't be pushing your keys to GitHub, okay? I'm only doing it for a demo purpose today, but you should do Command J. And then what I'm going to show you here, once we have this open, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. We'll say git status, and you should be able to see we have a lot of dirty files, and these are the files that we've adjusted. So what I'm going to do is, firstly, I'm going to connect to my GitHub that we basically got that line of code from. So you see this one over here. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to do git add all, and I'm going to say git status, and look what happens. We just added all of our, we basically staged all of our files to commit it to a commit, okay? So I'm going to say git commit, and here I'll just say something like, let's just say app build, right? This terrible commit message, but it's for a demo. And then I'm going to say git push, right? And then git push pops this up, and you can pretty much just copy this at this point and paste. And this will basically push the code to that branch, okay? Now I'm going to go ahead and enter a little password in here. I'm going to say, and obviously I know it's the terminal. I know it's the terminal, but I'm still going to do it anyway, right? There we go. We've gone ahead and done that. And then if I go ahead and go back to this and hit refresh, we should be able to see our code is now inside of our repo, okay? So we now have our code up inside GitHub. So the next step is to hop over to Vercel. Okay, so we hop over to vercel.com/dashboard, and or you can just go to Vercel, create an account with them. It's completely free to do so. Okay, yes, when you are deploying, make sure you don't have your keys, you know, like on display and things like that. In this case, I'm not going to be sort of, you know, like I'm not going to be sort of hiding it, but what you should be doing is using environment files. I just want to kind of get this build out, okay, and show you guys how to get it done yourself. You can look at something, but what you're going to need to search for is something called environment variables, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to click new project, all right, and then you should see import git repo, and this is the one we just pushed. This is the one from yesterday. This is the one from today. So I'm going to import it, and you basically just connect your GitHub. So it's very easy to do. I click on Sunny, select, and then we're going to go ahead, and you see it automatically figured out it was Next.js, and you don't need to change anything. But here is the interesting part, environment variables, okay? And they encrypt them for you. So just like Craig said, you need to make sure you go ahead. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. Okay, so you want to go ahead and you get to this screen. It will figure out everything. And if you click on environment variables, you can go ahead and pop in those variables at this point, and then it would actually sort of, you know, have them stored in an encrypted fashion. So this is the way you should do it. So now what we're going to do is hit deploy, right? So we're going to go ahead and hit deploy right now. Okay. So now we are deploying our application to Vercel, right? So Vercel is setting up a server which has a, which basically will allow us to have our server-side rendering, everything fully functional and working in the way that we expect it to. Now you can see here it's going to go ahead and install the dependencies, deploy the app, and then they will give us a sort of a Vercel kind of domain name, right? So it'll be something like Vercel demo or something like that, and then it will have Google Clone, YouTube, and so forth, right? So this will take a few seconds. Hopefully it goes through without any errors for this time. So here you can see you've enabled JIT engine, which is currently in preview, because yes, we use some breaking, you know, like breaking tech right here, right? Like we use cutting edge tech where it's the latest and greatest Tailwind stuff. And here you can see perfect. It built out our application. You can see our search page, which is a server-side rendered page, hence why it's got this sign here, server-side rendered. We've got the and then we've got the rest of the pages as such. And then, hey, we get this page, right? So this is perfect, right? It's working. And we're using Vercel today because it's a lot easier to deploy a Next.js server-side rendered application using Vercel, because those guys develop Next.js. So, you know, it makes sense, right? So, and it's also very fast. So I vouch for it, okay? So we're going to click on, you can click on visit over here, and this will actually go ahead and give you the application. So now if I was to go ahead and test this out, I could say testing. And then if I hit enter, let's go ahead and see what happens, right? So it's going to go ahead and search for it. Perfect. Awesome stuff. And I will show us actually how you can have the search come up here. I don't think I actually did that. So let's quickly go ahead and fix that. Very quick hot fix. And I'll show you how easy it is to deploy and what's really nice about it, right? So what we should actually have is when I've tested something. So let's go ahead and put in like a testing. See, this should be populated by default. So what we forgot to do there is firstly get rid of the console log here. And then what we wanted to do is have inside of the header, inside of our input, we actually should be doing the following, okay? So inside of our input, we should have a default value, which should be the router query term. And then if I want to push it to this build, it's extremely simple to do that. firstly, just to prove to you that it's going to push, I'm going to click on Versal. I'm going to click on my build over here, and you can see it right now. It says created 2 minutes ago. What I'm going to do now is I've just made a slight change to my code. So very simply, I'm going to go ahead and I've changed 2 files. I've changed this file to the default value and this file to get rid of the console log. I'm going to go ahead and stage everything. So I'm going to say git add all. I'll say git commit. I'm just going to call this a bug fix. Let's go ahead and say bug fix. And then I'm going to push, right? Now, what's really nice about this is if I go ahead and just chuck this in, there we go. What's really, really nice about this is that if I go ahead and refresh now, what you'll see is, look, the bug fix branch has been pushed to master, which means it's actually going to go ahead, find the new branch and just start a redeployment. So technically what we have now is a CI pipeline, okay, which is insane, right? We have a CI pipeline and it's insane and it works, right? So if I click on view build logs here, we can actually see the upcoming build. And you can see right now, this is the previous build. And I'm going to click on Google Clone YouTube over here. And I'm going to click on deployments. Awesome. And it says building. At this point, you can see this is where it's building. I can go ahead and inspect it. I can view it and all sorts of stuff. If I click on this deployment, you can see it will go ahead and create the page, and it's uploading as we speak. And then look, it's done it. So it says ready. So if I visit this website, we should have that hotfix now. So if I go ahead and type in testing, hit enter, boom, aha, nice, right? So you see how nice it is. Now actually turned out perfectly because I showed you how to go ahead and hotfix and how it pushes when you merge to your main branch. Okay, so this is extremely clean, extremely nice, and it works perfectly as we expect it to. We made it, guys, all the way to the end of this 17-hour stretch. This was the biggest crash course the Papa Fam has ever done. You should be so proud of yourself if you're at this point right now. We built 6 incredible apps, and at this point you should be incredibly comfortable with Next.js to the point where you can go ahead and smash those coding interviews. And if you are still struggling and you're still finding React a little bit tough, make sure you do definitely check out my React crash course where we build 4 awesome React apps where you can go ahead and level up your React skills and then come back to the Next.js crash course. And if that is even more difficult, then check out my React Basics 101 class for absolutely free. All the links are in the description down below. And if you want even more support and you want to take your developer journey from 0 to absolutely a full stack hero, then make sure you check out our flagship course, 0 to Full Stack Hero. We go ahead and drop weekly coaching calls. We have over 100 hours of content, over 500 members in this community. And guys, we put our heart and soul into this course. Me and Jay are in there updating this all the time. We constantly add new features, constantly add new events going on and all this kind of cool stuff. We've got the best developer community on the planet, over 6,000 members in Discord and over 500 course members inside of Slack. We've got Platinum and Diamond. If you really want to take it to that next level, make sure you check it out. We've got success coach calls that are going to help you get over those pain points when you're learning, help you get out of that tutorial hell. And we have dedicated coaching calls Wednesdays with me, every other Thursday on the Diamond plan, and every Friday with our success coaches. And guys, this is going to be something which is going to support you from the beginning of your journey, once you've got a job, and even past the point where you've got a job. So we have amazing developers in this community. It's a place where you want to be a part of. Check out the link in the description for 0 to Full Stack Hero. Head over to papareact.com/course to see more information. With that said, guys, it's your boy Papa React. This was the 6 apps in 17 hours Next.js crash course. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, drop a little clover emoji, the little green clover, so I know you made it to the end. And as always, guys, if you enjoyed this video, help share the love, smash the thumbs up button, get this video out to as many developers as possible. We are constantly growing the Papa Fam. We're exploding. The road to 1 million is real. Smash the subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the little bell notification icon so you don't miss any more of these hidden gems, these crash courses. I'm going to keep the fire coming. And as always, guys, I will see you in the next video. This is your boy Papa React. Peace.